Likutey, the book of advice. The Zohar teaches that the Torah is made up of esot, pieces of advice. Rabbi Nachman of Breslov explains that the Torah contains guidance for all possible situations in life. But thousands of years of exile and suffering, not to mention the assault of secularism, have caused the Jewish people to ignore the Torah's advice. Rabbi Nachman sought to change that. He devoted himself to the task of guiding the Jewish people out of their exile of thought and ideology and back to the wisdom of the Torah. First and foremost, he gave advice, practical guidance relating to every aspect of life. All of his former lessons, teachings, and parables have one goal: to help us maximize our spiritual and material potential. The Likutey Esot, compiled by the Rebbe's main disciple, Rabbi Nussin, presents a wealth of advice gleaned from the Rebbe's teachings in Likutey Moharan and Sichot Haran, arranged alphabetically by subject. Here is a timeless handbook for attaining true joy and fulfillment in life. And most of all, Rabbi Nachman's greatest advice was prayer and speaking to God. Mayim Amokim, Devrei Chulnove. Deep waters are the words of a man's mouth, a flowing stream, a fountain of wisdom. Proverbs. In this comment on the first verse quoted above, Rashi remarks that the word ish, man, is used throughout the Tanakh to refer to a person of stature. It was to someone outstanding that King Solomon was referring. Regarding the second verse, Rashi explains that the reasons the counsel of a wise man is compared to deep waters is that the guidance he offers is not necessarily revealed and obvious on the surface. Rather, it is hidden within the depth of his wisdom. Therefore, it takes a man of understanding to draw it out so that others can benefit from it. The Midrash relates, God held counsel with the Torah prior to creation to decide whether or not to create the world. When God accepted the Torah's advice, the Torah declared, "In me is counsel and wisdom. I am understanding. In me is strength." Throughout the Zohar, the Torah and its 613 mitzvot are described as the 613 recommendations. The Torah is made up of esot, advice. God looked into the Torah and created the world. The Torah then is the blueprint of the world, and it contains guidance and advice for all possible situations in the world, ranging from the most routine domestic, family, educational, and business situations to the most bizarre and far-flung possibilities. At the close of his career, Moses warned the Jewish people that they would go into exile, and he told them what would be the cause. For they are a nation devoid of counsel, and there is no understanding in them. The cause of all the exiles and their suffering would be that the Jewish people would ignore the advice of the Holy Torah. The pain of exile, personal and national, is expressed in King David's cry, "For Lord, how long? O God, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me, and how long must I take counsel in my soul? My heart is sorrowful even by day. How long will my enemy prevail over me?" 4 cries of how long. The Yalkut in the Tehillim tells us that these correspond to the 4 exiles of the Jewish people. How long must I take counsel in my soul? King David understood that the darkness of exile is the result of the doubt, uncertainty, and inner conflict that people experience when they lack sound advice. They search their souls for guidance only to become more bewildered. This cry of King David corresponds to the exile in the Greek dominion, when the Jews were subject to the influence of alien philosophies and patterns of thought. The result was that the wisdom of the Torah was obscured from them. In the modern era, the Jewish people have been confronted with the same crisis, a crisis that was becoming more and more apparent in the lifetime of Rabbi Nachman's 200 years ago. The influence of secularism caused many Jews to weaken their attachment to the Torah. Rabbi Nachman pointed out that the initial letters of the phrase Nachal Noveya Mekol Chochma, a flowing stream, a fountain of wisdom, in the first verse quoted above, spell out his own name, Nachman. As a teacher and Rabbi Nachman devoted himself to the task of guiding the Jewish people out of the exile of thought and ideology and back to the wisdom of the Torah. First and foremost, he sought to give advice, practical guidance about all aspects of life. Not everyone can understand a blueprint. Normally, it takes an expert to do so. It is true that many of Rabbi Nachman's teachings were expressed simply and clearly, but the more elaborate Torah discourses that make up his main work, Likutey Moharan, can taste both a depth and profundity and a wealth of allusions and references to the entire range of Torah literature. which make them somewhat obscure even to advanced scholars. Rabbi Nachman's main disciple, Rabbi Natan, was the main one who played the role of the man of understanding, who could draw out the implications of the Rebbe's teachings and communicate them to ordinary people. Reb Nosson was the one who wrote down most of Rabbi Nachman's teachings, and we have Rabbi Nachman's personal testimony that Reb Nosson understood them better than anyone else. With Rabbi Nachman's encouragement, Reb Nosson undertook the task of drawing out from the Rebbe's writings all the practical advice and guidance that they contained. His first approach was to produce an abbreviated version of Likutey Moharan, which attempted to present in a concise manner the main practical teachings emerging from each of Rabbi Nachman's Torah discourses. Reb Nosson entitled this work Kitzur Likutey Moharan, an abridged Likutey Moharan, and first printed it in 1811. He realized, however, that even this work was not really accessible to many people, and therefore spent 9 years expanding and reorganizing the work. The end result was Likutey Esot, the handbook of Rabbi Nachman's teachings arranged by subject in alphabetical order. The Breslov Research Institute is the book that we are using to read and record this book. The Midrash tells us that Moses has explained the Torah in the 70 languages of the world. On the other hand, our sages said that when the 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek in the days of King Ptolemy, 3 days of darkness came into the world. Translation of Torah is both necessary and dangerous. It is necessary because the goal of the creation is that the radiance of Torah should spread everywhere, even to those who do not understand the holy tongue. But the danger is that its very radiance will be distorted when expressed in alien languages. The Holy Torah was the vessel fashioned to contain the light of the Torah. No other language is so perfectly designed. The aim of this translation is to help make Rabbi Nachman's teachings accessible to English-speaking readers who cannot readily turn to the original Hebrew texts. Likutey Esot collected advice is first and foremost concerned with practical guidance and advice. Advice is therefore not intended as a scholarly translation aiming at the faithful reproduction of every nuance of the original with laborious precision. Such a work would most likely be burdensome for many readers. Nor is this translation offered as a crib, a literal translation, serving to help the student of Hebrew puzzle out the meaning of the original text. This would have been equally difficult to read, and far from attractive to the general reader. The depth and richness of Rabbi Nachman's teachings called for more explanation than would normally be offered into a literal translation, and there are certain aspects of the style of the compiler of Likutey Esot, resume of a corresponding passage in Rabbi Nachman's own writings that do not lend itself to translation in English. Okay, we will now begin the first chapter. Who is the man who desires life? Who will choose eternal life? Who truly cares about his soul? Who is for God? Attend carefully to what you find in this work. It is small in size, but rich in quality. See, gaze, wonder. Great things did he do in their days when awesome and wondrous counsel, pathways, old and new, were revealed, founded upon pillars of fine gold, planted by flowing water, gushing from the spring that comes from the house of God. Deep waters are the counsel of the heart of man, waters drawn by a man of understanding. Come and see the deeds of God. Pay attention to these words. They are words that stand at the summit of the universe, the words of the living God, King of the universe. They are words to revive all souls, from the smallest to the greatest, from the soul at the peak of all levels to that on the lower of levels. There is no true guidance or holy counsel that you will not find in this book. Nothing that your soul asks will be withheld. Prick up your ears and hear. Open your eyes and see. Understand and see the absolute truth. Turn away from crookedness of heart and from paths of mockery and falsehood. Cast away all vain sophistication. Take pity on your soul and direct your understanding and all your thoughts to the truth alone. If you err from the truth, who will you be deceiving? Only yourself. Take this book, examine it. Do its words contain even a hint of dishonesty? God forbid. Have its footsteps strayed from the path of righteousness and truth that our fathers of old walked? I trusted in God. I shall not be ashamed of these words, not in this world, nor in the world to come. I will acknowledge God greatly with my lips, Among the multitudes I will praise him, for he stood by the right hand of one poor as myself, and gave me the strength and courage to gather these precious flowers and the power to bring lasting healing. They are the life of the soul, fountains of living water drawn from the wellsprings of salvation. All that flows from them is founded upon the words of our fathers and teachers of blessed memory in the written Torah and the oral Torah, in the scriptures, the Babylonian Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud, the Midrashim, and the books of the Holy Zohar and the Ari Kadosh. These are the sources for all the teachings set forth in this precious volume. To dwell upon their praises would be to detract from the many curtains of conceal their depth. But anyone who examines them through the eye of truth will see for himself the preciousness of the glory of the greatness. This volume is an abridged selection of the practical guidance contained in Likutey Moharan, which is a collection of the pure and holy teachings of our great and saint, the teacher of the concealed light, Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. May his memory be blessed. He himself instructed me to prepare this book because the underlying purpose of all of the awesome teachings that he revealed to the chosen people was action. For the main thing is not learning but doing. This was clear to all who were privileged to take refuge in the shade of his holiness. His whole longing and desire was to lead men to the ways of righteousness and practice, to open the eyes of the blind and let those who were bound go upright, to say the captives go free, to come to those imprisoned by desire and trapped in the net of the vanities of this world, and teach them the path that they should travel and the actions that they should follow, which if a man will do them, he will live through them. Live the life of eternity. This was his intention in all of his stories, his conversations, and the advice he gave to individuals. This was his only purpose. This was why he instructed me to collect from his discourses an abridged version of anything that had relevance to practical action and prepare a separate book, in order that we should be worthy of observing, practicing, and fulfilling everything that came from his lips. All of his discourses and teachings possess immeasurable breadth and profundity. They are filled with remarkable guidance about how to lead an upright life. There is no wise counsel in the word that is not contained within the words of our holy teacher. They possess a universalism that is incomparable. Anyone who applies himself to his words with intelligence will be able to draw from them sound guidance and wise counsel for everything he needs. Whatever his soul requires, he will lack nothing in the words of the Rebbe, which are deeper and wider than the sea. But no two faces are alike. Not everyone is able to search by himself and find what he needs. For this reason, we shall set forth here the bulk of the practical advice that emerges from the teachings of the Rebbe. We will concern ourselves with the simple meaning of the words. Then anyone who wishes to add to our selection should come forward and do so. For one who attains perfect wisdom can find many more things like this in each discourse contained in the larger book. The words of the book are deep indeed, and every discourse includes many different subjects, explanations, as well as being filled with guidance, advice, and encouragement and devotion to God. The larger part of the contents of this volume were examined by the Rebbe and found favor in his eyes. The truth will testify for itself. God, the Lord of truth, will give truth to Jacob. He will send his light and his truth and lead us in the path of truth. He will incline our shoulders to bear the yoke of his service all the days of our lives in truth, and to love peace and truth, until the throne of David will be established and he will sit upon it in truth speedily in our days. Rabbi Nachman was once speaking to one of his followers. In the midst of their conversation, they heard someone reciting the evening prayer. He was up to Hashkivenu and was saying very quickly, "And remedy us with good counsel from before you." The Rebbe said to his follower, "See how this man is saying, 'Remedy us with good counsel,' running through the words? Doesn't he realize that he must say these words with great emotion and feeling from the very depths of his heart? This is a most precious prayer. You must always beg that God have mercy and grant us good counsel and advice, that we may be worthy of knowing what is right." The first chapter, Truth and Faith. Number 1, redemption is essentially dependent on faith. The root cause of the exile is simply a lack of faith. Faith, prayer, and miracles in the land of Israel are all one concept. They are all dependent on each other. There are people who attempt to give natural explanations for all the miracles that take place. They are atheists who have no faith in miracles. When all such people have disappeared and faith will have spread throughout the world, then Messiah will come, for the redemption depends on faith. The only way to attain faith is through truth. Faith is applicable only in the case of something that cannot be understood rationally. Where one can understand something rationally, there is no question of faith being involved at all. But there are certain things that can never be understood rationally. How can one come to have faith in the things one must believe in? Faith depends on truth. If you will only search for the truth with complete honesty, you will eventually realize that you must have faith in God. In the true tzaddikim and in the Holy Torah, you will realize that in spite of the fact that such faith is not something that is susceptible to our rational understanding, bound as our rational faculties are by the material nature of our existence, if you think about things with uncompromising honesty, you will get a glimmer of understanding that this really is the truth. Reason will not help here. You need faith that is strong and total. Understand this well. The only way to understand and find truth is to draw closer to the tzaddikim and follow their guidance. Do not turn aside from their words either to the left or the right. Then the truth will be engraved in you and you will achieve genuine faith. By the same token, keep well away from bad influences. Pay no attention to the suggestions of those who are the enemies of the truth, who raise every kind of question about the truth. You can succeed in this through observing the mitzvah of tzitzit. Tzitzit are a hedge against immorality, which is directly contrary to the holy covenant between God and the Jewish people, and is one of the strongest forces that can undermine truth. The guidance and advice of worthless people actually breeds immorality. Through observing the mitzvah of tzitzit, you will be able to purify yourself and observe the covenant, which is the foundation of faith. All the teachings of the tzaddikim are bound up with this. Pray intensely and put all your strength into the letters of the prayers. Through this, you will attain faith. The people who deny that miracles are possible and claim that everything that takes place has a natural explanation can actually witness a miracle themselves and still try and glaze over it and explain it away. Naturally, this attitude of mind is very damaging to religious faith. It is harmful to prayer and very damaging to religious faith. It is harmful to prayer, and people's understanding of the true significance of the land of Israel becomes obscured. All this contributes to the lengthening of its exile. The less faith there is, the more the face of God is concealed, and the more fiercely his anger burns. At such times, the tzaddikim shy away from accepting positions of authority and honor, and the world is left without true leadership. People learn to hold their anger in check and to break the force of anger by showing compassion instead. Then God's own anger will be sweetened. The true tzaddikim will again be willing to accept roles of leadership and honor, and the world will be ready for the true leader who has the power to bring each person to his own complete fulfillment. No one should accept a position of leadership and authority unless he has attained the ultimate level of faith. There are people who believe in God but still have a trace of superstition within them. People like this should never become leaders. Then there are those who pride themselves on their devotion to the good of the world. They claim that this is their motive for seeking power, but really they are interested in the prestige. The devotion they claim to have is simply a rationalization. When people like this gain power, it can result in a terrible godlessness, the negation of faith. But heaven takes pity on the world when these people are deprived of the reins of power. Make sure that you never let your faith weaken. A person whose faith is weak is unable to accept honest criticism. This is very damaging to the cause of peace because it results in all kinds of exile and divisiveness. The end result is godlessness and idolatry, false ideologies and false religions. True faith is the foundation of everything. It is the seal of holiness. You must guard it well, because in this way you are protecting holiness itself. To attain complete faith, you must come to the true tzaddikim of our generation. They alone have the power to explain and communicate and authenticate faith of the Jewish people to our generation, and therefore they are the ones who bring faith to the people of this age. They can do this because they have achieved the summit of holiness. Faith and truth are conceptually a shining faith. They are joy and life. They are the gateway to the length of days, but falsehood shortens the days of man's life. Falsehood is death and idolatry, a dark faith. All the noble qualities of the soul depend on faith. Faith is the foundation and source of all holiness. Even a person who attains a great certain level of religious insight and understanding must take good care of ensure that the perception he has is suffused with faith. Intellect alone is not something to rely upon. There are people who have an extensive knowledge of Torah, yet they lack personal worth. The teachings of people like this stem from the fallen Torah. Their influence can have devastating effects. It can cause people to reject even the most basic tenets of faith. Those who remain firm in their belief in God and themselves under attack and exposed to ridicule and contempt. When such a situation develops, the remedy is to open your doors to genuine Torah scholars and offer them hospitality. This is one of the ways of coming to genuine faith, and the hold of those who oppose the faith and look down on believers will be broken. Charity is perfect only when it is combined with faith. The same is true of all the blessings that flow into the world through acts of charity. They are perfect only when there is faith. Faith is the source of blessings. Keep the holy Shabbat, which is called the source of blessing, is the foundation of faith. All things depend on faith for their perfection. Without faith, nothing is complete. Even the Torah itself, which is the source of true wisdom, has perfection only through faith. Faith is the foundation of the whole Torah. It is the basis of everything. Faith is lasting only because of the observance of the covenant. When a person is asleep, he enters the category of faith and refreshes his intellect, which is the manifestation of his soul. The refreshment a person gains from sleeping can help him attain new levels of religious awareness and perceptions of God. He can actually receive a new soul from the light of God's countenance. Any flaw in people's faith is tantamount to idolatry. Because of this, the rains are withheld, and the world has no contentment or peace. No one helps his neighbor. Everyone is for himself, and because of the lack of cooperation between people, have to travel from place to place in order to find a livelihood. Truth is the source of genuine wealth. Anyone who spurns the truth will come to poverty in the end, and people will despise him, but one who endeavors to live truthfully will receive abundant blessings. Falsehood damages the eyes physically and spiritually. When a person tells lies, it stirs up all the impurities in the blood, and he falls into depression. The resulting tears are very harmful to the eyes. The blood of dishonest people is loaded with impurity. To speak the truth, you must first purify the blood. Falseness is evil and corrupt. The person who is false casts God's protective care from himself, but a person who is truthful will enjoy God's care and protection in all his ways. There is only one truth, but a whole multitude of lies. You can only say one truth about any given object, just what it is and nothing else. Silver is silver and only silver. Gold is gold and only gold. But lies can be multiplied without end. Silver can be called copper or tin or lead or any other name that you can think of. That is why the truth will come out in the end, and all the current opposition to the true tzaddikim will disappear. The basic cause of this opposition is the terrible spread of falsehood everywhere. Where the truth is acknowledged to be the only, there is no place for opposition. So the truth will remain and endure forever, because the truth is one, that God is one. In the end, all the lies and falsehood will pass from the world, and this one truth will remain, for the truth of God is forever. Your goal should be to become merged with the one and to connect after creation with the before creation, to make a unity that is entirely good and entirely holy. To join after creation with before creation means to constantly connect the created world in which we live with the transcendent real that is beyond creation and its source, and that alone gives the world its meaning. If you want to achieve this, guard yourself from falsehood and speak only the truth. Be perfectly truthful. Then you will become merged with the one, because the truth is one. The gates of holiness are open through faith. We speak of faith only when the one who believes does not know why he believes. Even so, for the believer himself, the thing he believes in is perfectly clear and obvious to him, as if he saw it with his own eyes. This is because his faith is so strong. One of the ways of developing faith is by working to draw closer those who are far from God. This can be achieved through fasting, and then one merits through his eating to effect the unification between the Holy One and his Shekhinah face to face. When people lack absolute faith, they can fall into the trap of confusing the means with the ultimate cause. They may think that they believe in God as the ultimate cause of everything, but in practice they put their trust in the means. For example, they believe that their livelihood is totally dependent on their business activities and the energy they put into them, as if without them God would not have any other means of providing them with their sustenance. In effect, they believe that their business activities are the source of their livelihood and not just the intermediate factor. Or they may believe that it is the medicine that causes the cure, as if without it God would not have any other means of sending healing. Once people believe this, they inevitably become preoccupied with the means, chasing after the right medications, throwing themselves into their work and so on, and they forget to turn to God, the root of all things and the ultimate cause. It is true that we do have to concern ourselves with the means, but we must not make the mistake of confusing the means with the ultimate cause and put our faith in the intermediary. We must have faith in God alone. Everything we do, praying, learning Torah, carrying out the mitzvot, has one fundamental aim: to reveal the kingship of God. If you are very strong in your faith, you will eventually reach understanding of what you believe in. The stronger your faith, the greater your understanding will be. At the outset, you have no option but to have faith, because you cannot understand the matter rationally. Through faith, you will come to understand it. Except that then there will be new, more exalted levels that are still hidden from you and beyond your ability to understand rationally. Here again, you will have faith in the levels that are hidden from you. In the end, you will understand them also, and so the process goes on. The main thing is that your faith must be so strong that it spreads to all your limbs. This faith will bring you to true wisdom. One who always wants to be victorious is very intolerant of the truth. The truth may be staring him in the face, but because he is determined to win at all costs, he ignores it completely. If you want to find the real truth, you must rid yourself of the urge to win. Then you will be able to see the truth if you wish. Faith contains the power of growth. A person with perfect faith will grow and develop in his devotion to God, no matter what he may have to go through. Regardless of the obstacles or difficulties he may encounter, nothing will throw him off course. He will accept whatever he experiences with patience. People who are put off by the obstacles and difficulties that confront them when they try to serve God have a certain lack of faith. They are left with a feeling of heaviness and depression, a lack of enthusiasm. Why is it that people don't make real efforts to draw closer to God, who lead lives of piety and justice? If they really had faith, they would run to them as fast as they could. Why do people not pray properly? If they had genuine faith, they would really believe that God stands over them while they are praying and hears every word that emerges from their lips. Then they would pray with tremendous fire and yearning, but instead they are listless and depressed because they lack this real faith. That is why they are far from the tzaddikim, from the pious and just, and from true devotion to God. When a person has genuine faith, nothing can stand in his way. No matter what happens, he will grow in the service of God. One merits faith and patience by means of the land of Israel. Every person must request of God that he yearn and long for the land of Israel until he merits to come there, and also that every one of the tzaddikim long for the land of Israel. This is a segula for eradicating anger and sadness, since the faith and patience that one merits in the land of Israel are the opposite of anger and sadness. Perfect faith means strengthening one's belief so strongly that it becomes pure and crystal clear, and he actually sees clearly what he believes in. Controversy and divisiveness can cause even God-fearing people to start having doubts about their beliefs. The solution is to be silent and to leave the battle to God. A person should be so honest that when he carries out the mitzvot and all their fine details, it is for the sake of God alone. Even if he were completely alone with no one watching him, he would still carry them all out scrupulously, being free of the slightest hint of dishonesty. He would never do anything merely to impress others. When trouble strikes, God forbid, it is because the truth has become flawed. A person with troubles must be very careful not to become ensnared in error and falsehood because of them. At all times, one should give thanks to God for everything he experiences, and especially when he is released from danger. This, combined with the study of the law, will cause truth to radiate in his speech. He will be able to perfect all facets of speech. Perfection in speech comes only through truth. He will pray in truth, and this is perfect prayer. He will be worthy of learning Torah from a true teacher who will give true guidance. In the path of truth, he will find his true partner in life and true partners for his children. The way to attain all this is through thanks and acknowledgement of God and the study of the halakha, the law. In this way, one can draw the blessing and holiness and joy of Shabbat into the other 6 days of the week. Then the simple unity that underlies all the diverse phenomena of this world will be revealed, and one will believe and know all the different things in the world stem from the blessed unity of God. To know this is very precious. Even in God's eye, it is something wondrous and precious indeed. The main thing is faith. Each person must search within himself to check if his faith is complete enough and constantly strengthen himself in faith. For blemished faith brings about all types of astounding ailments for which medicines or prayers or even ancestral merits will not help. Even the cries and groans of the sick person will be of no avail. At times, the sick person's moans and groans do arouse compassion from above, but in the case of fallen faith, even those cries don't help. When a person falls from faith, God forbid, so that even crying out without words does not help, at that point, he must cry out to God from the depths of his heart. This is from the depths I call out to you, God, from the heart's depths. This is how deep counsels are revealed, through which faith is able to grow and be set right. Then medicines, prayer, and ancestral merit can again be effective. When people's faith in God is weak, all kinds of false doctrines and beliefs gain influence. But when their faith in the truth is strengthened, these ideologies lose their grip and become discredited. Even the nations that were far from God abandon their fallacies and come to believe in the truth. They may not actually convert, but although they remain in their place and they acknowledge God and believe and know that there is one who was the first, at times, however, they do actually convert and become proselytes. But converts are harmful to the Jewish people since they install pride in our morality and them requiring many tikkunim. Faith is attained through closeness to the tzaddik who has attained the level of holy inspiration. Through this holy inspiration, man's faculty for symbolic thought is refined and cleansed, bound up as it is with the power of imagination and fantasy. Only then can he attain perfect faith in God and in the constant renewal of the world. This is the foundation of everything. The whole world depends on it. Faith depends on a person's mouth. We must say we believe. Say it out loud. As it is written, I will make known your faithfulness with my mouth. When a person has a crisis of faith or even passing doubts, it is very good if he says out loud, I believe. Just expressing your faith in words is itself one kind of faith. Through doing this, you can come to genuine faith. In the same way, one should be very careful never to say anything that implies even a slight lack of faith, let alone complete disbelief. Even if you believe in your heart, you should never express disbelief even as a joke, or even if you are the only quoting someone else in order to ridicule them. It is very wrong to do this and very damaging to your faith. Even as a joke, it is forbidden to say anything that implies disrespect of God. Take care never to look into philosophical works, for they damage and blemish holy faith. This has already been stated in a number of places, but we need to redouble this warning lest people lose their share in the world to come, God forbid. It is far better to have even simple-minded faith than to believe in nothing at all. When your faith is simple-minded, you may even believe certain things that are not true, but at least you will also believe in the truth. If you reject all simple-mindedness, you may end up rejecting everything and you will become totally cynical. Then you won't even believe in the truth. Perfect faith is when you believe in God without any sophistication at all, without signs or miracles, speculation or philosophy. Your faith should be simple and pure, like that of women and simple folk. There are people who are well versed in the Torah and still have no belief in God. They are diseased. The name for the disease is called ratzon. Make sure that you keep well away from these people. The sages warned us that the very breath of their mouth can be harmful or honest people. To honest people, it can even arouse their sexual desires. Such scholars are themselves usually sexually immoral. When you take such joy in Torah and mitzvot that you literally dance for joy, it will strengthen your faith. When a person is in a state of constricted consciousness and weak in his faith, this is the time for difficult devotions such as fasting and the like. But someone with total faith can serve God with all things, for God does not act like a despot over his creatures. Faith is considered as charity. Through faith, one merits children. In Hebrew, the word emunah, faith, has the same gematria as banim, children. The power of faith is very great. Through faith and simplicity alone, with no sophistication whatsoever, you can reach the level of desire which is beyond even that of wisdom. Your desire for God will be so strong that you simply do not know what to do because of your great longing. You cry out with yearning. There are certain cases where people are riddled with doubt about their faith because they were not conceived in holiness. Added to this is the effect of their own misdeeds, because there are certain sins that cause people to lose their faith. A person who finds these thoughts entering his mind should be ashamed and brokenhearted, and he should cast them out of his mind completely. A person with faith has a very good life. Without faith, there is no life at all. No one in the world can be free of troubles and hardships of one kind or another, because man was born to struggle. But if a person who has faith can find comfort even when he has to endure pain and suffering, he knows that God loves him and intends everything for his own ultimate good, to purify and cleanse him. For everything that God does is for the best. But the sophisticated non-believer has no one to turn to when trouble strikes. He has nothing with which to encourage or comfort himself. That is why he has no life at all. He walks without God and he does not come under his protective care, but through faith, your life can always be good. True faith in the unity of God comes through the tzaddikim. They are the tip of the letter Daled of the word Echad, one. Okay, that's...
Let's stop.
Second chapter, sighing. The sighs and groans of a Jew are very precious. When a person is lacking something, sighing and groaning can bring wholeness and completeness, but only if he is close to the tzaddik who is the guide and leader of the age. The breath of the sigh is drawn from the breath of life with which God created the world. When a thing is incomplete, it is really lacking in life force, the breath of life that keeps it in existence. When a person breathes long and deep, he draws new life, but the breath of life is in the Torah. The tzaddik is totally bound to the Torah. Therefore, the breath of life is with the tzaddik. From him, we can draw the breath of life for our groans and sighs and bring wholeness and completeness where before they were missing. A person may be praying with great devotion or be at the height of meditation, and suddenly in the middle he falls from his level. This is a sign that there is some flaw in his faith. He should feel broken and ashamed. How could he fall from heaven to earth? He should arouse tender pity for himself to the point that he literally sighs. This sigh will bring him back to his level. How precious when you sigh out of longing for something holy. The sigh you let out because you are far from holiness breaks the bond of impurity that was trapping you. Now you can bind yourself with the cord of holiness, but the opposite is true when you sigh with desire for something wrongful, God forbid. One sigh of regret for your sins and the distance separates you from God is worth more than many fasts and other forms of self-mortification. The sighs you let out when you want something holy can actually break the force of your bodily instincts, and the soul can draw nearer to the body and communicate to it something of her own perfection of God. Eating. If the food a person eats is pure and in accordance with the Jewish dietary laws, and he eats it with dignity without swallowing it hurriedly, the powers of his mind will be restored and grow, and the foolishness will be subdued. But if he eats like a glutton, then he will be overwhelmed by foolishness. He will lose his intelligence, and the light of the tzaddik will be concealed from him. He will no longer be able to learn the love and fear of God from the tzaddik. If you are conscious that your eating habits are bad, the remedy is to give charity to the tzaddik and to poor people who are genuinely deserving. Then converts are made, which rectifies blemished eating. The powers of your mind will be restored, and you will merit seeing the light of the tzaddik and learn from him the fear and love of God. When a person attains perfect mastery of the holy tongue and guards the holy covenant, he has the power to stir up the sparks of the letters that exist throughout the creation. All the pleasure he has from eating and drinking and other enjoyments comes only from the sparks of the letters. His heart is luminant and his face becomes so radiant that people are moved to return to God simply by seeing it. Everyone who looks at his face sees their own reflected there as if it is in a mirror, and sees in contrast how sunk in darkness they are. Without a single word of preaching, this person will arouse others to return to God, all through seeing the person's faith. Whenever you feel a sudden strong impulse to eat, it is a sign that there are forces that hate you. This sudden appetite for food is caused by the animal part of your nature. You must break the animal impulse, and then you will be free from the clutches of those who hate you. Gluttony leads to divisiveness and strife. The glutton is an object of contempt, but a person who succeeds in breaking his greedy impulses will find peace. Then peace will also reign in the realms above, and a profound and wonderful contentment will reveal itself in the world. When a person is sunk in the desire to eat greedily, it is certain that he is far from truth. A person like this is under the force of the divine aspect of severe justice. Greed is a sign of impoverishment to come, and one will subject him to contempt and embarrassment. When a person manages to break his desire for food, God works miracles through him. There are people who sleep away all their days. Some of them have fallen to their deep sleep because of their desires and wrongdoing. There are other cases of people who possess genuine goodness and beauty of character, but their fall came through food. Sometimes a person may eat food that was not sufficiently purified to be fit for human consumption. Then his mind falls into a sleep. When a person eats in holiness and purity, his face and the inner face that is his soul becomes radiant throughout his eating. But when he eats without holiness, the food damages his heart, and the result is that he loses his inner face and he falls into a sleep. He may still think that he is serving God, occupied as he is with Torah and prayer, but he is asleep, and all his devotions remain below in the lower worlds. God has no pleasure from them. It is vital to arouse him from his sleep. But the only way it can be done is if he stirs himself a little first. The tales and stories told by the tzaddikim have the power to rouse those who are asleep, so that their days will not be wasted. It is a great thing to be privileged to find a tzaddik like this who can stir you from your sleep. Otherwise, you could sleep away all your days, God forbid. The food, physical and spiritual, of the Jew must first undergo purification until not a trace of the forces of the other side remains. Food that still contains a trace of them can cause one to sin. Faith enables the person to purify his food, and he merits his faith through fasting. Then through his eating, he can bring about a unification between the Holy One and his Shekhinah, face to face. All the impulses and desires that people experience are aspects of the kelipot that surround the spiritual fruit. The kelipot shells are characterized by excess and waste. The body can survive without these gratifications. When desires and impulses press it on a person, this is the battle of the kelipot against holiness. The principal desires are for food and drink. All the other desires are derived from them. When a person is in their grip, they send his faculty of speech into exile. As it is written, my throat is dry. He finds himself unable to say a single word before God. But by fasting, he can overcome the power of these desires. Then he will be able to speak. Through this, he will be able to draw closer those who are far from God. As more people come to acknowledge God, his glory is revealed over the whole creation. Our faith in God becomes complete. When a person who is master of his desires eats, it is precious indeed, because of the unification brought about between the Holy One and his Shekhinah face to face. When a person eats greedily, it is a stain, as it were, on the honor due to God. The more disrespect that is shown to God, the more arrogant start to assert themselves. The nations of the world appropriate to themselves all the glory that is due to God. They flaunt themselves and boast and receive the world's respect and deference for it. God hides his face from the world, and the divine aspect of severe justice prevails. But when we break the desire for food, God shows favor to the world. The aspect of severity is withdrawn. The honor due to God's holiness is restored. The arrogant are humbled and lose their power and influence. Never eat more than you need. If you eat unnecessarily, it can be very harmful. Even the food that the body needs is then joined with the extra food and causes great damage. A person who eats excessively is like an animal. To be human is to eat only what is necessary. Excessive eating brings on fever. Another cause of fever can be if a person eats food that is insufficiently pure for human consumption. Greed for food is one of the three lusts that damage and undermine the heart's capacity for awe and reverence of God. But when a person celebrates the festival of Sukkot properly, he can draw down understanding to control his appetite for food, and then he will have proper fear and be able to pray. Sometimes the food one eats can affect his dreams and even cause him to have a dream sent by a demon. This can bring about a nocturnal emission, God forbid. The tikkun for this is to always be happy. One of the highest of all spiritual experiences is the revelation of desire that comes at the time of eating. But before one can attain the level, one must first find a wise sage or a teacher, one who possesses the wisdom and understanding of how to awaken the radiant light of the Jewish people. If a person finds such a sage and is firm and disciplined in his own spiritual path, then he will be able to experience this revelation of holy desire when he eats. He will feel an overpowering yearning and longing for the Holy One. This desire is boundless beyond all understanding. He scarcely knows what it is he desires. It is pure desire. the yearning of the soul for God. The bodily sustenance we take in can harm the spiritual sustenance of the soul. Eating and drinking can harm our capacity to experience the awe of God. Awe is the sweet savor that sustains the soul. The tzaddik understands how to guide the Jewish people. By accepting his moral guidance, we give strength to the spiritual and counter the effects of our physical sustenance. The act of eating plays a vital part in refining and purifying the creation. The food we eat is refined and elevated when it is transformed into the beautiful words that we speak, the blessing we make over the food itself, the prayers we offer, our words of Torah, and all the other devotions we are unable to perform by the nourishment we derive from the food. A person should keep this in mind as he eats, then his food becomes incense, as it were. He will find true joy and make a crown of loving kindness and compassion for the King of Peace. As it is written, "Go out, daughters of Zion, and gaze upon King Solomon, Shalomo, the one to whom shalom, peace belongs, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him on his wedding day and on the day of the rejoicing of his heart. Through this he will merit an easy livelihood." Every Jew, even the greatest tzaddik, necessarily undergoes a certain measure of pain and suffering every day. The deeper his understanding and attachment to God, the greater the pain he must endure. But eating in holiness and with the fear of heaven can help mitigate this pain somewhat and prevent it from becoming overpowering. One who eats in holiness and with the fear of heaven is worthy of the status of man, the pinnacle of creation. His mouth is the mouth of man. The Shekhinah herself speaks from his lips. But when a person eats without holiness, God forbid, his mouth is the mouth of a mere animal. The time we are eating is especially suited to working on ourselves to develop the fear of heaven. We should be careful to take advantage of the moment and cultivate this fear in our hearts. Never eat a fruit before it has fully ripened on the tree. Unripe fruit can be very harmful. It can damage one's very soul. As long as the fruit still needs to grow, it has the power to draw to itself the life force it requires. If someone eats it before it's ripe, it will suck the vitality it requires from him. It will also forbidden to pluck a fruit before it is ripe, just as it is prohibited to cut down a tree before its time. By making the blessing over a fruit with intense concentration and with a sense of true fear of heaven, you can avoid the dangers of unripe fruit. In fact, you should be careful with all the blessings over food, drinks, spices, and so on, but especially with the blessings over food. Many lost objects are actually present in the fruit of the tree. Deep mysteries, such as the transmigration of souls, are involved here. These lost objects need to be refined and elevated. Cooking unripe fruit in order to make it fit for eating will not help if the fruit did not ripen on the tree. But if unripe fruit is left for a time after it is plucked until it ripens by itself, it does help, and the fruit may be eaten. Be careful not to gulp your food down hurriedly like a glutton. It was Esau who said, "Let me swallow some of that red stuff." Get into the habit of eating at a moderate pace, calmly and with the same table manners you would show if an important guest were present. You should always eat like this, even when you are eating alone. Happy is the one who achieves this. Hospitality. It is a very good thing to open the doors of your home to genuine Torah scholars who possess integrity as well as learning. Offering them hospitality will help you deepen your own faith. This in itself helps to counter the prevalent lack of belief. Offering hospitality to genuine Torah scholars helps to make a tikkun for the fallen Torah that has passed into the hands of those who are learned but unscrupulous. The Holy Zohar refers to these scholars as Jewish demons. They are the source of all hostility to those who are truly God-fearing. The way to overcome this hostility is by offering hospitality to genuine Torah scholars. Everyone offers up bad prayers from time to time, and these prayers come back and confuse him when he stands up and tries to pray with devotion. Offering hospitality to Torah scholars is the tikkun for this. The land of Israel. With true faith, prayer comes into its own. Prayer is bound up with the concept of bringing about miracles. Attaining this level of faith is possible only in the land of Israel, for there, prayer ascends to the worlds above. With faith such as this, one can accomplish with his prayers whatever is necessary. He can work real miracles and wonders in the world. The very essence of the land of Israel as a spiritual concept is bound up with faith and prayer. If we abuse the land of Israel, we go down into exile. Prayer goes into its own exile, and it is impossible to pray and bring about miracles in the world. To be a true member of the people of Israel is to move always to higher and higher levels. To do this is impossible except through the sanctity of the land of Israel. Every upward movement which we have to make towards holiness can be accomplished only through the land of Israel. The same is true of prayer. The essence of prayer comes about only in the land of Israel. Through the power of the Torah that we draw into ourselves, we can attain the level of the land of Israel. Likewise, when we are present at the time that the tzaddik draws Torah into the world and teaches in public, we ourselves have a share in the Torah that is revealed then by the tzaddik. This also gives us the strength to come to the land of Israel. It is impossible to come to the land of Israel without difficulties and suffering. The root of all the difficulties and suffering lies in the slanderous image of the land that is promulgated by the wicked. They are the source of all the obstacles. With the power of the Torah that we draw into ourselves, enable us to overcome all the obstacles, difficulties, and sufferings. The more profound the person's grasp of the Torah, and the greater the tikkun he brings about through his attainment, the greater the victory over the obstacles, and he will succeed in reaching the land of Israel. When a person attains the land of Israel, he is worthy of being called a man of strength and valor. Before he attains this level, the one who girds his armor should not boast like the one who takes it off. But when he has gone through the battle successfully, he is worthy at the name a man of war. When people give charity to causes in the land of Israel, they become merged in the land of Israel, which is holy breath that has no taint of sin. Through this breath, the forces of severity and darkness are banished from the world. This is how it is possible to escape from the distracting alien thoughts that come during prayer. The mind and the thoughts become clear and refined. This is a tikkun for blemishing the holy covenant. The land of Israel has a propitious power to stimulate procreation and to also bring relief from the divisiveness and hostility that exists between people. Through the sanctity of the land of Israel, the true guide and leader of our age will be revealed. Truth will be revealed through the world, and even the heathen nations will return to the Holy One and serve him with one accord. Through praying with intensity, one merits to come to the land of Israel. And similarly, through the mitzvah of Sukkah, for the Sukkah, intense prayer in the land of Israel, all are one concept, and each depends on the other. It is impossible to witness the downfall of the wicked except through the aspect of the land of Israel. Praying with intense devotion reveals sparks of the radiance of our patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The patriarchs laid the foundation. The faith is embodied in prayers we recite. The lives of the patriarchs were completely bound up with the land of Israel, as is our faith. Through genuine prayer, it is therefore possible for us to feel the sanctity of the land of Israel. Even today, when we are in exile and the land itself is under the dominion of the forces of the other side. Thus it is written in the Torah that even when the Jews are in the land of their enemies, if their uncircumcised hearts will be humbled, I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. Through the revelation of the sanctity of the land of Israel, we witness the destruction of the wicked. Not only will we be delivered from their hand, but we will see them suffer the very evil they sought to inflict on us. The mitzvah of Chala is also bound up with the land of Israel, and the effect of the mitzvah is likewise to reveal the radiance of the patriarchs and the holiness of the land. The motive for making the journey to the land of Israel should be purely spiritual, to draw closer to God. A person who goes there with this as his aim will certainly benefit. Merely by stepping foot in the land, he will become merged with it and transformed by its sacred character. That is why even one who walks 4 cubits in the land of Israel will assuredly inherit the world to come. On the other hand, if a person's motive has nothing to do with devotion to God and cleansing himself of this evil, then what help would the land be to him? The land will vomit him out as it vomited out the previous nation. Through the holiness of the land of Israel, one can attain pure faith. This is the gateway that long, deep breath of patience which counteracts anger, depression, and sluggishness. One should just make haste to perform his devotions to God, and then no obstacles or delays will bother him, because he will patiently bear it all. Pray to God to give you longing and yearning for the land of Israel, then you will succeed in reaching there. And also pray that he plant yearning for the land in the hearts of all the tzaddikim. This is a sugula for eliminating anger and sadness. God repays man's measure for measure. Nowhere is the repayment more exacting than in the land of Israel. But this is really a great kindness. If we know that God repays us according to our deeds, then by thinking about the situation God sends us, we can gain an insight into our own behavior and learn how to improve. The land of Israel is the epitome of holiness, encompassing all other levels of holiness. There we can free ourselves completely of the materialistic viewpoint which claims that events take place naturally. We can come to know and believe that everything comes about only through God's providence. When man knows this, he becomes like God in his power to divide the light from the darkness. The Midrash comments that light refers to the deeds of the righteous, while darkness refers to those of the wicked. It is very good to recount the deeds of the righteous. Such stories help cleanse and purify the mind. But for every episode in the life of a tzaddik, we find that a corresponding story is told about one of the wicked, because the realm of evil is a mirror image of the domain of holiness. The power to divide the light from the darkness gives us the skill to distinguish stories about the tzaddikim from those that are not. To be able to divide the light from the darkness requires an ultimate level of faith which can be achieved only in the land of Israel. Genuine enlightenment and wisdom come only in the land of Israel, but even a Jew outside the land has the power to draw enlightenment and wisdom from there. Every single Jew has his share in the land. According to his share, so is the wisdom he draws from the land. But those who insult the honor of God are cut off from the radiance of the land of Israel, and they fall into the mentality of outside the land, which is one of the conflict and divisiveness. This is the source of all the conflicts and divisions that have become so rampant. The enlightenment that can be achieved in the land of Israel possesses the quality of pleasantness, the pleasantness of Torah. All of those ways are in peace. Giving charity, and especially charity for the land, forges a vessel with which to receive this pleasantness. Then one can arise above the mentality of outside the land. But the more deeply people sink into this mentality, because of irreverence, the more difficult it becomes to extricate themselves from it. And this alien mentality can even begin to infect the land of Israel itself. Instead of peace, there is conflict, even in the land of Israel. This is why today, the divisions in the land of Israel are as deep as they are outside it. The graves of the tzaddikim literally have the holiness of the land of Israel. As it is written, the righteous will inherit the land. The land of Israel is a tikkun for abuse of the holy covenant. This is why one should make every effort to visit the graves of the tzaddikim. The sanctity of their burial place is a great tikkun for the abuse of the covenant. Okay, it's 1 hour. The covenant. If you guard the holy covenant in purity, you will be worthy of true prayer. The Zohar teaches the basic drive of the evil inclination is for sexual promiscuity, this being the fundamental source of defilement. Confronting the sexual desire is the main challenge that everyone has to face in this world. Happy is the one who wins the battle. Someone who knows he is guilty of having wasted the drops of his very mind and soul should be careful not to get involved in any of the conflicts and the disputes between the tzaddikim. He should believe in all of them. The various doubts and questions that arise in his mind when he sees the tzaddikim in conflict with one another stem from the mental weakness he himself brought upon himself when he wasted those drops of his very soul. Had his mind not been flawed, he would not find anything to trouble him at all. He should understand that all their conflicts are really for his benefit, to prompt him to examine and purify himself. The advice given by the tzaddik and his followers is the foundation of the covenant, but the smooth talk of those who oppose them, who have their own ideas about the right way to live, is a denial of the covenant and can only undermine it. The ideas that a person receives from another are like seeds planted in his mind. Advice and counsel are drops of wisdom that impregnate the soul. A person who has succumbed to immorality in the past must be extremely careful to protect himself from the influence of these enemies of the truth. Otherwise, he is in danger of losing his share in the world to come, God forbid. Sexual immorality is subject to the eyes. When the eyes wander, desire is aroused. The mitzvah of tzitzit is a protection against this. It also gives protection against the influence of those who are enemies of the truth. Be careful to fulfill the mitzvah properly. If you do so, you will begin to understand the meaning of the teachings of the tzaddikim and to follow their ways. When you wrap yourself in the tzitzit and recite the blessing, concentrate on the thought that you desire a life of purity governed by the holy covenant and by the advice and counsel of the tzaddikim. This is the foundation of true faith. You will be worthy of coming to the land of Israel and bringing the era of Messiah closer. You will attain true prayer and with its power to bring about miracles. Your livelihood will be sent without difficulties because a person's livelihood is governed by the purity with which he leads his life. In the end, you will learn to find wisdom wherever you are. You will see the teachings that are contained in all of the things around you. All the wisdom of the world will be revealed to you like a table spread with the lights. Pride and sexual immorality are bound up with one another. By guarding the covenant and purity, a person can rid himself of pride and find the light that will guide him on the path back to God. The basic reason people have to struggle bitterly to make a living is that they are guilty of sexual impurity. People who keep themselves pure also have to work, but in their case, the work they do is the labor of building the sanctuary. Our sages teach that there were 39 separate kinds of labor connected with the construction of the sanctuary. Each labor is a light, making 39 lights, but when a person undermines the holy covenant, poverty pursues him. He takes the yoke of bitter struggle and puts it around his own neck. For him, work is the scourge of the 39 latches with which offenders are punished. There are two different levels of observance of the covenant. The first is that of the man who has marital relations during the 6 weekdays. He too can be said to be observing the covenant, since he approaches his wife only at the times when she is permitted to him in accordance with the laws of family purity. He must of course take care not to come to sin. This is the level of the lower unification. Purity here leads to understanding the law of the Torah, the secrets. The second level is that of one who has marital relations only on the night of the Shabbat. This is the level of the upper unification, where it is possible to penetrate to the mystical depths of the Torah, the secrets of secrets. Those whose marital relations take place only on Shabbat must guard themselves scrupulously to ensure that they conduct themselves in perfect holiness. This applies all the more to those on the low level who have marital relations during the 6 weekdays. When the covenant is observed on both these levels, the glory of God is complete. A remedy for natural emission is to speak with one's friends about their spiritual difficulties and give them encouragement in their search for God. Sexual lust is a comprehensive evil. It is the root of all the different kinds of evil found in the 7 nations of the world. Each of the 70 nations and languages is associated with its own special form of evil and evil character trait, a particular desire for which that nation is especially known or whatever. This special evil is what binds this nation to the forces of evil. Sexual lust is the sum of all evil. All the different desires found in the 70 nations are, as it were, gathered together and included in this. They all burn together, and the effect is a flaming furnace that urges men on with sexual lust. But God has separated us from the nations and exalted us above all languages. We are therefore obliged to keep apart from all the different kinds of evil that are found among them. Their desires are totally worthless to us. More than anything, we must guard ourselves against sexual lust, which is the sum of all evil. The fact that we keep ourselves apart from this is the essential difference between us and the other nations. It is the foundation of the holiness of the Jewish people. Man has the power to uproot this impulse from himself completely. In this lies our sanctity, the key to subduing and breaking your desires, and especially sexual lust, which is the main challenge, is to strive to gain mastery of the holy tongue. This means that you should sanctify your tongue with words of Torah and prayer, the formal prayers and your own spontaneous private prayer. Even if the words you speak are in your own native language, they are still considered as the holy tongue. In fact, when you converse with God in your own words, it must be in your own language. The point is to sanctify your tongue by always speaking in a way that is holy. That is what is meant by gaining mastery of the holy tongue. Through sanctifying your speech, you will have the power to subdue sexual lust, which is the comprehensive evil. Sexual purity and mastery of the holy tongue are dependent on one another. The more words of holiness that you speak, the more you will succeed in purifying yourself, and in this way you will make amends for any immorality in the past. By the same token, the purer you become, the more your mastery of the holy tongue will grow. But you should understand that a similar relationship exists between sexual immorality, God forbid, and the abuse of language. Each one feeds the other. The serpent that beguiled Eve and corrupted her is the embodiment of sexual lust. Other expressions used for this in our holy literature are the raging storm wind, the spirit of madness, and the foolish woman. It is the way of the serpent to try to beguile the spirit of holiness, which is the holy tongue, and to insinuate its way into our speech. The holiness of language is bound up with sexual purity. Therefore, the serpent constantly tries to corrupt our speech. It is written, sin crouches at the door. This refers to the serpent lying in wait for man, trying to suck his strength by tripping him into sexual impurity. The evil inclination constantly tries to push one to sin. Its main force is directed to the area of sexual lust. Use words of holiness, Torah, and prayer to cool the heat of your passion. As King David said, my heart grew hot within me. While I was musing, the fire was kindled. Then I spoke with my tongue. When you cool your passion with words of holiness, you will be protected from nocturnal emissions. Most people go through life subjected to a constant barrage of discourtesy, rudeness, and outright insults and humiliation. All this is sent only because of the immorality. Those who guard the covenant and purity will be treated with honor. One who is pure and masters the holy tongue can interpret dreams like Joseph did. The tzaddik is the one who has attained perfect purity and perfect mastery of the holy tongue. Only the words of his lips can you yourself achieve that mastery and therefore free yourself of all your desires. But you must actually go to the tzaddik and hear the words directly from his lips. It is not enough to read books of his teachings or even to hear them secondhand from someone else. You must go to him yourself. His holy lips are a fountain flowing with the fear of heaven. His words are the foundations of the holy covenant. They are the comprehensive tikkun. Because of the abuse of the covenant, the sword is let loose in the world. This is the sword that avenges the covenant. Crying out loud is a remedy for sexual purity and can bring an illumination of da'at, perception and understanding of God. For from the beginning, when the covenant was blemished, da'at was blemished. This is why we should recite the Pesach Haggadah in a loud voice, since the Haggadah is a tikkun for the covenant. The original exile in Egypt was the result of the abuse of the covenant. As we find explained in the sacred literature, the redemption from Egypt was a tikkun for this. The wine of the 4 cups that we drink on the first nights of Pesach symbolizes da'at. Drinking the wine remedies the distortion in our consciousness that stems from sexual impurity. Guarding the covenant protects against the face of the other side. This face of the other side is the craze for money and materialism, which is a form of idolatry and the source of the sadness, depression, and darkness in the world. They are really a form of death, but through the covenant we become bound to godliness. In the joy of God's radiance we can attain true contentment because the light of the countenance of the King of life shines upon us. One who guards the covenant and purity will come to perceive the source of all the blessings that flow into the world, spiritual and material. This root is pure, radiant light. When one attains this perception, all desires for materialism simply disappears. The Holy Covenant is the foundation of true enlightenment, which is called Hadrat Panim, the glory of the faith. The mind is refined by the wisdom of the Torah, which one learns to interpret with grace and beauty through the 13 rules of interpretation. These rules are the glory of the face. The voice also becomes purified. One has only to lift up his voice and utter the sounds of song, even without words, and God will save him in his time of distress. Then he will attain peace and the power to draw the entire world closer to the service of God. Any transgression of the laws of the Torah stains the Shekhinah with the blood of impurity and sunders the Shekhinah from the Holy One. To rectify every single sin one by one would be impossible because each transgression has many implications and ramifications. Every prohibition has its fine points and subtleties. The only solution is the Tikkun HaKlali, the comprehensive remedy. This is the restoration of the covenant. Through this, all of a person's transgressions are rectified. The healing influence of the Tikkun HaKlali has the power to reach the narrowest, most inaccessible channels of the soul that no other remedy could reach. One's mind is elevated through the Tikkun HaKlali, which is the restoration of the covenant. Since sexual purity rectifies that, guarding the covenant embodies the essence of the closeness between Israel and their Father in heaven. You can earn your livelihood without effort, just like the manna was sent to Israel in the desert by guarding the covenant. One who has not yet achieved the Tikkun HaKlali has no right to speak. He does not know how to use speech that should be used, nor is he able to speak words that radiate Torah. For him to speak would be a transgression of the prohibition against tale-bearing. because anything he says amounts to slander. He is unable to keep secrets, but the Tikkun HaKlali confers on the one who achieves it the right to open his lips and speak. His words will be filled with the light of the Torah. Sexual impurity can result in epilepsy, God forbid. Guarding the covenant protects against this. A person who has not yet achieved the Tikkun HaKlali should avoid wine, because it stirs up the blood until this is the source of all sin. Drinking can have an adverse effect on one's livelihood. The wine becomes like a poison, but someone who has achieved absolute purity can reach profound enlightenment when he drinks wine. Faith is lasting only because of sexual purity. The workings of the heavenly spheres and the normal course of the world, as well as the blessings and bounty, depend on guarding the covenant. All the suffering that a person goes through when he is traveling is sent him only because of abuse of the covenant. One who is pure will be free of pain and torment when he travels. The covenant is the source of true freedom. There are two specs to the covenant. The first is embodied in the figure of Abraham. This is the upper covenant, which is a firmament separating the upper and the lower waters. The second is the lower covenant, embodied in the figure of Abraham's servant. This is the firmament dividing the pure and impure waters, what is permitted from what is forbidden, and the ritually clean from the ritually unclean. The upper covenant entails the endeavor for absolute purity, the purity of the perfect tzaddik. The lower covenant involves the observance of the laws of what is permitted and what is prohibited, and this entails learning. Every person must try to fulfill the covenant on both these levels. To be a tzaddik and a scholar, for an unlearned person cannot be pious. One who fulfills the covenant on both these levels is likened to an angel of God of hosts. He will attain true faith and be blessed with abundance of divine favor and grace. He will be filled with love, yearning, and longing for God. The letters of the Torah have two opposite powers. They can be turned to good or to evil. Through the longing and yearning we have for God, we invest the letters of Torah with goodness. The very letters themselves push forward and ask to be mouthed on the lips of those who long for God. The letters themselves yearn to be invested with goodness. When one attains the sanctity, it is accounted to him as if his very eating had the holiness of the showbread in the sanctuary. His table brings atonement like the altar. The entire universe, the stars, the planets, and all the nations of the world all labor to provide him with livelihood and blessing. Sexual temptation is the main test in life. It is sent as a challenge to refineness. When you are subjected to this test, it puts you in a type of exile. You should cry out to God, scream and cry out to him over and over again, like a woman in labor who cries from the pain of a contraction. 70 times she cries out. You must do likewise and cry out to God again and again until he has compassion on you and helps you strengthen yourself and break your desire. New ideas and new perceptions will be born within you. The secrets of the Torah with which were guarded before will now be unveiled for you. The greater the determination with which you stand up on the trial, the greater the revelation you receive in Torah and devotion to God. You will be able to see the 70 faces of the Torah. The tikkun for sexual fantasies is to say the words of the Shema, "Hear, O Israel, God is our Lord, God is one," and the phrase that follows it, "May the name of the glory of his kingdom be blessed for all eternity." The 6 Hebrew words of each of these 2 lines adds up to 12, corresponding to the 12 tribes of Israel. By saying these words, one attaches his soul to the 12 tribes and separates it from the mixed multitude that went up with the children of Israel from Egypt. The mixed multitude stems from the harlot woman, the wicked maid. This is the source of sexual lust, which is the root of all evil character traits. When one merely has a stray thought or fantasy, it is sufficient to say that these 2 verses, as we have mentioned, but certain people are plagued by sensual fantasies all the time. They find they cannot rid themselves of this. In this case, they must bring themselves to tears when they take on the yoke of heaven. They must literally weep as they say the words, "Hear, O Israel, and may the name of the glory of the kingdom be blessed." The level of religious perception that a person can attain depends on the degree of purity he achieves. It is a fundamental principle that one can comprehend the words of the tzaddik only if he first purifies himself. Immorality leaves a blemish of the mind. Not only will one fail to understand what the tzaddik is saying, but he is also in danger of putting the wrong interpretation on the words. He can easily stumble if he follows the crookedness of his heart and accept the distorted logic of the doubts that fill his head. Sexual lust can literally make a person go out of his mind. This is why medical authorities have written that castration is a cure for madness. Once one breaks his desire for sexual immorality, he can easily break all his desires. This is why the tikkun for sexual impurity is called the tikkun haklali, the comprehensive remedy. The further a person is from the desire for sexual immorality, the closer he comes to the radiance of the Torah. The opposite is also true. This explains why before a person can receive a new revelation of Torah, he is first tested in the crucible of this passion. If he stands up to the test and breaks his desire, it is like breaking the shell that precedes the fruit, and he will be worthy of the fruit, namely revelation of Torah. When a man conducts his marital relationships in holiness, breaking his desire, his soul, that is his animal soul, it will seem to him as if he is being forced by a demon. As a result, he will have surviving children. For the death of children, God forbid, has to do with the animal soul. One should also have marital relations on Shabbat night in order to have living and surviving children. Be careful not to listen to the words of a person who is wicked and also intelligent. The mere words themselves can arouse sexual desire. They are laden with poison and enter the very body of the one who hears it. One who blemishes the covenant will have the taste of bitter waters, the waters of impurity and the seed of uncleanness. He will be unable to pray with the fervor of total devotion. He will never taste the sweetness of the words of the prayers. The offering he brings, his prayer, will be eaten by a dog. His prayer will be a bitter double-edged sword. Hell. But when guards the covenant and purity, his prayers are sweet waters, the waters of purity, the seeds of holiness. As the words emerge from his lips and enter his ears, their sweetness passes into his very bones, and his prayer flows out with fervent passion as it is written, "O my bones declare God, who is like you?" Then a lion comes and consumes his offering. The dogs that snatch at the prayers of one who has not achieved sexual purity are the brash and arrogant people who disturb him and spoil his prayers. One who has succumbed to sexual immorality in the past should be very wary of dogs and the sword. By subduing the klipa of Amalek, the embodiment of blemish, covenant, and achieving sexual purity, a person attains a double portion of abundance. This is represented by the double portion of bread that we bless on during the Shabbat meals, which also signifies a double portion of Torah insights that a person can innovate on Shabbat. Then Shabbat influences the rest of the supernal words and dispatches its radiance into all possible levels of existence, bringing healing to the soul and the body. As a result, the world is aroused to teshuvah of love. Then all the devout people of the generation are healed and become worthy and honorable in the eyes of the general public. Through this, each person receives the Torah insights from the tzaddik that supplies on the day of Shabbat. The vanity of beauty leads men to the charm of deceit. One who is captured by the beauty of woman falls victim to its vain futility. There are many ways he can fall into deceit, be it in the way he stands, the way he eats, the way he speaks to people, and so on. No matter what he does, he must always think how he will appear. When he will seem charming and attractive. Each separate act demands a different kind of charm. One who fails to guard himself against the attractions of female beauty will become a slave to the charm that he feels he must project. The vanity of beauty brings men to poverty. Life depends on breathing. Sexual lust affects the breathing, causing gaps between breaths. This allows the bodily fluids to dry up, which results in damage to the brain and the mind, because the intellect depends on the fats and fluids in the body. This is why all forms of madness are caused fundamentally by sexual lust, as is known. Even in the case of those who are not actually insane but who lack stability and strength of character, the root cause is also sexual. Through awe, namely awe of heaven, awe of one's Torah, its teacher, and awe of one's father and mother, one is saved from the beauty of woman and the charm of deceit. He will merit wealth. Anyone who marries a woman for money is a fool and an idiot. He will be spiritually crippled and his children will turn out to be immoral. Charity given in secret is a tikkun for a nocturnal emission. Depression and sadness are the main cause of a blemished covenant. The main way to guard the covenant is through joy. The sexual appetite is one of the three lusts that diminish and blemish the fear of heaven in a person's heart. But when a person celebrates the festival of Shavuot properly, he can draw down understanding to repair this blemish. Then he will merit fear of heaven and prophetic inspiration, and he will be able to pray. The milk that a nursing baby suckles can have a decisive effect on his sexual behavior later on. If the baby is given to a wet nurse to be suckled, it is essential that she should be a good and pious woman. A child who suckles from a woman who is morally lax can be overwhelmed by sexual temptation in later life, but a child who is suckled by an honest, pious woman will have only as much desire as is necessary to fulfill the commandment of God. Today, publicity and fame go to false leaders. The arrogance of these false leaders causes sexual immorality to become rife. With the wanton destruction of seed, his flesh becomes sealed. That is the seal of the other side. The only way to escape this is through the strength of the guardians of age. The tzaddikim and those who are truly pious, they are called the guardians of the earth. The battle they have to fight is very fierce, But these guardians have the power to transform the sealed flesh to be a seal of holiness. The seal is the tefillin. The greater the victory over sexual immorality, the greater spiritual enlightenment that follows. This enlightenment is the seal of holiness, that is the tefillin embodied. Everyone can draw strength from the guardians of the earth to break his desires and put all his fantasies out of his mind, filling it instead with holy thoughts. Something you should understand is that the more strongly you are assailed by temptation and desire, the greater the tikkun when you fight and break them. Holiness is released from the power of the klipot. You will be suffused with the holiness of the tefillin to know and make known God's power and glory in the world. The sole reason these fantasies and evil thoughts are sent to a person is precisely so that he should transform them and subliminate them to the realm of holiness. One who breaks his sexual desire and cleanses and purifies his mind is worthy of dreams sent by an angel. Then he is worthy of the status of man. But a person whose mind is impure receives dreams from a demon and resembles a beast. Foods also play a role in a person's dreams. Thus at times the food one eats blemish the dream, making it a dream mediated by a demon. As a result, a person can come to have a nocturnal emission, God forbid. The tikkun for this is joy, to fortify oneself to be happy. Moreover, rabbis and judges who are dishonest and pervert the law can cause the filth of nocturnal pollutions. The perversion of the thrones of judgment causes the love that is in the chariot, the throne, to fall and stirs up the heat of impure passion. The remedy for this is binding the chariot, as a reference to the institution of our sages that before we go to sleep we should say, in the name of God, the Lord of Israel, may Michael be at my right side, Gabriel at my left side, Uriel before me, Raphael behind me, and over my head the Shekhinah of God. The spiritual powers of the mind and the soul are the shield against sexual lust. Each of the three main facets of the mind is a separate barrier against this impulse. The power of the sexual impulse derives from the spirit of folly that overwhelms one with lustful thoughts and fantasies. As soon as a person feels himself threatened by them, he should remind himself of the intrinsic superiority of the spiritual realm. He should immediately turn aside from the spirit of folly and take refuge in the powers of the soul, setting up the barriers of wisdom and intelligence to protect himself against this device. They are the best shield of all. Understanding this well, it is something that cannot really be explained. Each individual will see for himself how to escape the spirit of folly and draw closer to his spiritual powers, which are the shield against it. Understanding is harmed by anger and cruelty, and as a result one comes to immoral lust. God forbid. Then the person's prayers are in the category of judgment, which means that the other side draws nourishment from such prayers. Now the person requires the help of a great master of strength who can pray a judgment prayer in order to rectify everything. Every Jew has within him a spark of Messiah. How much it shows through depends on the purity and holiness he attains. He must be very careful not to weaken the spark in any way. The main thing is to guard against sexual lust, because even the slightest trace of it can seriously affect his spark of Mashiach. The spirit of Mashiach is a jealous one. The full force of its zeal is turned against every place where there is even the slightest trace of sexual immorality. The holiness and purity of everything associated with Mashiach is so great that even a mere hint of sexual immorality cannot be tolerated. The full force of its jealousy is directed against us. When man and wife have relations in purity and holiness untouched by the slightest flaw, their union brings unification in the uppermost spheres and is truly precious. One who attains absolute purity knows how to send forth the words of prayer like arrows from a bow. His whole being becomes suffused with the spirit of the holy Shabbat. He is totally free. He reaches the ultimate enlightenment. He strips himself of his leprous body, the skin of the serpent, and is clothed instead in Shabbat garments, a holy body. From the Garden of Eden, his guardian angel is raised high. He is blessed with wealth and joy. All the passion in his heart is for good. Depression and cynicism have no place. He has the power to go out in the world and bring life to those caught in the net of degraded passions and irrational fears. In their place, he inculcates them with the love of God and the fear of heaven. The darkness is lifted from their eyes, and their eyes are open to wonders around them. So great is his power that it is as if he had created the world. Those he teaches learn the ways of prayer. Their pleas and entreaties become infused with deeper meaning and higher purpose. The hearts of men are purified, and the age of Messiah begins to dawn. the leaven of the evil inclination is destroyed, and in the radiance of Torah, the heart takes fire with flames of love. Many waters cannot extinguish the love. The many waters are the degraded loves and irrational fear. Now they are powerless to quench the passion of this love of God. The Shekhinah spreads her wings over Israel in the light of this love and protects the Jewish people from the power of the wicked one and the waters of the flood. All this is founded on the holy covenant and sexual purity. A person who blemishes the covenant will find it hard to find his soulmate, and even if he does find it, she will oppose him and not incline to what he wants. But by applying the Kabbalistic meditations for the month of Elul, a person can rectify the covenant. Then he will merit finding his soulmate, and she will want what he wants. The person who experiences a nocturnal emission should recite the following 10 psalms on the same day: 16, 32, 41, 42, 59, 77, 90, 105, 137, and 150. One who recites these psalms on the same day need have no further fears about such harm an emission can cause. Any damage will certainly be repaired through doing this. It is a very great tikkun. When a person is overcome with immoral thoughts, but he breaks his lust and detracts his thoughts from them, this is the essence of his return to God and the rectification of his previous abuse of the covenant. His teshuvah is literally balanced and measured. Through this, he can extract the sparks of holiness that fell due to his abuse of the covenant and restore sexual purity. As a result, he is able to refine his wisdom and his voice and attain peace. Then he can to draw the entire world to the service of God. The graves of the true tzaddikim possess the holiness of the land of Israel. Literally, in the land of Israel is the tikkun for the blemish of the covenant. Today it is easy to resist temptation. Many tzaddikim and righteous men have already withstood very severe sexual temptations. Now even an ordinary person can easily withstand the test if he wants to take pity on himself in this world and in the world to come. Children. Intense prayer is a sigula for having children. The mitzvah of Sukkah is a sigula for having children. The land of Israel is a sigula for having children. Those who work hard to draw people closer to God and to the tzaddik are worthy of having children. You must conduct your marital relationships in holiness and break your desirous soul, which is the animal soul. You should imagine that a demon is forcing you. When you will be blessed with children and they will be protected from premature death. The best time for relations between husband and wife is on Shabbat night. Then they will be blessed with healthy children. One with an evil eye will not leave behind male offspring. One who speaks slander will not merit to leave behind male offspring. As a sigula for having surviving children, prior to having relations, the husband and wife should recite the account of the additional offerings that were brought on the new moon. This also helps for a child who is sick, God forbid. Praising and thanking God and studying halakha, and even more so developing new insights in halakha, bring about easy childbirth. The same result can be achieved when supporters of Torah give financial aid to Torah scholars. A woman who usually has a difficult labor should recite the Psalm of Thanksgiving. It is also a sigula for a woman who usually has a difficult labor to perform many acts of kindness, that is, to give generously to charity and to help others as much as possible. Someone who has no children should make it a practice whenever he attends a religious celebration to be especially joyful. When he studies Torah, it should be with joy. The same goes for all the mitzvot. The joy should be so great that he literally starts dancing for joy. Then he will be worthy of having children. Faith makes one worthy of having children. In Hebrew, the word emunah, faith, has the same numerical value as banim, children. It is best for children if you leave them alone for the most part, rather than sticking to them and playing with them constantly. Don't pay over much attention to them. Do what you have in order to give them their religious education and train them in mitzvot when they reach the appropriate age, but don't play with them too much. If you are joyous, it can protect your children from death. Trust. Those with deep trust in God are the organs of conception and birth, as it were. Everything that is born in this world, all the blessings that flow into it, all come about through trust. The way to develop trust is through listening to the stories of the tzaddikim. Many people sleep away their days. They need to be aroused, and the way to arouse them is by showing the radiance of the Torah. But because they are asleep, it can be damaging to expose them to the full light of the Torah too suddenly. Tzaddikim veil the wisdom of the Torah in stories that have the power to arouse those who are asleep. A lot of people are literally like the dumb. They are totally incapable of uttering a single holy word, but when they are aroused from their sleep, the power of speech is liberated. Then they begin to speak with tremendous force. Holy speech strengthens our trust in God. Those who are barren are able to give birth and attain true awe of heaven. When you trust in God and you look to Him alone for all your needs, a vessel is formed with which you can receive His blessing. What you need will be sent to you as when you require. There are higher and higher levels of trust, reaching to infinity. The greater a person's wisdom and understanding, the deeper his trust. The more trusting he is, the more generous he will be in giving charity. Charity is the gateway to perfection of the faculty of speech, which is the essence of man's superiority over the animals. Besides trusting God, there is the trust of the other side, which is a trust in a trickster. The making of marriage bonds in holiness and purity causes false trust to be broken, like a piece of earthenware. This is the meaning of the custom of breaking a piece of earthenware at the engagement ceremony. To explain the concept of trust a little more fully, the essence of genuine trust is summed up in the words of the Psalm: trust in God and do good. The person should never let himself be diverted from Torah study, prayer, or devotion because of worries about not having enough to live on. A man should continue to serve God with the confidence that God will always send him whatever he needs. Not everyone has such absolute trust that they are prepared to separate themselves completely from the concerns of this world, but even those who are engaged in business or work of some kind, make sure to fix regular times for Torah study, to pray at the appropriate times, and to carry out all their religious obligations. They should not allow themselves to be pushed off course by worries about earning a living. They should trust in God to give them their livelihood when it comes to giving charity and helping others or paying whatever is needed for the various mitzvot. They should trust that God will provide them with whatever they need and will bless them in the merit of their needs. Sometimes people are aware that their behavior is not what it should be, and they feel that their ways do not find favor in God's eyes. Still, they should not let this feeling become a barrier to trusting God. No one should say, "Who am I to trust in God and rely upon His kindness, seeing that I have done so much that was wrong?" Rather, one should trust in God's kindness, for His compassion never ceases, and He will sustain him, for God is good to all. A person may be small in his own eyes, but he should not let that worry him. He should remain firm in his trust no matter what he may be. The main thing is that he should always have in mind that his intention is for the sake of heaven. This is the meaning of genuine trust in God. It is complete opposite of the false confidence that leads people into wrongdoing, be it stealing, cheating, forging documents, lying, smuggling, contraband, or whatever, in the hope that God will protect them and help them succeed and not get caught. The kind of confidence is the trust of the other side, trust in a trickster. It is no better than a broken potsherd that cannot be repaired. Even if a person simply takes big business risks and borrows heavily doing so, trusting that God will bring off the business venture, this is also the trust of the other side. Even if a person's business is not on a large scale, he should still trust that God can give him whatever income he needs. Anyone with intelligence will understand that what we have said this way to avoid the trust of the other side, which is contrary to the teachings of the Torah, is to remain firm in genuine trust in God, regardless of his own opinion of his merits. Shame. One should have a strong sense of humility before God. One should feel ashamed to do anything that would not be in accordance with the will of God, and certainly ashamed of actually sinning. God forbid. Have a sense of humility as the foundation for developing genuine fear of heaven. A person has no shame in this world will be put to shame in the world to come. This is the worst of all punishments. The pain of the feeling of shame in the world to come is even worse than the bitterest suffering in Gehinnom. Even the tzaddikim will feel embarrassed before other tzaddikim who reached higher levels than they themselves. Our sages said, "Woe for the embarrassment, woe for the shame." They were talking about the shame of the tzaddikim will feel. How much more will sinners be ashamed and confounded in this world? It is impossible to form any conception of the bitterness and suffering that the shame and embarrassment of the world to come will cause. But someone who develops a true sense of shame in this world acquires the instrument that which to keep himself from sin. He will discover true prayer and joy, and in his strength he will draw closeness to the tzaddikim and learn from them how to develop perfect faith. You should be totally honest when you talk to God. Get into the habit of expressing yourself with such honesty that your heart is stirred and the words begin to forth with fire and passion. As you draw yourself closer to God, you will see how small and insignificant you are compared with His greatness. You will be filled with feelings of humility before Him, for up until now you simply cast your sins behind your back and ignored them. But as you start to acknowledge them frankly, you will be overwhelmed with a feeling of shame at having rebelled against the Master and the Ruler of the universe, the source of all sources. At first, this humility will not actually show in your face. This is because sin sullies the intellect and stops it from radiating on the face. Before a person repents, his mind is so weakened that he can have no conception of the true gravity of the sin and the greatness of the one before whom he sinned. But as he returns to God and strips himself of his folly, gaining wisdom and understanding, so his shame will become more and more visible on his face. The sense of humility is symbolized by the tefillin, which are the sign of our attachment to the Creator. The light of the tefillin is a ray of the light of God's countenance. When a person achieves this sense of humility, all his sins are forgiven and he becomes attached to the tree of life. There are certain people who are so brash and arrogant that they feel no shame or embarrassment at all before the tzaddik, or those who are truly pious. This brashness is a sign of impure ancestry. It is very doubtful that the ancestors stood at Mount Sinai. They have impunged the holiness of the tefillin, which is rooted in the tree of life. Instead, they have attached themselves to the tree of death. They will be cast out of the Garden of Eden and thrown into hell. But a person who repents and feels ashamed of his sins will immediately be forgiven, and the wisdom and understanding of his soul will be restored. He will be able to expel the spirit of folly from within him and become worthy of the radiance of the tefillin. Shame and embarrassment are the basic qualities that help us return to God. The merest sin one may have committed should give him a deep sense of shame, because in reality, every Jew ought to be far removed from sin. The soul of the Jew is rooted in the source, so exalted that in essence he is completely detached from sin. For a Jew to sin in any way at all is totally unbecoming. Even when he wants to perform a mitzvah, it is fitting that he should also feel a sense of shame and embarrassment. What right does he have to perform this mitzvah? How does he dare enter the court of the king and perform the mitzvah when he considers the greatness of the one before whom he does it? The true significance and preciousness of each mitzvah is totally beyond our comprehension. A person has only to look at himself to see how far he is from God and how unworthy he is of performing the mitzvah. How can he stretch out his hand to take the tefillin, the very crown of the king, and simply put them on his head all of a sudden? A person who felt genuine shame would be embarrassed even to take food and put it in his mouth before God. What right does he have to this food to acquire a sense of shame? One should examine oneself in comparison with the tzaddik. This will move him to repent and attain true humility. The humility of Moses. The humility is the root of life, the eternal life of the world to come. Clothes. You should be very particular about your clothes. Never treat them carelessly, and make sure that they are not stained or dirty. A person's clothes become his judges if he does not show them respect they deserve. The greater the man, the more care he must take over his garments, because the higher one's level, the more scrupulously he is judged. A person who fails to protect his garments from stains causes a division between the Holy One and his Shekhinah. This gives strength to the wicked maid, which is an expression for the forces of evil. Such a person is like a rebel against God's kingship, and therefore his whole livelihood will come to him only with great exertion and difficulty. By making a beautiful garment for a tzaddik, one clothes the Shekhinah in a radiant garment, and the severe face that God shows to the world becomes sweetened. See to it that your clothes are always in good condition. Never wear clothes that are torn. Torn clothes are an indication of weakness in the fight against evil, because the concept of clothing alludes to the mystery of the chashmal, which is bound up with the idea of watchfulness. The evil one and the forces of the other side grab people by their clothes. They burden people with all kinds of worries about clothing. The trouble people have to go for various items of clothing they need can easily become a serious distraction from righteous devotion. Someone who is firm in his faith will not be concerned about this. Even if he has nothing to wear, he will still do what he can to serve God to the full extent of his capability. In the end, God will look down from the heavens and see what he needs. Pride and humility. The humility of the tzaddik brings him to the level of nothing. This is what gives him the power to atone for sins. A person who is truly humble becomes stripped of all his material aspects and merged with the infinite. He then attains the awareness of how everything that happens to him is only for his benefit. To know this is to taste the life of the world to come. Pride brings poverty. Humility is the foundation of repentance. The essence of repentance is to feel your own loneliness and insignificance, to be aware of the wrong you have done, and to understand that even the suffering and murderous opposition you may have to encounter in your quest for the truth are perfectly just. A person may have fasted a great deal and undergone harsh personal discipline and self-mortification. Even though he should not arrogantly assume that he has attained the level of a tzaddik with the power to bring about redemptions or to accomplish great feats through prayer, if he examines himself carefully, he will see that in spite of all his fasting and asceticism, his physical desires are still firmly lodged in his body. And not only his own desires, but even the lust his father had at the time he was conceived. As soon as he recognizes this, he will be overcome with trepidation, and he will no longer delude himself with the thought that he is a tzaddik. Instead, he will turn to the true tzaddik to ask him to intercede on his behalf. He will bind his own prayers to the tzaddik, and in this way he'll restore prayer to its rightful place, which is with the true tzaddikim. They alone understand the secret of prayer and their way to elevate prayer. God yearns for the prayers of the tzaddikim and sends an eloquent flow of words to their lips. There are certain arrogant people who are not only refuse personally to go to the tzaddikim to ask them to pray on their behalf, but try to prevent others from going as well. Such people deprive God of the prayers of the tzaddikim for which he yearns so strongly. Pride is a form of idol worship. The way to crush it is by drawing closer to the tzaddikim. Quashing one's pride is the foundation for attaining wisdom, long life, and vitality. The severe face that God shows is sweetened, and one attains faith, joy, the understanding of Torah and its revealed and hidden aspects and holy inspiration. Arrogance is a form of idolatry. A person who is arrogant cannot even open his mouth. He lacks the faculty of speech and is unable to speak words that radiate with light. When words of Torah pass across his lips, not only do the words themselves fail to radiate within him and draw him to improve, but worse, still the Torah itself becomes coarsened and dimmed on his lips. Arrogance and sexual immorality are connected. A person who succeeds in resisting temptation and extracting himself from pride will attain the light that will illuminate his path to repentance. In the end, he will reach an understanding of the depths of the Torah. There is a form of humility that is the ultimate in arrogance. This is when a person acts humbly because he knows that people look down on those who flaunt themselves. All he wants is to gain their respect and approval. His humility is for show. He really wants honor. It takes a great deal of intelligence and self-examination to rid yourself of pride. You must cleanse yourself of it completely. As our sages said, be very, very humble. The exile of the Jews from their land was caused by 7 idolatrous temples. This is a reference to pride. Even today, people are still chasing after honor and prestige, and this is why the exile has still not ended. Torah can be acquired only with loneliness. There are 4 distinct areas which you must break your pride. You must be humble before those who are greater than you, before those who are on your own level, and before those who are less than you. And at times, if you are the smallest of the small, you must make yourself humble, even in front of yourself. You must look upon yourself as if you're on a lower level than you actually are. There are many different things that make people arrogant. You should be very careful about all of them. Intelligence, power, and material possessions are the 3 main things that give people a sense of superiority. You must rid yourself of any trace of arrogance you may have in these 3 areas. Whatever intelligence, power, or wealth you have been blessed with, you should give a sense of loneliness and humility. The more you succeed in breaking your pride, the greater your attainments in Torah will be. You will have the power to draw those who are far from God closer, and the glory of God will be exalted and magnified. When glory is taken from the hands of those who have appropriated it to themselves and is restored to God alone, the awe of God spreads. The awe, one can attain harmony within yourself. And this is the way to discover true prayer and achieve universal peace. Peace in all the worlds. Arrogance can actually cause a person to be imprisoned. There are times when people generally fail to guard their tongues. The danger then is that even those who are righteous and God-fearing will succumb to feelings of pride. It is essential for every individual to keep a careful watch on himself and ask if the honor and prestige he enjoys are really justified. Otherwise, he runs the risk of falling into arrogance. Pride is the cause of the exile of the Shekhinah. The less importance a person attaches to himself, the more drawing power he has. He is able to draw down the Shekhinah to the lowest worlds to dwell with us. This was God's desire from the day he created his universe. Such a person has the power to draw men closer to the service of God, and he can channel blessing and goodness to the Jewish people, and he himself is able to draw closer to the tzaddik. Experiencing the sanctity of the Shabbat is one of the ways of attaining true humility, which means seeing one's own loneliness and understanding the greatness of the Jewish people and being willing to sacrifice oneself for them as Moses did. A person should look at himself as if he is less than he really is. That is true humility. At the very least, he should not look at himself as if he was more than he really is. When a person is humble and lonely, no one will ever be able to shake him or push him from his place. No one can take away his livelihood, God forbid. Humility protects a person from sexual lust, but arrogance causes the evil inclination to overpower him with desire. One of the ways of ridding yourself of pride is by celebrating the Jewish festivals with open-heartedness and joy and honoring them in the most lavish manner you can afford. If someone is humble, it is a sign he is bound to the true tzaddik, because being genuinely close to the tzaddik breaks one's pride. When a person is so humble that he is literally nothing, he can attain Torah and greatness at the same time. Otherwise, it is hard for the two of them to dwell together. When a person is so arrogant, it is a sign that he will end up in trouble. The opposite is also true. A person who is humble and lowly will come to great honor. Regarding the sort of pride that comes about through converts, whatever glory and greatness any kingdom or leader of ruler may possess is due to humility. The greater the humility of the ruler or leader, the more his power and dominion will spread. Most people, however, are very mistaken ideas what it is to be humble. You must be very careful not to fall in the trap of false modesty. Pray to God about this and ask to be worthy of true humility in accordance with his desire. In the resurrection that is designed, that is destined for the future, the part of each person that will be restored to life is the lonely, humble part, and that alone. The indescribable bliss of the eternal life of the world to come cannot be experienced by anyone except inasmuch as true loneliness and humility are found within him. In every single Jew there exists an aspect of the loneliness and humility of Moses. Every limb of the body is suffused with them. However, they are hidden and concealed to the point that they are dead, as it were. And for this reason, the average person does not consciously experience them at all, and he is far from being humble and lovely and lowly in the way Moses was. But as a person draws closer to the tzaddik, when he sees the tzaddik, and especially when he hears Torah from his lips, he is able to develop a sense of genuine shame and achieve repentance. The loneliness and humility concealed in him will then come to life, and he will attain the true humility that is the gateway to enduring life in the world to come. We must pray and plead with God to make us worthy of the true humility and loneliness. We really have no conception of what humility and loneliness are. The aim is certainly not to be wretched and act as if we consider ourselves worthless. Humility is the source of the life that is in every single limb. Humility is the entire delight of the world to come. If things are not going well for a person, he should understand it is a sign that there is still some residue of pride within him. He must repent and lower himself and bring himself to the level of what? Then things will begin to go well for him. Breaks. Understanding. True understanding is in the heart. Even the heathen nations possess understanding, but not in their heart. The heart must be filled with awe. It is not enough to acknowledge God in the mind alone. One must draw his understanding down into his heart and be so aware of the Creator that his heart is filled with awe and fear of the greatness of God. And he is aroused to serve him with true devotion and the knowledge of his utter exaltedness. The way to achieve this is to hitbodedut, to examining oneself and weighing all one's actions. This is the path to the light stored up for the righteous. If people feel that they have problems and difficulties in life, or that they are lacking certain things they need, be it sufficient income, children, physical health, the reason for their feeling is that they lack true understanding. When understanding is perfect, nothing is lacking. The essence of the eternal life of the future is bound up with the degree of understanding that will exist then. All will have knowledge of the Creator, and through this they will all be merged in his unity and live eternally just as God does. Through knowing him, we become merged with him, and this is the main delight of the world to come. For this reason, a person should be very careful to guard his thoughts in purity and holiness, and to avoid any bad thoughts. He should think only about Torah and devotion, and constantly aim to attain higher levels of perception of God. Everything depends on this. In order to maintain understanding, you must sanctify your lips, your nostrils, your eyes, and your ears. Guard your lips from all falsehood. Sanctify your nostrils with the fear of heaven, as it is written, he will scent the fear of God. Use your ears to listen to the words of the Torah sages and have faith in what they say. Lower your eyes and avert them from evil. Then you will attain perfect understanding, and through this your heart will burn passion for God, for it is through the activity of the mind that passion is born in the heart. The more one thinks about Torah and devotion, the more his heart and passion burns. The passion purifies the heart and prevents it from being inflamed with evil desires, which merely pollute it. When a person's heart is pure, he will never be at a loss for words when he speaks to God. He will always find new words and new approaches. The way to sanctify the nostrils is through humility and loneliness. You must be patient and not allow anger to burn within you, even if people treat you badly. The way to sanctify the ears is with loyalty and discretion. If people tell you a secret, be sure to keep it and not reveal it to anyone. All this draws a bounty of understanding. One who sanctifies the 7 candles of the head can attain awesome levels of perception of God. These heights of understanding are a blessing from God that is bestowed above without any preliminaries or introductions. This is the gift of holy inspiration. There are certain questions which trouble many people, such as the problem of how free will can exist if God knows the future. It is necessary to realize that this is beyond the capacity of the human mind to understand these matters. The answer to such questions lie in a sphere of wisdom so transcendent that the human mind is unable to attain it. This wisdom can never enter the human mind. It encompasses the mind from without. One who apprehended this wisdom would not be human at all. He would be an angel. It's precisely the fact that we do not understand these questions about free will that actually give us the freedom we have in order in time to come when men's minds will expand and the secrets of free will and God's providence will be revealed. Free will as such will disappear. Man's mind will emerge from its limits and he will become like an angel with free will. When a person dishonors the true tzaddik, the light of wisdom and understanding is hidden from him. He will never have original Torah ideas or reach new perceptions. He is no better than a dead person. Sometimes understanding can be very elusive. It is very good then to cry out as one prays or studies. In this way, fresh understanding and insight are born. The mind is man's very essence. Whenever a person's thoughts are, that is where he himself is, all of him. This explains why it is so important to avoid all bad thoughts. Otherwise, that is where your place will be. You must force yourself to think good thoughts so you will be worthy of knowing and understanding God. Then your place will be with him. You will be merged with him. The greater your perception of God, the more you will become merged with him, and then you will achieve eternal life. Lack of understanding strengthens the hold of the divine face of severity and harsh judgment, giving rise to anger and cruelty. This is why sick people who are under the sway of harsh judgments and constricted consciousness are so often filled with anger. Expanding one's understanding helps sweeten the harsh judgments, and anger and cruelty are dissipated, and in their place comes mercy. The person who has understanding realizes that God is wholly good, and therefore all the experiences that are sent to him are for his own good. The very prosperity and greatness of the nations of the world will in the end turn out to be for your own ultimate good. It may be impossible to understand this at the present time. We cannot deny the realities of our situation and our experiences. But in the future, understanding will grow to the point that even the nations of the world themselves will know and understand that all the greatness and advantages that they enjoy today are really for our benefit. Understanding and perception of godliness give hope and consolation in times of trouble. They constitute the very essence of the life of the world to come, and they are the source of all its bliss. In time to come, the whole world will be filled. In time to come, the whole world will be purified, and all will become worthy of knowing God, even the nations of the world. That is written, for the earth will be filled with the knowledge of God, like the waters cover the seabed. But there will be a great difference between the knowledge they will attain and ours. Even within the Jewish people themselves, there will be great differences between various tzaddikim. Even more so between the just and the wicked. The perceptions granted to each one will depend on the struggles and bitterness he endured in this world for the sake of God. These tzaddikim will become burned by these perceptions in the sense of being stirred and aroused by them, even though they seem very simple in the eyes of the tzaddik who attained them in this world. In the world to come, his own perceptions will be unimaginably greater. Similar distinctions will exist on all different levels. Understand this well and be warned. Make sure that you prepare yourself for the eternal life of the world to come. If you become wise, the wisdom is yours. A person who fills his mind with thoughts of Torah and devotion will always attain higher and higher levels of understanding. He will have nothing to fear from lurking evil and accusers. The forces of evil will flee from him. He will not be afraid of them. The month of Elul is especially propitious for attaining new levels of understanding that is still beyond you. When you succeed in bringing these levels within the range of your comprehension, you will see further horizons beyond you. In this way, you form new garments for your soul, and your will be saved from all evil. When a person performs a mitzvah, this mitzvah has the power to arouse all the worlds and draw them closer to God, and blessing spreads over all the worlds. The essence of the blessing that flows from the upper worlds is wisdom and the vision of godliness. As the blessing descends to the lower worlds, the effect it has on each individual depends on the strength of his desire for God. One who wishes to develop spiritually should always aim to draw this blessing down upon himself. He must also be sure that his intellectual vision is infused with faith. It is no good to rely on wisdom alone. The spiritual blessing of wisdom and understanding that descends through the fulfillment of the mitzvot expands the boundaries of man's intellect until he is worthy of perceiving the light that is beyond the nefesh, ruach, and neshama, which make up your soul. This is the light of the infinite, which cannot be perceived through the understanding itself, but solely through the performance of the mitzvot and joy. It can only be attained, yet not attained. Each individual must strive to free himself from the power of fantasy and imagination and acquire true wisdom. It is no good to follow one's animal instincts or the attractive images they evoke in the mind. One should pursue wisdom alone, which is completely removed from desire. The power of desire derives from the faculty of fantasy and imaginations. Animals also have this faculty, and therefore they also have these desires. Such desires are nothing more than the stubbornness of the heart, and one who follows them is literally like an animal. A man must free himself from stubbornness and break his heart of stone. He must follow intellect alone. A person may succeed in breaking the hold of his desires and fantasies and thereby establish his commitment to a life founded on wisdom. But his intellect is still only in potential. He must bring it into actuality by using it to think deeply about how to serve God. When he succeeds in attaining the ultimate level of wisdom that man can achieve, he will have one eternal life for himself after his death. For the only thing that is left to a person after his death is the holy wisdom he acquired through his Torah study and devotions. When a person's words lack understanding, they lack goodness, and they will neither be heard nor accepted. They do not come into the category of speech at all, for speech that is not heard or accepted is not worthy of the name speech. The way to develop the faculty of speech is by recounting the greatness of the tzaddikim, their achievements, their levels, and so on. Praising the tzaddikim enhances our power of understanding and the faculty of speech then receives from this understanding. Now our words contain goodness, and they will therefore be heard and accepted. This is the comprehensive tikkun for the speech. Each individual must strive to reach the understanding of how the whole earth is full of God's glory. There is no place devoid of God. He fills all the worlds and transcends all the worlds. Even a person whose business activities involved in contact with Goyim should not try to excuse himself. He cannot claim that it is impossible for him to serve God on account of his being constantly surrounded by gross materialism due to his business involvements. Godliness can be found everywhere in all material things and even in the languages of the Goyim. Without godliness, they would not be able to exist or endure at all. It is only that as the levels become lower, godliness is more contracted and veiled in many garments. This means that even if you are sunk in the very lair of the klipot on the lowest of all levels, even if you believe you are so far from God that it is impossible to you to draw closer, you can still find godliness even in the place you have sunk to. Even there you can attach yourself to him and return to him in perfect repentance. God is not far away even there. It is only that in the place where you are, the veils are thicker. A person who masters his evil inclination and subdues it is really like an angel of the God of hosts, and he can find letters of Torah even where materialism is rampant. Even when he is in contact with Goyim and sees their behavior, he is aware of the godly vitality, the letters of the Torah that are closed in it. The secrets of the Torah, the hidden Torah of the ancient one will be revealed to him. He will taste the light of the love that is beyond time and beyond finitude, and he will attain a perception of the light and goodness that are hidden away, that is the hidden Torah and the hidden tzaddikim. As one goes from level to level and draws closer and closer to God, his knowledge and understanding of God will become greater and greater, and his ability to love God will grow more and more. Each individual must bind his heart to his understanding. Every Jew knows in general terms that God exists by rights. The mere fact that he knows this should be enough to make him subdue all his animal impulses and bad character traits, but the evil are under the sway of their hearts, And the heart is the seat of all the passions and character traits of the individual. That is why it is so important to bind one's heart to one's understanding. When the person is in control of his heart, all his passions and impulses and character traits will be under the sway of his understanding. The part within him knows that God is aware and that the whole earth is full of his glory. As he develops this awareness, he should be able to break and eliminate all his impulses, and then he will be worthy of the light of love that is within understanding. Then is the hidden light, which is the hidden Torah and the hidden tzaddikim. Wisdom is the root of all things. This is why one must guard his mind from all extraneous ideologies. True wisdom has its goal, the pursuit of perfection. The wisdom that is necessary for this is the holy wisdom of the Torah, which is concerned with godliness. All other ideologies are futile. They cannot really be called wisdom at all. From the time a person is born, his mind is in a state of construction. It only starts to grow when he begins to use it to think about how to serve God. But when a person admits alien thoughts and ideologies into his mind, the holiness of his mind and soul is diminished in direct proportion to the space occupied by the alien ideas. All kinds of negative character traits develop from this alien mentality and cluster around it. This is why one must be so careful to protect his mind and not allow alien thoughts and ideologies to enter. The way to achieve true repentance and make amends for all one's sins is to make a determined effort to expel all alien thoughts from one's mind. The mind is the manifestation of the soul. When a person sanctifies his mind and therefore his soul, everything becomes elevated and restored to the source. This is the essence of repentance. It is not sufficient merely to guard yourself from alien ideas. You must also try to bring new vitality into your mind, and this way your soul will be revived and refreshed, for the mind is the manifestation of the soul. None are more prone to the attacks of the evil inclination, the primordial servant, and those who study the Torah. Because of the deeper understanding and the higher level of their souls, the evil inclination makes redoubled efforts to insinuate itself within them and make them sin. It is therefore essential for them to guard their mind from evil thoughts, because these are the basis on which the evil inclination builds. The mind and therefore the soul is renewed through sleep. When the mind is tired from exertion, sleep refreshes it. While one is asleep, the mind, that is the soul, enters into the category of faith. This is expressed in the verse, "His mercies have not ceased, they are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." There are different kinds of sleep. There is physical sleep, which gives rest to the mind. Learning Torah may also be considered sleeping. In relation to its intense devotion to God through prayer, meditation, and contemplation, learning here refers to the study of the simple meaning of the Torah. There are people who involve themselves in very intense devotions. When their mind becomes tired from the high level of their devotions, they should turn to the study of Torah on the level of the literal interpretation, and for them, this is a kind of sleep. Another kind of sleep is business activity when conducted in faithfulness and with integrity. When a man conducts his business affairs with the requisite faithfulness and integrity, his mind and soul are thereby refreshed, requiring fresh illumination from the light of God's countenance. In all these different kinds of sleep, the essential thing is always faith, and it is necessary to guard one's faith very carefully. Then, when his mind becomes tired, he can infuse it with fresh life through his faith by turning to one of these kinds of sleep. In the case of material sleep, in the literal sense, one can actually feel how the mind has been renewed. And because, as we have seen, the main thing is faith, before going to sleep, we have to bind ourselves with our faith. This is the reason we recite the Shema before retiring to sleep at night. When we do so, we should say the words with intense concentration in order to bind the soul with faith during the hours of sleep. The soul will then be refreshed, as is written, "Anew every morning, great is your faithfulness." Our sleep will bring us a new mind and a new soul from the light of God's countenance. This binding of the soul with faith also applies to those who turn to the study of Torah, and its simple interpretation as a form of relaxation from the intensity of their devotions. When their minds begin to become distracted and they can no longer remain attached to God through intense devotion, they should lay aside their efforts and bind themselves to faith and simplicity. They should study the simple sense of the Torah without any sophistication at all, simply with faith. Regardless of the devotion a person uses to bind himself to God, the basis of his attachment must always be through faith. One should never rely on intellect alone. So too, where business activity serves as a kind of sleep refreshing the mind, the essential thing is also faith. The business activity must be carried out with integrity in accordance with the Torah laws governing business and commerce. Then the soul, which is the mind, enters the category of faith and is therein renewed. In all your business activities, you must seek to fulfill the verse, "He speaks the truth in his heart." This is how to preserve your faith intact. Every Jew, before making Some advance in Torah devotion must first be tested and refined through exile amongst the 70 nations of the world. Each of the 7 nations is particularly associated with its own unique bad character trait. Okay, tired.
Yeah, let's stop.
In all your business activities, you must seek to fulfill the verse. He speaks the truth in his heart. This is how to preserve your faith intact. Every Jew, before making some advance in Torah or devotion, must first be tested and refined through exile amid the 70 nations of the world. Each of the 70 nations is particularly associated with its own unique bad character trait. These bad traits are what keeps the nations far from the 70 faces of the Torah. The new advance that this Jew has to make will draw him closer to the 70 faces of the Torah, but the shell comes before the fruit, and whoever wants to eat the fruit must first break the shell. Therefore, before the soul can come to any fresh revelation of Torah, it is obliged to go into exile amid the 70 nations. That is to be tempted and tested by the impulses and desires, so it may break through and attain the new revelation. The main test is sexual desire, which epitomizes all the evil of the 70 nations and all their desires. When the soul is brought to the test and the person feels overwhelmed by lust and desire, he must raise his voice and cry out again and again. He must cry at least 70 times, like a woman giving birth who utters 70 cries. Then he will be able to break the temptation, and he will be worthy of the great revelation in his understanding of Torah and his devotion to God. The more purified he becomes, the more the 70 faces of the Torah will be revealed to him. One should aim to achieve perfect understanding. One should strive to reach an understanding of everything that is within the grasp of the human mind in the realm of holiness. The only way this can be achieved is through working with other people to draw them closer to God. Through his own understanding will develop and eventually become complete. He will be worthy of having children, and he will have the power to cause the barren to give birth. This is the reason that the tzaddikim made such great efforts to chase after people and draw them closer to the service of God. It is not that they want prestige, God forbid. Their goal is to attain perfect understanding. A person should think about the various different situations God sends him day by day. Each day has its own thoughts, words, and actions. All of them are completely unique to that day. God has, as it were, contracted his godliness, which is infinite without end, in such a way that godliness is present even in the innermost point of the finite material world in which man finds himself. Thus, God sends each individual thoughts, words, and deeds appropriate to the day, the person, and the place. Within them are closed hints with purposes to draw this individual closer to God's service. The person should therefore pay attention to the various things that happen to him and reflect on their significance. He should think about every thought, word, and deed that God sends him each day in order to discover the hints God is giving him to draw him closer every moment. This holds true of every single person, no matter who he may be or what situation he is in. But caution is necessary when thinking about these matters. It is necessary to keep within certain limits, and one should not delve too deeply. Otherwise, there is a danger of passing beyond the bounds of holiness. It is dangerous to fly off into speculation. A person should keep within the bounds of human understanding and expand his horizon steadily. He should not try to go beyond his own level, because that which is too wonderful for you, you must not search out. Very tall people are usually naive. Do not be overly sophisticated. Being clever or even wise is no good unless you act correctly in your particular life. In order to draw closer to God, the most important thing is a steadfast heart. The main source of the heart's strength lies in good deeds. A person whose mental attainments outweigh his practical actions lacks the strength of heart needed to keep his intellect within the bounds of holiness. His intellect can easily lead him astray and cause him to sin. Worldly wisdom as opposed to the wisdom of the Torah is futile. The worst thing of all is philosophy. One should simply abandon all pretensions to wisdom and defer to the men of truth who follow the path of truth as we know it by tradition from our sages. There is nothing in the world that does not contain godliness, however hidden it may be. There are 2 degrees of concealment. The first is simple concealment, the second is the concealment within the concealment. When God is hidden with one concealment, it is hard indeed to find him, but still, with great effort and searching, it is possible, because at least one knows that God is hidden from him. But at the time of the concealment within the concealment, even the fact that God is hidden is itself concealed. The individual has no idea that God is concealed from him, and then it is hard indeed to find him. The concealment of godliness comes about through sin. When a person sins once and then repeats his sin a second time, the sin becomes permissible in his eyes. This is what causes the first concealment. But if he sins more and more, God forbid, he falls to the level of the concealment within the concealment. Nevertheless, even within the concealment, godliness is present, because without his life force, nothing in the world could exist at all. Through devotion to Torah, it is possible to strip away all the wells and reveal that God is present even when the concealment within the concealment is most intense. Then the unremitting cry of the Torah is heard at last. How long, foolish ones, will you love folly? In the end, one will be able to return to God no matter where he has fallen. The greater one's understanding, the easier it is for him to make a living. The more he lacks understanding, the more he must struggle and labor for his income. The more understanding, the more peace. For strife, anger, and cruelty are rooted in lack of understanding. The more understanding, the more mercy, lovingness, kindness, and peace. Through this comes healing. When a person is angry, his understanding is withdrawn and the image of God, the Spirit, disappears from his face. He no longer has the face of a man. In order for a man's understanding to develop, he must pay attention to 3 things. He should teach what he knows to others and draw them under the wings of the Shekhinah. He must cultivate the fear of sin over and above his learning, and he must be careful about the way he communicates what he knows to others so that his words will be words of grace. For the words of a wise man's mouth are gracious. Then his words will not be despised. His understanding will bring him the 3 blessings of food, drink, and clothing. One whose understanding is developed to perfection has the power to draw even the weakest among Israel to the service of God and to crush the enemies who chase after them and oppress them. He has the power to expound original Torah ideas on Shabbat. 2 for everyone. The delight of the world to come lies in the praise and thanks we will give to the great and blessed name of God. Through knowing and acknowledging God, we come as close to him as is possible to come. The more we know and acknowledge God, the closer to him we become. In the future, everything else will be of no account whatsoever. The only thing left will be to give thanks and praise to God and to know him. The essential part of man is his understanding. A person without understanding is not a person at all. He is not worthy of the name man. He is nothing more than a wild animal that resembles a man. The most important aspect of understanding itself is the understanding one has of the Holy Torah, to know that God exists and has power and control over the world, and to carry out his will and fulfill his commandments. A person who is worthy of attaining this understanding will be saved from all sin and transgression. For a person transgresses only if the spirit of folly enters him. The person who is aware of God at all times will certainly be saved from sin. The main reason people are far from God is that they are not clear-headed. It is essential to think about the purpose of this world. With all its desires and distractions, there are the desires that are bound up with the body, and then there are the other desires for prestige and honor and the like that are not directly concerned with the satisfaction of bodily functions. Think about what is the purpose of everything. What is the ultimate goal? Then you will surely return to God. If you are always happy, you will be able to achieve a clear, settled mind. Joy settles the mind, and then you can control it as you wish. You can reflect on the ultimate purpose of life, but when a person is depressed, his intellect and understanding go into exile, and it is very hard for him to concentrate. Depression is a terrible obstacle to serving God. A person with complete understanding knows that time in this world is really nothing. The sensation of time stems from deficient understanding. The greater your understanding, the more you see and understand that in reality, time does not exist. You can actually feel how time flies like a passing shadow in a cloud that will soon disappear. If you take this to heart, you will be free of worries about mundane matters, and you will have the strength and determination to snatch what you can. A good deed here, a lesson there. In order to gain something that is truly enduring out of this life, you will gain the life of the eternal world, which is completely beyond time. Many types of foolishness attach themselves to the mind, particularly confusion concerning faith. Sleep removes this confusion from the mind. Sleep is especially beneficial for faith. When a person sees himself together with the true tzaddik, his mind and understanding become enlightened, and he receives greatness and authority commensurate with his enlightenment. Then he can innovate new Torah insights according to his level, by which he merits shame, repentance, and true humility. The concept of the eternal life of the world to come. True humility is when a person uses his intelligence to keep well away from any kind of sophistication. It takes both wisdom and great effort to make oneself like an animal. Without sophistication, you must be very worthy to be able to meditate for a given time each day and regret what you must. Not everyone has such clarity of mind. You must make sure you set aside a time each day when you can reflect calmly on everything you are doing and the way you are behaving, and ask if this is the right way to spend your days. Speech. Idle pursuits and slanderous language bring one to poverty. The remedy is to give charity to Torah scholars. This brings wealth. The way to study Torah is by speaking the words out loud. The words will then become a light that will illuminate for you all the places where you must repent and make amends. Eventually you will achieve perfect repentance, and then you will come to understand the very depths of the Torah. You must strive to sanctify the way you speak until your words are the words of the holy tongue. Speak many words of Torah, say many prayers, and make many entreaties before God. Talk to him, plead with him, and at the same time be careful to avoid any false and derogatory comments about other people. If you are careful about the way you speak, it will help you to achieve personal sanctity and guard the commandment. And the more you purify and sanctify yourself, the more you will be able to perfect the way you speak. Words that are neither listened to nor accepted cannot be speech at all. The way to discover the true meaning of the gift of the speech is through speaking praises of the tzaddikim. This is the comprehensive tikkun for speech. Speech is the vessel with which we receive the flow of blessings. According to the words, so is the blessing. One who attains perfection in the way he speaks can receive abundant blessings by means of the vessels formed by his words. This is why when we pray, we must actually pronounce the words with our lips. Speech is the breath of the lips of the Holy One. To abuse it is to make it into a wild blast, the raging storm wind. The raging storm wind is the great accuser, the source of all the trials and challenges that confront man. This wild spirit wastes away man's very flesh. It is the root of all the slander, falsehood, and evil that people speak about each other. It is called the end of all flesh because it works for the destruction of man's flesh and life. All this comes from abusing the faculty of speech. It is a great thing if you persevere in learning Torah in spite of poverty or other trials and pressures and difficulties. This is the way to achieve perfection in your speech. A thread of loving kindness will be drawn over upon you, and the sources of stern justice and impurity ranged against you will be thrust aside. Your speech will become cleansed and elevated. The words will flow out in song and praise to God, and you will pray with strength and fire, and your heart will be aroused to pray with strength, with fire, and you will be aroused to serve God with true devotion. In the end, you will be worthy of spreading the pure truth before God. The truth in your heart will flow forth, and you will be filled with a fiery passion to return to God. When you see your own shortcomings and the greatness of the Creator, you will come to great shame, feeling embarrassed before God over the magnitude of your sins. This in turn will help you achieve the light of the tefillin, which is the concept of clinging to God, the radiant light of the face. All of your sins will be forgiven, and you can attach yourself to the tree of life. One must be careful not to hear the words of a wicked person who is also wise, for his words are poisonous vapors of immorality that produce the desire for immorality in those who hear them. Empty words devoid of holiness give strength to the temples of idolatry. The hand of falsehood is strengthened and the exile deepens. All contact with the spirituality of the land of Israel becomes lost. Truth is concealed. Divisiveness and strife multiply. The Shekhinah is locked in strife with her children, exiled as they are from the land and the table of their father. But words of holiness put strength into the hand of truth. Talking in a derogatory way about other people reinforces the power of fantasy and illusion within us. When people use bad language and speak derogatory about others, their understanding is taken from them and they fall from the love of God into animalistic passions and desires. The source of these passions and desires is in the faculty of fantasy and imagination, which is part of man's animal nature. It feeds on falsehood and slander. It is directly opposed to the faculty of memory, through which we keep the true facts of our situation and our eternal destiny in the forum of our minds. Those who abuse language fall instead into forgetfulness, which is death to the heart, because their heart dies within them, and they never remember that the true goal of our life in this world is the eternal life of the world to come. People like this are dead even in their lifetime because they have no conception of the true goal and purpose. One who speaks slander will not have surviving male offspring. When people do not guard their tongues from slander and other abusive speech, it causes the devout people of the generation to succumb to pride, which is the exile of the Shekhinah. Excessive greed for food and drink causes speech to go into exile. The words become trapped in the constriction of the throat. One who is a glutton is unable to say a single word before God. The remedy for this is fasting. There are many different kinds of degenerate speech: talking unfairly and untruthfully about other people, telling people what their friends and acquaintances said about them or did to their disadvantage, telling lies, cynicism and sarcasm, flattery, embarrassing people publicly, obscene talk, unnecessary remarks, and so on. Worst of all is when people cast aspersions on the tzaddikim and on those who are honest and God-fearing. Talk like this gives wings to the primordial serpent, which flies through the world, wreaking havoc. The serpent is the sophistry of the philosophers and other apostles of atheism. Today, this has spread throughout the world and is gaining ever-increasing prestige and power. But words of holiness form wings for the domain of the holy. You must struggle until you are serving God with every drop of blood you possess. You must speak many words of Torah and prayer until all the blood within you is transformed into these holy words. Then you shall find peace, in the spirit of strife and contention shall be broken. For contention and rivalry have their source in the drops of blood which a person has not yet served God. Words of Torah and prayer have the power to raise up the fallen sparks and restore and renew all the fallen worlds. The one who speaks them is accounted as if he had created heaven and earth and all the worlds afresh. We must speak only words of holiness and nothing else, and the sparks will be raised up, the worlds will be restored, and Mashiach will come. You must speak words of Torah and prayer to the point that your body becomes totally nullified, as if it literally did not exist. To achieve this, you must develop true awe of heaven. This will bring you peace and harmony, and the world will be filled with blessing. Words of holiness, words of Torah, prayer, and fear of heaven are very lofty and precious. Holy words are the concept of the Shekhinah, the divine presence, because the kingship of God and the truth of his existence is revealed through them. Holy speech is the breath of Mashiach. It is holy inspiration, and it includes the concepts of the revival of the dead and of the unification of the Holy One in the Shekhinah. Speech is a mother of children. Just as a mother always stays with her child and never forgets him, even if he goes to the filthiest of places, so too the power of speech never leaves the person, even if he finds himself in the filthiest of places. Even one who is sunk in the lowest of levels can always remind himself of God's presence if he speaks words of holiness, Torah and prayer. Regardless of his situation, he should make an effort to speak words of Torah and prayer, to meditate and speak to God, and to discuss religious matters with his teacher and his friends. Then he will be able always to remind himself of God's presence, regardless of how far he may be from God. Even if he falls into the filthy places, may God save us. The faculty of speech will never desert him, and he will never be able to forget God. Understand well the tremendous power of speech. This idea can save you from destruction. Speech derives from the divine aspect of givurah, which denotes strength and severity. Therefore, all speech must be sweetened through studying Torah and speaking words of goodness and holiness. This is the reason we must be so careful to avoid any form of degenerate speech, especially derogatory comments about other people. More than anything else, this applies to the way we talk about the tzaddik. To cast aspersions on the tzaddik arouses the forces of severity in the world, and can even cause the tzaddik to fall from his level if he lacks sufficient strength to mitigate or banish these forces. He may even die because of this, and then the harsh forces are sweetened by the departure of his soul from the world. When a person sits down and starts discussing someone else, it is a day of judgment, for he is in fact sitting in judgment on his friend. You must be very careful about this. Take a good look at yourself and ask if you are worthy to pass judgment on your friend. Judgment belongs to God. As our sages said, do not judge your friend until you have reached his place. Who really knows the place of his friend, and who can come there except God alone? Speech is founded and perfected by means of truth. When we praise and thank God and learn His laws, all the laws of truth spread their radiance throughout the different aspects of speech and bring it to perfection. Perfected speech is the concept of the holy tongue and is linked to Shabbat. Speech has tremendous power. Speak many words of Torah, say many prayers, and make all kinds of appeals and entreaties to God. More than anything else, talk to God in your own words. If you are determined and make a practice of this every day of your life, you will certainly attain the ultimate good both in this world and in the world to come. Hitbodedut. To taste the hidden light of Torah, the secrets that will be revealed in time to come, you should seclude yourself as much as you can to pray and speak to God. Take a good look at yourself and make a reckoning. What are you doing with your life? How is your time spent? Is this the right way to spend your life, to behave as you do before the Holy One who bestows goodness upon you every moment of the day? Weigh all the different aspects of your life very carefully. If you make yourself the judge over everything you are doing, you will be able to rid yourself of all fears and worries. You will never be afraid of earthly powers, princes or rulers, wild beasts, robbers or the like. Nothing in the world will frighten you. Only before God will you stand in fear and reverence. This is the way to elevate the fear that is within you to its true root, which is in the knowledge of God. You will attain perfect knowledge because you will know before whom to stand in awe, God alone in His greatness and glory. Then you will be able to understand the revealed Torah, and you will attain genuine humility. You will learn how to put your whole soul into your prayers. All sense of self and physical being will be totally nullified as you pray, and you will be able to pray without any thoughts of personal gain. When you reach the point that your sense of self and physicality totally repair, as if you were simply not in the world at all, then you will discover the hidden secrets of the Torah. This is the concealed light that is destined to be revealed in time to come. All this you can achieve through Hitbodedut. When a person meditates and speaks to God, the very words he speaks are the spirit of holiness. As soon as a person makes Hitbodedut a regular practice and prepares himself, indeed forces himself to speak to God, then God Himself sends the words to his mouth. Make sure that the words you say are always new and fresh. Search out new ways to appeal to God. Always choose words that will find favor. Purify your heart by devoting your mind to thoughts of Torah and holiness, and then you will find the right way to meditate and speak to God. When you speak to God, make it a habit to express the longing and yearning you feel to extricate yourself from evil and attain true good. By praying and pleading like this, you draw your spiritual power and strength from the realm of potential and possible to the realm of the real and actual. The longing and yearning by themselves create only the possibility of spiritual strength, but the words of your prayers and conversations with God draw the spiritual strength into the realm of the actual. It becomes realized in actual fact. This is the way to accomplish what you yearn for. Letters of Torah are present throughout the creation. By expressing your yearning and desire in words, you invest these letters with strength for good. You give new life and strength to everything, drawing goodness and blessing into all the worlds. Innumerable souls are stirred to make their own return to God, all through the words of the prayer you utter before your Maker. How precious is the longing and yearning you express before God. The main thing is actually to pronounce the words, make a Regular practice of this and spend a lot of time each day working on it will help the whole world. Within every Jew, there is a good point, and it is a precious indeed, whose only desire at all times is to do the will of her master. But lust and desire break the heart. This is why people's hearts are remote from this good point. Make it a habit to speak to God, then your good point will send its radiance into your heart, and you will be able to destroy the foreskin of the heart, the impulses and desires that break and destroy the heart. In all your prayers and conversations with God, be sure to be absolutely honest and truthful. Then you will be filled with embarrassment over how seriously you have transgressed against the Master, ruler, essence, and the source of all the worlds. Everyone must strive to be totally merged with the source of his being. To achieve this requires bitul, self-nullification. The only way to attain bitul is through secluded prayer with God. When a person goes aside to converse with God, he nullifies everything else and attaches himself only to God. In this way, he becomes merged with the source. The best time for hitbodedut is at night when everyone is asleep. Ideally, you should go to a place outside the city and follow a solitary path somewhere that people don't go, even in the daytime. Empty your heart and your whole consciousness of all your involvements in the everyday world. Then work to nullify all your character traits one after the other until in the end you nullify all sense of self completely. First work on one character trait, then another and another until you reach the point where you're free of any self-centeredness and any self of independent existence. You must be as nothing in your own eyes, and you will be worthy of attaining true nullification, and your soul will be merged with its root. The whole universe will be merged with you and your source. You and everything with you will be merged in the unity of God. The ideal time for hitbodedut is at night. Seclude yourself and express yourself before God. Speak with all your heart and search out the goodness of your soul. Find the good points that are within you and cleanse them of the evil of the soul until you pour out your heart like water before God. This is the way to attain true joy and subdue the power of fantasy, which is the source of all lust and desire. Through this, you can acquire a good memory, which means always remembering the world to come and never losing sight of the end purpose of this life and its ultimate destiny. This is how you can return to God. A person may be praying with great intensity or be at the height of meditation when suddenly he falls from his level. This is because somewhere there is a flaw in his faith. He should feel heartbroken and ashamed. How could he fall from heaven to earth? He should arouse tender pity for himself because of his plight. He should literally sigh. This sigh will bring him back to his level. When a person speaks to God and uses every kind of argument and appeal to conquer God, then God himself has great joy and pleasure. He himself sends words to this person's mouth so that he will be able to conquer him. How else could flesh and blood win a victory against God? It is only because God himself helps him. When a person secludes himself to speak to God and pours out his pain and anguish, confessing his sins and grieving at the enormity of what he has done, the Shekhinah herself rises before God and pours out her pain and sorrow. For every flaw in the soul of man is also a flaw in the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah will sink to bring the person comfort and devise ways and means of repairing the damage. How good it is to pray and meditate in the meadows amid the grass and the trees. When a man goes out to the meadows to pray, every blade of grass, every plant and flower enter his prayers and help him, putting strength and force into his words. It has already been explained how great and powerful is the practice of hitbodedut. It is the path by which we can come to choose God and come too close to God. Everyone should set aside fixed periods every day and express himself before God in his own native language. It is much easier to say what you need to say when you are using your own language. You should set forth whatever is in your heart. Use every kind of appeal and argument. Use words that will endear you to God and win his favor. Plead with him to draw you closer. Every individual knows his own personal pain and sorrow and the distance that separates him from God. It is impossible to convey the true greatness of this method. It is superior to all others. It is the way of serving God, and by following it, Everyone can attain the ultimate good in this world and in the world to come. There is nothing that cannot be accomplished by prayer and entreaty. The greatest of the tzaddikim achieved what they did only through this practice. Think about it carefully and you will see the greatness of this path. Set aside 1 hour every day for this, and the rest of the day, be happy. And then you will be truly blessed. It is also a good thing to turn the Torah that you learn into prayers. It is true that weeping and crying are good when you plead and entreat before God, but don't fall into the trap of saying psalms and prayers with the constant thought and expectations that you are going to burst into tears and cry. Will only confuse you and prevent you from concentrating. The most important thing is to say what you are saying honestly and with all your heart. Let your ears hear and your heart attend to your words that your lips are uttering. If you are moved to cry, good. If not, don't be distracted because of this. All the tzaddikim and all the truly righteous attained what they did only through hitbodedut and expressing themselves to their Maker. This practice has never been more necessary than in our age. Situated as we are at the end of the period of exile, subject to the full force of the evil inclination and the forces of the other side, people are weak, spiritually and physically. The only way to escape from the power of this evil inclination and all the other obstacles holding us back from God is to follow this practice determinedly and make a fixed time every day to talk to God in your own native language. Be totally honest and open your heart before God, whether to beg for forgiveness for what happened in the past or to appeal to God to help you in the future by releasing you from the traps you are caught in and drawing you closer to Him. Even if you are unable to express yourself before God, even if you can say no more than a single word, this is still good. Even if you can say nothing except Master of the Universe, it is also good. The mere fact that you make an effort, that you prepare yourself to speak, that you feel a longing to speak, even if you find you can say nothing, all this is very precious in God's eyes. If you are determined and persistent and you make yourself speak before God, in time God will help you, and then you will be able to express yourself with words filled with vitality, freshness, and grace. Your words will bring blessings down from the heavens and you will attain true and enduring good. This is the path to serving God, because all the different ways of serving God require prayers and appeals to God as if we are to accomplish them well. If you remain firm in following this path, you will be blessed indeed. Small or great, no one can serve God honestly and truthfully except through hitbodedut, secluded prayer. Whenever you say psalms and other prayers, rise to say Tikkun Hatzot, the midnight lament over the destruction of the temple. You should endeavor to find yourself in the words of the prayers. The Rebbe had truly extraordinarily things to say about this. Even when you feel your heart is not in what you are saying, don't let this discourage you. Persevere and you will usually find that in the end your heart will be aroused and the words will flow from you with genuine fervor. Speech has tremendous power to arouse a person's heart. And even if the days and years pass by and you think that all your words and meditation have accomplished nothing, don't let yourself be thrown off course. The words have left their mark. There is no doubt about it. It is the same as when water is dripping onto a stone. It may seem as though mere water is incapable of having any effect at all in the hard stone. Certainly the effects of the water are not visible, but if the water continues dripping for a long time without interruption, you can see for yourself that it will wear a hollow in the stone. The same is true of the heart. Even when the heart is as hard as stone, the words and the prayers may all appear to have no effect, but with the passing of many days and years, the heart will be worn away by the words. When a person is meditating, it is a good thing to say, "Today I am just beginning to attach myself to you." You should always make a fresh start, because every activity is greatly influenced by the way you started. In the words of the popular saying, starting is half the battle, and this way you can never lose. Even things were going well before, now they will go even better. And if God forbid they were not going well before, then in any case you would have had to make a new start. When you speak to God, you should arouse your heart to the point that your soul all but flies out of you. This is true prayer. When God helps you in your hitbodedut, you will be able to express yourself before Him in the same way that a person speaks to a friend. You should get into the habit of talking to God like this, as if you were speaking to your teacher or your friend, for God is close by. We can be found everywhere. The whole earth is full of His glory. How good it is if you can pour out your prayer before God like a child, complaining and pestering his father. And it is good if you can stir your heart so much with words that the tears literally pour down your cheeks like a child crying to his father. It is possible to scream in a still, small voice without anyone in the world hearing you. Not a sound emerges from your lips. Just imagine the sound of such a scream in your mind. A broken heart is precious indeed. You should understand that a broken heart has nothing to do with depression. When a person is depressed, it is a form of anger and irritation. But someone with a broken heart is like a child nagging his father, or a baby crying and screaming because his father is far away. A broken heart is precious in God's eyes. It would be good if one could go through the whole day with a broken heart, but this would easily lead the majority of people to fall into depression, and depression is a very destructive. Therefore, the best thing is to set aside a certain period each day to pray with a broken heart, and the rest of the day to be joyful. Okay, just have a break a minute. Right.
Yeah.
Encouragement. To return to God, one must be an expert in halakha. A person must be skilled in traveling the necessary path so that nothing in the world will discourage him or make him feel rebuffed. Whether he makes progress or not, even if he feels himself sliding back, regardless of how he may go through, he should always be firm and follow the teaching of King David in the book of Psalms. If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my hell in bed, if I make hell my bed, behold, you are there. For even in the lowest pit of hell, it is possible to draw oneself closer to God, because He is to be found there. If I make hell my bed, behold, there you are. The greatest revelation of God's greatness comes when those who are very far from Him draw closer. His blessed name is then glorified and exalted in the worlds above and below. What this implies is that no one should ever despair of coming closer to God, even if he feels very far from Him because of his sins. It may be that he has committed great wrongs, but if so, then it is precisely through his returning to God that God's glory will be exalted and magnified. However, the main draw close of those who are far from God is accomplished by the tzaddikim of the generation. It is a good thing for friends who are attached to true tzaddik to give encouragement to one another. The main source of strength they have to draw on is the tzaddik himself. His power is so great that he can raise even the most damaged soul, even the soul that has not yet begun to emerge from the profane to the holy by a single hair's breadth. The thought that the tzaddik can renew such a soul should give everyone a feeling of encouragement, however low a person's level may be. And no matter what he may have been through, there is a genuine hope from as long as he attaches himself to the true tzaddik. A person should remind his friend about this in order to give him encouragement. He should also find other ways of encouraging him and strengthening his devotion to God. It is a good thing to pass on to his friends as much of the teachings of his teacher as he himself can understand. God takes great pride even in the most insignificant Jew, even in the sinners of Israel, as long as they go by the name Jew. God takes a special pride in each individual Jew. Therefore, one should never despair of God's help, regardless of any wrong he may have done. God's love for him will never cease, and he can still return to God. The main thing is to be attached to the tzaddik and his followers, because they possess the ability to uncover the goodness and glory that is present even in the worst people and return everything to God. When it is time for a person to advance from one level to the next, He must first experience a fall before he can rise up. The whole purpose of the fall is to prepare for the advance. Try to understand this and you will realize the determination that is necessary in order to serve God. No matter how you may fall, you should never allow yourself to be discouraged. Remain firm and resolute and pay no attention to the fall at all. In the end, the fall will be transformed into a great advance. This is the whole purpose. This applies to all the different ways one can fall. There is much that could be said on the subject because everyone always thinks that his own situation is so bad that this idea does not apply to his case. People think it applies only to those on very high levels who are continuously advancing from level to level. But you should realize that it holds true even for people on the lowest of levels. For God is good to all, constantly. A person may be on such a low level that he is literally inside the earth, but in order to serve God, he must start advancing from level to level. This applies to everyone in the world. Each time a person emerges from one level in order to rise up to the next, the klipot come again in the form of temptations, fantasies, strange thoughts, confusions, and all other kinds of obstacles. They range themselves against him and refuse to allow him to enter the gates of holiness. There are many sincere people who get very discouraged when they find themselves suddenly confronted by all these temptations and obstacles. They start thinking they must have fallen from their previous level, since for some time now they had not experienced all these temptations to the same degree. They were dormant. But they should understand that what they are experiencing is not a fall. The time has come for them to advance from one level to the next. This is the reason these temptations and obstacles have reared their heads again. Whenever this happens, it takes a lot of strength and courage not to lose hope and to master all the temptations and obstacles again. In this situation, it helps to give charity to those who are worthy. When the recipient of the charity is himself worthy, the act of charity reveals the greatness of the Creator. This revelation helps the individual break the klipot that confront him on every side. Another way to face this situation is to make yourself happy with the thought of the good point that is within you. You are of the seed of Israel, and you have succeeded in drawing closer to the men of truth who are leading you and guiding you along the path of truth. Regardless of your situation, you still have a hope of attaining the ultimate good. The joy these thoughts will arouse will help you break the klipot that confront you at each level. When a person succeeds in breaking through the barriers and rises from level to level, this also benefits his fellow Jew who was previously standing on the level he himself has now attained, for it means that the other Jew is obliged to rise to the next level, since it is impossible for two people to be on the same level at the same time. This is how one Jew can help raise up another. A person must know that the whole world is filled with God's glory, and there is no place void of him. He fills all worlds and surrounds all worlds. Even someone who does business with Goyim cannot excuse himself by saying it's impossible to serve God because of the spiritual insensitivity and materialism to which he always succumbs as a result of being constantly involved with them. Godliness is to be found in all corporeality and in all the languages of the nations. For without his godliness, they have no life force or existence whatsoever. It's just that the lower the level, the more constrictions and veils that conceal his godliness. For this reason, you must know that even if you are so steeped in the realm of the klipot at the lowest of levels, and it seems to you that it is impossible to ever come close to God again because you have distanced yourself so much from him, nevertheless, from that place you can find his godliness, and from there you can attach yourself to God and return to him in complete teshuvah. For it is not distant from you. It is just that there where you are, the veils have multiplied. There are those who have committed so many sins that they have fallen to a concealment within a concealment, and it seems to them that they have no more hope, God forbid. For once a person repeats a sin, it appears to him permissible. This is the concept of a single concealment, but when one continues to sin, God forbid, then God is hidden from him in a concealment within a concealment. At that point, it is very difficult for him to find God. But through involvement in Torah study, such a person can be aroused and made aware of God's presence. And even he will have hope, and he will return to the truth and come close to God. For the fact is that though the power of the true tzaddik Everyone can always come back to God at any moment, in any situation and from any place he may be. The places that seem lowest of all and furthest from God actually contain the most exalted life force of all, albeit concealed, namely the secrets of the Torah. One who has fallen very far should therefore understand that in the very place he has fallen, he can draw very close to God because of the exalted life force that is concealed there. When he succeeds in returning to God, exalted levels of Torah will be revealed through him. These are the secrets of the Torah. When a person wants to return to God and change his life accordingly and make the journey to the tzaddik, a new evil inclination rises up against him, far stronger than the one he had before. The more a person is devoted to God, the stronger the onslaughts of the evil inclination. There's a constant battle to control it. This explains something that is often found when a person wants to journey to the tzaddik. At first he feels a great enthusiasm, but when he actually starts on the journey, his desire becomes weakened. At times it happens that when he finally comes to the tzaddik himself, he loses his desire completely. The reason is that as soon as he felt the desire to journey to the tzaddik, he killed the evil inclination that he had before, and a new and stronger evil inclination came into being. For whoever is greater than others has a stronger evil inclination. If you genuinely wish to draw close to God, you must be very firm in the battle against the evil inclination because it keeps rising up with ever-renewed strength. There are many different aspects to the evil inclination. Most people have a very crude and materialistic evil inclination, literally the spirit of madness, but one whose understanding is somewhat developed and who can begin to form some slight conception in his heart of the greatness of the Creator will realize that an evil inclination like this is mere foolishness. For him, even sexual temptation is merely folly, requiring no special exertion to fight. His own evil inclination is on a far higher level. On a higher level still are those whose evil inclination is a fine klipa. This is sent only against one who has outstanding spiritual strength, but it's still not the evil inclination of the tzaddikim. Theirs is truly a holy angel. Even the desire one experiences to return to God may have its source in the evil inclination. This is the case when one has too much enthusiasm without the proper limits. Thus, before the giving of the Torah on Mount Sinai, God told Moses to warn the people they must not break through to ascend to God. You must beg God to have compassion and save you from this kind of excess. When a person is in some kind of trouble and experiences the severe face of God, he needs to make a special effort to escape from the evil inclination. This is because the evil inclination then attacks him with even greater force, since its source is on the divine aspect of severity and harsh justice. Depression is very harmful and gives strength to the evil inclination. A person should use the various methods explained elsewhere to make himself happy. Joy and gladliness are the main source of strength that is written, for the joy of God is your strength. When God appears to reject us, his purpose is really to draw us closer. A person who wants to draw closer to God often finds that all kinds of hardship, suffering, and other obstacles descend upon him. At times, with great force, he may start thinking that he is deliberately being rejected, but really these experiences are very beneficial and they serve to draw him closer. The most important thing is to be very firm and resolute, to stand up to the test and not let oneself be deterred by the suffering and obstacles and the sense of rejection. It is a mistake to think that one is being rejected. He should have simple faith that whatever he has to go through is for his own good, to bring him to strengthen himself and draw even closer to God. The whole purpose of this apparent rejection is to draw him closer to God. The way to remain firm is by using the power of speech. Even if you fall, be resolute and speak words of truth, words of Torah and prayer and the fear of heaven. Talk to God. Talk to your friends and especially to your teacher. Speech has a great power to remind a person of God's presence and give him strength even in situations that are very far removed from holiness. You should always be happy and serve God with joy. At times you may fall from your level. If you do, you can give yourself encouragement by thinking about occasions in the past when you experienced a certain illumination. Use that as experience as a source of inspiration now. A person who has to have contact with non-Jews for business people must be very careful to see that his sanctity as a Jew is not affected. It is dangerously easy to get caught in their net, God forbid. He should always be steadfast and remind himself constantly of the the holiness that is their heritage as a Jew. He should pray to God that he will not be influenced by their behavior. The main source of strength is in the heart. The person whose heart is steadfast will never be afraid of anyone or anything. He can achieve remarkable feats and win fierce battles simply through the strength of his heart that fears nothing and does not run from the battle lines. This applies literally to serving God. Understand this well. When a person falls from his level, he should understand that this is something sent to him from heaven with the sole purpose of drawing him closer. The intention is to encourage him to make new efforts to come closer. The thing to do is to make a completely fresh start. Start serving God as if you had never started in your whole life. This is one of the basic principles of serving God. You must literally begin all over again every day. As soon as a person starts thinking about himself and sees how far he is from true good and how full of sins he is, he can become so discouraged that he may not be able to pray at all. He must try and search until he finds one good point within himself. How is it possible that throughout his life he never did a single good deed of mitzvah? There must be at least one good point. If he starts to examine it, he may see that really it is thoroughly blemished and there is nothing sound in it. Perhaps his motives were not the right ones, or other things were not as they should have been. Even so, it is not possible that within this little bit of good, there is not at least one very tiny point of good, and after this he should continue searching until he finds another good point. This may also have been mixed with much that was improper. Even so, it must contain at least some good point. He should carry on searching until he succeeds in finding a number of good points. The merit and goodness he discovers will remove him from the scale of guilt and place him on the scale of merit. Then he will be able to return to God. If you follow this method, you will give yourself fresh vitality and joy no matter what condition you may have reached. You will be able to pray and sing and give thanks to God. Be very careful to follow this method. It is a great principle for anyone who wishes to draw closer to God and not lose his eternal reward completely. The main thing is to keep as far removed from depression as possible. Depression is the reason most people are far from God. When they see the seriousness of the damage they did, they become discouraged. Everyone is aware of his own personal pain. Most people give up hope for themselves completely. They pray without any devotion whatsoever, and they do not even try to serve God in the ways they used to be able to. Think very carefully about this, because many souls have sunk completely because of it. Despair is the worst thing of all. Following this method of searching out the good points, it will energize you and give a constant source of strength. Then you will be able to pray with desire, vitality, and joy, and genuinely return to God. Certain fallen souls can be revealed only with special kinds of tasty delights that restore the soul. One who breaks the force of immoral fantasies becomes worthy of an exalted spiritual illumination, which is the concept of tefillin. From this are made words of nobility and truth that have the power to revive and restore these fallen souls. Despair is forbidden no matter how low you may have fallen. You may be lying in the lowest pit of hell, but still you should not despair of God's help in any way. Even there it is possible to draw close to him, because the whole earth is filled with his glory. The true tzaddik is worthy of the name only because he has the power to revive and raise up even those who have fallen very far. He can strengthen them, arouse and awaken them, and reveal to them that God is close by. He is at their very side, for the whole earth is filled with his glory. This is the message of the tzaddik to those on the lowest levels, but to those who are on higher levels, he must show that they still know nothing of the Creator. For what did you see? What did you searching achieve? At times, people undergo the most terrible decline, and then the fall can be very, very low. There are times and some who fall so low that the only term for where they are is the filthy places. Such people can become racked with doubts, morbid thoughts, and mental turbulence. Their hearts race because the klipot torment and surround the heart with every kind of confusion. It may seem impossible to find God in such places, but the very act of searching for God from there, asking and seeking where is the place of his glory in itself, can bring healing and reconstruction. The more one sees how far he is from God's glory, the more grief-stricken he should become. He should search even more intently and ask, where is the place of his glory? Through the very act of searching and seeking and longing for God's glory with anguish, cries, questions, through this alone he will attain the ultimate ascent. He will be worthy of ascending to the level of where, which is the most exalted holiness. The essence of teshuvah is to search at all times. Where is the place of his glory? and the fall will be transformed into a great ascent. Understand this well, for it is very profound. Serving God requires great obstinacy. Understand this well, because everyone who wants to enter God's service must inevitably undergo an endless series of rises and falls and endure all kinds of rejections. There are times a person is deliberately thrown down from serving God. It takes unremitting firmness to stand up to it. At times you may find that the only way you can strengthen yourself is through sheer obstinacy. Remember this, because you will need it many times. All this climbing and falling and turbulence are a necessary preliminary to entering the gates of holiness. All the tzaddikim have endured all of this. If you are so far from God that you feel that your every moment is a blemish in his eyes, understand that if a person has reached such a pitch of crass materialism, then every single gesture that he makes in the effort to extricate himself, even the merest motion he makes to move a fraction closer to God, is great and precious in God's eyes and causes a movement of thousands upon thousands of miles in the higher worlds. The most important thing is to strengthen yourself with joy, using any advice and means possible, for depression is extremely harmful. You must try with all your might to distance yourself from sadness and depression, expelling it completely. You can do this only by searching and finding the good points that are still within you, or by remembering the fact that God did not make you a non-Jew, but mainly a person can make himself happiness only through silliness and jokes. Know that in this world man has to pass over a very narrow bridge. The main thing is not to be afraid at all. When you consider the utter greatness of God and his unfathomable exaltedness, the mere movement, the merest glance of ours that is slightly out of place in relation to the glory of God should make us liable to whatever we should be liable to, God forbid. But he is filled with compassion and the world is filled with his mercy. God desires this world very greatly. So my beloved friend and brother, my very soul and heart, take courage and trust in God. He will not abandon you. Whatever you experience is all for your good. Rely on God's abundant compassion, which is absolutely without end. There is no limit to the greatness of God. Somehow everything will be transformed to good. Even the intentional sins will be transformed into merits. Only remain firm. That man has an evil inclination is really a great advantage, for then man can serve God with the very evil inclination itself. Even when he is exposed to the passion of the evil inclination, he can still strengthen himself even then and try to draw some of its passion into its service of God. If man had no evil inclination, his service would be worth nothing. This is why God gives the evil inclination such power against man, especially those who genuinely seek to draw closer to him. The onslaught of the evil inclination brings men to all manner of sin and devastation. Even so, in God's eyes, all this is acceptable because of the preciousness of the gestures that people make when confronted by the full force of the evil inclination. Those gestures of fighting and escaping in God's eyes, this is more precious than if a person served him for 1,000 years without an evil inclination. All the worlds were created solely for the sake of man. The whole preciousness and greatness of man lies in the fact that he is confronted by the strong evil inclination. The more it arrays itself to attack, the more precious in God's eyes is every single gesture he makes to strengthen himself against it. God himself will send help, and as it is written, God will not abandon him into their hand. The evil inclination bites a person again and again and repeatedly attempts and tries to lead him on. One may refuse to listen and turn away, even so it comes back and bites him a second time, a third, a fourth, and more. But one is absolutely determined, obstinately, refusing to bow to it in any way, then eventually the evil inclination will just leave. The same is true when it comes to the confusing thoughts that rise up in the mind when one is praying. The same thought comes again and again and tries to disturb him. He must be firm and pay no attention whatsoever. When a person reaches a very exalted level of holiness, for example, when he draws closer to the true tzaddik, at times it could happen that precisely at this moment he experiences a nocturnal emission. God forbid he should not lose heart because of this. It may well be a sign that he has indeed reached a holy level, and it can be very beneficial to him. As has already been explained, there is no reason for despair at all. The very fact that a person sees how far he is from God should itself give him a way to find encouragement. At least he knows that he is far from God. It is possible it could have been so far that he would not even have known that he was far. may be, but the fact that he knows it is itself precious in God's eyes. This alone should encourage him. Even the most ordinary people, even the wicked, even the nations of the world, all draw vitality from the Torah, each in their own way. A person must be perfectly ordinary. He may be unable to learn. He may be in a place where he cannot learn. Still he receives vitality from the Torah. Therefore, even in situations like these, he should remain as steadfast as he can in his fear of heaven, even at times that he is prevented from pursuing his studies. Or if he is a person who doesn't know how to learn, the fact is that all receive their vitality from the hidden Torah through the agency of the great Tzaddik. At times, the Tzaddik may act with absolute simplicity. A person may have fallen very far. He may be sunk in the lowest pit of hell, but he can still restore and rebuild with the help of the true Tzaddik. For through the Tzaddik, all can receive vitality from the realm of holiness, regardless of their situation. Therefore, despair is absolutely ruled out. No matter where you may have fallen, remember that there is still hope for you to return to God. The main thing is to cry out. From the belly of hell I cried out. Even a cry from the lowest pit of hell is not lost. Cry, cry, and cry again. Do not despair and do not stop crying out to God. Cry and plead with him no matter who or what you are, until he looks down from heaven and sees. Even in the lowest pit of hell, it is possible to be close to God. If you believe it is possible to destroy, believe it is possible to repair. Okay.
Let's start.
Perceptions and revelations of godliness. Sometimes we see a person experience a sudden burst of enthusiasm during his prayers. A stream of words suddenly pours from his lips with tremendous fire. In his mercy, God opens the light of the infinite and it radiates to him. When the person sees the radiance, and if he himself doesn't see it, his mazal, his guardian angel, sees it. His soul takes fire with a passion to bind himself to the light of the infinite. As long as the revelation lasts, the words pour forth with intense devotion. He surrenders himself, throwing his entire energy into them. For these moments, he becomes nullified before the infinite, and he is in a state of unknowing. As it is written, no one knows. He himself has no knowledge even of himself. But it is impossible to remain in such a state. If he did, he would die before his time, God forbid. But during his lifetime, the only way to attain this state is in a mode of running and returning. God does not want us to die. He wants us to live in order that we should serve him. Only when the time comes for God himself to take his soul is it possible to remain in the state of self-nullification. And then he will be merged with the infinite completely in accordance with his merits. When a person returns from the state of self-nullification to his normal state of awareness and sense of self, a trace of the awesome light that he perceives still remains with him, giving him an apprehension of the unity of the infinite and his goodness. Now he can understand how all is good and all is one. This awareness is a foretaste of the world to come. The way to attain these levels of awareness is through expressing oneself before a Torah scholar, confessing one's sins, and pouring out one's heart. The true tzaddik spends all of his days in repentance. Even if he knows that he has already achieved a state of perfect teshuvah, he must still repent for the perceptions of God he attained in earlier periods of his life because they were gross and materialistic compared to his present perception of God's utter exaltedness. Every day the tzaddik moves from perception to perception and from level to level, repenting for his earlier levels. The world to come, which is called entirely Shabbat, entirely Teshuvah, is precisely this quality of movement towards an ever-enhanced perception of God. With every advance a person makes in the level of his perception, it is necessary to repent for his previous levels. Anyone with a brain in his head will be able to realize from this something of the true greatness of the Creator and the greatness of the tzaddikim. Happy are they, and happy are those who are attached to them. Know that there is a light which is above the nefesh, ruach, and neshama of human souls. This is the light of the infinite. It cannot be attained through intellect, and yet thought endeavors to chase after it. Through fulfilling the mitzvah in joy, we can become worthy of attaining this light. We chase after it only to encounter that which holds back. We can reach yet not reach. In this way, 9 palaces are formed that are neither lights nor ruach nor neshama. It is impossible to remain attached to them. They cannot be known. Happy is the one whose thought chases after this awareness, even though the mind has not the power to attain it. The whole purpose of life is to come to know God, but it is impossible to attain any apprehension of godliness except through innumerable contractions from level to level, from cause to effect, from the supernal mind to the lower mind. Therefore, one must search for a teacher who is on such a level that he has the power to guide him and communicate all that he needs to understand. To be able to do this, the teacher must possess true greatness. The lower one's level, the greater the teacher he needs, because only the greatest will have the skill to elucidate the subject in the right way, with the appropriate preparatory explanations and introductions. These are the contractions through which even someone on a very low level can come to a perception of godliness. Torah and mitzvot are the path to perception of God. For every letter of the Torah and every detail of every mitzvah is a contraction. Wisdom and understanding are the preliminary to any perception of God, but the only way to acquire them is if one hates graft. One must hate materialism absolutely. Someone who is attracted by it will inevitably fall from the necessary level of wisdom and understanding into folly, stupidity, anxiety, and depression. The kelipot and the forces of the other side will encircle him with the opposite of wisdom and understanding. The joy we experience on the 3 festivals can arouse new perception of godliness. Every single Jew is a part of God above. The essence of godliness is to be found in the heart. The godliness in the heart of the Jew is infinite. There is no end to the light of the flame that burns there. The holy desire there is infinite, but the same burning passion would make it impossible for him to accomplish anything at all in the service of God. Nor would he be able to reveal any good trait. If he did not hold his passion within certain limits, he must contract it, as if so to speak, in order to be able to serve God in a measured, orderly way. For God desires our service. There are specific actions and devotions which he asks of us. He wants us to develop our character traits and behavior in an orderly, systematic way. This is how his kingship will be revealed. The more one draws close to God, the more he must understand how far he is from him. When a person believes he has already succeeded in achieving closeness to God and attaining an understanding of him, it is a sign that he does not know anything. If he did, he would know that he is very far from God and that he knows absolutely nothing. It is impossible to explain this satisfactorily in words. The greatness of God has no limit. A person should learn to live in a state of self-nullification. Always fix your eyes on the ultimate goal, which is truly good and enduring. The only way to do this is by closing your eyes in this world and concentrating on the true goal to the point that you become united with it. You must keep your eyes firmly shut as far as this world is concerned, even if you have to hold them closed with your finger. Pay no attention whatsoever to this world, then nothing in the world will cause you any pain or suffering. But you should understand that it is impossible to remain in this state of self-nullification all the time and still be a human being. Inevitably, self-nullification can be achieved only at certain moments. In the mode of running and returning, in the period of returning, a trace of the state of self-nullification remains and shines with the sweet and pleasant light of godliness. It is impossible to describe this experience to anyone else. It brings a tremendous joy which can lead you to new horizons in understanding Torah. These new perceptions can be a source of strength and fortitude in the face of all the suffering and harsh experiences you may have to undergo. Even in this world, you'll be worthy of experiencing a taste of the world to come. When a person attains a certain perception of godliness, he must be careful to observe certain limits. He must contract the experience, as it were, in the sense of putting certain limits on the way he explores and follows through his perception. Even in the realms of holiness, there are places where it is forbidden to travel One must never go beyond his limits. Every created being has its boundary. Only thus far is it permitted to go to receive the radiance of God. To go further is forbidden lest one break through. King David said, "For I know that God is great." I know, said King David, because the perception that a person attains in his own heart can never be communicated to anyone else. Even to yourself, you cannot communicate such a vision. Today you might be inspired and see a vision, but tomorrow you will not be able to communicate the inspiration and the vision even to yourself. God is so great, his greatness is unfathomable, and yet no one knows it. Remarkable things are happening in the world. There is no end to the works of God. All the time things are changes, new creations, wonders, miracles, yet no one knows it. One cannot even speak it, but each person has only his own perceptions to go by. The more advanced his perceptions, the more he can understand just a bit how ignorant he really is, and even then he is still far from the true goal of knowledge, which is to realize that one is truly ignorant. But so far he hasn't begun to know anything. The Rebbe had remarkable things to say about this subject, and he showed how a person can always fortify himself so he never loses hope. Regardless of where he may have fallen, he should never despair of crying out to God. In his greatness, God has the power to turn everything to good. Verbal confession. It is a good thing to pour out your heart and confess all your sins before a Torah scholar. God's sovereignty is then exalted and restored to its root, and the power of the forces denying godliness is broken. Through confessing in this way and expressing what is in your heart, you will eventually come to understand how everything that happens is for your own good. You will acknowledge that God is good and does good. To achieve this realization is a foretaste of the world to come. The sins a person commits are engraved on his very bones. But when he confesses them before a Torah scholar, the attire and accumulation of evil engraved on his bones is lifted. All his sins are forgiven and atonement is granted. A person may come to visit a great scholar and even contribute money to him, but until he comes before him and confesses his sins and pours out his heart, he still does not know the path he should travel. For there is a way that seems right to a man, but its end is the path of death. Through his confession, the scholar is able to set him straight on the path that accords with the root of his soul. Each time a person visits the scholar, he should pour out his heart before him. Through this he will come to be merged with the Infinite One. It is necessary to specify exactly what the sin was, and the confession must be put in words. Thought is not enough. Whatever you may have done, you must verbally articulate what you did. There are many obstacles to doing this. Sometimes a sin passes out of your mind and you forget it. In certain cases, people find it very difficult to bring out the words and confess. There are many other obstacles. The way to conquer them is with joy. The joy of a mitzvah such as a wedding celebration. You should work yourself up until you literally dance for joy. Then you will be able to confess what you must and right the wrongs by your sins. Memory. Prayer is a segula for developing a good memory. Fasting and giving charity, especially charity for causes in the land of Israel, help against forgetfulness, and you will be able to develop a good memory. Clapping your hands when you pray sweetens the force of severity in the world. This is one of the ways of ridding yourself of forgetfulness and developing a good memory. You must be very careful to cultivate a good memory and not fall into forgetfulness. What is a good memory? It means constantly keeping the thought of the world to come in the forefront of your mind and never forgetting about it. It would be a very good thing if every Jew were to make it a daily habit as soon as he opens his eyes in the morning and before he does anything else to bring to mind that the world to come is the only true goal. He should do this as soon as he wakes up. This is the concept of memory in general, and it has to be followed through into every detail of the day. With every thought, word, and deed that God sends you every day, you must broaden your understanding and perception of God. You must understand that every thought, word, and deed is a hint that God sends you in order to draw you closer to Him. God Himself is infinite and without end, but He contracts Himself as it were to our level, using all the experiences that He sends us each day in order to signal to us and guide us. It is up to us to recognize this and find the messages in all the thoughts, words, and deeds that are sent to us in order that we may reach a deeper insight and come closer to God. But it is necessary to understand that the only way to broaden and deepen your perception of God is in a measured, orderly way. There are people who have the ability to interpret the messages contained in all the things around them, including even worldly things, but it would be wrong to pay attention only to those signals to the exclusion of the other sources of spiritual guidance. The perceptions of God that comes from the study of Torah is on a higher level. Thinking about the hints contained in worldly affairs is good up to a certain limit, but that is not sufficient. You should pay attention to them only as much as you need, but no more. And even here, when you take from the world just as much as is sufficient for you, you should still give a part of what you take at charity. If you develop your memory in the right way, as we have explained, great tikkunim will be brought about in the upper worlds, and the unity of God will be revealed. However, the great masses of people do not have this level of understanding necessary to grasp the significance of the hints that God sends. For them, the same effects are accomplished through sleep. And when they observe the mitzvot of tzitzit and tefillin, learning Torah and praying, conducting their business honestly and in accordance with the law. If you want to guard your memory, take care not to fall into the trap of an evil eye. This spells death to the heart and gives strength to the power of forgetfulness. The evil eye can appear in many different guises. People can become very jealous when their friends are successful and they look on them with an evil eye. This can manifest itself in different ways. You must be extremely careful never to be jealous of a friend at all. Pray to God and ask Him to save you from the evil eye. And if you find that someone else is directing the evil eye against you, if you feel you lack the strength to stand up against it and humble its power, then you must flee from it. You must also take care not to talk in a bad way. Talking maliciously and derogatorily about other people is very damaging to one's memory. If you work on yourself and you force yourself to be happy, it will help protect your memory. When it comes to Torah and serving God, you must guard your memory carefully. Even so, forgetfulness does have its advantages. Anything that distracts you from serving God, you should forget about completely, especially the distractions that came when you are praying. Usually they consist of worrying about the past and wondering if you did this right. But as soon as something is over and done with, you should simply put it out of your mind completely. Make this a habit. Just ignore it completely and don't even start to think about it. The same applies to all your worries about past transgressions and other mistakes. Just put them out of your mind completely and forget about them, especially during your prayers and devotions. In fact, there is nothing much to be gained from thinking about them at any time of day except during the special time you set aside for meditation. This is the time to be heartbroken and to express all your thoughts before God. You should think about everything that you did wrong, but for the rest of the day, you should forget about these things completely. Simply serve God with joy, especially during your prayers. Alien philosophies and ideologies. The only true wisdom is the wisdom of the true tzaddikim. It belongs to a lofty perception of God and gives them the power to communicate their perception to those who follow them. Compared with His wisdom, all other ideologies are utter foolishness. But because of our many sins, it can happen at times that this genuine wisdom falls into the hands of the heathens and the forces of the other side. Their newfound wisdom gives them power and dominion, and the heathens gain the upper hand. God forbid. You can bear the sound of the great and terrible cry when this wisdom falls into their hands and fools affect to the wise. These try to adapt this genuine wisdom to their own purposes, as if it could be a part of their own ideologies, as if their own foolishness has anything to do with the knowledge of God. They start claiming that they alone are the wise ones, and there is no wisdom greater than their own erroneous speculations. Parasitic as they are on the fallen genuine wisdom, God Himself cries out because of this. Every Jew has a part to play in the task of identifying how this wisdom that has fallen into their hands can be separated from them and elevated in order to return it to its source. The way to achieve this is through acts of charity and kindness under the guidance and inspiration of the true tzaddikim. Wisdom is the root of all things. One should always guard his mind against false ideologies. The only way to achieve fulfillment in life is through the pursuit of genuine wisdom, namely the wisdom of the Torah, which is concerned with godliness. Compared with all the other ideologies, are sheer emptiness. They have nothing to do with wisdom at all. When a person is born, his intelligence is limited. When he begins to use it to think about how to serve God, it starts growing. But if he fills his mind with alien ideas, the intelligence of his holy soul is diminished. And in direct proportion to the space taken up by these ideas, this unholy intelligence becomes the source of all kinds of negative appetites and character traits. This is why a person has to be so careful to guard his mind and his thoughts and make sure that he never admits alien ideas or ways of looking at things. All our problems and defects and sins come from abusing the sanctity of the mind, God forbid, by admitting alien thoughts and ideologies. To achieve true repentance and to make amends for all one's sins, one must cleanse the mind of all these alien ideas. Wisdom and intelligence actually are the soul. But cleaning the mind of alien ideologies, the faculty of thought is elevated to its source. This is the essence of returning to God. When the Jewish people adopt the ideas and outlook of the other nations, God forbid, the tzaddik falls from his level and his perceptions become covered over and obscured. Too much intellectual sophistication can be harmful, especially when it takes the form of excessive philosophizing and speculation. The basis of true wisdom is a strong heart and a strong character. The only way to attain these is through good deeds. A person whose intelligence outstrips his practical attainments in the form of good deeds will lack the strength of character to contain his intelligence within the necessary bounds. His intelligence will only make him sin. It can be very dangerous when people with lax moral standards dabble in philosophy. Their intelligence drives on them to even greater transgressions and it harms them. And indeed, the entire world, more than all the snakes and scorpions, wild animals, and other dangerous things in the world, they use their intelligence to hurl insults and abuse on high and to cast aspersions on the Holy Torah and especially the sages of the Talmud and the tzaddikim who follow them. All this is well known. May God in His mercy take pity on the remnant of Israel and guard them from His band of people and their babblings. Within the bounds God has sent for man's intelligence, it is a great mitzvah to sharpen the mind and understand as clearly as possible whatever the human mind is capable of grasping, but there are certain questions to which the answers are beyond the capacity of the human mind to understand. Only in time to come will the answers be revealed. Of no account should one delve into these questions of those who try relying on their own intelligence and speculation. As it is written, none that go unto her return. It is impossible to solve these questions through reason. We must have pure faith, even when it comes to the questions that do have an answer. There are times that the paths of the intellect become blocked, and one is unsure how to answer the unbelievers speaking in one's heart. The remedy then is to study the codes of the Torah law. If one still finds oneself confused and unable to understand the way to answer the questions, he should rely on faith alone. Even here, the main thing is to have faith. Because of evil speech, philosophical teachings, the pollution of the serpent goes stronger and more prevalent. This causes major damage to the world. May God save us. It is forbidden to delve into philosophical works. There are certain questions that stem from the Halal Hapanui, the empty world, to which it is impossible to find any answer. In time to come, the answers will be revealed, but in this world it is impossible to put these questions to rest merely with thought and ingenuity. Whole philosophical systems have been built up around them. Anyone who delves into them will be sunk in them and lost eternally. As it is written, none that go unto her return. God is not to be found in these philosophies. Through intelligence alone, it will never be possible to solve the intellectual tangles they retain. The Jewish people with their faith in God are beyond all these philosophies and their complications. Israel believes in God and His holy Torah without needing philosophical justifications. They have pure faith. The Hebrew word for beyond is eved, and the Jews are called ivrim, Hebrews, precisely because they're beyond all the speculation. With a faith that transcends philosophy, we do not need to speculate about the truth. We know it. We have received it from our fathers and teachers. Know that some of the great tzaddikim were obliged to go into these philosophies in order to extricate and elevate the souls that had fallen and become sunk in them. You cannot argue that it is permissible for others to enter them on the grounds that many of the great scholars of the past were involved. In their case, it was an obligation, and through the great sanctity they possessed, they had the power to release the souls that were trapped. But people who are not on a comparable level of sanctity, and needless to add, the ordinary people of our own age should never enter these realms and risk being lost eternally. The song of the true tzaddik has the power to draw up the souls that have fallen into this form of atheism, from which this is otherwise no return. The deterministic philosophers who claim that everything operates solely by virtue of the laws of nature, a breed of wild animals that have made terrible inroads into our people and caught many of our sons in their clutches. Many Jewish souls are sunk in this like birds caught in a snare. If you love your soul, keep well away from these wild beasts who would otherwise snatch your soul and consume it. Keep well away from books of speculative science, even those written by our own great sages. There is no greater evil. Charity has the power to break the force of the serpent, which is the root of the deterministic ideology. Then these wild animals will have no power over you, but at times, even after you have crushed them, they are soon back again, placing fresh doubts in your mind about whether the world is governed solely by the will of God. If this happens, you must make fresh efforts to give much charity, for charity has the power to subdue the ideology of determinism and reveal that everything is governed by the will of God alone. Serve God with simplicity and purity, using no sophistication at all. This is the true goal. No one who goes by the name of Jew should ever as much as open a book of philosophy. There is no part of the heritage of Jacob. All speculative philosophy contains a stumbling block of Amalek, which is calculated to make people fall. In one moment they can lose whole worlds. There is no greater evil. Even the books written by Jews discussing speculative philosophy should be left well alone, because they can harm the holy faith that is the root of everything. Thank God we have today many holy books that are filled with sound guidance and the fear of God, and that are free of all speculation derived from the so-called wisdom of the Greeks. They are firmly founded in the holy words of the sages of the Talmud and the Midrash. In particular, there are the books based on the teachings of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Explore them and go through them again and again. You should have nothing to do with books based on the heretical viewpoints of the other nations of the world. Escape from them and their ilk, and you will gain your soul for the life of this world and the next. There are many searching questions about God, but anyone with even a modicum of genuine understanding will see that it is only right and proper that such questions should exist. For how can we, with our limited human intelligence, understand how God governs the world? Of course, there are things that baffle us. The utter greatness and exaltedness of God are but magnified when we find that there are questions we cannot solve. Understand this well. Marriage. Intense prayer can help a person find his marriage partner. Dancing at a wedding mitigates the forces of the harsh judgments in the world. There are deep Kabbalistic reasons for the custom of the bride sending the groom a talit and of crying out Shabbat and making humorous remarks at the wedding celebrations. There is also a deep significance in the other wedding customs, such as covering the bride, pelting the groom with baked goods, interruption of the groom's Torah discourse, and giving him a gift for his discourse. The entertainers bending themselves over double, and so on. There are awesome reasons for all of these things, and they express the will of God. When we acknowledge God and give Him praise, it has an influence that helps those who need to find their marriage partner to do so. The same is true when we study the legal codes. Immorality and abuse of the covenant make it hard for a person to find his true marriage partner. The tikkun is by following the spiritual path explained in the Kabbalistic writings about the themes of the month of Elul. When a person is unable to find his marriage partner, it can help if he goes to hear original Torah teachings from a man of deep understanding. The reason for breaking a piece of earthenware at the marriage ceremony is to remind the groom of Gehinnom in order to prevent him from getting trapped by his desires. He must sanctify himself in the marriage relationship. It is also a hint to him that if his wife turns out to be a bad woman, he should still not maltreat her or divorce her. Because of her, he will never see hell. One should see to it that he never comes to the point of divorce. Midnight prayer. How precious it is to rise at midnight in order to study Torah, pray, and engage in hitbodedut. Try to make it a regular practice, then you will be worthy of succeeding in the task of separating the good from the evil in the world. You will also develop a good memory, which means always remembering your purpose in life and keeping in mind the enduring life you are destined for in the end. You must recognize that everything you do in this world has meaning only in relation to the world to come. You should reflect on every experience that God sends you. Consider all the different situations you find yourself in each day. The only purpose of all of them is to offer you hints as to how you can draw closer to God at every moment. This is the only true and enduring goal in the world. The whole purpose of man being sent into this world is only to come closer to God. All the days of his vanity, all the experiences he has on each one of them are only for this. Rising at midnight sweetens the harsh decrees. Thus, practice is as valuable as presenting a pigeon, a redemption. Throughout the year, the correct time for the midnight prayer is when the first 6 hours of the night have passed. It lasts for 2 hours until of the second watch in the morning. It is a good thing to look up the sky. This will draw understanding upon you. The exile has already lasted so long. God is just waiting for the moment to return to us and rebuild the holy temple. It could happen at any time. Our task is to see that from our side we do nothing to obstruct the rebuilding of the temple. On the contrary, we must make every effort to hasten it. This is why we should be so careful to get up each night at midnight and mourn for the destruction of the temple. Perhaps in the previous incarnation we ourselves were responsible for something that brought about the destruction of the temple. Even if not, it could still be that our sins in our present lifetime are holding up the rebuilding of the temple. And this is as bad as if we had actually destroyed it. This is the reason we must weep and mourn every night at midnight. When we do so, it is as if we were actually making a tremendous effort to rebuild the holy temple. Then we will be able to draw closer to truth, to the true tzaddikim, and to those who are genuinely God-fearing. They are in fact the embodiment of truth in its beauty, splendor, and pleasantfulness. Through drawing closer to them, your eyes will be open and you will be able to see how far you are. Development has advanced and in which areas you need to work in order to return to God and to know and acknowledge His holy and great name. The merit of rising at midnight and mourning over the destruction of the holy temple saves us from such fires. The main devotion of the Jew is to get up every night in the winter for the midnight prayer. In the summer, when the nights are short and we do not rise for the midnight prayer except in the land of Israel, one should be sure to get up with the dawn each morning. Journeying and traveling. In the periods when the Jewish people ignored attempts to offer them moral guidance and criticism, the end result is exile, expulsion from the lands they are living in, and bitter wandering. Before going on a journey, one should give money to charity, then nothing will delay him or trouble him on the way. All the traveling a person has to do is because of flaws in his faith in God. Such flaws are actually a form of idolatry. At times, traveling can be a tikkun for these flaws, and this removes the force of anger from the world and draws down mercy. Neglect of Torah causes exile. By conferring authority on an unworthy rabbi, Jews are exiled from a place they settled long ago to places where no Jews have ever been. This is akin to the exile of the Jewish people from the land of Israel. For a place that Jews settled in, the past, even in the diaspora, has the aspect of the land of Israel. A person may spend his life as a fugitive and a wanderer, and at times he may come to places that are very far from God, such as the homes of the wicked or even the homes of heathens. Even though so a Jew has the power to elevate all these places to God, he should simply do his part and bring himself as close as he can to God, regardless of where he may be. When a person has a heart, there is nowhere that presents an insufferable barrier against his serving God. There is no excuse to say that in a certain place the obstacles are so great that it is impossible to serve God. When a person has a heart, all the places in the entire world are his. Whatever you are in a journey, make sure that you immerse in the mikveh. The mikveh has the power to save from murderers. Awe and devotion. You should never fear anything except God. If you ever begin to feel afraid of anything, remember the great fear that is due to God. Throughout the day, fill your entire consciousness with this sense of awe. It will help you pray with all your strength, to utter the words with such force that they are like thunderbolts. Then you will hear the words that are on your lips. This is the way to achieve true joy and to perform the mitzvahs with the joy derived from the mitzvot themselves. Then you will attain the understanding of how to nullify all harsh decrees, even after decrees have been made, God forbid. In order to achieve these levels, you must combine your fear of God with the love of God. A person's main strength lies in the love he has for God. Nevertheless, fear must come first. One who fears God attains peace in prayer. If you wish to savor the taste of the hidden light, the secrets of the Torah that are destined to be revealed in time to come, you should engage in hitbodedut and speak to God. Express everything in your heart before him. Examine yourself and judge yourself. Weigh up all the different things you are involved with. In this way, you will be able to banish your extraneous fears of forces other than God. These are called fallen fears, and you will be able to elevate your fear and experience the true awe of God. When a person neglects to examine and judge himself, he examined and brought the judgment from above. God has many ways of executing his judgments. He has the power to close them in anything in the world, because all things are his messengers, and he can use whatever means he chooses to execute his judgments. We can actually see this in practice. When something that happens to a person, the particular cause that precipitates the problem, is often apparently quite insignificant. One would never have expected a small thing like this to bring on such a train of consequences, illness, suffering, and the like. The explanation is that the divine decree passed against him has been closed within these mundane circumstances in order to give him his own accord. The decree above is removed. There is no need for him to be afraid of anything. Worldly objects and events will no longer be used as a veil and a cloak for executing the decree of God. By bringing himself to a reckoning, he has removed the judgment above. He is already sufficiently aroused and spiritually awake without needing things of this world to shake him. This is what is meant by elevating fear to its root. He is afraid of nothing except God. Because of this, he will be worthy of the hidden light. Attaining true fear and love of God is possible only with the help of the tzaddikim of the generation. Through fear of heaven, one merits to perfect the holy language and tongue, and through this he can restore the covenant. But to reach this level of fear, it is necessary to journey to the tzaddik in order to hear words of truth directly from his lips. It is not enough to study Musa literature, works giving guidance about spiritual development. When a person hears a tzaddik, the actual words of the tzaddik possess a quality of perfection. They are uttered with true fear of heaven, and this is the foundation for the fulfillment of the covenant and achieving moral purity. Even if a person hears what the tzaddik said from the lips of someone else who heard the tzaddik speak, it still does not help as much, because the words have descended from the original perfection. In order for the words of the holy tongue to possess perfection, they must be heard from the lips of the tzaddik himself. This is where the treasure house of true fear of heaven is to be found. And this is the foundation for attaining perfection in the holy tongue. Having a sense of shame is the basis for attaining fear of heaven. One must feel ashamed before God, so ashamed that he could not possibly sin. To have a sense of shame is a very high level. Through fear and shame, a person merits to pray with concentration, and this will help him attain the secrets of the Torah. Then he will merit joy, which is the essence of boldness and encouragement. The specific means for coming close to the true tzaddikim. Through the true tzaddikim, a person comes to complete faith, which is the essence of all holiness. Be sure that you make your days very long. With each new day and each fresh moment, make sure the time is longer, fuller, and richer with added holiness. So it must be with every day that comes. You must continually extend the days by filling them with more holiness and more purity. This is the secret of a long life. When you start each day, at first day it is very short. The spiritual accomplishments you need to achieve this day weigh heavily on you. It takes great determination not to be discouraged as you feel the weight of the devotions you have to undertake this day, but the courageous, and don't lose heart. Make a start, even if at first things seem heavy and strained and difficult. If you are determined enough, they will come easier, and you will find that you can accomplish what you must in God's servants. Without every hour that passes, see to it that you enrich that hour and lengthen it with extra holiness. Do the same with every new day of your life. Let each day be filled with more holiness than the day before. Then you will be blessed with lengths of days. The root of the skill is living lies. The root of this skill in living lies in cultivating true fear of heaven. Fear of heaven is the foundation of a long life. It can bring you great wealth, the wealth of holiness, and through the wealth it is possible to attain profound understanding. There are certain pathways of Torah that possess a degree of profundity that can be attained only with the help of great wealth. This is the reason so many of the greatest of the tzaddikim were extraordinarily wealthy, such as Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, the compiler of the Mishnah, and Rabbi Ashi, the compiler of the Gemara. The source of this wealth is in length of days, which is attained through fear of heaven. There are three aspects to fearing God: fear of heaven, fear of one's teacher, and fear of one's father and mother. When a person has true fear of heaven, he is saved from the beauty of woman. then he is freed from the attraction of falsehood. He is safe from poverty and attain wealth. One can perfect his fear of heaven with the help of the true tzaddik, one who has the power to arouse men from their sleep through the stories he tells about the years of old. Through this he can cause the barren to give birth, which arouses great fear of God. The fear is the instrument for attaining all the spiritual levels we have mentioned. The key to everything is the way you start. All beginnings are difficult because you are trying to turn things from one direction to the opposite direction. That once a start has made, you begin to get used to the direction you are going in, and things are no longer so hard. The level of awe and devotion a person attains each day depends on the way he starts. Every day you should go backwards, in the sense that you should always try to draw inspiration from the start, which was the hardest thing of all. You must always make a fresh start. Each time you come to the tzaddik, you must likewise make a fresh beginning. It must be as if you had never come to him before, as if this time is an entirely new experience for you. Perhaps the new beginning was not as it should have been, and if so, all the devotion that followed would not have been as it should have been. Everything depends on the beginning. Therefore, you must marshal all your strength and steel yourself to make a vigorous beginning. Start again every time with new fire and passion for God. Start as if you had never begun before at all. The strength of your new beginning will bring power and vigor into all your devotions. You should always ask yourself, if the start was as if it should have been, make the effort to start again and come to the tzaddik afresh. Do this every time. When a new soul enters a person, you must raise it and rear it with love and awe. If a person does not consider the purpose of everything, what is the point of his life? One of the basic rules in serving God is to think only of today. Pay no attention to yesterday or tomorrow. This applies to the work you have done to earn a living and provide your needs. Our sacred literature tells us we should be concerned only with today. The same applies to serving God. You should think only of today. The present hour. When a person wants to begin serving God, it seems like a heavy burden that he will never be able to bear. But if he thinks that he has only today, it will not be a burden at all. Don't put things off and say, I'll start tomorrow. Tomorrow I will pray with concentration and proper devotion and the like. Man's world consists of nothing except the day and the hour that he stands in now. Tomorrow is a completely different world. Today, if you would but listen to his voice, exactly today. Every single mitzvah that a person does in this world creates a lamp with which he can explore the treasure house of the king after his passing. This is the ultimate delight of the world to come. There are two kinds of fear of heaven. There are people who fear God because of his greatness and exaltedness as the ruler and master of the universe. This level of fear adds completeness to God's name. Then there lies a form of fear which is attained through the fear one has of the other lower things, a wild animal, a person wielding great power, or another fear. Such things can evoke the awareness of God within the person, and the second level of fear is the source of the influx of blessing into the world. To receive the blessings, one has to make a vessel. The vessel is formed through the longing and desire one has to travel to the true tzaddikim. This creates the shape of the vessel, and the vessel itself is formed when one comes to the tzaddik in person. The more obstacles the person encounters in his efforts to draw close, and the more energy he devotes to breaking them, the greater the vessel he forms. Every Jew is created with the ultimate purpose of wielding power over the angels. This is his destiny, but the angels are very jealous of a man who has the power over them. He must protect himself and see that he has the strength to remain in this position of power without being cast down through the angels' envy. The craving for money, immorality, and gluttony distort and corrupt the fear in a person's heart. The remedy is through honoring the three festivals and celebrating them in the proper way. This causes the fear that is latent in the heart to become manifest, and through this it can attain the experience of prophecy. This is the avenue to true prayer and healing. One becomes bound to the very root of the souls of Israel, and here alone there is protection from the envy of the angels. When a person falls into materialism, immorality, and greed, the only Holy One sits and cries out like a lion. All the mitzvot, good deeds, and devotions that a person does are his children. This is especially true of the tzaddikim. Before a woman gives birth, she has to undergo contractions and birth pains, and she cries and screams. It is literally the same when you serve God. When you want to carry out a particular devotion or return to God, It inevitably takes a tremendous effort. You have to cry out and groan, bending and jerking in all directions. The hardest thing of all is the start. All beginnings are difficult. This is when you need to cry out and groan the most. Even after start, things do not necessarily come easily, and it takes a lot of effort before you achieve something worthwhile. But don't be discouraged by what you have to endure. According to the effort is the reward. Charity opens the gates to holiness. That is why it is good to give charity before doing any mitzvah or good deed. The charity helps widen the opening of the holiness, which is the goal of this particular devotion, and it will not be so hard to enter. Through giving charity, you can attain fear of heaven, and this will lead to loving kindness. When you attain this, you will be able to serve God without being distracted by the difficulties of earning a living. In times when the elders of the generations fail to achieve perfection, it gives strength to anti-religious ideologies. The task of each individual is to ensure that with every day that passes, he gains additional holiness and deeper understanding. Each new day must be filled with more of the radiance and devotion to God. Only when a person achieves this is he worthy of the name elder. When a person wastes his days without adding extra holiness, he may grow old, but he cannot be termed an elder. Instead of enjoying length of days, his days are actually short. Because of this, deterministic ideologies are able to become entrenched in the world. The remedy lies in giving charity. God's main joy and pleasure come only when we in this low world of ours magnify and sanctify His name and carry out His will. God has the whole array of seraphim, chayot, ofanim, and all the higher worlds that serve Him. Nevertheless, He derives His main joy and pleasure, as it were, when the divine service of this lowly world rises to realms above. Every person should discuss fear of heaven with his friend, but first he must possess fear of heaven himself, so his words will make an impression and stay with his friend and not instantly pass through the other's heart. But with fear of heaven, one's words will make an impression and stay with his friend. All the days of man's life and all the time of the entire world is nothing, since everything passes in the blink of an eye, as anyone can see. Moreover, nothing from all the time of this world remains except for whatever good a person grabbed in his service of God in this world. Only this will last for eternity in the world to come. Aside from this, everything is vanity and emptiness. For all the time in this world, past and future, is absolutely nothing compared to a single day and even a single moment of the world to come. When people study and discuss one of the original Torah concepts of the true tzaddikim, they become filled with the fear of heaven. Your main aim should be to serve God with simplicity, with no extraneous motives. Follow His ways in order to know Him. That is what He wants. A person who serves God in order to earn the world to come is just hungry. He wants to fill his stomach with the reward. Even so, it is better to serve God for the sake of the reward of the world to come than it is to chase after the world. At last, someone who serves God for the sake of this reward is wiser than one who struggles for this world all his life. This world is transient, but the world to come is the world of eternal life. Even so, the main aim should be to serve God with no extraneous motives whatsoever. What profit is there when people run after the superficialities of materialism and gratification and neglect the task of achieving self-perfection? There are many people who will waste away their days struggling to leave a big inheritance for their children. But this is no better than when a person gets himself dirty and then makes more dirt to cover up the dirt. Other people try their best to leave a good name behind them for their children's sake. But this is still not the same real purpose of life. The aim of the true tzaddikim is only to satisfy the will of God. Man always has free will. This applies to everything he may be involved with. In all situations, the Jew always has the option of exercising free choice. As far as the other nations of the world are concerned, there are certain things that restrict their free will and compel them to act in a particular way. With the Jew, however, no matter what he does, be it to travel to a particular place or the like, there is always some devotion involved, something that relates to his service of God. Because of this, the Jew has free will in everything. The profit the person can have from this world is indescribable. You don't need to spend your own money to make a profit here. God spreads the opportunities before you. You can simply stretch out your hand and take abundant profit. No eye has seen it. It's very good to throw yourself upon God and rely upon Him. At the start of every day, you should entrust all your actions of that day and all the actions of your children and other dependents to God, asking that everything go as He wishes. Fear is the key to achieving spiritual perfection. The basis of fear of heaven is to be afraid of being punished. Even tzaddikim need to have this fear. This is what gives us our initial motivation to serve God. If you want to serve God, you must keep making new beginnings. Even in the course of a single day, you may have to start all over again several times. Whatever you see in this world exists only to create the possibility of free will. The entire world and all that it is was created solely for the sake of free will. There are people who serve God for a whole lifetime without being shown that they have achieved. Only in the world to come will they see what they have achieved. The main devotion of the Jew is to get up every night in the winter for the midnight prayer. In the summer, when the nights are short and we do not rise for the midnight prayer, except in the land of Israel, one should be sure to get up with the dawn each morning.
Let's stop.
Anger. You must break the force of your anger with compassion. If you feel yourself becoming angry, make sure you do not act with cruelty because of your anger. You must make a special effort to be kind to the very person you are angry with. Sweeten your anger with compassion. When you do this, you will be able to draw benefit from the tzaddik, and then you will be able to understand the true goal of all things. You will taste the delight of the world to come, and you will see how everything in the world is part of the movement to this ultimate goal. Your perception will be according to the root that you have in the soul of the tzaddik. Through breaking the force of anger with compassion, the true tzaddikim receive honor and greatness, and the world finds a true leader, one who will have pity for the world and lead it in the right way, bringing each individual to his ultimate goal. Anger and cruelty arise when people's understanding is limited. The deeper their understanding, the more their anger disappears, and compassion, kindness, and peace spread. This is why the study of Torah, which deepens understanding, brings compassion and peace into the world and banishes anger. Immersing in the mikveh is also an antidote to anger, because immersing in the mikveh brings understanding. When a person gives way to anger, it stirs up the great accuser, Esot or Edom. The accuser in the upper world is the source of a flurry of accusers and enemies who come down and take charge of this angry man. His anger puts his wisdom to flight, and the image of God disappears from his faith. He no longer has the face of a man. That is why he is in the power of his enemies, because he has the appearance of a beast. They are not afraid of him. Fasting is the remedy for anger. In fact, the main value of fasting lies in this. That is why when a person is fasting, the evil one comes against him and creates all kinds of pretexts for making him angry. The evil one wants to spoil the fast. One has to be very careful to avoid getting angry on a fast day. The whole value of the fast lies in subduing one's anger. Through the holy act of eating on Shabbat, anger is crushed. Anger damages a person's wealth. When the evil inclination incites a person to get angry, he should know that at that moment heaven is about to bless him with a sum of money, and the evil inclination wants to ruin this bounty. Anger can make a person lose his money. When a person gets angry, he spoils the blessing of wealth that was due to come to him. He causes a stain upon his good name and indeed his very soul. But when a person holds back his anger and behaves patiently, even in the most trying of circumstances, he attains wealth, a good name, and an unblemished soul. All the other souls yearn to be merged with his soul, and he can succeed in drawing many souls closer to God. Through this, the glory of God is revealed. As mentioned above, anger damages one's income. Consequently, the person is far from truth and cannot pray properly. He also cannot turn what he wants from potential into actual. When a person fights his anger and breaks it, the spirit of Mashiach is drawn into the world. Such a person is accounted as if it was through him that the world and all that is in it was created and brought into being. He will be worthy of rich blessings, and he will attain true prayer, directing himself to God alone without any extraneous motives of gaining people's respect and admiration. He will succeed in carrying out all the mitzvot and other holy acts that he must accomplish. Through the holiness of the land of Israel, it is possible to break the force of evil, depression, and laziness completely. For this reason, one must plead with God to be worthy of coming to the land of Israel speedily. Then a person can attain tranquility in the face of any experience he may undergo. He will never be angry or upset with anyone. no matter what they may have done. Honor. Every person should minimize his own dignity and give as much honor as he can to the Creator. He should avoid honor and make no attempt to win people's admiration. Then he will be worthy of receiving honor from God, and no one will raise questions about whether he is really entitled to the respect he enjoys. But someone who clashes after the respect and admiration of his fellow men will never be worthy of God's honor. Even if he does attain a position of respect, people will constantly look at him askance and want to know who he is that he should be accorded such respect. The test of true repentance is when a person can allow himself to be abused and ridiculed in silence, patiently accepting all the insults that are thrown at him. Through this, he reduces the blood in the left ventricle of the heart. This is the seat of the animal soul, and slaughters his evil inclination. Then he is worthy of God's honor. A person should guard God's honor in all ways. He should be vile and despised in his own eyes, accounting himself and his dignity as of no importance before the honor due to the Creator. Then he will be able to speak words of Torah that will radiate with light, illuminating for him all the aspects of himself that he needs to work on in order to achieve perfect repentance. Through this, he will attain profound understanding of the depths of the Torah. The greatest revelation of God's glory comes when those who were furthest of all from him draw closer. Then his name is exalted and honored above and below, and his glory is magnified. It is a duty for everyone to make efforts to draw people closer to God, and no one should say, "How can I come closer to God, seeing that I am so removed from him because of my wrongdoing?" On the contrary, the further a person is, the more God's glory is exalted through him when he makes an effort to return and draw closer. When people have respect for the righteous, honor is elevated to its source. One should be very sincere in the respect he gives them. This will make up any flaw in his fear of God, and in the end he will attain peace. No one should accept a position of leadership of power unless he has attained a level of absolute faith. There are people who believe in God but still retain a residue of superstition. Such people should not accept positions of leadership. A person may persuade himself that he has mercy for the world, and this is why he wants to be in a position of leadership, but really, he wants the glory for himself. Even though he makes out that his motive is one of mercy, this can lead to atheism and disbelief. But God in heaven has compassion for the world, and leadership is not allowed to fall into the hands of such people. Those leaders and governments that show love and respect for the wise have chosen the firmest possible basis for their power. Love of the wise gives stability to leaders and governments. When a king or a ruler displays signs of hatred for the wise, it is a sign that heaven has decreed that he should be brought down, for the world cannot endure without wisdom. An old man who has forgotten his learning through no fault of his own should be accorded every respect. The very honor that is given to him will cause his forgetfulness to disappear, and the vital soul, the soul of the Torah that he knew, to be revealed again. The darkness and harsh judgments will be put to flight, and light, kindness, life, and the wisdom of Torah will spread throughout the world. We should also be very careful to give respect to the children of very ignorant, ordinary Jews. In certain cases, the children of very ignorant people have souls that are very precious. This we can see from their Torah learning. If we see that they are learned in Torah, it is a sure sign that they must have a very precious soul, and we should be careful to accord them honor and respect, for by means of honor the Torah is especially revealed its hiddenness. Then bodily forces, desires, materialism, darkness, and folly are rejected, and spiritual forces, form, light, wisdom, life, kindness, and memory are elevated, and all harsh judgments are nullified. There are leaders who go by the name of rabbi, but whose learning has been picked up from them, from the superficialities and waste of the Torah. They are unable to control even themselves, let alone other people, but they still have pretensions to greatness and seek to lead and guide the whole world. You should be very careful not to accord them any recognition whatsoever, so as not to add in any way to their power or authority. They themselves can be forgiven for what they do. They are no more than victims of a strong lust for power. The people who give them credibility and power and who are prepared to accord them the title of rabbi will have a heavy penalty to pay. When rabbis lacking in integrity are ordained and given authority, it weakens the influence of the holy writings of the Jews and the writings of the nations of the world. become invested with power, decrees are passed according honor and authority to those writings alone and not to our writings, and forcing Jews to learn their literature. In the end, decrees of expulsion are passed against the Jewish people, and they are forced to move from places where they have dwelled by long tradition to places they have never been. This is the form of exile from the land of Israel. As a result, it becomes impossible for great souls to be born and brought into the world, and because of this, the secret of intercalation is taken from us and put into the hands instead, God forbid. But when a sage of true integrity is ordained and accorded the title of rabbi, our sages are again invested with radiance and strength, and even the nations of the world submit to the authority of the writings of the Jews in governing their own affairs. Then the air is sanctified with the holiness of the air of the land of Israel, and relief comes from the troubles that were brought about through the ordination of unworthy rabbis. When some new honor comes to a person, it is something to be quite apprehensive about. At times, honor is sent to a person as a prelude to his soul being taken. Therefore, a person should always be careful to receive any honor in great sanctity and only for the sake of God, not for his own benefit or enjoyment. Otherwise, the honor could turn out to be very harmful and this soul could be taken, God forbid. The soul is very precious. One must guard it with the utmost care. One should pray to God that this new honor should not harm him in any way and that his soul should not be taken from him. The root and source of all the souls is in honor and glory, and when a soul is taken, it is taken up into glory, which is its root. Usually, however, the honor comes for good, for when a new soul comes to a man, it is clothed in honor. Then when a person receives this honor, as he should, he is able to receive the new soul that is clothed in it. A greedy appetite is a blot upon the honor of God. God hides his face, and the world comes under the shadow of his harsh severity. Glory falls to the arrogant who appropriate all the dignity to themselves. Power, kingship, authority, and honor fall into the hands of the heathens, the wicked, and the insolent. And when a situation arises where the Jewish people need to take some firm action to ensure the survival of our holy faith, it is necessary to have recourse to their strength. But when we break the lust for food, the honor of God is vindicated and the insolent are left without power, authority, or dignity. The countenance of God radiates the world and the harsh judgments are broken. Charity cleanses the stains on God's honor. Glory and power are taken from the other side and restored to the wise, who are the world's true leaders. In the morning prayers, when we reach the words, "And you rule over all," it is customary to give charity in order to take glory and power from the hands of the other side and restore them to the forces of holiness. When honor is restored to the wise, who are the true leaders, at the beginning of their ascendancy, there is likely to be factionalism and strife. When some new honor comes to a person, he should do this for utmost to cultivate the fear and love of God within himself in order to give birth to the new soul that comes to him clothed in this honor, to raise it and bring it to maturity. By giving respect to an old man who has forgotten his learning, cool waters are drawn to revive the fainting soul. Give such a person respect makes up for all the prayers that people say without sincerity, because prayers like these cause the faintness of the soul. For a tzaddik, it is very hard to be widely known. A tzaddik who is revealed and famous has to bear much suffering on behalf of the people, but there are cases where it is the will of heaven that a certain tzaddik should be revealed and widely known. When the leaders become arrogant, God sends people to make trouble for them and speak out against them in order to break their pride. One must fear and be frightened of honor, for honor is very dangerous, even life-threatening. Therefore, when some honor comes to a person, he must be very careful to receive it properly, for the sake of heaven alone. If he were to blemish the honor, even by a hair's breadth, and not receive it properly, he could pass away because of this. A person who wants honor is a fool. The more a person lacks understanding, the more punctilious he is about any affronts to his dignity. One who conducts himself in office with honesty and purity will rise to greatness at the end of his days. Whatever the criteria of greatness in his particular time and place, he will be accorded to this greatness. One must be very cautious about entering any position of authority. This applies especially to those with fear of heaven, who have a particularly strong desire to influence others. If they accept a position of authority, they are in danger of losing the blessing of prophecy that they might have been able to attain through their awe. There are people who impose themselves as leaders and rulers over our poor, bereft nation, not because they have been appointed by heaven, but purely through their own arrogance and assertiveness. The sword of pride that they wield draws strength from the converts who bring arrogance into the Jewish people. They can attain so much power that they can even exact penalty from those who do not wish to bow to their rule. But the correct phrase for this is not exacting penalties but causing damage, because ultimately they are a destructive force in the world. The arrogance of these leaders brings rampant immorality to the world. The only escape is by turning to the guardians of the earth. The foundation of true spiritual leadership is mercy. No one can be a true leader unless he has genuine mercy for the Jewish people, but he must understand how to show this mercy. It is forbidden to be merciful to the wicked, to murderers and robbers. He must know how to guide and direct each individual along the path that will lead to his ultimate good. The essence of the mercy he must show to the Jewish people is to draw them away from their sins. This is no greater mercy than this. It is very dangerous for a tzaddik to be revealed and widely known and to occupy a position of leadership. The danger is obvious in the case of one who is not fitted to the task and who wears a talit that is not his own, but it is present even in the case of men of true stature who genuinely serve God. When they accept positions of leadership and teach Torah publicly, they run the risk of falling into immorality, theft, and murder with every step they take. The only purpose of the entire creation is the revelation of God's glory. This is why everything was created for the sake of man. The revelation of God's glory depends entirely on man. Therefore, some new honor comes to a person, he must be scrupulous about not taking any of it for himself. He must make sure that he gives all the glory to God. In this way, he's building and sustaining the world, because the whole world and all that is in it was created only for God's glory. A person who blemishes God's honor falls from the mentality of the land of Israel, which is the source of true understanding and wisdom, to the mentality of outside the land. This is the root of strife and factionalism. A person who is jealous of a friend who rises to greatness can lose his faith and turn into an atheist. One must be extremely careful about this. In our times, there is no one whose motive for seeking power is purely for the sake of heaven. In previous generations, there was such people, but today no one should seek out positions of power. All honor and authority should be avoided. Anyone with a clear mind can see that all the affairs of this world are utterly futile and foolish. This is especially true of the desire for earthly prestige and power. To be famous and travel widely, all is vanity and striving after the wind. It is all the more foolish because such fame does not actually result in pleasure and satisfaction even in this world, and it mainly results in suffering and insults. Mockery. People who make fun of the words of the Torah sages are punished with boiling excrement. Stinking vapors rise up from their brain, leaving them twisted and confused. No matter how much they may study Torah, they will never be able to derive true guidance from it about the way to lead their lives. Their heart is as filthy as a privy. They never have a clear idea how to live at all. This kind of cynicism leads them to enter severe decrees being passed against the Jewish people. They are expelled from the countries they were living in, and the end result of the upheavals is that the whole areas of Torah wisdom become lost to us, notably the mystery of intercalation in the Jewish calendar. The loss of this wisdom causes strife and factionalism. An enormous number of religious books are available today, and in the future even more will be written. On no account should one ever make fun of any of them. This world needs every one of them. When a person makes fun of something holy, it is the laughter of the fool. The remedy for the mockery is guarding the covenant. One of the biggest obstacles is the search for truth is other people, especially those who make fun of religion with sophisticated jokes. They are under the spell of philosophical speculation and other current ideas. The damage they cause is quite obvious. They have the power to corrupt people completely, God forbid. What is even more insidious is the sharp wit of people who give the appearance of being respectable and well-meaning, but who have a way of turning all kinds of religious matters into a joke. Many people are deterred from true religion because of this, at least where the blatant mockery of the philosophers is concerned. Most people have the sense to be wary and keep away, knowing that they do this. Philosophy has the power to deprive you of both worlds, this one and the next, and to throw you down into the lower pit of hell, God forbid. But the wit and wisdom of those who give the impression of being decent and religious can be more dangerous because their words possess a certain aura of truth. Travel the path of purity and you will walk in trust. Keep well away from this crowd and pay no attention to their humor and smart ideas, walk with simplicity and purity along the ancient path of our forefathers. Money and livelihood, worthless pursuits, and malicious gossip can only lead to poverty in the end. Pride also causes poverty. The remedy is to give charity, which brings blessing and prosperity. Immorality can deprive a person of his livelihood. Intense prayer makes one worthy of his livelihood. The less careful a person is about upholding his moral standards, the more bitterness and hardship he will experience in his efforts to earn a living. In order to draw God's providence upon ourselves completely, it is necessary to break the desire for wealth. The way to do this is by giving charity. When a person gives money to charity, it cools his urge to acquire. He will conduct his business affairs truthfully and honestly. He will be satisfied with his portion in life, and he will have pleasure and contentment from what God has blessed him with, because he is not desperate to get rich. He is free of the constant struggle to make extra profit. The burden of this struggle is the fulfillment of the curse: by the sweat of your brow you will eat. Giving charity frees a person from this. It is accounted to him as if he had brought an incense offering before God. The desire for wealth is literally a form of idol worship. As long as it continues to exist, the world is under the shadow of God's anger. But the more completely it is uprooted, the more God's anger is lifted, and the world radiates with his kindness. The revelation of Mashiach begins to spread. Understanding springs forth, and as if the holy temple had been rebuilt. New horizons of Torah are revealed, the Torah that is destined to be revealed in time to come. People who are obsessed with the idea of getting rich lack faith in God's power to send man his livelihood with little effort on his part. Instead, they get involved in all kinds of complicated enterprises in the struggle for extra profit. Only after great toil and anxiety do they eat their daily bread. They are constantly worried and depressed. They have attached themselves to the continents on the other side, the domain of darkness, depression, idolatry, and death. It is completely different for those who go about their work in a spirit of faith and trust in God. Having decided to content themselves with what they have, they are happy with their portion, regardless of what it may be. They know and believe with perfect faith that God alone is the source of man's wealth and income, except he desires that man should make some small movement of his own to initiate the chain of events that will bring his income to him. People like this are attached to the light of God's countenance, which is the realm of radiance, life, and joy. A person who is sunk in his craving for wealth is not just enslaved to one kind of idolatry, but to every single idolatrous cult belonging to all of the 70 nations of the world. This is because all forms of idolatry are rooted in materialism. The Shekhinah screams out in pain because of these idolatries. Woe for the pain in my head. Woe for the pain in my arm. The Shekhinah, 140 cries, equals the gematria of the Hebrew word mammon, money, plus 1 unit for each letter. By maintaining sexual purity and attaching oneself to the true tzaddikim, who guard the covenant with ultimate perfection, the person will be saved from the lust for money, which corresponds to idolatry, darkness, as mentioned above. Then he will be connected to godliness and merit, that the light of God's countenance will illumine and shine upon him, so he can perceive the pleasantness of God. Another way to break the desire for wealth is to contemplate the spiritual source from which material wealth and blessings flow. By concentrating on this source, the desire for material wealth is dissipated. For here, at the root, radiant with translucent light, the joy is purely spiritual. By comparison, the object of the craving is very degraded. Only a fool would throw aside spiritual joy for the sake of some crude pleasure. But the only way to attain this spiritual perception is through self-purification, as it is written, "From my flesh I perceive God." Only when a person has sanctified himself with his body can he complete and contemplate godliness. This explains why the basic remedy for the desire for wealth is through fulfillment of the covenant. When a person achieves this, he will not succumb to this desire. Whenever a person falls from his level, the fundamental reason is always the desire for money. This is basically why people fall into heresy and idolatry. For the same reason, when the enemies of the tzaddik stir up opposition against him and God wants to chase them away, he causes them to fall into the lust for money. There is no greater fall than this. As a general rule, in times of controversy and strife, the greater the purity with which a person guards the covenant and the closer he is to the tzaddik, who is the embodiment of the covenant, the greater his power to resist his opponents and throw them down, and when they fall, it is into the lust for money. For this reason, a person who finds himself involved in a dispute should be very careful not to succumb to the temptations of wealth. The mitzvah of mizuzah is a remedy against the lust for money. When you observe this mitzvah carefully, your livelihood will fly into your hands. As long as a person is reluctant to spend money on the mitzvot he performs, his mitzvot are deficient because they have not yet entered the category of true faith, which gives them perfection. But when a mitzvah is so precious in his eyes that he does not mind parting with his money and he spends liberally for the sake of the mitzvah, this is called faith. The essence of a person's faith is seen in his relation to money. When he breaks his desire for wealth, he becomes attached to the continence of holiness. People who are sunk in the desire for wealth are always in debt. We can actually see this. When people are dissatisfied with what they have, they start trying to speculate and saddle themselves with a mighty burden of debt. They borrow from others in the hope of making big profits from their investments. But in the end, they die as debtors. And even if they are not literally in debt when they die, they are always effectively in debt to their own lusts. As we can see, there are many people who have more than enough to cover their needs, yet they spend all their days chasing after profit. They are prepared to struggle and submit to all kinds of risk and inconvenience just for the sake of money. In fact, they behave exactly like someone with real debts strung around their neck, except that their only real debt is the debt they owe to their desires, which are so demanding that as if they really did owe an enormous sum. In effect, they are debtors all their lives, and they die in debt to their desires. Even a whole lifetime is not long enough for them to pay off the debts they owe to their desires, because there is no limit to them. For no one in this world achieves even half of what he wants before he dies. All their days they are depressed, worried, and bitter because of their appetite for money. The more money people have, the more depression and worries they have, because they are entangled in idolatry, which is the very source of depression, darkness, and death. Their money eats up the days of their life with their problems and worries. You should realize that it is nothing but a fool's game. When people make money dishonestly or refuse to give any of their money to charity, it is a fool's game, because the money plays with them, as one amuses a little child with coins, and in the end the money itself kills them. The Tikkun Ezar speaks about this game of the fool. Who is the fool? It is the other God, the child's group. It smites at them with the allure of wealth in this world, and then it kills them. Why is it called a child? Because those who are trapped in it do not have the sense to escape from it. The way to escape the allure of wealth is through guarding the covenant and drawing close to the true tzaddik, who is the embodiment of purity, and whom it is written, "He who is good before God will be saved from it." The tzaddik possesses true wisdom and understanding and knows how to escape this trap. Even the greatest of men require tremendous wisdom and understanding if they are to escape the struggles of earning a livelihood, so it does not overwhelm and destroy their lives, God forbid. Most ordinary people suffer terrible bitterness all their lives because of this. They lose both worlds, this world and the world to come. No, there is no limit to the bitterness of this world. As the Holy Zohar states, were it not for salt, the world could not endure the bitterness. And the main bitterness of this world is the desire and struggle and worry over acquiring money and the livelihood which comes from blemishing the covenant. Were it not for the strength of the great tzaddikim who truly guard the covenant, who are called the eternal covenant of salt, the world would not be able to endure at all because of the terrible bitterness caused by the desire for wealth. Therefore, the closer a person comes to the true tzaddik, the more he can sweeten this bitterness. The desire for wealth from himself, for those who are far from the tzaddikim and far from personal purity, and especially those who are actually opposed to the tzaddikim and their followers, will be the victims of the full force of this bitterness, the struggles and worries over making money until it saps their entire lives. May God save us. Pay heed to these words, and so many souls have sunk in this. Perhaps you will be able to run to the true tzaddik to protect yourself from the overflowing waters of the desire for wealth which come from sexual immorality, so they will not reach you. Then you will gain your soul and merit a true life, both in this world and the next. Whoever is sunk in the desire for wealth and does not conduct his business affairs honestly generates an aspect of menstruation in the Shekhinah. He does not have sufficient livelihood and is considered to have blemished the covenant. With every step that a person takes and every word he utters in his efforts to make a living, he should have in mind that his purpose in making a profit is to be able to give money to charity. Charity is the tikkun for business activity. Only a person who hates graft, which means that he absolutely despises money, can acquire true wisdom and understanding and thereby reach a perception of godliness. The opposite is also true. One who loves money loses his wisdom. He succumbs to folly and foolishness, sadness and depression. The klipot and the forces of the other side surround him with their encirclements, which are the very opposite of wisdom. When a person conducts his business honestly and with faith, his soul, his mind, and intellect is renewed through this faith. The business activity itself can be developed spiritually and draw fresh wisdom and a new soul from the light of God's countenance. Not everyone is on such a level, and according of Torah scholarship, that he can grow intellectually in Torah through his business. Even so, simply by virtue of conducting his business in faith and honesty, a great tikkun is brought about. Then the second Jew whose soul is drawn from the same root as his own can benefit greatly because his intellect is refreshed and expanded through the honest dealings of the first, and he is inspired with new energy to learn and devote himself to God. The whole body of Torah law dealing with business affairs is relevant to practical business activity. Anyone who wishes to conduct his business with faith and honesty must be expert in all of the laws of business in order not to slip in any way of them. A person who wants to conduct his business honestly must guard his faith very carefully from any possible flaw. He must be as scrupulous as Rav Safra, and he must speak the truth in his heart. Even if he merely decided in his heart, he must not change it later on. If he guards his faith carefully, his soul and intellect will be refreshed and renewed through his faith. When a person conducts his business affairs with faith and honesty, it is as precious as the daily offering and the incense offering that were brought in the holy temple. These offerings caused the kilipot to fall away and all the sparks of holiness trapped within them to ascend. His mind is elevated and refreshed, and it is accounted as if the holy temple had been rebuilt in his time. The main reason for the economic hardships that have hit the Jewish people in recent generations is that many of the shochatim, the ritual slaughters, have been unworthy. The blessing that a worthy shochet makes at the time of slaughtering is a very powerful influence on the livelihood of the whole Jewish people. The blessing elevates the living soul that was incarnated in the animal. But there are shochatim who fail to concentrate properly on the meaning of the blessing and harbor improper thoughts. A shochet like this, standing with the knife raised, ready to slaughter the animal, is no better than a murderer. When pain this living soul experiences at this moment, she cries with a bitter wail because the blessing of the shochet will do nothing to elevate her from her incarnation. On the contrary, she will be cast down even lower than before, and she will have no rest for the sole of her foot. Woe to such a shochet, woe to the soul he has killed and given over to the hands of the enemies. The result is that people's livelihoods is hit, and the little that is available can be acquired only with great toil and exertion. Shochatim like these cause the soul to be enslaved by the materialism of the body, and physical lusts and desires gain strength. When the shochatim are worthy, the soul is elevated and the grossness of the body is crushed and humbled. The body is the seat of animality, folly, darkness, and death, forgetfulness, harsh justice, and alien ideologies. In their place, soul and form are elevated. These are the roots of all that is truly noble in man: understanding, light, life, memory, loving kindness. In short, the wisdom of the Torah. Through them, the world is blessed with abundance and prosperity. When the Jewish people guard themselves from non-kosher meat, they will have sufficient livelihood. Poverty, humiliation, and shame come on account of a greedy appetite. Poverty and shame result from the abuse of the tefillin. Similarly, poverty and shame result from blemishing truth, since truth is the essence of wealth. A person should always feel content with what he has. He should take no more from the world than is absolutely essential. He should not live in luxury like so many people do today, to our many sins. People who lack this sense of contentment are referred to in the saying, the belly of the wicked will be laughing, since they are always in need of something. A person should be content with what God has given him. I mean, even out of this minimum, he should still contribute a portion to charity. This brings about great unification in the worlds above, and the world is blessed with abundance. By doing business with faith and honesty, a person elevates and rectifies the fallen sparks of holiness. He perfects and illumines his nefesh, ruach, and neshama, and affects the unification between the Holy One and the Shekhinah. The effect of trade and commerce is to call all kinds of goods and materials to move around from one set of hands to the next. All the complex movements backwards and forwards depend entirely on the sparks of holiness within the objects themselves. There are times when a certain object has to pass from one person's hands to another's and then return to the hands of the first. The determining factor is the divine sparks within the objects and their relation with the divine soul and spirit of individuals concerned. Craving for money puts power into the hands of the forces of the wicked. The domain of Haman al-Malek, who constantly harries the side of holiness, the vital source of which lies in the wisdom of the Torah. In direct opposition to this, the forces of wickedness constantly hunger after money, swallowing the sparks of holiness hidden in the money and rooted in the supernal colors. The more a person breaks his lust for money and draws closer to the wisdom of the Torah, the more he releases the holy sparks from the forces of the wickedness. The power to achieve this is drawn from the true tzaddikim who are truly devoted to the Torah. They have the power to subdue the forces of wickedness and release all the trapped sparks that make of the Torah. The deeper a person is sunk in the desire for wealth, the less his understanding and the shorter his days will be. He will never hear the voice of the Torah, which calls on men constantly to return to God. He will be forced to toil for his living, and it will come to him only with great difficulty. But if he strives determinedly to deepen his understanding and think only thoughts of Torah, ignoring his desire for wealth completely, his livelihood will begin to come to him easily, and he will hear the voice of the Torah calling and beckoning. The voice of Torah is the good thoughts that rise constantly in a person's heart with the idea of returning to God. In the end, he will be worthy of genuinely coming close to God. The depression that descends on a person when he has to struggle excessively for a living in the pollution of the serpent. All the limbs of the body become heavy, and the vital spirit that pulsates in the body, the very basis of life, is weakened. The weaker it becomes, the heavier the limbs become, and they in turn weigh down the spirit even more. The vicious cycle can actually bring a person to the point of death. The root of the syndrome is the struggle for money, which is the source of anxiety and depression. But when a person sighs with longing for the holy, moaning out of yearning for God, it helps rally his strength and revitalize the pulsating spirit within him, longing, bringing new vigor and life. In the end, he will attain profound understanding and hear words directly from heaven. Anger can be very harmful to a person's livelihood. You should know that when the evil inclination provokes you to anger, at the very moment the flow of blessing is descending from above with a certain sum of money intended for you. The evil inclination wants to thwart this blessing with the anger it tries to provoke in you. This is because anger is so damaging to the flow of blessing. Even a person who already possesses money can lose it if he becomes angry. The prohibition against robbery is very serious because the person who robs another steals his very children. Even the victim does not have any children as yet. The robber can bring it about that he never will have any. And if he does have children, the robber can cause him such damage that the children will die, God forbid, as a result of his having stolen the money. One who robs another will end up having all kinds of sexual temptations. At times, the thief himself can end up losing his wife because of his crime, and at times he can cause the victim to lose his wife. A person can come to possess stolen property without even physically stealing it himself. It is possible to rob one's neighbor nearly by being jealous of what he has. This is why the prohibition against envy and covetousness is so great. Through envy alone, one can rob his neighbor of his money and the soul of his sons and daughters, just like an actual thief. Giving charity can make amends for any money that has come into one's hands improperly because of envy, but for money that has literally been stolen, there is no remedy except to return it to its rightful owner, or in cases where it is impossible to return it, to devote it to the public good, as our sages explained. If a person finds the money he has to live on is too little for his needs, the best thing to do is make it into charity. Charity is a tikkun for material possessions. In the end, he will have plenty of money. A person who marries a woman for money is a fool and an idiot, as our sages said. He will lose Whatever intelligence he may have had in his children will not turn out good. The lust for money creates enemies. The stronger the craving, the stronger one's enemies become. If the craving becomes excessive, it will create enemies who hate him for nothing. The more a person craves money, the more turbulent and confused his mind becomes. Eventually, he turns into a fool. When a person is humble and lowly, no one can shift him from his place in the sense of inspiring on his livelihood. When a person conducts his business affairs with faith and honesty, he thereby fulfills the commandment to love God your Lord, and his income will be sent him without worry and toil. Business activity is holy Torah. Therefore, during the time a person spends on his work, he should bind his thoughts to Torah alone, and in particular to the laws that are closed within the activities in which he is engaged. A person who fails to bind his thoughts to Torah in the course of his business activities will eventually be punished by having to come before the judges in a legal case based on Torah law. The outcome of the case will depend on the decree of his previous neglect. Sometimes the punishment is merely having to undergo the case alone. The person in question wins this case. But where people have allowed their business activities to diverge too far from Torah teachings, it usually happens that they lose this case. The time a person spends working is a time of battle. The battle is against the forces of the other side, and the goal is to sift out the sparks of holiness and elevate them. Sifting out the sparks is the main purpose of all business and commerce. One has to be literally perfectly honest. Every word he speaks should be true. His yes should be yes and his no should be no. He must also bind his thoughts to the Torah when he is working only to the exterior aspects of his thoughts should be concentrated on the work itself. The inner thoughts should be bound to Torah, and this way he can sift and elevate many fallen holy sparks. All the worlds are elevated and awesome tikkunim are achieved, just as they are through prayer. The craving for money is one of the three lusts that undermine and spoil the fear of God that is latent in the heart. But when we celebrate the festival of Pesach with the appropriate honor, we can cleanse ourselves of the craving for money and attain true fear, prophetic inspiration, and prayer. Anyone who wants to provide for those who are dependent on him must be a person of strength and fortitude, not the opposite. A certain amount of authority and push is required in order to earn money. There is a certain sin that causes people to fall into debt. The person who is in debt should repent wholeheartedly and plead with God to cleanse him from this sin. The time to do this is when he is in a state of consciousness, expanded consciousness. When a person has such joy from the Torah and mitzvot that he literally dances for joy, his material affairs are elevated. The only person of this world is to draw closer to the ultimate goal, which is the world to come. Whether you have money or you don't worry about it, because if you do, you will surely waste away your days, regardless of whether you actually make any money or not. This world is completely deceptive. It constantly makes people think they're gaining, but in the end, it is all an illusion. Everybody knows very well in his heart. Even if you do become rich, eventually you will be taken away from your money. It is a basic rule that man and money cannot remain together. Either the money is taken from the man or the man is taken from the money. In all of human history, there has never been a case where a person stayed with his money. It may be hard to achieve very much in serving God, but even if you don't seem to get very far in this, you should still understand that in itself, this world is nothing. Your one aim and desire should be to reach the ultimate goal of the world to come. You should always long to do what God wants. This desire itself is very precious. The main thing is your will. Whatever good you can do besides a good deed here, learning some Torah or saying a prayer there, all the better. Do as much as you can while you can, because the only thing that will be left of all your labor in this world will be your will to do good. In whatever holy deeds you were able to snatch in this world while you were here. Keep in mind the words of the true tzaddikim. Don't deceive yourself, and don't let the world deceive you in this world. No one ends up well. The only good you will enjoy is the good you take with you to enjoy in the eternal world.
Stop.
One should not rely upon or place his confidence in anyone other than God. We recite a prayer from the Zohar which conveys this idea every time we take out the Sefer Torah from the Ark. It is you who nourishes all and sustains all. You control everything. You control kings, and kingship is yours. I am the servant of the Holy One, blessed be he, before whom and before whose glorious law I prostrate myself at all times. Not in man do I put my trust, nor in any angel do I rely. Only in the God of heaven do I trust. He is the God of truth, whose Torah is truth, whose prophets are true, who acts generously with kindness and truth. To his glorious and holy name do I declare praise. Thoughts and fantasies. Make sure that you don't allow your mind to become chametz, leaven. Don't dwell on bad thoughts or desires at all. These thoughts are rooted in the side of death. If they come into your mind, just reject them and push them out completely, because ultimately they ruin the mind and make it impossible to pray properly and experience genuine joy. You should try to avoid even the merest hint of thoughts like these. You should be as careful about it as we are to avoid even the merest speck of chametz on Pesach. Evil thoughts are the leaven in the dough. And the law regarding leaven on Pesach is that we must destroy it completely so that it can neither be seen nor found. Purify your mind and empty it of any thoughts like these. A person cannot always stop bad thoughts from entering his mind in the first place, but he doesn't have the power to reject them once he becomes conscious of them. This is something very important because it is the way to make amends for sins he may have committed earlier in his life. Perfect tshuva has to balance the original sins exactly, and this is literally what happens here. Before, when he sinned, it was because the temptation entered his mind and he succumbed to it. Now the thought is in his mind again, but this time he rejects it. So don't feel discouraged if you find all kinds of temptations and fantasies continuously pressing in on your mind. They are actually providing you with the opportunity to repent and make amends for the damage done in the past. Today you have the power to master your thoughts and temptations. When you do so, the sparks of holiness that fell because of your earlier transgressions are released and you are able to purify yourself. Your mind and your voice will be purified and you will find harmony and peace. This peace can bring the whole world back to the service of God. When a person admits unholy thoughts to his mind, the sanctity of his mind is reduced in direct proportion to the space occupied by these degraded thoughts. If you stick a pole in a riverbed, all kinds of dirt and filth gather around it. In the same way, all kinds of bad characteristics develop because of these unholy ideas, and the mind is assailed with desires and temptations. In fact, all the sins a person does are ultimately caused by the unholy ideas he originally admitted to his mind. To achieve true teshuvah, you must rid your mind of these thoughts. The mind is the soul, and when the person sanctifies his mind, he elevates and returns everything to its root. This is the essence of teshuvah. Unholy thoughts are the foolishness of the heart. When a person dwells on such thoughts, his heart becomes sullied, with the foreskin of the heart grows thick. The void of the creation is spoiled, and as if this person had damaged the whole world. But when he thinks good thoughts, the creation is restored. When a person purifies his heart and expels all unholy thoughts from his mind, thinking only good thoughts, he can bring about real miracles. A person's entire destiny, for good or ill, depends on the thoughts in his heart. The thought and the ideas in the heart are the basis of the heart's inclinations. The good inclination and the evil inclination. Good thoughts are the good inclination, and bad thoughts are the evil inclination. When a person expels all the unholy thoughts from his heart and thinks only good thoughts about ways of serving God, then he has founded a strength on the rock of my heart, and he will succeed in reaching the level where my heart is hollow within me. He will be able to develop his character to perfection and take on the yoke of heaven with a perfect heart. He will be worthy of true prayer and perfect repentance and bring about unification in the worlds above and the worlds below. The hidden truth of the Torah of the Ancient One will be revealed. The forces of evil will be destroyed and the forces of holiness will be elevated. The Jewish people will be blessed with great vitality, bounty, prosperity, and blessings without end. All the thoughts that pass through the mind are always expressed in words. At the moment one thinks a thought, the lips move. He may not actually feel this, but as the Zohar explains, there is always a movement, however subtle. Every thought that a person can think must be expressed in words subtly. Many people experience very strong mental distractions while they are trying to pray. These can be immoral fantasies or even thoughts about idolatrous worship. There are even cases when people see vivid images of idolatrous objects, or else they're experiencing overwhelming temptations the very moment they stand up to pray. They try to push the thoughts out of their mind by tossing their heads from side to side. But the harder they try, the more the thoughts press in. This is the nature of thoughts like this. The more worked up you get about trying to push them out of your mind, the more they insinuate their way in. The best way to deal with them is simply to ignore them. Act as if you were completely unconcerned, refusing to listen. Carry on with what you were doing, studying, praying, working, or whatever. Pay no attention to the thoughts or fantasies at all. Don't keep looking around to see if they have gone away. Just carry on with what you are trying to do. In the end, they will go away of their own accord, but you should understand that this method is only a temporary measure. In the long term, the task is to sanctify and purify your body. To achieve this, you must go to the true tzaddikim to learn the paths of truth. Through this, these will then disappear completely. If you allow yourself to be depressed about these kinds of thoughts, it simply feeds them with more fuel. It is no good being upset or afraid of them. Just don't pay any attention to them. Try to be cheerful. Elsewhere, we discuss the way to be happy always. Eventually, these thoughts will disappear automatically. Don't keep testing to see if they are still there. It won't help if you keep turning around to look. Just don't pay any attention to them at all. The Torah distinguishes between the animals that are pure and those that are impure. The pure animals are pure thoughts and impure animals are impure thoughts. The battle between the different thoughts in a person's mind is a battle between the pure and the impure animals. Heaven allows them to carry on fighting because God has great pleasure when he sees a man struggling hard to defeat these wild animals. The simple fact is that it is impossible for two thoughts to be in the mind at the same time. It is therefore an easy matter to rid yourself of bad thoughts by being quite passive. Simply don't think them. Think something else instead. Think about Torah, devotion to God, even about your work and the like. If you just turn your mind to something else, the bad thoughts and fantasies will go away automatically, for it is absolutely impossible to think two thoughts at the same time. It has already been explained that there is no need to shake one's head from side to side in order to expel bad thoughts, as this will not help at all. Just think a different thought and don't dwell on the other thought at all. Thought is a very elevated level. One who wishes to think only thoughts of holiness and ascend to the world of thought must be completely silent. Even saying something good and noble will spoil the thought. But even when a person is completely silent, there are still many distractions that continue the mind. He still has to purify his thoughts. The way to do this is through hearing and telling stories of the true tzaddikim. Sexual fantasies are the prime source of all impurity. They are as strong a source of pollution as a dead body. Charity given some protection against these fantasies, but one should never rely on this and permit himself to talk freely with women. He should say only what is essential. The merit of the charity he gives will then save him from any harm. Certain sexual fantasies derive their strength from a particular klipa that is extraordinarily tough. It is very difficult to escape from such thoughts. Even if you try to shut your eyes, the thought appears wherever you turn. Charity gives protection against these thoughts. One should elevate himself from the state of his flesh, become sealed, to a seal of holiness, which is the concept of tefillin and the illumination of the mind. In other words, when an excess of sexual fantasies presses in on your mind, do not yield to them at all or become depressed. Rather, strengthen yourself to flee from them and pull your thoughts towards holiness. This brings about a great tikkun, the concept of tefillin. A person's thoughts are in his power completely. He can turn them in whatever direction he wants. It may be that at times your thoughts run wild and fly to areas you ought to keep away from. It is still within your power to take them in hand, even against their will, and direct your thoughts to the true path. Thought is just like a horse that turns aside from the road and tries to go in the wrong direction. The rider controls the horse with the bridle and faces it and forces it to go in the right direction. Similarly, as soon as you see your thoughts pulling in the wrong direction, take them in the hand and bring them back to the right direction. It is impossible to form any conception of the preciousness of good thoughts, thoughts of Torah and devotion. Out of such thoughts, such as these, are formed perfect objects that will exist for all time. From this alone, you can understand the true evil of unholy thoughts. May God save us. You should aim for the level of ma, which is what. This means binding yourself and your thoughts to God at all times in order to draw godliness over yourself. If you do this, all the battles and difficulties in your life will melt away and everything will go your way. The Hebrew word for thought is machshava, which bears the meaning of choshev ma, thinking what. That is to say, you must draw ma into your mind and bind your thoughts to God at all times. Protect yourself from immoral thoughts because they cause great harm and damage. It is impossible for a human being to understand the severity of an immoral thought. May God save us. You must be very careful about what you think. A thought can literally take on a life of its own. Thought is a man's highest aspect. It is more elevated than vision, the sense of hearing, and in fact everything else. With thought, it is possible to climb even higher. This is why you must be so careful about what you think. Sometimes a thought, a glimmer, a perception of a Torah insight can pass through your mind and shine there for a moment and then fly away again. It takes great strength to run after the thought and chase it until you catch up with it. Controversy and strife. Do not allow yourself to be disturbed by the various disputes between tzaddikim, but believe in all of them. If a person is troubled by these disputes and starts raising all kinds of questions about them, it is a sign that he has allowed some impurity in his mind. The internal impurity is the real source of his doubts. The danger is that his doubts could grow to the point that he becomes permanently separated from the tzaddikim and their followers, who are the source of true and enduring life. A person should understand that if he finds himself troubled by doubts and questions about the tzaddikim, it is an indication that a flaw exists within himself. If he realizes this, it will help him return to the truth. You should always make every effort to search out whatever merit and goodness you can find within the Jewish people. Judge everyone favorably, even those who oppose you and treat you disrespectfully. If you do this, you will never be troubled by opposition and arguments. When you seek out the merit of your fellow Jew, you make a precious crown for God, studded with beautiful gems. If you find yourself in the middle of a dispute, it is very good if you can remain silent and pay no attention to the abuse that people throw at you. When you can hear them, when you can hear what is said against you without answering back, this is true repentance. It is the remedy for all past sins. Someone who achieves this can truly be said to be wise. He will share in the glory of God and the godly portion in the world to come. He will emerge in the figure of the man of the throne, which is the source of all the judgments passed on the inhabitants of the world. Only the perfect tzaddik has the strength to fight against the wicked and the enemies of truth. It takes a person who has already rid himself of evil completely to fight this battle successfully. The various character traits are rooted in the four cosmic elements of fire, air, earth, and water. The tzaddik must be pure in all of them. He must be assured that nothing will make him trip up and sin. Only such a tzaddik and his followers can fight against the wicked. A person may have cleansed himself to the point that he's entirely free of sin and practice, but if even the mere possibility that he might sin remains, he's not a perfect tzaddik, and it can be very dangerous for him to try to fight the wicked. They draw their life force from the other side, the raging storm within. Tremendous force at the peak of his power. Only the perfect tzaddik can descend unharmed into the channel which the wicked draws their strength in order to break them and subdue them and cast them down to the earth. If you are scrupulous about the mitzvah of tzitzit, you will be able to stand up against any opposition. The people who set themselves in opposition to the tzaddik are called dead, even in their lifetime, because they have no share in the Holy Spirit that the true tzaddikim alone draws into the world. That which we see generally that learned scholars oppose the tzaddikim can be traced to the fact that these scholars study the oral Torah, the Gemara, and the legal codes with great arrogance. As a result, they fashion from the oral Torah a mouth to speak against the tzaddikim with haughtiness and disdain. But the true tzaddikim elevate and rectify all the words of these scholars and reshape them into halachot, laws that gives God great delight. At times, the wicked become so bitter in their battle against holiness that the only recourse is to fight them with the legal apparatus of the non-Jewish authorities. In fact, it is a positive duty to do so and to the utmost to crush the opposition by this means, even if the cost is heavy. It helps to elevate the sparks of true justice from the domain of the klipot and the forces of the other side. There are times God intentionally brings it about that the opposition to the righteous and God-fearing should be so fierce that the only recourse is via the non-Jewish authorities. The whole purpose is precisely to elevate the sparks of true justice from the domain of the klipot. Those preachers who go around reproving the Jewish nation in order to return them to good ways, sweeten harsh judgments, and increase peace in the world. They also make peace between the Jewish people and their Father in heaven. But when the evil of the generation overpowers and destroys their moral guidance and criticism, peace in the world is destroyed, and expulsion and strife come in its wake. When there is opposition to the true tzaddikim and their followers, and God wishes to drive away their opponents, He causes these enemies to succumb to greed, for the desire for money is analogous to annihilation, idolatry, a dark countenance, depression, sadness, and death. There is no greater descent. This desire embitters their lives and consumes them. The rule is as follows: whenever strife exists, whoever possesses more sexual purity can cause the other person to fall from their spiritual level into the desire for money. Therefore, one must be very careful when he experiences opposition not to succumb to greed. Those who ridicule and abuse the genuinely religious are under the influence of the Torah that they have learned from scholars who lack the necessary integrity. These scholars are Jewish demons because their Torah is fallen Torah, which lacks the power to guide men along the path of truth and godness. There is nothing to be gained from such scholars. Anyone who is associated with them will turn into an atheist. One can acquire genuine faith by hosting truth scholars in his home. This enables him to overcome those who oppose him. There are people who do not have a good word for anyone. They always look on the bad side of people. The source of their life force is the forces of the other side, which is called the end of all flesh. Such people are constantly trying to make an end of things. They are highly destructive. Their accusations and slander arouse harsh judgments in the world. The fundamental evil here is the abuse of the faculty of speech. Therefore, the way to crush and humble these people is by developing the faculty of speech to perfection. Clapping your hands when you pray helps eliminate strife and divisiveness. Murder and destruction are driven from the world and peace reigns. The deeper a person's understanding, the more detached he will be from infighting and controversy. The main reason for factionalism and anger is a lack of understanding. Torah is the source of all understanding. Therefore, the study of Torah causes factionalism to disappear and peace to increase. Immersing in a mikveh deepens understanding. It is therefore also a help against factionalism. When a person is prone to anger, it strengthens his enemies and opponents. One remedy is fasting, another is taking pleasure in the delights of the Shabbos, especially the Shabbat meals. A potent reason for factionalism and quarreling is that people lack sufficient faith in the Torah scholars, sages. Someone who finds himself at the center of an argument with people raising all kinds of questions about him should take it as a sign that he does not have sufficient faith in the sages. He should think about the implications of the argument and use it as a stimulus to help him correct the deficiency in his faith. At present, there are numerous books, and there will be numerous additional books in the future as well. The world needs all of these books, and it is forbidden to deride or mock any work that it hears. to our holy Torah. Anyone who mocks such a book will be sentenced to boiling excrement. The exception to this are books that are based on philosophical speculation. It is forbidden to look into these books at all. There are true tzaddikim whose faith is surely perfect, who are nevertheless surrounded by controversy. In the case of such a tzaddik, the reason for the opposition is that he bore his sins of the many, and he has to hear the anguish of his controversy precisely because of the worst of the world is lacking in faith in the Torah sages. The very controversy that surrounds him enables him to correct the flaws in the people's faith in the sages. Another reason for the opposition against these tzaddikim is that they do not have sufficient faith in themselves. They lack adequate faith in the value of the original Torah concepts that they have developed, and they do not fully believe that God has great joy from their teachings. They have insufficient confidence in their own originality, and as a result, their powers grow weaker. This is the reason opposition is sent to them, to encourage them to repent for their weak faith. 4. A lack of faith in one's own originality is also a lack of faith in the sages. When the tzaddik repents for this, it gives him new enthusiasm to explore fresh horizons and innovate further. And out of his teachings, the book is made. Many holy books of Torah come to be written in this way. As a result, disputes and factionalism are put to rest, and all the harsh judgments are sweetened. At the deepest level, the fact that there are disputes between the various tzaddikim is rooted in the concept of the Chalal HaPanui, the empty void. Any real understanding of his concept is beyond the capacity of human intelligence. Because of this, it is wrong for a person to allow himself to be troubled by fundamental doubts to inability to understand how it could be that there were disagreements between the sages on matters of Torah. One must simply have faith that these are the words of the living God. Even if we are unable to understand how this can be, we must strengthen ourselves with faith alone. More divisions among the enemy, the greater their power of endurance. When they unite, however, they suck dry the source of their life force, which is the waste substances of the brain, and they soon collapse. The urge to dominate has its source in the blood with which a person has not yet served God. He must see to it that he serves God with every single drop of blood in his body. He must pour forth words of Torah and prayer until all his blood has been turned into words of holiness. Then he will attain peace, and his urge to argue and dominate will disappear. When a person suffers insult and doesn't respond so out of love, rather than in order to anger the other person, with his silence, he pushes away all the klipot that are trying to gain hold of holiness. Judge every person favorably, even if someone opposes you. Search out and find the merit in their opposition. In this way, you can quash the opposition entirely, or the opponent will experience a fall. One who restrains his impulse to take part in disputes will be worthy of being quoted by name for his legal rulings. After his passing, he will dwell in both worlds, the world to come and this world, and where his name will still be mentioned. It will be as if he is not dead at all. Arguments and infighting make it difficult for a person to pray and speak words of holiness. This is why before we begin our prayers, we must take upon ourselves the mitzvah of love your friend as you love yourself. In order to draw love and peace into the world, peace is the root and the source of speech. Factionalism can cause even truly religious people to start having doubts and questions about their faith. A person who is involved in the controversy can be thrown down from his level. He has to be very determined and pray profusely and plead with God not to let him stray from his path because of this. When a person is involved in a dispute, he should never get up and say that whatever his opponent does to him, he will do to his opponent in return. This will only help his opponent achieve what he wants, which is to see his victim suffer. The best thing is to judge one's enemies on the scale of merit and even to do them favors where he can. This is the best way to foil their intentions. In the end, the evil inclination will all come back on their own head. This applies when one's opponents are not good people, but when they are tzaddikim, there is no doubt that their only intention is to benefit him. Their very opposition has the power to raise him up and sweeten any harsh degrees that may happen against him. This is why they oppose him in the first place. A person must understand that when he is confronted with opposition from tzaddikim, it is only for his benefit. He must pray to God not to allow him to fall into the error of thinking this is real hostility, because if he does, it can arouse genuine opposition from the forces of the other side. Strife brings poverty. It also prevents people from being healed. Peace brings healing and prosperity to the world. When the world is afflicted with wars and bloodshed, it can cause the rains to be held and bring about high prices, God forbid. When men blemish God's honor, it causes strife. The whole world is filled with quarreling. Nations dispute against nations. Every city has its factions. Each household is locked in arguments with their neighbors. Within the household, the husband argues with his wife, the children and the servants, and so on and on. No one thinks about what the ultimate goal of the world is. Every day man dies, because the day that has passed will never come back. And each day he draws closer to the day of his death. How can he waste his time on arguments? Anyone who has any sense should understand this and win long life for himself. Let him not waste his life on quarrels, large or small. He should control himself, hold his anger in check, and live peacefully with everyone. Barriers. All of the barriers and obstacles that confront the person have only one purpose: to heighten his yearning for the holy deed that he needs to accomplish. It is part of man's nature that the greater the barriers that stand in the way of a certain goal, the more he desires to achieve it. When a Jew needs to do something whose purpose is to strengthen his very core, especially when it's something upon which his whole being as a Jew depends to travel to the true tzaddik, he is given desire from above. Desire is created through the barrier that is sent him, and the barrier itself causes his yearning to grow. You should understand that there is no barrier in the world that you cannot break if you want to. The entire purpose of the barrier is only to increase your desire. When you achieve the necessary desire and yearning for the holy act you need to accomplish, you will surely succeed in transforming the idea that is in your mind into reality. The barrier itself can bring you to succeed by strengthening your desire to do so. The greater the goal for which you yearn, the bigger the obstacles and barriers that are sent in order to strengthen your desire, for desire is in proportion to the magnitude of the barriers. From this you can understand that if tremendous barriers spring up on every side as you start to draw near to the tzaddik, it is an indication of the importance of the goal you wish to achieve. There are always difficulties and obstacles when you try to do anything holy. This is especially true when you want to make the journey to true tzaddikim, because this is the foundation for everything else. Obstacles appear at no other time. There are many tzaddikim, but there is a single point of truth to be found in their midst. When you seek to draw closer to the point of truth, and everything depends on this, you will find obstacles and barriers springing up and confronting you on every side. You need fierce determination. You must strengthen your desire and willpower in proportion to the greatness of the goal you are aiming for. Then you will succeed in breaking the barriers and attaining your goal. There is no barrier in the world that a person cannot break as long as he has the desire and willpower to do it. Nor should a person try to find excuses and exempt himself. It may be well that the desire and yearning to achieve something holy are good in themselves, and that even if the barriers prevent him from accomplishing the holy deed in actual fact, it will still be accounted to him as if he had achieved it, because his intention was good. Our sages did indeed say, if a person intended to do a mitzvah but was prevented from doing it, is accounted to him as if he had done it. This applies to someone who wants to feel that he has at least fulfilled the minimum that was required of him. After all, what could he do? He wanted to succeed, but circumstances prevented him. Yet it is different for someone who does not merely want to feel he has done his duty, but actually wants the mitzvah or the holy deed itself. What good is it for him to know that as a special concession it will be accounted to him as if he had achieved it because he had the desire to succeed? This as if will not give him any satisfaction at all. He yearns for the mitzvah itself. He will not be satisfied with a mere as if. For a Jew, the true goal is to accomplish what he wants and desires in actual fact, to transform the thoughts in the mind into a practical reality. When a person has true desire, he can certainly achieve this and break every barrier or obstacle that stands in his way. The only reason they were sent to him was to heighten his yearning. When the desire matches the preciousness of the goal, he can achieve every holy deed that he yearns for. There are people who, after a whole lifetime of materialism, suddenly feel a strong desire to walk in the paths of God. The attribute of judgment then arises up to accuse them. It tries to prevent them from following the way of God by creating barriers. The unintelligent person, when he sees these barriers, starts to retreat. But someone with understanding takes this as the very signal that he should draw closer to God. He understands that God is to be found in the barrier itself. And the truth is that God himself is indeed hidden in this barrier. It may take a lot of effort for a person to break the barriers, confronting him when he starts to draw closer to God. Many people experience opposition from their parents or the parents-in-law, their wives, and so on, but all of the effort produces a vessel. Within this vessel, they can receive the holiness and purity they will attain thereafter. The greater the struggle a person has at the outset, the greater the vessel he forms. In the end, he will be worthy of true fear of God, and he will receive abundant blessings and goodness. He will be worthy of giving perfection to the holy name of God, because the essence of its perfection is founded on religious awe. The way to begin serving God is to imagine there is no one else in the entire world except for you. Pay no attention to anyone who puts obstacles in your way, whether it is your father or your mother, your parents-in-law, your wife, your children, or anyone else. Certain people can make things difficult for you by ridiculing you or offering temptations. Don't pay the slightest attention to any of them. It is written, Abraham was one. Abraham was alone. You must also be alone, as you were the only one in the world. People often imagine that the barriers they experience in their efforts to serve God are so great that they will never be able to break them. But this is not true. No one is ever confronted with barriers that he cannot break if he really wants to. God only sends a person obstacles that are within the capacity to overcome if he is really determined enough. And if he thinks about it carefully, he will realize that the obstacle is really a veil for God himself. In reality, there are no obstacles at all. They are simply an illusion. The greatest barriers of all are those in the mind. The heart is slippery. People do not concentrate their entire heart and mind on the true importance of what they need to achieve. For example, when someone wants to travel to true tzaddikim and starts experiencing difficulties, if he really concentrated his whole heart and mind on the fact that his whole life and entire being and that all of his descendants depended on the reaching his goal, nothing in the world would stop him. None of the barriers would be of any significance at all in his eyes. The main barrier is that people are not firm in their own minds. A person may have reached the true tzaddik in spite of all the obstacles, but if some little doubt then arises in his mind and his heart begins to falter as a result, this is the biggest obstacle of all. The same is true of prayer. There are many barriers to prayer. A person may be succeeding in overcoming all of them and praying as he should, but once doubts about God or about the tzaddikim arise, the crookedness of his heart, this is the worst obstacle of all. The way to fight this is to cry out to God with a voice that rises from the very depths of the heart. The main thing is that your heart should be strong and firm. Then nothing at all will stop you from coming close to the truth. Certainly not material obstacles, such as financial difficulties or opposition from your wife and children, your parents or parents-in-laws, the ridicule of other people and their attempts to persuade you otherwise. None of these things will have any power at all, and your heart is firm and strong in God's servants. When a person's heart is firm, there is nowhere in the world that he cannot serve God. There is never an excuse to say that at a certain place it is impossible to serve God. When a person's heart is strong, all the places in the world belong to him. People can do more to deter others from serving God and drawing close to the tzaddikim than the evil inclination itself. Therefore, one who truly wishes to come close to truth must fortify himself greatly to stand up to the mockers and instigators in opposition and not be ashamed in front of them at all. Mikveh. Immersing in the mikveh is the cure for all troubles. The mikveh has the power to cleanse us from every kind of sin and impurity. The spiritual power of the mikveh is rooted in the most exalted levels of wisdom and kindness. Immersing in a mikveh makes it easier to earn a living and receive the flow of blessing. Strife and anger are dissipated, in their place comes peace, compassion, and great wisdom. One merits healing length of days and has the power to arouse men to God. Immersing in a mikveh is not in the least bit way harmful. Any doctor who said it all is no doctor at all. As long as the water is not excessively cold, Immersing in the mikveh is actually very beneficial to the body since it opens the sweat glands, as is known by medical experts. Festivals and seasons. 1 second, yeah? Just want to check this. Festivals and seasons. Shabbat. The custom of washing in hot water in preparation for Shabbat is the concept of restoring the covenant. The same concept applies to the practice of reading the weekly Torah portion twice in the Hebrew and once in the Aramaic Targum. Shabbat observance is the foundation of genuine faith. All the acts of charity and other good deeds that we do are invested with radiance and perfection solely by the virtue of Shabbat. Because Shabbat is the very embodiment of faith, charity has the power to bring an abundance of blessings and holy influences into the world, and these become manifested in actuality only because of Shabbat. At the embodiment of faith, Shabbat is the foundation of blessings. Shabbat brings everything in the world to its ultimate perfection. Without Shabbat and the faith it brings with it, all things are lacking. This also applies to the understanding we have of godliness and our knowledge of Torah. True wisdom and the understanding of Torah can blossom only through the influence of Shabbat and the faith. In order to experience the essential holiness of Shabbat, namely true faith, it is necessary to guard the covenant. There is a deep connection between Shabbat and the covenant, which explains why it is customary to spend Shabbat with the true tzaddikim. The holiness of the tzaddikim derives from the fact that they guarded the covenant and purity in all its aspects. People try to spend Shabbat with them in order to experience the holiness of Shabbat and deepen their faith. One should try to draw the holiness of Shabbat into the 6 weekdays and sanctify them also. The more the weekdays are invested with holiness, the more the forces of evil, the pollution of the serpent, the end of all flesh, the raging storm wind are subdued. In this way, speech becomes elevated. By making a vow and carrying it out immediately, you can come to experience Oneg Shabbat, the true joy of Shabbat. The main joy of Shabbat comes from the food we eat in purity and holiness at the 3 fixed meals and at the other times during Shabbat. It is a mitzvah to eat all kinds of fine foods and special delicacies. Those who truly experience the joy of Shabbat can, by their very eating on Shabbat, reach spiritual levels that they could otherwise achieve only by fasting. They can conquer anger and reach such levels of understanding that the image of God illumines their very faces. All their enemies simply fall away before them. How precious and holy is the act of eating on Shabbat. It's completely suffused with godliness without the slightest hint of impurity. The forces of the other side have no share at all in the Shabbat eating. Anger is conquered and the force of wild passion is uprooted and cast aside. Love and peace reign supreme. It is also necessary to give generously to charity. Then you will find the profound peace. The experience of the joy in Shabbat eating together with acts of charity bring about peace that has a mouth. There is one kind of peace that has no mouth. This is a state of peace existing between people who are nevertheless unable to speak to each other. But peace that has a mouth is a state of perfect peace where men talk to one another, for the lips are invested with a wonderful illumination when we eat on Shabbat. On Shabbat, the double portion of bread that the tzaddik enjoys is a double portion of Torah. Shabbat is a favorite time for developing original Torah ideas, too for everyone. Shabbat spreads its influence over all the worlds and sends the light of its radiance to every level, bringing healing to the soul and to the body. The radiance that Shabbat brings into the world stirs men to return to love of God, out of love. When this happens, relief and healing are granted to the righteous in place of the trials and suffering that had to endure previously. People come to see them in a new light. They begin to understand the true greatness and beauty of their souls. They start to treat them with respect and dignity. If in the individual also, the greater his purity, each of his own level, the greater the radiance and splendor that will shine from his soul, and the higher understanding will be in men's eyes. The greater his personal worth and purity, the more he will be able to absorb the teachings that the tzaddik of the generation gives over on Shabbat in their originality and freshness. The way to reach such a level of Shabbat observance is by making an effort to bring people closer to God. It is also achieved through Hitbodedut, in which one speaks with his make and examines and judges himself on all his deeds. One merits this kind of Shabbat service and observance. The forces of evil and the klipot are destroyed. Shabbat, the world to come in truth, are all one concept. Through it, the wicked are brought down, and the true greatness of the tzaddikim and who are genuinely pure, pious is revealed. When this happened, the whole world draws closer to God, and men begin to call upon His blessed name. The faculty of speech is perfected. Speech becomes holy, and people experience true prayer. A person who experienced the holiness of Shabbat can attain true humility, which means seeing his own loneliness and being so aware of the greatness of the Jewish nation that he is prepared to sacrifice his life for them, as Moses did. On Shabbat, everyone experiences a certain enhancement of their perception of godliness, and through this their capacity to show compassion to other people increases. For a person's capacity to be compassionate is related to the decree of his perception. When he shows compassion to others, heaven is compassionate towards him. We eat on Shabbat not to gratify our physical appetites, but in order to open the channels of blessing for the other 6 days of the week. Eating on Shabbat is the main way to honor Shabbat. Shabbat eating is very precious. It has a unique holiness. We partake of godliness itself. It is good to have ample food to eat on Shabbat. This in itself can make up for having desecrated the Shabbat in the past. The good deeds and mitzvot that we perform during the 6 days of the week lack the power to rise up and go before God until the coming of Shabbat. Then they all ascend and come before God, and He has great delight from them. And even the mitzvot of ordinary people, which may be lacking the proper degree of care and concentration which the divine commandment should be carried out. As all these good deeds and mitzvot ascend, the path of God is open wide. Our eating on Shabbat actually brings about this ascent. It is written, He has a son, his name is Noah, saying that this one will console us from our toil and the sadness of our hands. Shabbat is called the son Noach. It brings joy to the highest and the lowest. It brings comfort and happiness to all and relief from the harshness and depression. All the mitzvot that we perform on the 6 weekdays have a certain heaviness about them, but on Shabbat they are elevated and raised up from this heaviness, and they become suffused with joy. The holiness and joy of Shabbat can also be drawn into the 6 weekdays. This comes about through the praise and thanks we give to God, and also when we devote ourselves to the study of the Torah. This is the way to experience the joy of Shabbat on the weekdays too. Then we can have joy in God and perform all the mitzvot and joy even on the 6 weekdays. Those who reach the level are granted a vision of the simple unity that underlies all the diverse phenomena of the world. Everything is simply an expression of God's. There is nothing more wonderful than to attain this vision. There's something very precious in all the worlds above. Even in God's eyes it is precious. The joy of Shabbos is really the gateway to true freedom. Through it you can reach the highest levels in the knowledge of God, free from all distractions and confusion. These levels of knowledge must be founded on genuine fear of God without any hint of foolishness. There are many kinds of fear. When someone is afraid of some earthly power or authority, this is fallen fear. Genuine fear of God, which is bound up with the knowledge of God, elevates us from the whole of the fallen fear. You should be very careful to feel nothing but joy in Shabbat. Nothing can compare with the greatness and holiness of Shabbat. This is explained in many places in our sacred literature. For example, in the Reshit Chokmah, where the subject is discussed at the beginning of the section on holiness, study this section very carefully. What is written there about the holiness of Shabbat will kindle a burning desire within you to celebrate Shabbat with true joy. For joy is the key to honoring Shabbat. You must never betray the slightest hint of depression or anxiety in Shabbat. Treat yourself to all kinds of delights. The food you eat, what you drink, your clothes, whatever you can afford. Shabbat eating is completely holy. It is purely spiritual and filled with godliness. It rises to a place that is totally different from that of eating of the 6 weekdays. Make the effort to feel the joy of Shabbat and you will find true happiness. Attaining the holiness of Shabbat means reaching the ultimate in knowledge, which is not knowing. Shabbat is one of the names of God. Shabbat is the light of the eyes that illuminate the holy temple and the whole world. This is why those who observe Shabbat will have their eyes open, and they will have the power to see into themselves and judge how far they have reached in this spiritual journey. They will be able to repent for all their feelings and come to recognize the true greatness of the Creator. They will have the power of vision over the entire universe. They will be drawn to the innermost points of truth. The truths that they came with these genuine fear of heaven, their minds will be open. It will be as if they are engaged in rebuilding the holy temple. Additionally, through the merit of Shabbat, the homes of Jews are saved from fires. May God save us. I think I'm going to stop here. Rosh Chodesh, the force that draws all the worlds to return to God, has its root in Rosh Chodesh. On Rosh Chodesh, the desire to return to God is felt over the entire creation. Even the wicked in hell cannot escape a certain feeling of contrition. They are drawn a little closer to God and feel a flicker of regret. They are forced to acknowledge the truth and feel ashamed of their wrongdoing. The three festivals. The joy we experience on the 3 festivals can give us a share in the light of God's countenance. This brings new life to the soul and the mind, which we gain a perception of God. The truest joy comes from fulfilling the mitzvot. The more a person forms some estimate of the true greatness of God, the greater the joy he is liable to feel with every mitzvah he performs. He begins to realize how privileged he is to perform the will of the Holy One, who alone is and was and will be for all eternity. The joy of all the mitzvot we perform throughout the year is collected together, as it were, in the 3 festivals. This is what makes up the joy of the festival. All the good points of all of the mitzvot performed throughout the year are joined together and concentrated in the festival, and the joy becomes truly palpable. If we make an effort to search for the holy joy that is to be found in performing the mitzvahs on the other days of the year, then this festival joy will be accessible to us every day of the year. But on the actual festival themselves, joy is something special. The Torah itself commands us, you should rejoice in your festival. The joy of the festival themselves is made up of the joy of all the mitzvahs of the whole year. There are no limits to this joy. One of the ways of breaking your pride is by honoring the festivals properly and celebrating them with joy and delight, with delicacies and fine clothes, whatever you can afford. When you celebrate the festivals properly, it is equivalent to giving to visit your teacher and learning from him. This is true even if you are physically miles apart. It works the other way around. The more you bind yourself to the tzaddik, the more you can experience the holiness of the festivals. Through this, the forces of holiness are released from the grip of the klipot and restored to their true position. The power of evil and the rule of heathens is thereby overturned and destroyed. On the festivals, we should return to God out of joy. On each of the festivals, the world is brought to judgment. As our sages have taught, a time of judgment is a time for returning to God through true. The forces of evil are released from the whole of the klipot and the final redemption is brought nearer. When the person is walking along and suddenly slips and falls so that everyone laughs at him and makes him feel embarrassed, it is a sign that he was not as joyous as he should be on the festivals. There are many different ways to honor the festivals, with fine food and drink, with beautiful clothes, with pure and holy thoughts, with joy and open-heartedness and so on. Through honoring the festivals, you can attain the knowledge of God, and you can draw this knowledge down into the heart, which is the seat of passion and desire. The main desires that are the root of all others are the desire for wealth, the sexual appetite, and gluttony. Each one of the festivals has the power to counter one of those desires. Pesach counters the desire for wealth. Shavuot, the sexual instinct. In Sukkot, the impulse to eat excessively. Because the festivals have these special powers, we should be extremely careful to celebrate them with the proper respect. This is why it is freed from these desires. Every Jew has the task of subduing and refining these aspects of his character. When he succeeds, he is open to experiences that are truly prophetic. We can attain genuine prayer and true healing, and he can see the sparks of Mashiach. In the end, he will come to rule over the angels, which is the very purpose for which the Jew is created in the ultimate destiny of Israel. The festival days cry out, proclaim, and reveal the divine will which rules over all. There is no such thing as the inevitability of nature. Every festival commemorates the awesome signs and miracles that God performed on our behalf. All of them contrary to nature. Pesach commemorates the Exodus from Egypt. Shavuot recalls the giving of the Torah, and on Sukkot we remember the clouds of glory that surrounded us in the desert. Through these awesome signs and wonders, it was revealed that everything comes about through the will of God alone. There is nothing inevitable about nature at all. You must just take care to direct your ear and heart to the holy message that is proclaimed. The more carefully you attend to this message, the greater the joy of the festivals you will attain. The way to attain the joy is through acts of charity and kindness. This is why we should give generously to charity for every festival in order to experience the true joy of the festival. The days of the month of Nisan are days of repentance like those of Tishrei. Nisan embodies the concept of guarding the covenant. When you are joyous, you can enjoy the spirit of Nisan, its joy and holiness, into the whole year. Then you can make amends for abuse of the covenant. You will avoid impure experiences by night. The Haggadah that we recite on Pesach is a tikkun for the covenant. The reason it is recited aloud is that the voices arouse knowledge and awareness of God. So by reciting the Haggadah aloud, we can experience a revelation of true awareness. Awareness of God is itself the essence of redemption, because the exile in Egypt came about through the abuse of the covenant, which brought about the distortion of knowledge and awareness of God. The wine of the 4 cups that we drink on the first night of Pesach is also a tikkun for the awareness of God and the covenant. When you pray on Pesach, you should cry out loud. Okay.
Let's start.
Counting the Omer and Shavuot. Through the joy we have on Purim, clapping our hands and dancing, we're able to fulfill the mitzvah of counting the Omer properly. Then we are ready to receive the Torah and Shavuot, both the revealed and the hidden Torah. Each day of the Omer period is associated with a different aspect of the Sefirot. And on that day, everything that everyone in the whole world is talking about is purely an expression of the particular aspect associated with that day. A person with understanding can hear and recognize that if he pays attention to what people are saying. The 49 days of the Omer period correspond to the 49 gates of repentance, and these in turn correspond to the 49 letters in the Hebrew names of the 12 tribes. Through these letters and gates, we must make our return to God. The festival of Shavuot is the 50th gate. This is the gateway of God's repentance, when God himself returns, as it were. That is to say, he returns to us in compassion. It is possible to reach all these gates and open them by reciting the Psalms. You should be careful to concentrate when you recite the Psalms. Then you will be able to reach all 49 gates. During the 49 days of the counting of the Omer, we have to cleanse ourselves of our impurity and return to God, and then God will return to us on Shavuot. When we immerse in the mikvah on Shavuot, Shavuot, we connect with the highest level of God's loving kindness and abundant compassion, and we can attain awesome levels of perception of God. The illumination that radiates on Shavuot is a supremely exalted level of divine wisdom, fine and subtle in the extreme, and this wisdom is in itself an expression of God's loving kindness and compassion. For compassion is bound up with wisdom and perception, as explained elsewhere. It is a wonderful thing to experience the holiness of Shavuot, in particular the mikvah of Shavuot, the mikvah of the 50th gate, which then becomes the wellspring of holiness and purity for the Jewish people. Shavuot is the season of receiving the Torah. It is a time of new vitality, and it is a season that brings healing to the lungs. There is a connection between the 21 days and the 3 weeks in an egg eaten during the meal before the fast of Tisha B'Av. This enables us to attain Shabbat Nachamu.
Amen.
In time to come, the kinot, the poetic laments recited on Tisha B'Av, will be transformed into tikkun, restoration. Elul, the dominant spiritual theme of the month of Elul, is the tikkun for blemishing the covenant. The person who achieves this will find his true partner in life, a partner who will help him in his aspirations rather than fight against him constantly. Elul is a propitious time to attain knowledge of God. A person can know and understand what he did not know before. New clothes are fashioned for his soul, and he is released from all troubles. Elul is the time to circumcise the foreskin of the heart. Only then does a person have the sensitivity to feel real pain in his heart over his sins he has committed. His sensitivity will become so acute that the very heart of all the drops of seed he cast away will also feel the pain, no matter where they may have fallen. They will all rise up in a great commotion and also return to God. I'm going to repeat that. Elul is the time to circumcise the foreskin of the heart. Only then does a person have the sensitivity to feel real pain in his heart over the sins he has committed. His sensitivity will become so acute that the very hearts of all the drops of seed he cast away will also feel the pain. No matter where they may have fallen, they will all rise up in a great commotion and also return to God. Elul is the time most suited to do tshuva, return to God. It is a period of divine favor because at this time Moses went up to receive the second tablets and opened a wide path towards God. The key to this path is to understand that God is present in every place, in every situation. No matter how far you may have fallen, God is with you just as much as He is present in the heights of the universe. In fact, it is equally important to remember that He is present in the heights because there are times that a man rises, for example, if he becomes wealthy and then forgets about God. There are even cases of people who have climbed to very high levels of religious devotion only to turn into atheists. In the end, you should pray to God not to let you come to any harm as you draw closer to Him. On the other hand, no matter how low you have fallen, even to the lowest of levels, even to the 10 crowns of impurity themselves, you must still bind yourself to God from there, for His dominion extends over everything. Rosh Hashanah. Whoever hears the sounding of the shofar on Rosh Hashanah from a man of true piety can be assured that he will not be afraid of thunder the whole year. The blast of the shofar on Rosh Hashanah revitalized the soul and intelligence of every Jew. Each one receives a new soul and a new level of understanding, each according to his level. This new soul and vision are drawn from the light of God's countenance. The blast of the shofar sweeten the severity of God's judgment. The purpose of sounding the shofar is to arouse men from their sleep and prevent them from whiling away their days in slumber. When people are aroused from their sleep, the power of speech bursts forth with tremendous strength. This in turn leads to trust, and those who were barren give birth. Then men are brought to the true fear of heaven. They are released from sexual lust and the futility of superficial attractions and the charm that deceives. Instead, they attain fullness of days in the holiness. They learn to lengthen every day of the rest of their lives by adding even greater holiness and purity. This brings them true spiritual riches and the ability to reach the very heights of contemplation and perception of God. All this is possible through hearing the blasts of the shofar. When one spends Rosh Hashanah with the true tzaddikim who understand how to accomplish these tikkunim. It is customary to travel to true tzaddikim to celebrate both Rosh Hashanah Rosh Hashanah is first and foremost the day of judgment, but no matter how great the severity of the judgment and no matter where in the world it threatens, everything is sweetened when Jews gather around the tzaddik on Rosh Hashanah. With so many Jewish souls gathered together and merged in abundant love, a wonderful joy and delight come into the world. To explain more about the importance of celebrating Rosh Hashanah with the tzaddikim, you must understand that the sweetening of harsh judgments comes about when thought is purified and sanctified. This can be achieved only through being attached to the tzaddikim. Rosh Hashanah is the source of the harsh judgments of the entire year. The way to sweeten them is by purifying our thoughts. We travel to the tzaddikim in order to attain sanctity. Rosh Hashanah is a great kindness from God. Who is able to celebrate Rosh Hashanah? One who is worthy of binding himself to the roots of the souls of Israel. The effect of Rosh Hashanah is to strengthen faith. There are great gatherings of Jewish communities everywhere. Especially significant are the gatherings of Jews around the true tzaddikim. Through these gatherings, all the different facets of faith expressed in all the different souls are joined together in a common whole. They are refined, unified, and elevated. The sparks of new intuitions and perceptions flash forth. New levels of understanding begin to develop. The process continues during the 10 days of repentance when we work on ourselves and strive to return to God. The sparks of intuition and perception are embodied in the mitzvah of tefillin, which are the seal of holiness, and that is an aspect of restoring the covenant. Yom Kippur is the climax of the process. The seal of holiness is perfected, and the flashes of intuition and perception reach their fullest development. Following this, on Sukkot, the illumination that must be drawn into the world is that of joy. Through joy, we can elevate all the food we eat to prevent it from disturbing our dreams and causing a nocturnal emission, God forbid. On Shmini Atzeret, the spiritual work is to bring integrity to the faculty of judgment. If the judges are not honest, it can cause unclean occurrences at night. All the tikkunim that have been mentioned here are also brought about whenever the followers of the spiritual lover gather at his side. Rosh Hashanah is the main time for gatherings because the source of the entire process of tikkun is to be found then. In fact, the very details of the Rosh Hashanah ritual, and in particular the beatific notes blown on the shofar, all have the power to bring about these tikkunim. Thus, the first notes we blow, tekiyah, has the effect of strengthening faith. The second note, truah, causes new intuitions and perceptions to flash forth. And through the third one, shivarim, we are protected from having disturbed dreams and being corrupt in our judgment. This preserves us from nocturnal emissions. On Rosh Hashanah, we must force yourself to put all your power and strength into your prayers, and you must bind them to the true tzaddik. He is the real master of strength. Through the spiritual powers, he is able to offer his prayer in such a way that the prayer itself is on the level of judgment, and this is precisely the form of prayer that is necessary in Rosh Hashanah. Through this, it becomes possible to extricate from the forces of the other side all the holy life force that has snatched from the Jewish people and swallowed all the prayers, the act of kindness and the wisdom of the Jews. The forces of the other side are compelled to vomit them out from the very innards. This is brought about through the strength of their praise of this man of strength, the true tzaddik. Then the glory of God is revealed to its fullness through the converts who attach themselves to the faith of Israel. Prophecy and true faith enter the world, and false ideologies are destroyed. This is a foretaste of the wonderful renewal of the world that is destined to come about in the future. In the new order, the force of nature will be nothing. The world will be governed through God's providence alone, with miracles and wonders. Then we will be worthy of hearing the sound of the song and melody that will break forth in time to come. This will be the chief delight in the world to come. During the days of awe, it is a good thing when you can weep profusely like a child. Throw aside all your sophistication, just cry before God. Cry for the diseases of the heart, for the pains and sores you feel in your soul. Cry like a child before his father. Then you will be worthy of a beautiful etrog. The more profusely you weep, the more beautiful the etrog you will have for Sukkot. On Rosh Hashanah, you must be wise. This means that you should be careful to think only good thoughts, and God will be good to you and give us a good year. On Rosh Hashanah, you must be joyous, and yet on Rosh Hashanah, you must weep. On the first day of Rosh Hashanah, one should be very careful to speak as little as possible. The greater the person, the more careful he must be. The day before Rosh Hashanah is a good time to present a pidyon, a redemption. Yom Kippur contains all days and gives life to all days. On this day, the heart is subdued. Our desire is for God alone. All kinds of disputes, spiritual and material, are resolved. Peace comes, bringing happiness and joy. Yom Kippur concludes the process whereby the seal of holiness is secured and protected. On Yom Kippur, we appeal to God to forgive. This cry of forgive opens up the gate of the holiness of Hanukkah with its theme of the consecration of the holy temple. There is a custom of referring to the day after Yom Kippur as the name of God. This is because the true greatness of God is revealed after Yom Kippur. And Yom Kippur, God is reconciled with the Jewish people and forgives them for all their sins. As a simple consequence, all harsh decrees and punishments are lifted, and through this God's greatness is revealed. The mitzvah of Sukkah can bring us to experience the radiance of God's abundance through holy inspiration. This experience is a special state of enlightenment granted to certain people that are worthy of contact with levels of godliness that transcend the levels of attainment they have reached through their own efforts. For there are levels of divine wisdom that are granted to people simply through God's beneficence, without their having to work to acquire that level specifically. Indeed, man's whole task in this world is to work on himself until he is worthy of being granted these transcendental levels. This is the true delight of the world to come. The merit of the mitzvah of Sukkah brings purity of heart. When your heart is pure, it is easy to express yourself before God. You will always find new and original words and prayers. The Sukkah is a segula for having children. The Sukkah brings relief from strife and divisiveness. Falsehood is cast aside and truth gains the upper hand. The true teacher of the age is revealed. The whole world comes to return to God and serve Him with one accord. Intense prayer, the land of Israel, and the mitzvah of Sukkah are one concept. The three ideas are interdependent. A person who is negligent in fulfilling the mitzvah of Sukkah closes himself off from the beneficence that God bestows upon men. Instead, he falls to the level of an animal, receiving only what animals receive. This causes the death of cattle and other animals before their proper time, God forbid. A person who fulfills the mitzvah of Sukkah properly can engage in building without running the risk of being harmed. Building is a dangerous occupation, but the mitzvah of Sukkah gives protection. From the Sukkah comes Torah. Therefore, when we enter the Sukkah, we become confused with Torah, suffused. The mitzvah of waving the four species brings about a revelation of holy understanding. We realize that the whole earth is filled with His glory, and we can see godliness everywhere, even in the language of the non-Jews. People on every level, even the lowest, come to acknowledge God and draw close to Him. This mitzvah helps us bind our heart to the knowledge of God, and in this way bring the heart under our control. This is what brings us to love God, and through loving God, we show the truest love to ourselves. Then we can rise to receive the light of the love, which is the holy understanding. This is the hidden light stored up for the righteous. Through glimpsing it, the hidden tzaddikim in the hidden Torah are revealed, and abundant peace spreads forth in the world. One who cries on the days of all will merit a beautiful etrog, and one who cries a lot deserves an even nicer etrog. The etrog derives its beauty from the true tzaddik. He is the master of the house of the entire world. It follows that if you acquire a fine etrog that has all the marks of beauty, you will be worthy of drawing close to the tzaddik. You will be merged with him and your eyes will be open. It works the other way also. If you are close to the true tzaddikim, you will be worthy of a beautiful etrog. In this way, you will be able to fulfill this precious and important mitzvah to perfection. You should search far and wide for a fine etrog that has all the marks of beauty. You must weep and cry in Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur to be worthy of such an etrog. It is impossible for us to understand the great preciousness and profound holiness of the mitzvah of the Torah. The human mind is simply unable to fathom it, knowing that by fulfilling this mitzvah, you'll be worthy of bringing closer the day that our holy temple will be rebuilt in splendor and glory. May it be God's will to rebuild it speedily in our days. Amen. For a discussion of Hoshana Rabbah and Simchat Torah, see Likutey Moharan 74. Shemini Atzeret brings about the tikkun of judgment. In essence, this is a tikkun for the covenant. Chanukah. Through the mitzvah of kindling the lights of Chanukah, we acknowledge the glory of God. His glory is exalted and magnified in the world. Those who are distant from Him are stirred to return. We can attain true fear of heaven, harmony in the home, and genuine prayer. Strife and malicious slander are banished. Universal peace spreads in all the words. Through the mitzvah of kindling the lights of Chanukah, we draw down a holy understanding upon ourselves. This understanding is the goodly oil of memory, whereby a person hears in the mind at all times that everything in this world, both in general and in particular, has meaning only in relation to the world to come. The days of Chanukah are days of thanksgiving and praise. Thanksgiving and praise are the main delight of the world. to come. They cause the light of truth to shine. We can pray in truth and learn Torah in truth from the lips of the true teacher. And marriage unions are formed in truth. These three ways of truth send light to all the different facets of speech and bring the faculty of speech to perfection. Through this, we were able to bring the sanctity and joy of Shabbat into the 6 days of the week, when the simple unity of God is revealed. All these tikkunim are brought about by the kindling of the Chanukah lights and the praise and thanksgiving that we offer on Chanukah. How precious it is if you achieve all this on Chanukah and bring about these awesome tikkunim. The appeals we make to God to forgive us on Yom Kippur help us experience the holiness of Chanukah, for the theme of Chanukah is the consecration of the Holy Temple. And on Chanukah we draw the sanctity of the Holy Temple upon ourselves. But it is possible to do this only when our sins are forgiven, as they are on Yom Kippur. The great teaching that the Holy Temple embodies and declares to the world is, God is the Lord in all his aspects. He is the one this knowledge can free us from the hold of sin. Nowhere is God's love for Israel more clearly revealed than in the forgiveness of sin. When we radiate the holy knowledge of God's unity to our children and pupils in this generation and in all the future generations, we can come to a vision of the transcendent levels of holiness, the holiness that is beyond this world and encompasses it. This vision is a foretaste of the light of the world to come. With the kindling of the holy oil of the Chanukah lights, we come to perceive these levels, and then our very life and sustenance are drawn from the supernal will. We can be worthy of receiving an awesome revelation of divine will and favor at the very time we are eating. We long and yearn and pine for God with a desire that has no limits. But you can attain these levels on Chanukah only if you are close to a true leader and leader who is filled with genuine compassion. Fortunate is the one who merits to find such a teacher. Our joy and clapping and dancing on Purim make us worthy of receiving the Torah in two aspects, revealed and hidden, for the great revelation that comes about through Mordechai and Esther was receiving the Torah. Through this, we are able to fulfill the mitzvah of counting the Omer in the proper way. The Klippa of Haman, Amalek, may their names be blotted out, is crushed. The force of pride, idolatry, and atheism is broken. Great faith, holy wisdom, and true life and length of days are brought into the world. The severity of God's harsh judgments is sweetened, and all the harsh degrees against Israel are revoked. Purim is a preparation for Pesach. Through the mitzvah of Purim, we are protected from Chametz on Pesach. Melody. A holy melody gives strength to the forces of holiness, but the music of the other side damages these forces and lengthens the exile. It makes people stumble and traps them like birds in a snare. Be very careful never to listen to this kind of music at all. The musicians and singers that produce it have no religious intentions whatsoever. On the contrary, they only want to make money or become famous. Listening to this kind of music can seriously weaken your devotion to God, but the melodies played by a virtuous and worthy musician can be very inspiring. They can strengthen your devotion immensely. Studying the Gemara at night is a protection against being influenced by the music of the other side. A holy melody has the power to bring a person to the level of prophecy. Music is the foundation of true attachment to God. One who sings with purity has kingship and power. He has the power to do whatever he wants. He can give life or death to whoever he wants. He must be careful to judge all people favorably so as not to destroy the world. For God desires loving kindness and he wants the world to endure. When a person achieves moral purity, his voice is also purified. Simply by hearing the sound of his voice singing, God sees which enemy is oppressing us, which of the 70 nations with their 70 languages, and God saves us from the trouble. When a harsh decree is passed against the Jews, God forbid, and one of the nations rise up against us, it is very good to sing the song or anthem of that nation. When our cries and singing are directed towards heaven, it arouses God's love. We look down upon us in our trouble and saves us from the nation that oppresses us. From a person's voice, you can tell whether he is powerful or not and to what degree. Every individual has a certain degree of power and influence and is recognizable in his voice. Music sweetens the harsh judgments. When you sing the words of the prayers in a clear, bright voice, the Shekhinah is robed in radiant garments, and this is how the harsh judgments are sweetened. Listening to music played by a truly God-fearing player for the sake of heaven is a very great thing. It has the power to subdue the worldliness of the imagination, and the good is sifted from the bad. Such music has the power to lift you from depression and inspire you with joy. This is the way to develop a good memory, which means remembering at all times the goal of the world to come and understand the hints God sends every day to draw you closer to him, and through this you can attain the spirit of prophecy and holy inspiration. There is a form of atheism from which there is no return, but the melody of the true great tzaddik has the power to raise up the souls that have fallen into this. The miserable wailing of the songs of the wicked does a great deal of damage, since people are easily influenced by them. But when the tzaddikim sing these songs on Shabbat, they elevate and purify them. Music has a tremendous power to draw you to God. Get into the habit of always singing a tune. It will give you new life and send joy into your soul, then you will be able to bind yourself to God. It's especially good to sing on Shabbat and the festivals and at a welling celebration. Patience. To know that everything that happens to you is for your own good is to have a foretaste of the world to come. The way to come to this realization is by talking out your heart and confessing your sins before a Torah scholar. Through this you will come to understand that everything that happens to you every day of your life is all for your benefit. Everything springs from the love God has for you. To be serene and patient regardless of what you encounter in life is the highest level of awareness of God. You must faith that everything is for your eternal benefit. Just as all physical medicines are bitter, the soul must be healed through bitterness. You may have to overcome many obstacles and endure many suffering in order for your soul to be healed. With physical illness, there are times that the body becomes so weak that the invalid cannot bear the bitterness of the medicines. The doctors despair of ever curing him and simply abandon him. Similarly, when a person falls under the influence of sin, which is the sickness of the soul, he may be unable to bear the bitterness of the remedy. There may seem to be no home for him at all, but God is filled with compassion. When he sees that a person wants to return to him but does not have the strength to bear the bitter remedies made necessary by his own sins, then he has compassion on him and casts aside all his sins, despair, and excessive suffering. God sends him only as much as he can bear. Many people find that as soon as they try to return to God and follow the ways of the righteous, they suddenly encounter obstacles and hardships from every direction. At times it is impossible to bear the bitterness and overcome the barriers. There have been cases where people were so discouraged that they fell back into their old ways, God forbid. But a person who truly desires to draw closer to God should have faith that whatever the bitterness or suffering he has to endure, everything is spent to him with compassion. If the suffering were really in proportion to the magnitude of his sins, it would have been far greater. He would have been much too weak to bear it, and he would have been totally lost. But God, in his compassion, sends only as much bitterness and suffering as a person can bear. This much he must bear, and it is certainly within his power to endure. A person must be at peace with himself. It is no good if the different aspects of his character are in conflict with one another. He must also achieve harmony in his relationships with the outside world. Regardless of whether things are good or bad, he must always look for God in whatever happens to him. He should not allow himself to be thrown off course by anything. He should have faith that everything he experiences day by day is a favor and a blessing. This applies even to his hardships and suffering. He should believe and know that everything is for his ultimate good. The sole purpose of all of this is to draw closer to God if he truly desires it. This basic principle applies in his relationship with friends. He should love them and be at peace with them regardless of their behavior, even if they make things difficult to him. He should always try to judge them favorably and find good in them. He must interpret everything in a good light and remind himself that his friend's intentions were not as bad as he imagined. It is very important to strive for relations of love and peace with one's friends and with all of Israel. The way to achieve this is through the Torah, which is called peace, and through the tzaddikim, who are also called peace. Then he will love peace in every situation, both in good times and bad. He will love every one of his friends, and there will be peace among Jews. When a person takes his hardships and suffering very badly, it is because his power of understanding has been withdrawn, God forbid, and he fails to keep in mind the ultimate purpose of the suffering, which is wholly good. If he were to concentrate on the true goal and purpose of life, he would see that far from being bad, these difficulties have a very positive purpose because God's intention is solely for good. It may be that he wishes to remind the person to return to him or to scour his sins and cleanse him through the suffering. When the person understands that the end purpose is wholly good, they can even come to rejoice in suffering. It is significant that people have a natural impulse to screw up their eyes tightly when they are in pain, as if they were trying to focus on something far away. It is as if by screwing up their eyes, they were trying to focus on the true goal of the world to come, which is good and everlasting. The only way to concentrate on this goal is by averting one's eyes from the folly of this world completely. A person who bears his suffering joyously will achieve new insight in his Torah studies, and when he does so, it is a sign that he bore his sufferings as he should. Accept and bear all lovingly all the troubles and suffering that come upon you, God forbid, since despite your deeds, God still guides you with great compassion, for you should have suffered even more, God forbid, according to your deeds. A person must be long-suffering in all aspects of his character. He should never become angry or irritated over anything. No matter what he has to go through, he should hear that everything patiently without being blown off course. He should not let anything make him lose his temper. He should endure everything with patience and simply do his own part to serve God with enthusiasm and joy. The way to achieve this level is through perfect faith, which is attained through the land of Israel. You should realize that however acute your problems and difficulties may be, the very problems themselves always have an angle that in itself offers a solution. It is true that we always hope that God, in His kindness, will help us and remove the problems completely. But if you think carefully about the problems themselves, you will see that each one has a positive side to it. If you look always carefully until you find this side of things, you will always be able to bear everything lovingly and nothing will ever disturb you. You will be able to use every experience as a means of drawing closer to God, and through this God will send you help. In times of trouble and suffering, it is good to weep and cry before God. Through this we can draw understanding and God's providence upon ourselves. Then the pain and suffering will be lessened, because the main reason they are hard to bear is that one lacks adequate understanding. It is necessary to understand that everything is under God's providence and is sent only for our benefit. When people have to endure opposition and even persecution, it is order to bring them closer to God through this very experience. The more persecution and hardship they suffer, the more they must turn to God for relief, because there is no other solution. This is how persecution and suffering bring us closer to God. There is no one in the world who does not suffer in one way or another. People have all kinds of hardships and difficulties. It may be the problems of making a living, their health, or domestic troubles with their wife and children and the other members of the household. No one can escape a certain amount of pain and hardship, because man was born to struggle. And as it is written, for all days of vexation and pain. The only way to escape is to seek refuge in God and His Torah. It takes great patience to bear, and one has to go in life. Our sages say the medicine for suffering is patience. A wise man said, for someone without a strategy, the best strategy is patience. All the sages discuss this at great length and warn us that this world is full of suffering and anguish without end. Man was not created to derive pleasure from this world. His task is to labor in this world in order to earn the world to come. This is why we have to bear everything with patience and the faith that is all for our benefit. For everything that God does, He does for the good. We must take refuge in God and in His Torah at all times and plead before Him for mercy. There is no other escape from the afflictions of the world except God. As it is written, He is my refuge on my day of trouble. Even the lowest of the low can still take refuge in God, because God is to be found in all places, as we explained at length elsewhere. As soon as a person takes refuge in God, no matter what the experience, it will turn out for good, and the good will be truly enduring. Boldness. One kind of boldness is thoroughly evil. This is the unashamed self-assertedness of arrogant people, for the brazen-faced are destined for Gehinnom. And Abraham preferred exile rather than hell as the punishment for the sins of the Jewish people. All other sins are punished with exile, but the penalty for this kind of brazen arrogance is still Gehinnom. On the other hand, there is another kind of forcefulness that is essential for anyone who wants to come closer to God. It is impossible to draw closer to the true tzaddikim and sanctify oneself without it. It entails a certain firmness, determination, initiative. This is the quality of the sages referred to when they said, be bold as a leopard. The people who oppose those who are truly righteous and will put every kind of obstacle in their way have a brazen arrogance that is royalty without a crown. Whoever chooses life in truth needs the other kind of forcefulness in order to overcome these obstacles. His opponents have set their jaws firmly against him, and therefore he needs to set himself equally firmly against them. Only with determination is it possible to enter the gates of holiness. This determination and forcefulness are also necessary in the fight against oneself, or rather against the brazen arrogance of the body, which is itself so forceful when it comes to satisfying its own desires and has no sense of shame before God. The arrogance of the body makes it impossible for the soul to come down and draw closer to it in order to communicate something of our own spiritual perceptions. The soul has constant contact with the highest spiritual levels, but the body does not have an inkling of any of this because of its dogged involvement with its own impulses. Every person must show tremendous compassion to the flesh of his body and break its dogged pursuit of desire. Then the soul will be able to draw closer and give the body a share in their own spiritual visions and perceptions. One needs holy boldness to stand up to this arrogance of the body. The way to assert the spiritual power of the soul is with holy sounds, the sounds of prayer and song, sound of crying and sighing before God, the sound of the shofar, the sound of the voice of the true tzaddikim, and all the other holy sounds, even the sound of the jingling of coins in a charity box. These holy sounds have the power to break the arrogance of the body. But at times a person may be on such a low level and his body so far removed from his soul that even when he groans and cries out to God, the body does not hear the sound at all. It is so far removed from the soul that it hears just a confused and indistinct echo. This is because as soon as a holy sound is heard, it arouses the force of the other side, and they are the source of the confused noise. Such a person may even hear the voice of the tzaddik himself, but he does not hear the essence of the voice, only an indistinct noise, and the arrogance of the body remains unbroken. The body needs to be trained to hear the voice of the soul. It must be pressed into service by performing the practical mitzvot. And to hear the voice of the tzaddik, the body must be made to participate in practical activities on his behalf. This is the way to train the body to listen to the voice of the sage and to the groaning and crying of the person himself. In the end, the arrogance of the body will be broken. The way to attain holy boldness is through joy. Joy and happiness are the main source of strength for one who wants to draw closer to God and serve Him. For the joy of God is your strength. Boldness is essential if you want to acquire Torah. You must be bold as a leopard to resist the people who put obstacles in your ways. You must not be ashamed if they mock you. The bolder you are, the more you will find new horizons in Torah. But the person whose boldness stems from arrogance will not discover truly original concepts. Torah concepts. The Torah he receives will be drawn from the other side. To have holy boldness is part of the very essence of prayer. And the level of Torah a person attains with his boldness will bring him to a corresponding level of prayer. It takes a certain daring and even impudence to stand before God and ask Him for what we need, including miracles. A person who feels ashamed when he thinks of God's greatness and his own inadequacy and failings will never be able to open his mouth at all. This is why it takes boldness to pray. The firmer and more determined the person is in the face of opposition, the higher levels of Torah and prayer he will attain. The brazen-faced have no share in the Torah.
Stop. You may.
And one who does not have holy boldness also does not have a share. Only those who are bold and determined for the sake of holiness will have a share. A person must have holy boldness so he can be bold as a leopard against people who mock him or put obstacles in his way. But don't allow yourself to be put off by such people, and don't become shy and timid. You may think they are better than you or on a higher level. It may even be true, and perhaps they really are on a higher level. Even so, as long as your own motive is for the sake of heaven, you must be firm and determined in the face of those who are confusing you and keeping you from the path of life. This is the only way you will attain holiness. Even with your teacher, you need to be bold. Don't be afraid to talk about anything you need to discuss with him. It is no good to be shy, for a bashful person cannot learn. The reason some people are closer to the teacher than others is solely because they took the initiative, and therefore the teacher speaks with them more. Advice. Everyone has ideas about the way to live, but as far as the great masses of people are concerned, their ideas are all the same. They are all equally worthless. Don't pay attention to their advice. All the more so, be sure to ignore any guidance offered by wicked people. They are the enemies of truth and the source of everything corrupt and destructive. All they have to offer is the advice of the primordial serpent, which is the antithesis of the Holy Covenant. Anyone who follows it will be covered in filth. Life will become alienated from truth, faith, and prayer, and the will to be able to come to the land of Israel. Have nothing to do with their ideas. Bind yourself to the truth tzaddikim and to those who follow their ways. Their guidance is the seed of truth. Through it you will be able to observe the covenant and purity. You will attain goodness, truth, faith, and prayer, and be worthy of coming to the land of Israel and bringing about miracles in the world. One who is careful to observe the mitzvah of tzitzit merits protection against the advice of the serpent, which is bad advice. One who fulfills this mitzvah carefully merits the guidance of the tzaddikim. Someone who lacks faith in the Torah sages will never know what he should do. He will always be rocked with doubts and have no idea what course he should follow. When a person follows the guidance of the true tzaddikim, it sweetens the harsh judgments. And through this, he will be helped and freed from his trouble. But if he fails to follow the advice, he may well come to grief. God forbid, and the responsibility will be his alone. As it is written, a man's foolishness perverts his ways. But if a person does follow the advice of the tzaddikim and later on things do not go well for him, he can be sure that this has been sent to him from above. Cry from the heart and you will find true guidance. You must cry out to God from the very depths of your heart. The darkness will crack and deep counsel will be revealed. Through this, your faith will be strengthened. In the end, you will have perfect faith. Healing will come and great goodness will be brought into the world. The eyes. Seeing the face of the tzaddik has the power to lift the person from depression and lethargy and free him of his evil impulses and all the ramifications. The sexual appetite depends on the eyes. The tzitzit are the eyes. The mitzvah of tzitzit is a protection and a remedy against immoral impulses. Falsehood harms the eyes physically and spiritually. Be careful not to look at people with an evil eye. The evil eye brings death to the heart of the one who has it. There are several different kinds of evil eyes. Some people are filled with envy when they see the success of others, or there may be different reasons for looking at people with an evil eye. You should be on guard against this. You must also pray earnestly to God to protect you from being harmed by the evil eye of others. If a person feels he lacks the strength to stand up to the evil eye without being harmed, he must run away in order to escape. The evil eye is the source of forgetfulness. It impairs the memory and causes one to forget his purpose in the world, namely to acquire the world to come. He should remember his purpose every day of his life and fix all his thoughts on the world to come, both as a general concept and in relation to the particular details of his life. But the evil eye kills the heart, and it can no longer be directed to the world to come. One who has an evil eye will not have a son to survive him after his death. You must also guard your eyes against illusions, whose source is in the faculty of imagination. Someone with a good eye must also guard against illusions. Even people with excellent vision can make mistakes when they look from a distance and things appear the opposite of what they really are. This is as true of the mind's eye as it is of the physical eye. For example, someone may have the impression that his friend is not being honest or is behaving badly towards him. He may feel resentful as a result, and this can lead to friction. He may think that he has the highest of motives for taking issue with his friend, but the truth is that it all stems from an illusory impression. He has been led astray by his imagination, which has caused him to believe things about his friend that were fabricated and untrue. There are many other ways in which the eyes and the mind can veer from the truth because of mistaken impressions. The imagination has the power to deceive even those who have a good eye. You must be extremely careful to avoid mistakes like this. This way to do so is by being careful not to speak badly of other people, or even to listen to someone else's malicious talk. Malicious gossip and slander give strength to the imagination and the power of illusion and damage the power of memory. Power to remember at all times that this world has meaning only in terms of the world to come. It is good to judge even the wicked favorably. This is the way to be saved from the evil eye of the wicked. The reason why at times the wicked go unpunished and God raises his judgments far above them is purely for the benefit of the tzaddik. God himself judges the wicked on the scale of merit in order to save the tzaddik from the evil eye of the wicked. When a person sees the face of the true tzaddik, he can examine himself and see what progress he is making in the various aspects of his character. Then he can repent for all the shortcomings he finds. Merely seeing the true tzaddik is in itself a great thing. Admittedly, it is even better to hear Torah from his lips, but even just seeing him is also very good. When a person sees a tzaddik and looks at himself in contrast, it illuminates his mind and understanding, and through this he can receive greatness and attain new horizons in Torah. Each individual, in accordance with the power of his mind, he will achieve true shame and humility and return to God. This is the enduring life of the world to come. Merely seeing the face of the true tzaddikim can help one change for the better and attain holiness. Redemption. When a person is sick, a pidyon, redemption is the prerequisite of any cure. Only after the pidyon has been presented does the Torah give the doctor permission to cure. When a person fills the mouth of the sages with wine, it is accounted to him like he made a pidyon. Rising for the midnight prayer has the same power as a pidyon. It is a good practice always to give money for a pidyon. This is the way to sweeten the power of harsh judgments at all times and be saved from them. Even when no one in the house is sick and you have no particular problem, it is still good to present a pidyon in order to prevent any problems or sickness, God forbid. Tzaddik. Whenever you pray, you should have in mind that you bind yourself to the tzaddikim of the generation, for they alone know how to elevate prayer to its proper place. In order to travel the path of holiness, it is necessary to break all your bad characteristics. All the different character traits in the person stem from the four basic elements. You must speak out your heart before a Torah scholar and confess all your sins. The sages will explain and clarify the way you need to go in accordance with the root of your soul. There are 3 different stages involved in drawing closer to the tzaddikim. By working through each stage, it is possible to achieve the perfect tikkun. The first stage is seeing the tzaddik, which negates the bad characteristics stemming from mineral and vegetable elements. Laziness and its related characters, on the other hand, the evil passions and desires on the other. Second stage is giving charity to the sage. This releases you from bad characteristics stemming from the animal and human elements, idle pursuits and malicious gossip on the one hand, and pride and its ramifications on the other. The third stage is verbal confession before the sage. Through this, the sage can direct you on the path of righteousness in accordance with the root of your soul. This is the most important stage because through verbal confession, you can be saved from anything. Each time you are with the sage, you should talk out everything in your heart. Through this, you will come to be merged with the Infinite One and attain the knowledge that everything that happens to you is for your own ultimate good. Before we attain this knowledge, life gives the appearance of being a mixture. Some experiences seem good and others bad, and we bless God accordingly. For the good, we bless Him who is good and does good, and for the bad, we bless Him as the true judge. But in time to come, when we will understand that all our experiences are only for the good, we will no longer make this distinction. We will bless God for everything as He is good and does good. To attain this level is to have a foretaste in the world to come. When a person confesses before a sage, all his sins are forgiven. If you care about yourself, pay no attention whatsoever to the various disagreements between the great tzaddikim. The fact that the tzaddikim argue with one another should not be a reason for raising doubts about fundamental matters of faith. You must have faith in all the tzaddikim. If you find that the arguments cause you to have doubts, you should take the very arguments themselves as a personal message to prompt you to examine yourself and see what you are doing with your life. The doubts you have stem not from their disputes, but from something you have done in your own mind. Their arguments are a way of alerting you to the fact that you yourself have harmed your mind with impure thoughts and actions. If you had not, you would never have found their arguments problematic in the first place, and you would have had no doubts or questions about tzaddikim at all. The purpose of their disputes is to benefit you and help you remember where you are holding in the world. If you allow yourself to succumb to doubts, they will drive a wedge between you and your own stake in the true life of the spirit which the tzaddikim themselves embody. You will be the loser, because this is the penalty for abusing the precious drops of your mind with impure thoughts and deeds. None that go unto her return, nor do they attain the paths of life. If you are foolish and fail to understand this, you run the risk of becoming completely alienated from the tzaddikim, and you will end up losing your reward in the world to come. But if you care about yourself, you will take these arguments and the doubts they arouse in your mind as a warning to bring you to your senses. You will reflect on your true situation in the world, and you will realize that these arguments have been sent as a test which you must withstand by paying no attention whatsoever. This very test is a way of drawing closer to the tzaddikim, because any hopes you have of finding fulfillment in life depend on their guidance. You should understand that the main purpose of all the arguments between the tzaddikim is only to create a challenge for the benefit of those who, according to the dictates of strict justice, should really be rejected for having abused the drops of their mind. If they stand up to the challenge and ignore the disputes, acknowledging the gravity of their previous wrongdoings, they will be able to draw closer instead of being rejected. Because of their wrongdoings, the only way they can now be drawn closer is by being tested. The truth is that God desires kindness and wants those who are distant from Him to be drawn closer to in spite of their unworthiness. The only way they can be drawn closer is through being subjected to this test. Draw close to the tzaddikim and walk in the paths they guide you along for their teachings, and the truth will be inscribed with you, and you will attain true faith in prayer and be worthy of coming to the land of Israel and seeing miracles. This is how the final redemption will come. It is written, make the heart of this people fat, make their ears heavy and shut their eyes, lest they, seeing with their eyes and hearing with their ears and understanding with their heart, return and be healed. Before a person draws close to the tzaddik, his heart is fat, his ears are heavy. This means that the heart and ears are shut and his eyes are blind to the truth. He is unable to come to his senses and return to God. But when he attaches himself to the tzaddikim and follows their guidance, his heart, eyes, and ears are opened. He sees and hears and understands the truth and becomes worthy of returning to God. No matter what a person needs or is lacking in life, be it livelihood, health, or anything else, it can be provided only through the help of the true tzaddik and teacher to whom he is attached. For what he lacks can be fulfilled only through sighing and groaning. The sighs of a Jew are very precious, because through them he draws down the spirit of life, and this alone has the power to make up for the deficiency and provide what is necessary. The source of the spirit of life is the Torah, and therefore it can be received only from the tzaddik who is totally bound to the Torah. The enemies of the true tzaddikim draw their life force from the Rav of the Klipot. For the Klipot on the other side have their own leader, whose role is a kind of mirror image of that of the Rav in the side of holiness, for God made one opposite the other. The forces of the other side have their moment of greatness, because the life force they draw from the Rav of the Klipot, the so-called raging storm, is very powerful when in full force, but this is only for a short time. In the end, it is totally spent and exhausted and ravages the body and soul of all those who are caught in its hold. That is why they are called dead even in their lifetime, because they do not possess the true life force of holiness that is drawn into the world by the true tzaddikim alone. The tzaddik hears the sighs of all those who are attached to him, for he is the source of the life of each one. The true tzaddikim atone for sins. As it is written, the wise man will bring atonement. It is vital for a person's prayer to rise through the gate of his tribe, but it makes great merit to be worthy of this. That is why one must bind his prayer to the tzaddik of the generation. This alone understands how to direct. He alone understands how to direct each prayer to the appropriate gate and elevate it. The true tzaddikim have the power to elevate prayer so that the power and kingship of God is revealed to all the inhabitants of the world. Even those who are very distant, the wicked and the heathens, the true greatness of the Holy One is revealed. And even those who are very distant, even the heathens, come to recognize there is one God who controls and rules the entire universe. Whenever a person has a problem, for example, if someone in his household is sick, he should go to the tzaddikim and ask them to plead for mercy on his behalf. God receives great satisfaction from this because he yearns for the prayers of the tzaddikim. The secret of the true prayer is known only to the tzaddikim. Pride is a form of idolatry, but closeness to the tzaddikim undermines the pride within us and brings us to perfect faith and holy inspiration. We can then experience a wonderful joy. We literally clap our hands and dance for joy. The harsh judgments are sweetened, and we can attain wisdom, life, length, and days, and understanding of both the revealed and hidden Torah. There are people who are very learned in Torah, yet they speak very disparagingly about the tzaddik, but this is also part of God's plan. He throws a great tzaddik down into the mouth of the scholar in order that the tzaddik should be able to release the Shekhinah, that is the oral Torah, from his exile in the scholar's mouth. The tzaddik forms laws out of his words and brings about great and awesome unifications. You should search for a tzaddik who has the power to gather in the souls and elevate them. Then your soul will be elevated with the others and be renewed. And through this Torah will be brought down into the world and revealed. You must plead with God again and again to make you worthy of finding such a tzaddik. He has the power to cleanse you of the blemishes caused by your desires and impulses and actually elevate them. When a person has a certain lust, the desire itself is a blemish that embitters the soul, that is written, she was bitter in the soul. When the soul is bitter, the soul becomes dissipated and does not radiate. It is a hungry soul. But by coming to the tzaddik, a complete tikkun can be achieved. The tzaddik has the power to purify and elevate even a person's negative desires together with his positive. Holy yearning, as it is written, he fills the hungry soul with goodness. He will satisfy his soul in drought, and he will renew his youth like the eagles, which is to say that all the days of your youth that passed in darkness will be renewed. The wrongs will be corrected, and you'll be worthy of the name man. One's body is also elevated and renewed when he comes to the tzaddik. Each of the different people who come to the sage of the generation has a certain yearning for good within him. The tzaddik elevates all these good intentions and renews the souls of those who come to him. This makes it possible for the tzaddik to reveal the Torah that he teaches when they are all assembled. Every single one of them therefore has a share in this world, each in accordance with his yearning, and through this his soul is renewed. Each individual must see to it that he works on himself and comes to the tzaddik with the best intentions and a powerful yearning for God. Then his soul will be renewed to even greater strength. We also heard from the Rebbe that the most important moment is when the sage is preparing himself to deliver his lesson. This is a time for those who are present to look into themselves and examine their lives and search for the yearning for God within themselves. The tzaddik will then be able to take each one by the hand and raise him from his present level and renew him for good. From this you can understand the tremendous difference between being physically present to hear the tzaddik teaching and merely hearing about his lesson secondhand. When a person is physically present, he actually has a share in the lesson and the soul is renewed. There are also many other differences as explained elsewhere. When people go to the tzaddik, God's providence is drawn into the world. The greater the number of souls gathered about the true tzaddik to hear his lesson and receive Torah, the more the breath of wickedness that blows over the earth is curtailed and nullified. The breath of wickedness are made up of all the arguments put forward by the atheists when they see that the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper. It is a good thing when those who go to the true tzaddikim to hear their teaching subsequently give each other encouragement in their spiritual growth and deepen their love for one another. It is a sign that they went to the tzaddik in the right spirit and their vitality is for good. There are people whose souls are severely damaged. Even when they come to the tzaddik, they are still sunk in all their bodily desires and have not moved away from the profane and closer to the sacred by even a hair's breadth. It might seem an impossible task to elevate these souls and renew them like an unborn child in the womb. But there is a tzaddik who has reached the most awesome of levels and who does have the power to elevate even souls that are severely damaged as these. He can renew them like newly formed child growing in the womb. A person who is aware of what he has done to his soul and who wants to take himself in hand and return to God should plead and beg God to have compassion on him and make him worthy of drawing close to such a tzaddik. Happy is he who finds such a tzaddik. Only through a tzaddik of the generation is it possible to attain true love and awe of God. When a person is unable to experience true love, it is because the light of the tzaddik is hidden from him. It is true that the light of the tzaddik radiates in all the worlds, and especially in this world. But for this individual, there is no light at all due to the intensity of his own darkness. He should be in the same place as the tzaddik and even sitting right next to him and still not taste or understand or see the great light that radiates from the tzaddik, and that could bring him to attain the true enduring goal. All this is due to his wrongdoing. As a result, his intelligence has become clouded over with foolishness and bankrupt ideas. He looks at himself as a sophisticated person who needs to raise various questions and entertain doubts about the tzaddik. But all these doubts and questions are completely senseless. The ugliness of his bad deeds has clouded his mind with foolishness, and therefore the light of the tzaddik is hidden from him. This is why he does not have genuine awe and love of God. When a person gives charity to true tzaddikim and to poor people who genuinely deserve it, this restores and clarifies his mind and enables him to see the light of the tzaddik. Then he can attain awe and love of God. Everything has a purpose, and this purpose itself serves another purpose, which is even higher. The most important thing of all is the ultimate purpose to which everything leads, the joy of the world to come. This is the final goal of the entire creation, but no one except the tzaddikim can in any way conceive of this ultimate purpose. To the extent that a Jew is rooted in the soul of the tzaddik, he too can attain some conception of this goal, depending on how far he has succeeded in breaking his anger with love. If he succeeds, he will come to a level where he can use everything in this world as a means of attaining this goal. At times, the tzaddikim refuse all positions of authority and leadership and are unwilling to guide the world. They attribute their unwillingness to their own smallness, saying they are not fitting to guide the world. But in reality, the reluctance is an expression of God's anger and his hiding of his countenance, which comes about as a result of people's lack of faith. By breaking the forces of one's own anger, God's anger itself is sweetened, and the tzaddikim accept positions of authority. The world then finds a true leader who will guide them with compassion. People ask why it is necessary to travel to the tzaddik and hear what he has to say directly. Isn't it enough to study the Musar literature, which deals with spiritual development? In fact, there is a very big difference. Someone who hears the tzaddik himself receives the words of his holy tongue in all their fullness, and through the awe of this arouses him. He can subjugate and nullify the basis of all evil, which is the sexual impulse. Then he can achieve purity and observe the covenant completely. Guarding the covenant is the tikkun for everything. But one who just hears secondhand, especially one who merely reads a book, remains far from all of this. I think that's it.
Is it all?
There is a great difference between one who learns from a book and one who hears from the lips of the tzaddik himself. In the case of a person who heard the tzaddik in person, his soul was bound with the tzaddik when the tzaddik offered its prayers immediately before beginning the Torah lesson. This person therefore has a share in the Torah that was then revealed. For the prayer of the tzaddik brings about a great concentration of holiness in the worlds above, and every prayer that stems from many souls brings about even greater holiness and stirs the supernal heart so as to draw an even greater illumination of Torah into the world. Everything depends on the numbers of the people present. The evil in those who were present at the time of the lesson is subdued through the goodness in the sage giving the lesson. He releases them from the power of the forces of the other side and brings them into the realm of holiness. A person who is present when the tzaddik teaches Torah in public will be worthy of coming to the land of Israel and overcoming all opposition and obstacles. The Holy One is strict with the tzaddikim to a hair's breadth. If the tzaddik makes the slightest false move, even no more than a hair's breadth, he has no power to draw Torah into the world. It is not possible to attain perfect faith, which is the basis of everything and the summit of holiness, except by being close to the true tzaddikim. The tzaddikim are the ones who foster the authentic faith of Israel among the people of the generation, but the only way to draw close to them is with boldness and determination. There are certain types of people who put up all kinds of obstacles and barriers to prevent others from drawing closer to the point of truth. The source of their power lies in the arrogant self-assertiveness of the forces of the other side. This is why it is essential for whoever wants to overcome these barriers to be bold and forceful in pursuit of holiness. This is the only way to attain holiness. The way to acquire forcefulness is through joy. Joy gives a person the confidence to not feel ashamed or deterred because of other people's mockery and contempt. He must be bold as a leopard. When a person is bound to the tzaddik, he can free himself of the desire for wealth, which is a form of idolatry and death, and then he will be free of the bitterness of the world. All the worries and struggles involved in earning a living and making money. Most people's lives are consumed with such troubles, but the one who is bound to the tzaddik will have joy. He will be content with his portion, and the light of the confidence of the King of Life will radiate upon him. The opposite is also true. One who opposes the tzaddik will fall over ever deeper into the desire for wealth, and he will constantly be sunk in all the bitterness that goes with it. His days will be spent in the race for profit. Only through the strength of the true tzaddik who observes the covenant perfectly is it possible to be released from anxiety about money. Man's whole purpose is to gain a perception of God. This is possible only through the help of a truly great tzaddik. The tzaddik must be on the highest of levels in order to be able to communicate such perceptions at a level where people can have some grasp of them. One should search hard to find a tzaddik like this and pray to God earnestly to be worthy of drawing close to him. The only way to gain any perception of God at all by means of contractions through which the subject is brought down to the level where the mind of man can have some grasp of it. The tzaddik knows how to present such perceptions in a way that makes this possible. He has the insight to understand how best to introduce the subject and explain all the different things that must be explained in order to enable the individual to grasp it, regardless of his level. Only with the guidance of a truly outstanding teacher is it possible to reach a conception of godliness. You must look for the greatest possible teacher. Only a teacher who is on the highest of levels can convey to you a true perception of God in all its radiance. The lesser a person and the lower his level, the greater a teacher he needs. What he needs is a kind of master craftsman who has the skill to close higher wisdom, the perception of godliness in a form communicable to one as low down and far away as he is. The sicker the invalid, the greater the doctor he needs. So don't delude yourself and say it will be sufficient if I find someone simple and upright, respectable and known to be God-fearing. Why do I need to set my sights high and attach myself to such a great tzaddik? Let me at least make a start by emulating this person here. Many people make this mistake. Make sure that you don't. On the contrary, the more you realize how low you are and how far you are from God, the more you need to draw close to a truly great teacher on the higher of levels. For the lesser a person and the lower his level, the greater a teacher he needs. We should accept the moral rebuke of the tzaddikim submissively, even if they sometimes speak to us in a way that seems abusive. We should realize the great pain they endure because of us. It is obvious that all our worldly activities and everyday talk are evil from their point of view, but even the part of our lives that we would consider the most holy and precious, our prayers and devotions, are also evil as far as they are concerned, mixed up as they are with improper thoughts and other distractions. They are a great strain for the tzaddikim, which is why at times they are very abusive in the way they rebuke us. We must take their criticisms to heart, then we will be worthy of God's loving kindness. And through this, we will have the power to overcome foreign ideologies and heathen domination and be able to elevate true wisdom and understanding to their proper place so as to attain a perception of godliness. The Gemara tells us about the 4 sages who entered the Pardes, the orchard, meaning the hidden wisdom of the Torah. There are also 4 corresponding types amongst those who draw close to the true tzaddik. Rabbi Akiva entered the Pardes in peace and departed in peace. Similarly, there is the follower of the tzaddik who succeeds in learning the true path and follows it to attain perfect righteousness. Ben Azai gazed and went mad, and Ben Zoma gazed and died. Similarly, there are those who become overexcited in their devotion to the tzaddik, and they can even die or go out of their mind as a result. Nevertheless, even people like these are still in the category of the righteous, of whom it is written, the righteous walk in them. But there is a 4th kind corresponding to Acher, Rabbi Elisha ben Abuya, who ended up as an atheist. So it is with one who becomes alienated from the tzaddik and leaves him and ends up as an enemy, maliciously slandering the tzaddik. Acher, says the Gemara, uprooted the saplings. He influenced others to follow his own ideas. The true tzaddik necessarily has the same powers that the Torah itself possesses. It is an exhaler of life and a potion of death. It is up to those who follow the tzaddik to draw from him what they wish, as it is written, the righteous walk in them, but sinners will stumble in them. One who follows the tzaddik can receive guidance about the right desires. If not, he will find himself on a torturous path, because the tzaddik, what he wants, namely an excuse to turn to moral atheism, to total atheism, namely an excuse to turn to total atheism and completely separated from God. For sinners will stumble in them. Your devotion to the tzaddikim and Torah will bring you to love God in all places and all situations, not only when things are good, but also when they are bad. You will be at peace with yourself and at peace with the world. Within you will have perfect harmony, and whatever is sent to you from the outside world, whether it is good or bad, it will make no difference to you, for you will always find God in it. Love and peace will reign between you and your friends and all of Israel. The true tzaddik is the common point that includes all the individual points to be found amongst the entire Jewish people. That is why it is of fundamental importance to be attached to the tzaddikim and talk to them about serving God. The holy point contained within them, which includes and encompasses all the other good points, gives them the power to arouse your heart and illuminate your soul. You should also discuss religious matters with your friend. For every single Jew possesses a unique point which is not found in any other, and from which his friend can receive inspiration. Each person must receive from every other, as is written, and receiving one from the other. It is also necessary for each individual to talk directly with his maker in order for the good point with his own self to be revealed and radiate from his mouth to his heart. This is to destroy the foreskin of the heart, the physical lusts and desires. They are called the shame of the heart, which break the heart of man. Rulership is in the hands of the tzaddik. He can achieve whatever he wants. As our sages said, God asks, who rules over me? The tzaddik. The essence of the tzaddik's rule is to shine into and awaken the hearts of the Jewish people to serve God. Therefore, the most important thing we can do is attach ourselves to the true tzaddikim and speak with them about serving God. From them we will gain the strength and illumination and arousal for God until we truly return to Him. The light of the face of the tzaddik can give you new intelligence and understanding and create a new soul in you. For intelligence and understanding are the soul. What is the face of the tzaddik? It's the new face of the Torah that the tzaddik reveals. And this is the source of the new soul and intelligence one receives from the light of his holy face. When the true tzaddik reveals the Torah teaching, he brings down new souls to his listeners, each one according to his level and grasp. It is very good practice to give money to tzaddikim and other pious people for opinion redemption. This is the way to sweeten the power of harsh judgments at all times and be safe from them. Even one who has no specific problem, God forbid, it is always good to give money for opinion in order to sweeten the harsh decrees and avoid the onset of any problem. When one fills the throats of the learned with wine, it is equivalent of presenting a pigeon and sweetening the harsh judgments. When a person has faith in the Torah sages and believes that everything that they say and do is far from being simple and straightforward but contains deep secrets and brings about the sweetening of harsh judgments. When a person makes a beautiful garment for a tzaddik, it sweetens the harsh judgments. It is a fundamental principle that one should have faith in the Torah sages and be punctilious in showing them the honor and reverence due to them. Even if one has the impression that they are acting contrary to the Torah, he should still have absolute faith that they are really acting in a complete accordance with the Torah. For the Torah was entrusted to the sages of each generation to interpret in accordance with their wisdom. Therefore, one must cast aside his own pretensions to intelligence and understanding and rely on the sages alone. The cure for every disease is dependent on the Torah. Now, the Torah has been entrusted to the sages, and we have been commanded to listen to them and not to turn aside from their words, either to the right or to the left. Anyone who derides the words of the sages and refuses to believe in them because he thinks they're in conflict with the written Torah will be afflicted with a disease that has no cure, and he will die from it. The remedy for someone who has lost his faith in the sages is to make a vow and fulfill it immediately. Through this, his faith in the sages will be restored and he will be healed. And the light of our patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, will radiate within him. He will be able to experience the true delight of the Shabbat, which is eating the Shabbat food in holiness. This is the way to break the force of one's anger and humble and overthrow all his enemies and opponents. The stronghold of the forces of the other side will fall. Mashiach will come and the stronghold of holiness will be rebuilt. The true tzaddik is Moses, who is himself the embodiment of the three patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The tzaddik is thus the channel for the influx of the three kinds of blessing that come into the world: the well, the cloud of glory, and the manna, drink, clothing, and food respectively. The tzaddik constantly fights God's wars because he struggles against the klipa of Amalek, the negation of the holy covenant and the source of all impurity. The tzaddik is the one who humbles Amalek and all the other enemies who pursue those who are weak amongst the Jews. The tzaddik gives these Jews strength and helps them start serving God and purify themselves. The tzaddik himself receives a double share of blessing, the two loaves, the lechem mishneh of Shabbat, which means a double share of original Torah teachings that the tzaddik gives over on Shabbat, two for everyone. This brings healing to all in both body and soul, and the world is aroused to return to God out of love. All the worthy people in the generation will be healed, and people will begin to respect them. Then there is a share for everyone in the original Torah teachings, the hidden Torah the tzaddik reveals on Shabbat. When you have faith in the sages, your mind will be purified and your intellect clear. You will be able to derive a personal lesson for yourself from everything you learn in the Torah and develop in the right habits and practices in serving God. You will know how to act in every situation and you will be able to guide all who come under your influence. But those who lack faith in the sages must suffer the torments of the flesh. The waste matter, stinking vapors rise up to their brains and distort and confuse all their thoughts. Far from being able to learn the right way and live, all their Torah studies give them the exact opposite of the truth. They never have a clear idea about anything. They are constantly afflicted with doubts and pulled in all directions at once. When a person has no faith in the sages, his heart becomes as filthy as a privy. All his thinking is warped and he never knows how he should act in any situation. The opposition that a person encounters from others is sent to him because his faith in the sages is weak. It may be that he does not fully accept that the great tzaddikim were the true sages and he regards their holy words and writings as being of incidental interest at best. He may even go as far as to make fun of them and scoff. The weaker his faith, the greater opposition he will face. In opposite to rouse him to reflect, one should realize that his problems and difficulties are in exact proportion to his lack of faith in the sages. Accordingly, he can learn from them to what extent he needs to strengthen his faith. Then he will see the true significance of their holy writings and understand that all of them are necessary. He will be purified of the filth in his heart and learn the right way to lead his life. The bitterness of his life with the pressures and problems will be sweetened and all the harsh judgments will be softened. Anywhere there is a judgment or a constriction will be sweetened through this restoration of faith in the true tzaddikim and their holy writings. Every time you visit the tzaddik to see to it that you come to him afresh. It is no good if this visit is exactly the same as the last, as it were merely the second visit in the series. When you come to him, now it must be a unique occasion. Always begin with everything afresh. The main thing is the beginning. You should understand that the tzaddikim have different ways of relating to their followers at different times. Sometimes the tzaddik may draw close to people, while at other times he conceals himself and makes himself very distant. He may not merely keep himself apart and remain way above them, making it impossible for them to draw closer. At times, it can even happen that questions and doubts are raised about him and his followers become confused and uncertain about the way he treats them. But this is all for their benefit. You should not be put off by the tzaddik's ways. It is all for your own good. There is a supernal field in which all the souls are nurtured. These souls depend on the master of the field to labor in order to restore them. One who wants to take pity on his soul should pray and plead with God all his life to be worthy of drawing close to the tzaddik, the master of the field. who watches over each one in order to bring him to the true great goal, which is absolute unity and perfection. In this way, prayer reaches the ultimate perfection, for it is impossible to attain the good and eternal goal except through this tzaddik who is the master of the supernal field. To be present at the moment that a tzaddik leaves this world is a very great thing. Even for someone who is not one of his disciples, at such a moment there is a great and powerful revelation which is for the good of all those who are present, making them worthy of long life. But the disciples of the tzaddik themselves receive a supremely powerful revelation, so much so that at this moment they can receive a double share in the soul of their teacher, as long as they are closely bound with him as branches on a tree. The bond must be so strong that even when they are distant from him, they can still sense when he is making progress and when he is having setbacks. With this double share in the spirit of the tzaddik, it can happen that this disciple has an even greater power to pray in intensity, work wonders than his teacher, but even so, all this power comes from the soul of his master. One should try very hard to be with his teacher at all times. This will make it possible for him to receive a double share in his teacher's spirit. The true greatness of the tzaddikim and their followers will be revealed only in the future, on the great and awesome day of judgment. The whole world will then see their greatness and radiance. Happy are they, and happy is their lot. How great is the good stored up for them. The whole world will then witness the fall of the wicked, for this will be the great day of judgment, when each individual will be brought to judgment for every detail of every action in his life. Nothing will be passed over, because God forgets nothing. And the world will see the difference between the righteous and the wicked, between those who were worthy of drawing close and binding themselves to the true tzaddikim, and those who fought and opposed them. The whole world will then turn to God, even the nations of the world, and all will call upon the name of God. When a person prays truthfully to God alone, with no extraneous motives, then he can have a foretaste of the world to come, even in this world, and all will be forced to return to God. Through this, the holiness of speech becomes perfected, which makes it possible to bring things from potential to actuality, that is, to achieve all the holy tasks one yearns to accomplish. Through the tzaddik, we draw cool waters to revive our soul when it is weary. Then we can be worthy of praying with all our heart, as it is written, all my bones will say, God, who is like you? This is true prayer. The difference between hearing Torah from the tzaddik himself and merely learning from a book is that one who hears the tzaddik himself receives from the cool waters to revive his weary soul. But one who merely learns from a book does not always know how to restore his soul, which is weary. The true tzaddik has a kind of gravitational power to draw the whole world closer to God and his Torah. Then why is it that people are far from the tzaddik instead of being drawn to him? The reason is that there is a counterforce that works against the pull of the tzaddikim, for there is a class of men whose words and deeds create a barrier that keeps people far from the tzaddik. The main strength of this counterforce lies in the people's pride and pretensions. They believe it will bring them to indignity and disparagement if they draw closer to the truth. One who desires the truth has to lower himself and remember his own insignificance, but he has to consider everything that has happened to him since he came into the world, and think has happened to him since he came into, and think of his failures and shortcomings. When a person genuinely feels his own smallness, the truth will be revealed to him. The gravitational pull of the tzaddik will prevail over the countervailing force, and he will be drawn to the tzaddik with tremendous enthusiasm. The smaller a person makes himself, the greater his drawing power, his power to draw God's presence down into the world until he dwells with us. The same applies if one wishes to draw blessings down upon the Jewish people, and similarly, the smaller a person makes himself, the closer he is to the drawing power of the true tzaddik. One who gives charity to a genuinely humble tzaddik is blessed immediately. It is very difficult to be famous. There are certain tzaddikim who accept upon themselves suffering of their own accord for the sake of the Jewish people. Because of this, they receive a very exalted spiritual blessing. A person must make every effort to come close to the true tzaddikim. Even one who studies and prays constantly can never know how to serve God without the tzaddik. At times, the tzaddik talks to people about worldly matters, and this is very beneficial for them, because the everyday conversations of the tzaddik have the power to give them a connection with true wisdom, namely Torah. There are certain people who are so far from Torah that it is not possible to draw them closer with words of Torah as such. The only way is through worldly conversation. The tzaddik uses these as a garment in which to clothe and veil his Torah teachings and himself with this kind of conversation. The one who speaks about worldly matters with the tzaddik also derives great benefit and vitality from this. The opposition that the great tzaddikim endure enables them to draw down blessings without stirring up the accuser. The fact that it is necessary to visit the tzaddik in person and that learning from books of Musar is insufficient is mentioned explicitly in the Torah. God said to Moses, "Write this as a remembrance in the book and tell it directly to Joshua." Even though God told Moses to write it in the book, it was not sufficient. He commanded him to tell it directly to Joshua. Moses was to speak with Joshua face to face, because the important thing is to hear the words from the lips of the tzaddik himself. See what the Midrash says on Moses' word to the children of Israel. Listen, Israel, today you are crossing the Jordan. Learning the tzaddik's words in a book is comparable to "we will do," while hearing the words from the mouth of the tzaddik himself is comparable to "we will hear." Israel lost the crown of "we will do" through the sin of the golden calf, and only "we will hear" remain with them. Therefore, a book does not have the same power to arouse a person as does hearing from the mouth of the tzaddik himself. This hearing is the "we will hear," and Israel still has. The basis of everything is to be completely bound to the tzaddik of the generation, accept everything he says is correct, whether it is a major thing or a minor thing. One must not turn to the right or left from what he says, but simply abandon his own ideas if he knows nothing except what he received from the tzaddik. As long as the person retains even a residue of his own independent way of thinking, he has not attained fulfillment and he is not truly bound to the tzaddik. When a person simply believes in the tzaddik and draws closer without even receiving anything from him, this is itself very good. For his very faith and closeness have the power to consume the evil within him and convert it to the very substance of the tzaddik himself. The one condition is that his intention be for the sake of heaven. One who goes to the tzaddik for some other reason will never gain anything from the relationship. Being close to a tzaddik breaks one's pride. The test of whether someone is truly close to the tzaddik is whether he is humble or not. One who is bound to the tzaddik can experience the true sanctity of the festivals. Through this, the dominion of holiness is elevated from the klipot and the dominion of evil falls. You should love the tzaddik with a perfect love until your soul is bound up with his and your love for him will replace the love of woman. The concept of your love for me was more wonderful than the love of woman. The Shabbat one spends with the true tzaddik is like a fast. A man's task in life is to rid himself of the spirit of folly that clings to him and fills his heart. When he is bound to the true tzaddik and loves him with a spiritual love, he will soon rid himself of the spirit of folly and break the stubbornness of his heart. One who has genuine faith in the tzaddikim will constantly witness great wonders from them, because the true tzaddikim are full of wonders. One who believes and pays attention to their words will find that everything that happens subsequently was already hinted at in what they said. Before a person emerges into the air of this world, he is taught and shown everything he will have to accomplish in this life. But as soon as he enters the air of this world, he immediately forgets it and everything is lost. That is why he must journey to the tzaddik and search for what he has lost. For everything all the inhabitants of the world have lost is to be found with the tzaddik. All the words that are spoken against the true tzaddik and his followers are actually beneficial, both materially and spiritually. When the person hears something said by the true tzaddik, and especially when he sees him at the moment he says it, he receives something of the inner life and wisdom and soul of the tzaddik, but he must beware of forgetfulness, because if he is not careful, he will forget it all. If he tries to remember the words of the tzaddik as exactly as he said them and then repeat the lesson 101 times in order to fix it in his mind, and if when he tells anyone what the tzaddik said, he tells him in this name of the tzaddik and sees the image of his face before him, then it is as if the tzaddik himself was saying the words. But this is true only when the memory of the experience is truly strong. When a person's heart, when the person hears an original Torah teaching At the moment the teacher reveals it for the first time, he will remember it well. But if he does not hear it from the teacher himself, or even if he hears it from him later and not was first said, he can easily forget it. The righteous are persecuted by the wicked and suffer pain and anguish as a result. But this is something brought about by God in order to bring the righteous man to reflect on himself and examine his deeds. The wicked turn out to be guardians, preventing the righteous from falling into materialism. The opposition that confronts the tzaddikim is really an advantage because it acts as a cloak against their being revealed and avoids unnecessary attention. The opponents of the tzaddikim themselves would dearly like to cover themselves up completely and get rid of them altogether, God forbid. But God does not abandon them into their hands. It is impossible to achieve a clear mind and pure thoughts without being bound to the tzaddikim. This is the main way harsh judgments are sweetened. This is why it is essential to be with the tzaddikim on Rosh Hashanah. The ability to speak derives from one's bond with the tzaddikim. Even those who are far from the tzaddik receive vitality and radiance from him. Stories about the tzaddikim, their lives and achievements have a wonderful power to purify a person's thoughts and sweeten the harsh judgments, releasing him from all his troubles. But the only person who can really tell stories about the tzaddikim are those who know how to distinguish between light and darkness. That is, between stories about the genuine tzaddikim and those about wicked men and liars. One marriage is through the land of Israel. The true tzaddik is the source of all blessings. Therefore, whenever a person is far from the tzaddik, his own blessing comes to him only with great difficulty. There are even cases where a person can die because of money that came to him, and the money itself may still be lost instead of being inherited by his children. All this is because of his distance from the tzaddik. Stories about the great tzaddikim have the power to awaken and inspire the heart with a great arousal for God, with a very powerful yearning. Many of the greatest tzaddikim have said that their main awakening came through stories about the tzaddikim, which made their hearts burn for God and gave them the encouragement to struggle with their devotions until they achieved what they did. Happy are they. It is impossible to gain any true conception of the tzaddik himself. He is totally beyond our grasp. Only by seeing his followers can one gain some understanding of his awesome greatness. When one sees that they are men who have achieved great things and who follow God's path in truth, then one can understand the greatness of the tzaddik himself. Whenever you need guidance, you should turn to the true tzaddik. Then harsh judgments will be sweetened with the help you need will come. The tzaddik has total control over his inclination. Even what is permitted to him, he holds his desires in his hands. He lives forever, and even after death, for him there is no difference between life and death. Only with the help of a true teacher is it possible to attain perfect faith and observe the covenant, completely guarding one's mind in holiness and purity. This will bring protection against nocturnal emissions. God forbid, and one's sleep will be pure and holy. The only way to purify the five senses by coming to the tzaddik. By seeing the tzaddik, the sense of sight is purified, because simply seeing the tzaddik with one's own eyes is a great thing. The sense of hearing is purified when one listens to the guidance of the tzaddik. One may have to go through many difficulties before reaching the tzaddik, and without them it would be impossible to come and draw from his holy wisdom. All the difficulties have the effect of purifying the sense of smell. The sense of taste is purified when one tastes the pleasantness of the tzaddik's word, and the sense of touch is purified through all the expenses one has to meet from his own pocket, earned by the labor of his hands in order to reach the tzaddik. The main time for the followers of the tzaddik to gather at his side is on Rosh Hashanah, and at that time especially the five senses are purified. How great is the compassion that the true tzaddik shares for the Jewish people. He is true mercy because his mission is to bring them to acquire holy wisdom and attain a perception of God. He will help them understand that God is the Lord and remove them from sin. There is no mercy greater than this, because Israel is a holy nation and they are unable to bear the burden of sin for even a single day. The tzaddik understands the true greatness of Israel's holiness and the subtle spirituality of the essence. He understands how totally distant they are from sin. Indeed, the Jew has no connection with sin whatsoever. This is why the tzaddik is willing to sacrifice himself completely in order to release the Jewish people from sin, pleading with God to forgive them. The tzaddik knows how to show mercy without harming the person who receives it in any way and without being merciful towards those upon whom it is forbidden to show pity. The tzaddik must also strive to leave a legacy of his wisdom for all the generations to come. His ultimate perfection after he leaves the world depends on this. For even if the tzaddik were to ascend to the highest realms after his passing, he would be short of perfection if he only dwelled above. It is necessary for the tzaddik to radiate even in the lowest realms. He must see to it that he leaves behind him a son and a disciple who received his holy wisdom and who will radiate to the world in each generation until eternity. The tzaddik understands the best way to talk to each person individually. He knows how to make a fence for his words, to be silent when silence is called upon in order to prevent the listeners from raising questions and seeking answers in areas that is forbidden to enter. The tzaddik has the power to send light to those who dwell above and also to those who dwell below. To those who dwell above have achieved high levels, the tzaddik shows that they really know nothing about the Holy One. For what did you see? What did your searching achieve is different with those who dwell below and who are sunk in the very earth itself in degradation and despair. The task of the tzaddik with them is to show them that God is still with them, at their side, close to them. The tzaddik must fortify and save them from despair. The tzaddik brings all the worlds together, causing the highest to merge with the lowest and the lowest with the highest. He sustains them all through the greatness of his strength and thus draws upon blessings from the source of desire. Any man of strength can receive these blessings through the tzaddik, and then when he is eating, he will receive an illumination of desire, a longing and yearning for God that is so powerful that he doesn't even know what it is his desire. The only way to achieve anything spiritually is with the help of the tzaddik and his followers, who draw from his holy wisdom. Think carefully about your life and your purpose and see to it that you take care of your own best interest. You must beg and plead before God with threefold tears to let you be worthy of finding the truth and finding a true guide who has genuine compassion, who will release you from your sins and lead you to the spiritual goals we have mentioned. There are things that the true leader only hints at to his disciples with his hands. For certain, things cannot be explained directly. They can be conveyed only with hints. Through these gestures with his hands, the tzaddik draws down the influx of blessing. Every true leader in every generation possesses the spirit of prophecy. Even in our times, when prophecy had ceased, the tzaddik necessarily possesses a form of Holy Spirit, which the rest of the people do not have, and which is equivalent to holy inspiration and the spirit of prophecy. This prophetic spirit of the tzaddik makes it possible to purify the imagination in order to distinguish what is illusory from what is true and attain a perfect faith. Everyone must do his utmost to seek out such a leader and draw close to him in order to attain his faith. For faith is complete only to the extent one has cleansed himself of illusion and falsehood. Genuine faith is to believe that God perpetually renews the work of creation and that he created the world and brought it into existence out of absolute nothingness. The secret of the world's renewal can never be understood intellectually. It can be grasped only through faith. The faith we receive from the true tzaddik. Don't deceive yourself and think it is easy to find such a guide. You have to be worthy of discovering a guide who will help you attain perfect faith. For there are false leaders too, and when people follow their guidance, they absorb false ideologies and mistaken beliefs. When a person finds a true guide and attains perfect faith, he will be worthy of experiencing the renewal of the world that is destined to take place in the time to come, and he will hear the melody and song that will be sung in the future when God renews the world. This is the melody that will be played at the 72 strings. It is the source of all the goodly sense in the world. and of true awe. His melody is the essence of the reward of the tzaddikim in time to come. Every happy is the one who is worthy of this. Being close to the tzaddik thwarts the pollution of the serpent, but false leaders strengthen it, God forbid. The true tzaddikim have the power to lift depression and heaviness from the hearts of the Jewish people. Only then can their hearts burn with passion for God. By the time a person's heart can burn too strongly for God, this is also not good. This is caused by the raging storm wind, which is called destruction. The tzaddikim have to watch over this and subjugate the raging storm wind to ensure that the intensity of passion is not excessive, that each Jew tempers his passion for God and keeps it within bounds. A paradox arises from the very fact that there are truly great tzaddikim who have reached the most awesome levels, who at times make extraordinary statements and even appear to boast. And indeed, they are capable of formidable feats. They have the power to serve God with everything in the world. Even when they eat and drink and so on, they are tzaddikim who can achieve a redemption through the eating alone. The paradox is just because there are tzaddikim like these, they are also false tzaddikim who vaunt themselves and push themselves forward as if they were able to achieve similar feats. Some of them are even leaders, and they deceive people into thinking there is nothing they cannot do. Due to the fact that there really are true tzaddikim who do have these powers, the false tzaddikim seem to bear some resemblance to them, just as an ape bears a certain resemblance to a human. These false tzaddikim are called false prophets, but in fact, they are a benefit to the genuine tzaddikim. The reason is that there are people who make charitable donations, and yet they are thoroughly wicked and adulterous. Their charity would harm the true tzaddik, so it is good for them that there are false tzaddikim to whom people like these can give their charity. God tricks these people into making their donations to the false tzaddikim, and thus the true tzaddikim are saved from this charity. The true tzaddik receives the speech of his holy lips from those who give charity. Don't be worried or disturbed if you find you have various doubts and questions concerning the true tzaddikim. The tzaddikim resemble their creator just as there are necessary questions and problems concerning the creator, and none of them can in any way detract from his greatness. Similarly, there are necessary questions and problems concerning the tzaddikim. The higher the level of the tzaddik, the greater his ability to keep in touch with the world, to supervise it and keep an eye on it. This is the opposite of what people suppose. They imagine that because the tzaddik is so great, he must be removed from the world. The true tzaddik repents on behalf of Israel. Therefore, the closer people are to him, the easier it is for them to repent and return to God, for the tzaddik repents. The true tzaddik is the pride and glory and delight of the whole world. He is, as it were, the master of the house over which the whole world, and the master of the house of God, which is the holy temple. The tzaddik shines light into the holy temple and the whole world because he is the light and splendor and glory of the world. When the tzaddik becomes revealed and magnified throughout the world, the name of God is thereby glorified. The greater the name of the tzaddik, the greater the glory of God. Whoever is truly merged with this name, which is the glory and splendor and true delight of the whole world, whoever draws close to the tzaddik and is subsumed under his name, through that his eyes are opened and he can begin to examine himself and see where he stands in the various facets of his character. Then he can return to God and cleanse himself of all his evil characteristics. He will then be worthy of perceiving the greatness of the Creator and of looking at the whole world with clear vision, because his eyes and his mind are opened by true tzaddik, which shines light to the whole world. On the other hand, when the name of the true tzaddik becomes concealed and removed from the world, and fame and prestige go to a false leader who does not have the name of God within him at all, then God himself is diminished and concealed, as it were. Because of this, all kinds of occult religions spring up as a result. Cults that depend on the forces of darkness. The world is visited with terrible afflictions and conflagrations, and the very light of our eyes is withdrawn. That is, as if the holy temple were in ruins and ashes, and the precious children of Israel were tossed out into the street. This was the lament of Jeremiah. How has the gold become dimmed? The holy stones are poured out at the head of every street. The precious sons of Zion, comparable to fine gold, how are they esteemed as earliest as earthen pitchers, the work of the hand of the potter. The remedy is to rise every night at midnight to mourn over the destruction of the holy temple. The main thing is for each person to weep and mourn over his own sins, because they are the obstacle holding up the rebuilding of the holy temple, and because of them he is regarded as if he himself had destroyed it. Perhaps in his first incarnation he was indeed one of those who was responsible for the destruction of the holy temple. When a person rises every night at midnight to mourn over this, he will be regarded as if he were the one of those who are making every effort to rebuild the holy temple, and this will bring a remedy for all of the ills we mentioned. The true leader of the generation must be a tzaddik on the highest of levels. He must be separated from sexual desire to the utmost degree and in absolute holiness. Then he is worthy of being a leader of Israel, and he merely has to look into the soul of each Jew for it to radiate and shine. This is how the tzaddik can give every Jew a share of true greatness, each in accordance with the radiance of his soul, and then each one is able to innovate new and original Torah insights. Each one can sanctify himself and separate himself from sexual desire. This is possible to attain a genuine sense of shame and return to God. This will bring true humility, which is the enduring life of the world to come. But when Israel is without such a leader, God forbid, then the whole world falls into confusion. Anyone who wants to can push himself forward and assume leadership, which is what we are seeing today because of our many sins. The sign of a person who has been to the tzaddik is that he has a sense of shame and humility. This comes from having heard words of Torah from the lips of the tzaddik. For the Torah that a true tzaddik teaches inspires a sense of shame, which is the source of genuine repentance, and through this one attains true humility. Simply looking at the face of tzaddikim is a very great thing. How much more so when one is worthy of speaking to him, and even more than this, when one hears Torah from his lips. But simply seeing him is very good in itself. One must plead with God in the merit of drawing close to a true tzaddik. Happy is the one who is worthy of drawing close to a true tzaddik in his lifetime. Happy is he, and happy is his lot. For afterwards, when he is dead, it will be hard indeed to draw close. The evil one has made it his mission to confuse the world. Today's young people have an unparalleled yearning for God, the like of Torah which has never been seen in earlier times, but they do not know whom they should follow. You must plead with God to be worthy of drawing closer to a true tzaddik. The only reason a person is sent into this world is to reach the true goal. The soul is unable to achieve this goal, namely to know and acknowledge the Creator, except by coming into this world. And in this world, it is impossible to attain that goal except through the help of the true tzaddik, the Moses of the generation. The tzaddik has the power to use every creature in the world in order to enlighten us and give us understanding of the ultimate goal. In our time, we are fully aware that our level is very low and that none of us has attained spiritual beauty. But even we can still find enlightenment through the strength of the true leader, and he has the power to bring us to our goal. You must plead with God and beg him with threefold tears to have compassion on us, and with the true wisdom and perception to recognize the Creator through everything in the world. In the end, we will be able to reach the goal for which we were sent into this lowly world. The chametz in a person's heart induces him to have doubts about the leading sages of the time, deciding that this one is right and this one is no good. But by guarding the covenant, one eradicates this leaven from the heart. One who binds himself to the true tzaddikim merits complete repentance, atonement for sin, and the sweetening and annulment of all harsh judgments, as well as the unification of the Holy One and his Shekhinah. Everything in the whole world, every attribute and every idea must be bound to God. Whoever fails to do so is the whisperer who separates familiar friends, because he separates the leader of the world from his creation. This is the cause of the blemish of the moon and the exile of the Shekhinah. No matter where a person is or what position he finds himself, he must attach his mind to the Torah and to God from the very place. It is possible to achieve this through the true tzaddikim, because when they talk about worldly matters, they do so in a way that binds everything to God. The everyday conversation of the tzaddik is very precious. It has the power to bind everything to God, even those who are very far away. The harsh judgments are annulled. Guilt is transformed into merit, and all is light and perfection. It is written of the future to grasp the ends of the earth and shake the wicked from it, but someone who is close to a true tzaddik will hold on to him firmly, and he will be left in his place without being cast off with the wicked ones. The pity one should have for the souls in the world to come is unimaginable, for there are souls who are literally left naked. They cry out bitterly, but there is no one to take pity, for pity will not help them. But one who is close to the tzaddik can run to him and receive clothing for his soul. It is impossible to imagine the greatness of one who is worthy of giving charity to a true tzaddik. One who speaks against a true tzaddik is actually speaking against God and is called an atheist. One who ignores the words of the Torah sages can go mad because of it. If a person is not bound to a true tzaddik, all his devotions are nothing but twisting and turning and pretending to be something he isn't, as if an ape were pretending to be a man. Genuine service of God is nothing without the true tzaddik. Take a little break.
Is it all?
I'm so...
Let's start.
Yeah. Charity. You should give charity before you pray. This is the way to avoid the extraneous thoughts that come to a person while praying. You will be able to pray properly without straying to the right or to the left. You will order and measure your words on the scale of justice. Giving charity to Torah scholars will protect you against time wasting and malicious gossip. It will also save you from pride and all related character defects. Giving charity is a protection against poverty and will make you wealthy. In order to break your appetite for riches, you must give charity. The harsh anger that hangs over the world will be dissipated, and God's providence will be drawn over the whole world. Giving charity brings kindness into the world. The Mashiach is revealed in the Holy Temple, which is itself the revelation of the knowledge of God, will be rebuilt. The unification of the Holy One and Shekhinah then becomes complete. Through this, we become worthy of the new revelation of Torah that is destined to come about in the future. The upper and lower chariots are restored, and it is accounted like an incense offering. Through giving charity to the true tzaddikim and to poor people who genuinely deserve it, converts are made. Through this, one attains perfect wisdom and becomes worthy of seeing the light of the tzaddikim. This is how to achieve the love and fear of heaven. When a person gives charity to the true tzaddikim and to poor people who genuinely deserve it, as if he gave charity to many Jewish souls. This kind of charity enables all the goodness that is held captive amongst the heathen nations of the world to be brought back to mind and be remembered. This goodness is all the sparks of Jewish souls that have fallen into exile, and because of the length of the exile, they have forgotten their true worth. Giving charity enables these souls to remember what they really are and how they have fallen from heaven to earth. They start to take pity on themselves and long and yearn to be restored. For the real essence of the soul is beyond all the words. Since Israel arose in his thought first, the Holy One consulted with the soul of Israel and he created the world. But now these sparks are trapped and exiled, and they are in danger of being destroyed and going to waste. God forbid. But when they remember their own exaltedness, they repent and their holiness is restored. If you think about all this carefully, you will see for yourself how far you need to take care of yourself and have compassion on yourself and your condition, considering the true preciousness of your soul. You should say to yourself, am I not from the seed of Israel who are above all the worlds? What have I come to? Who knows what will be in the future? Is the evil one trying to destroy me? God forbid. Think deeply about this, and you will be so overwhelmed with the desire to do something for yourself that you will try with all your might to return to God. When a person gives some of his money to a poor person who genuinely deserves it, is a tikkun for all his money. The supernal colors are revealed through his money. That is the main revelation of the greatness of the Creator. The klipot are thereby subjugated and crushed. These are the fantasies, desires, and distractions that rise up against a person every time he has to climb from one level to the next, and that range themselves against him to prevent him entering the gates of holiness. Giving charity to a deserving person makes it possible to break the klipot and ascend from level to level. Charity is the comprehensive tikkun for business activity. With every step a person takes as he goes about his business, with every word he speaks and every ounce of strength he puts into his work, he should have in his mind that his only goal is to give charity from the money he earns. Giving charity expands and elevates the mind, and this brings blessing and livelihood. Through giving charity, one can come to speak words that radiate with the wisdom of the Torah. Acts of charity and loving kindness have the power to undermine alien ideologies and release us from the burden of worldly authorities, and we can achieve a perception of godliness. When the sages rebuke us and point out our faults, we should accept their criticism submissively, even if at times they are expressed in a derogatory way. Through this, we will be worthy of performing acts of charity and kindness. all the heavenly spheres are directed and governed by charity. Through charity, all blessings flow into the world, but only on Shabbat are the blessings perfect. Shabbat is the embodiment of faith. The main significance of charity is that it is an expression of faith. This is why the true radiance of the light of charity and its perfection are seen only on Shabbat, the embodiment of faith. One should give charity before embarking on a journey, then he will be saved from any delays and troubles on the way. The central aspect of any fast is the charity given by the person who is fasting. Fasting and charity make it possible to subdue the body as against the soul, substance as against form, folly as against wisdom. One emerges from darkness to light, from death to life, from animality to the level of life. The force of alien ideologies and all of the false and foolish idea systems is broken, and the wisdom of the Torah, which is the true wisdom, comes into the place. The hold of forgetfulness is broken, and in its place comes memory. The harsh judgments and darkness are dissipated, and loving kindness is drawn into the world. Charity given for the land of Israel is greater than charity for other causes. When you give charity for the land of Israel, you become included in the air of the land of Israel, which is the holy breath without the taint of sin. Harsh judgments, darkness, forgetfulness, and folly are banished from the world. You must aim to be contented. You must be contented with just as much as it is essential for you to take from this world, and even out of that, you must still devote a portion to charity. This affects a great unification in the upper worlds and draws abundant blessing into this world. Charity for the land of Israel can save you from distracting thoughts while you are praying. Your mind and thoughts are clarified and purified. This represents the restoration of the covenant. Charity brings abundant peace. Acts of charity draw kindness into the world. The honor and majesty of the forces of holiness are released from the klipot on the other side. The lustful fruit is broken. The prestige and power of those who are arrogant and self-assertive is broken, and honor is returned to the true leaders. During the morning prayers, when you reach the words, "You rule over all," you should give charity. The reason for this is to elevate glory and dominion from the forces of the other side and to return them to the side of holiness. When a person gives charity, it is a tikkun for all his money. This way it will stay with him, and his livelihood will be sent in abundance. One who gives charity to a tzaddik who is truly humble is immediately blessed. Giving charity in secret is a tikkun for nocturnal emission. May God save us. Charity saves from sin. By giving charity, one draws understanding. A sigula for epilepsy, God forbid, is to distribute charity to the poor. The initial letters of the phrase, Pizad Natanda Evyonimi, has distributed, he has given to the impoverished spell Nofel, the word for epilepsy. The charity you give to Torah scholars is something great and precious. No sin can extinguish the merit. Through tithing our income, we are saved from our enemies. The tithe we give to charity brings us contentment. Charity protects against immoral fantasies. Charity is a remedy for abuse of the covenant, but it is important not to give money to a person who is undeserving, because this makes things only worse. One must beg God to make him worthy of finding poor people who deserve to be helped. The merit of those who support Torah and give money to Torah scholars is very great indeed. This money makes it possible for these scholars to devote themselves to Torah, to give birth to new legal rulings, and to open up new horizons in Torah. Those who gave the money therefore have a share in the Torah that was born and revealed through the help. Whatever they gave the Torah scholars and whatever they themselves went short of as a result will all be made up to them later on by means of the new Torah concepts that came into being through their help. Revelation of Torah brings an influx of kindness into the world that completes all that was lacking. Those who support Torah scholars will be rewarded with the light of the world to come in, with radiance of three rays of truth and the four facets of speech. Speech gives man his uniqueness. The root of speech lies in charity, the instinct to give charity and show loving kindness particular to man. It is the nature of man, the speaker, to show kindness to his fellow creatures. When a man fails to act kindly and charitably, it is a stain of the faculty of speech, and he cannot be defined as a man at all. When we give charity, the main task is to break our instinct to be cruel and turn it into mercy in order to give generously. When a person who is compassionate by nature gives charity purely out of instinct, it cannot be called an act of service of God. In order to fulfill the mitzvah of charity in the proper way, one must first experience the battle of breaking his natural instinct to be cruel and turn it into mercy in order to give it charity. Charity has the power to widen the entrance of holiness. When a person wants to embark on a certain path of devotion, he first needs to make an opening in order to enter his new path. This is why all beginnings are difficult, but giving charity widens the entrance. just as it enlarges and widens all the entrances to holiness. Any act of charity is very difficult and onerous in the beginning, but the effects of charity are great beyond measure. The body has many needs, and even the essentials like food, drink, clothing, and shelter are very demanding. They all are distraction from one's religious devotions, but charity has the power to break all these obstacles because it opens up the channels of God's blessing and kindness to the point that one has no need to work at all in order to have what he needs to live. All this work will be done by others, leaving him free to devote himself to the service of God. Charity is the remedy for the damage caused when the elders of the generation do not lead their lives as they should. Through remedying this, it is possible to strike at the very root of materialism, the idea that everything in the world is determined by the laws of nature. Then we can hear the message of the three festivals which proclaim and reveal that everything takes place solely through the will of God. Each of the festivals recalls the miracles that were brought about for us, miracles transcending nature. To be aware that divine will transcends the laws of nature is to experience the joy of the festivals and attain the fear of heaven. Fear of heaven is the channel for receiving blessings so abundant that you will not have to work at all for what you need to live. Charity is the cure for all wounds. The true tzaddik receives the words of his holy lips from those who give charity. Zealousness for the God of hosts is accounted as an act of charity. Through charity, particularly charity for the land of Israel, we merit receiving an influx of supernal pleasantness, which is the concept of the holy mentalities of the land of Israel and peace. We also merit experience and pleasantness in the Torah. Then we will have upright children and will be able to magnify God's glory, which is the essential tikkun and continuation of the world. Through this, we are able to remedy the blemished mentalities outside the land of Israel and eradicate strife. You must learn the 13 supernal attributes of compassion and kindness. Learn them in order to fulfill them in practice. Cultivate the quality of kindness and do as many kindness as you can for other people. Then the 13 supernal attributes of compassion are aroused, and the destructive angels brought into being through sin are subdued and eradicated. Our own acts of kindness arouse God's forgiveness, and he passes over our sins one after the other.
Let's start.
Tzitzit. The mitzvah of tzitzit safeguards against immoral temptations. The tzitzit have the power to protect us from the advice of the serpent, the negative ideas of those who are far from God's service and who put obstacles in the way of people who want to draw closer to the truth. Then it becomes possible to follow the guidance of the tzaddikim and their followers, who are the guardians of the covenant. This is the way to find truth in faith, to become worthy of true faith and of coming to the land of Israel and witnessing miracles. Then the redemption will come. Whatever one needs will be given in abundance, and in his study of Torah he will be able to understand whatever he learns. Because of the greatness of the mitzvah of tzitzit, you should be very careful to perform it properly. When you wrap yourself in the holy talit and recite the blessing, have in mind that you would like to be worthy of achieving all these goals. Tzitzit are the embodiment of the life spirit that animates everything holy. In the merit of this mitzvah, we will be provided with whatever we may lack. The sighs and groans of a Jew who yearns for holiness have the power to curb the life spirit which gives vitality to the klipot and which is called a raging storm wind. In this way, it is possible to shake off the evil in one's character and leave only the good. The wicked will be crushed and cast down to the ground. The mitzvah of tzitzit is a manifestation of God's sovereignty. Through it, the supremacy of the other side is crushed, but the Jewish people who are bound to the side of holiness receive all their vitality from there and draw down abundant blessing and wealth without end. If you are careful about the mitzvah of tzitzit and perform it properly, you will be able to achieve true prayer and return to God wholeheartedly. The harsh judgments will be sweetened and the secrets of Torah will be revealed to you. The mitzvah of tzitzit creates the necessary framework within which the mind must operate, ensuring that the mind does not go beyond its boundary. One should strive to expand his mind to understand the hints and messages that God sends him every day by means of all the things in the world, in order to draw him closer. This explains why we put on the tzitzit before the Weilei Tefillin. First, it is necessary to erect the framework so the mind does not go beyond its boundary. Only then is it safe to expand the mind so as to understand the hints God sends. This understanding is embodied in the Tefillin. Holiness, the essence of the holiness of sanctifying God's name that every person should strive for is to observe the covenant in purity. The way to achieve this is by sanctifying the way you speak. You must speak only words of holiness and keep yourself from any lapse into language that is not holy. Then whatever you say will be in the holy tongue, and through this you will achieve the holiness of the covenant. You must sanctify your mouth, your nose, your ears, your eyes. You must guard your mouth against words of falsehood and anything else that falls short of holiness. You must develop your fear of heaven in order to sanctify your nostrils. Your ears will be holy when you believe in the sages and listen to their words. And you must close your eyes and shut out anything that is not good for you to see. The sanctity you attain will bring you perfect understanding, and you will have wisdom, which is God's blessing and holy inspiration. Another way to sanctify your nostrils is to be humble and patient and not burst in anger if someone insults you. The way to sanctify your ears is to be one who is faithful in spirit, conceals a matter. It is careful not to reveal a secret that there is no need to reveal. One who is prepared to sacrifice himself for the sake of sanctifying God's name will attain peace, and through this, the ability to speak holy words of Torah and prayer, and to bind the thoughts in the mind to the words that the mouth is speaking. In order to pray with devotion, have in mind that you are willing to sacrifice yourself entirely in order to sanctify God's name. To achieve perfect prayer, you must pray with a spirit of total self-sacrifice. It has been proved many times that even the most worthless of Jews, even the sinners of Israel, are prepared to sacrifice themselves for the sanctification of God's name. If someone tries to force them to violate the Torah, each day you should remind yourself that you would be ready to give your life to sanctify God's name. This is the essence of Israel's holiness. You will then attain peace and be able to pray with true devotion. When you recite the Shema, you should say the words in the spirit of total self-sacrifice for the sake of God's name. Picture in your mind the 4 death penalties imposed by the rabbinical court: stoning, strangulation, burning, and the sword. You should imagine every detail so vividly that you can literally feel the pain of dying. Thought is very powerful. By imagining yourself dying, you can literally come to feel the pangs of death. But be careful not to dwell on these thoughts for too long, because otherwise your soul could literally leave you, God forbid, causing premature death. Self-sacrifice for the sake of God brings unity to the worlds above. There are great tzaddikim who are widely known, yet many people hold them in contempt and speak against them. They suffer mercilessly because of this, but it is something they take on themselves in order to sanctify God's name. Because of this, they can save thousands of Jewish souls from slaughter and death, God forbid. Each person has something in his life that is harder for him to overcome than anything else. This is precisely the barrier he has to break in order to serve God. This is his task in life. It is his own way of sacrificing himself. Someone who is very afraid of dying must be more ready than anyone to give up his life to sanctify God's name. Desire and yearning. The soul of the Jew is actually formed through the yearning and desire that he feels for God and his good intentions to serve him. No matter what his level, each individual has a desire to reach a higher level. Through this yearning, his holy soul is formed, but in order for his soul to come from potential to actual existence, he must express his yearning and longing in words. This is the means by which he will make his desire into a reality and accomplish what he wants. This is why it is so important to speak to God every day and to articulate your desires and good intentions with your lips. You should speak about your inadequacies and your shortcomings and how you yearn for God to help you with them. You should plead with God, beg, pray, and plead with him to have compassion on you and satisfy your yearning and longing for him. This is the way to succeed in making your potential into an actual fact and achieving what you need to accomplish. The good yearning that a person has for God gives shape to the letters of the Torah for good, and the Torah becomes from an elixir of life, and such a person brings good into the world. The opposite is also true. Bad yearnings give the opposite shape to the letters of the Torah, and for him a portion of death. The concept of sinners will stumble in them. This brings evil into the world. The yearning and longing for something holy are themselves very precious. They are by the means by which the soul is brought into being, and it reaches completion through speech. The soul that is thus created can even enter the body of a wicked person and bring him to return to God. On the other hand, the desire for something evil can cause great damage. The soul that is brought into being by evil desires can at times even find its way to a tzaddik, and this can cause him to sin, God forbid. A person may be totally unable to study Torah, whether because he is an ignoramus or because he is without a book, on a journey or in the desert and so on. But if his heart burns with desire and yearning to learn, the very desire and longing he has is learning from a book. When a person has any desire except to do that what God desires, it strengthens the dominion of the other side. A man must nullify his own will to the point where he has no will and no desire for anything except what God desires, whether he should have wealth and children or not, God forbid. And similarly with everything else he wants, he should desire only what God desires. This makes God alone the king on the topic of the boundless desire for God, whereby one does not know at all what he desires, the truth and faith in eating. The main thing is desire. It may be true that everyone wants to serve God, but not all desires are equal. There are many gradations and distinctions. Even if one and the same person at different times, even from moment to moment, there are all kinds of differences. The main thing is that the person should have the desire and the longing. He should yearn for God, and meanwhile pray and learn and carry out the mitzvot. A person who is sick can be helped by looking at the tzitzit. A woman who loses a lot of blood and has no set menstrual period can be harmed by wine. Nevertheless, the cure for her is wine that a true tzaddik has looked at. Understanding brings peace, and peace is the source of healings. Therefore, the remedy for sickness is devotion to God, which brings wisdom and the knowledge. Immersing in the mikveh brings understanding and therefore healing. It is best to rely only on God. Someone who does not has no opinion, but to devise all kinds of complicated methods of trying to get what he needs. If he is sick, for example, he may have to look for all kinds of special drugs and medicines, and often the ones he needs are not available where he lives, while those that are available are useless for his condition. But the goodness of God reaches everywhere. God has the power to cure all wounds and illnesses. He is always available. If you are ill, you should rely only on prayers and supplications. They are always available and they will certainly help. If you depend on doctors and medicines, you will have to do a lot of searching, because you will have to look for the right doctor with the right medicines, and it is usually impossible to find them because doctors do more harm than good. When a person has no faith in the Torah sages, there is no cure for his malady. The remedy is to make a vow and fulfill it at once. This will restore his faith in the sages, and he will be completely cured. The main cure for any illness depends on a pidyon. Redemption. The Torah permits the doctor to heal only after the pidyon has been made. The pidyon is necessary in order to sweeten the harsh judgments. Only then can the doctor help cure the patient, not before. Charity is a cure for all diseases. There are people who suffer from the most terrible illnesses, God forbid. They are all caused by the inadequate faith. When faith is lacking, it can bring on the most terrible afflictions that cannot be cured by prayer or through the merit of the patriarchs. Even cries and groans of distress will not help, though in other cases the cries of the sick awaken God's mercy. But when faith is lacking, even this doesn't help. The only answer is to cry out from the very depths of the heart. And this will restore one's faith and bring healing. Whoever wants to take care of himself should keep well away from physicians and doctors. They are notorious for the damage they cause. Reciting psalms can help cure someone who is sick, but one requires strong trust in God for this, and then God will send help and the patient will be healed and rise from his sickbed. Simcha, joy. Seeing the face of the tzaddik can give you joy and enthusiasm. You should feel so happy when you do a mitzvah that you don't do it merely to receive a reward in the world to come. You want God to send you another mitzvah, and this will be the reward for the first one, because your joy is in the mitzvah itself. Someone who attains this level of joy will be able to know what decrees have been passed against the world, whether the decree has been sealed yet or not, and against whom judgment has been passed. Then he will know how to pray for the world. For after the decree has been sealed, the tzaddikim must close their prayers in story form. If you pray with intensity and with great awe and love, you will be able to experience this joy. When the people dance and clap their hands, the harsh judgments are sweetened. It takes determination and boldness to press forward in your quest for holiness in the face of all the obstacles created by arrogant people. The main source of strength is in joy, for the joy of God is in your strength. The way to come to joy is through Torah and prayer. The main thing is prayer. You should always pray to attain the level that is hidden from you. And when it is revealed, you should pray to achieve the level that is still hidden. This is how to rise from level to level. It is the way to find joy, which is the source of spiritual strength. You need to be strong in order to draw closer to the true tzaddikim. They are the epitome of holiness, and with their help you can develop perfect faith. Joy is a shining continent. Truth and faith. Depression is a form of idolatry. It is a dark continent and death. How joyous we are depends on our purity and how close we are to the true tzaddikim, who are the joy of all Israel. If you are joyous, You will be able to bind yourself to God and perceive the pleasantness of God. The light of the countenance of the King of life will radiate upon you. Through carrying out the mitzvot and joy, it is possible to reach the ultimate goal of all things. For there is a light that is beyond soul, spirit, and breath. This is the light of the infinite, which is possible to reach, yet not reach. Happy is he who chases after his thoughts in order to attain such a vision. The joy of the mitzvot is the perfection of holiness. It has the power to free all the vitality and holiness that have been caught in the klipot and elevate them. Therefore, when a person performs a mitzvah with joy, it elevates the Shekhinah herself from among the klipot. Keep very far away from depression. The root of depression is in the klipot, which are at war with all that is holy. They are the epitome of severity and harshness. Whenever depression takes grip, the Shekhinah, which is the joy of Israel, goes into exile. The strength of the force of holiness and the destruction of the klipot depends on joy. We are taught that the incense that was offered in the holy temple had the power to free the holy life force from the klipot and elevate it, thereby spreading joy. Because of this, you should recite the passages in the prayer book that deal with the daily incense offering with great concentration. It is a wonderful thing when people dance for joy for the sake of a mitzvah. There are times when it is a mitzvah to drink wine on Shabbat and festivals or at a wedding or other religious celebration. If you drink on such occasions, your attention should be for the sake of heaven. Drink moderately and not to excess with the purpose of experiencing the true joy of Israel, which is to rejoice in God, who chose us from all the nations. As your joy begins to radiate, it will spread to your legs and you will literally start to dance for joy. This will banish the forces of the other side which grips the legs. The force of severity and harsh judgments will be broken, and then you will be able to receive blessings. The fire with which we dance is a fire offering, an appeasing fragrance to God. When one dances in the heat of the evil inclination, it is a foreign fire, and the wine that he drinks is the wine of drunkenness, which gives a hold to the forces of the other side. It follows that dancing with holy intentions has as much power to sweeten the harsh judgments as a pigeon. Man's faculty of imagination is the source of all temptations. It is one of man's animal aspects. If it becomes dominant, it is because of depression, which is a broken spirit, an evil spirit. Forgetfulness gains a hold when one forgets his purpose and fails to bear in mind the reality of the world to come, both as a general concept and as the one that gives memory to every detail of the day. We have to fight back. We should aim to be constantly happy so as to break the power of the imagination. Then we'll be able to remember the world to come every day and at every moment. The music of one who is truly God-fearing can help you to be happy. It has the power to break the force of fantasy. This will sharpen your memory. You'll be able to center your thoughts on the world to come and understand the hints that God sends you constantly each day in order to draw you closer to Him. Music and joy can inspire you with the spirit of prophecy and holy inspiration. Music and joy can help you pour out your words like water before God. When you are constantly happy, it is easy to properly express yourself in hitbodedut. Joy will bring you to new horizons in Torah. Joy is a vessel with which to draw upon the wellsprings of the Torah's vitality and freshness. The holiness of the land of Israel has the power to break the force of anger and depression. A person who examines and judges himself over everything he does thereby frees himself from the harsh judgments that were weighing on him. He will be so happy that he will literally dance for joy, but when a person is under the weight of some harsh judgment, it is hard to dance. The main reason for abuse of the covenant is depression and sadness. The way to maintain your purity is through joy. If you are happy, God will help you keep yourself pure. Crying is good if you cry out of joy. Contrition and regret for your sins are also good if they stem from joy, in the sense that you experience the joy of God's presence so intensely that you feel sorry for ever having rebelled against Him, and you burst into tears because of joy. When you confess your sins, you must specify each sin exactly. You should confess about everything you did, and the confession must be in words. Thinking alone is not enough. You must also go into the details. Many people have a lot of barriers against this. The way to overcome them is through the joy of fulfilling mitzvot. When you go to a wedding or some other happy occasion, you should work yourself up into such a mood of joy that you dance and dance. When you are happy, it is easy to confess, and it will make amends for all the damage you did with your sins. Fasting helps you attain joy. The more you have fasted, the greater the joy. Be very careful not to fall into depression and lethargy. They are the bite of the serpent, but when you are happy, it gives strength to the angels that receive the blessings contained within the food you eat. And it humbles the evil spirits, preventing them from sapping more energy than they should from the food. This gives protection against the nocturnal emissions that sometimes is caused by eating if the holy angels lack the necessary strength. The source of their strength is in joy. If you put so much effort into a holy task that you literally sweat, you will be able to experience true joy. Depression is like a sediment that covers the heart of the Jew and stops it from burning with passion for God. But true leaders blow with their Holy Spirit until they remove this sediment of depression and kindle the hearts of Israel with passion for God. When a person is depressed, his intellect and his mind go into exile. This makes it very hard for him to concentrate his mind on returning to God. The main reason people are far from God is that they do not stop to consider what the main purpose of their existence is. But when someone is happy, his mind becomes settled and he's able to understand things clearly. Joy is freedom. When a person fills his mind with joy, his intellect becomes freed from its exile. He can control. Wait, I got lost. One second. When a person fills his mind with joy, he becomes free. He can control his mind and intellect however he wants so as to concentrate on his goal and return to God. I'll read that again.
Yeah, you read.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Once a person decides to be pure and devote himself to serving God, it is a very big sin if he allows himself to be depressed, for God hates depression. Try to be happy as you possibly can. Search for your good points in order to make yourself happy, as expressed by the verse, I will sing to my God with the little I have left. If for nothing else, you can rejoice for the fact that you are a Jew, and God did not make you a non-Jew. If you are genuinely realize the true implications of this, you will find joy without limits, and nothing will be able to spoil it because God himself made it so. Get into the habit of saying out loud and with all your heart, blessed is our God who created us for his glory and who separated us from those who are in error. No matter how and what you may go through, you will always be able to take heart from this and be happy all your life. There may be times when the only way to make yourself happy is by doing something silly or making jokes. There are so many troubles that people have to go through both physically and spiritually that in many cases the only way they can make themselves happy is by doing something silly and acting a bit crazy. The whole vitality of body and soul depend on being happy, and in the worlds above as well. Great unifications are brought about through the joy of the Spirit. It is a great mitzvah to be happy at all times. Be determined to keep away from the depression and aim to be happy constantly. Happiness is the remedy for all kinds of disease, for many illnesses are caused by depression and sadness. You must be resourceful in order to make yourself happy. Often you must do something a little bit crazy in order to make yourself happy. Try hard to turn your very depression and worry into joy. If you really set your mind to it, you will easily find that amid the worst troubles and suffering, there is an opening that you can use to convert all the depression into joy. True joy is when you drag your sadness and depression against their will and force them to turn into happiness. When someone is happy all day, it is easier for him to spend an hour or so with a broken heart talking to God and pouring out his heart like water before him. The opposite is also true. After a broken heart comes joy. The test of whether your heart was really broken is if afterwards you feel joy. You should constantly center your thoughts on contemplating the root of all things. This is the source of all that is good and all joys. You will feel an overwhelming joy because when one contemplates this root, which is entirely good, then everything good and joyous is merged into one and radiates with tremendous light. What a great thing it is when you truly study Torah or carry out a mitzvah with such joy that you literally dance for joy. This rectifies evil speech. It also elevates money and all those who support Torah, bringing the blessing of children and raises up perfect faith. All the lower levels are elevated through the joy of Torah and mitzvah. To find true joy is the hardest thing of all. It is harder than all other spiritual tasks. You must literally force yourself to be happy all the time. Put all your energy into it. Use every kind of ploy. Often the only way is by literally doing something foolish or childish. Most important of all, you must be happy While you are praying, be sure to always pray with joy. The same applies to carrying out the mitzvah. You should be especially joyous on Shabbat and festivals. Even on weekdays, it is a great mitzvah to be happy always. Sadness and depression can make a person forget his own name. Someone who is happy himself can give heart to someone else. It is a great thing to bring joy to the heart of your fellow Jews. Most people are full of pain and worry and all kinds of trouble, and they find it impossible to speak out what is in their hearts. Someone who comes with a smiling face can literally give them fresh life. This is a very great thing. When you make another person happy, you are literally giving new life to a Jewish soul. Joy gives protection against the death of little children. Peace. The gateway to Torah is through humility and lowliness. Torah has the power to draw penitents and converts closer to God. And this is how the glory of God is exalted and manifest, and the fear of God spreads throughout the world. And this brings peace. There are two kinds of peace. There is the peace in one's bones and oneself. This is the first priority, because at times a person has no peace within himself, as it is written, "There is no peace in my bones because of my sins." When a person develops genuine fear of heaven, he can attain peace within himself. Through this, he is able to pray, and prayer leads to the second kind of peace, universal peace, when there is peace in all the worlds. Those who reprove the generation increase peace in the world. They also make peace between the Jewish people and their Father in heaven. As peace spreads in the world, the whole world can be drawn to serve God with one accord. For when men are at peace with each other, they can talk to one another, and together they can think about the purpose of the world and all its vanities. People then talk to each other about the realities of life. That, in the final analysis, when a person dies, nothing remains of him except whatever preparations he has made for the eternal world that awaits him after death. Neither silver nor gold accompany a man after his death. When people understand this, they will abandon their illusions and their idols of silver and aspire only to God and His Torah. Their sole aim will be to serve God and seek out the truth. But when there is no peace in the world, and even worse, when there is strife and dissension, men are not open with one another, and they never discuss the purpose of life. Even when someone is open about it in his words, fail to enter the hearts of other people, because people are not interested in finding out the truth. All they want is to win the argument. They are aggressive and full of hatred and jealousy. When someone wants to win an argument, his ears are not open to the truth. The main reason most people are so far from God is due to the divisiveness and strife that is so widespread nowadays due to our many sins. Sexual purity leads to peace. The search for peace must be twofold within the Jewish people as a whole and within each individual himself. Each person must resolve any conflicts that exist between the different parts of his character. He must also develop a harmonious approach to his life experiences as a whole, so that it makes no difference to him whether things are seemingly good or bad. He will always find God in anything and everything. Through Torah and the Tzaddikim, he will achieve this harmony. Both are called peace, and through them each person can feel his love for God regardless of his situation. Whether things are good or seemingly bad, he will also feel his love for his fellow Jew. The way peace will spread through the Jewish nation. To increase peace increases the giving of charity. Divisiveness leads to atheism and prevents people from praying with genuine devotion. But when men are at peace and open talk with each other, people can be guided away from their illusions and free themselves of their doubts and atheistic inclinations. When there is strife between people, they are not open with another, and it is impossible to speak to other people and draw them towards the truth. Even if people do talk to each other, their main concern is to win the argument, which means that neither side is open to the words of the other. Therefore, true faith depends on peace. The way to attain peace is through studying Torah law as set forth in the legal codes. Then you will be able to pray with all your heart. The real meaning of peace is to fit together two opposites. So you should not be disturbed when you come across someone whose thinking is the exact opposite of yours. Don't assume you will never be able to live amicably with him. Similarly, if you see two people who are completely opposite types, you should not decide it is impossible to make peace between them. Quite the contrary, perfect peace is achieved through the effort to make peace between two opposites, just as God makes peace in his heights between fire and water. which are two opposites. The way to achieve peace is through complete self-sacrifice, to sanctify the name of God, and then it is possible to pray with genuine devotion. God always takes into account the good that people do. It may be that something not so good was mixed up with it, but God pays no attention to this. If this is God's way, how much more should we attempt to do the same? Never look for the bad side of other people or hunt out their shortcomings and weak points when it comes to religion. Look only for the good and always search out the merit and worth in them. You will then be at peace with everyone. Torah study. Through studying Torah, all our prayers and requests are accepted, and the favor and standing of the Jewish people is enhanced in the eyes of whoever they may need for materially and spiritually. Studying Torah with all your might empowers the forces of holiness and strengthens the good inclination against the evil inclination. If you labor in the study of Torah, you will be able to understand the hints and meanings contained in all of the different things in the world and use them as a means of coming closer to God. Even if you find yourself in a place of darkness where you might think that it is hard to draw close to God, true wisdom will radiate, and to you, you will be able to draw closer to God even from there. No one sins unless he is overcome by a spirit of folly. The sins and damage a person may have done literally make him mad. This is why the majority of people suffer from all kinds of quirks and idiosyncrasies. The remedy is to study Torah intensively. The Torah consists entirely of the names of the Holy One and has the power to crush the evil inclination and banish all the madness and folly that cling to a person because of his sins. One of the subtlest devices of the evil inclination is that rather than trying to persuade a person to do a blatant sin, it dresses itself up as if it wanted to persuade him to do an actual mitzvah. But Torah study develops the sharpness and intelligence that helps a person escape these devices. Torah study and prayer give strength to one another and illuminate each other. When a person studies the Gemara by night, a thread of loving kindness is drawn down over him and he can free himself of all his impure motives for Torah learning, desire for recognition. Gemara study by night is a protection against the spiritual harm caused by unholy music, which can otherwise make it very difficult to serve God. But with this protection, one will discover the power of holy music and be able to attach himself to God through music and song. This strengthens the dominion of holiness and gives him the power to control whatever he wants. He will be able to achieve the level of prophecy. Studying the legal codes gives us the ability to distinguish between good and evil and separate them from one another. Thus, the evil contained in the four cosmic elements that are the source of the various human character traits is banished. This is the way we can achieve perfection, and then whatever we pray for will emerge from potentiality to actuality, and our request will be fulfilled. Those who oppose us with obstacles and barriers will be cast down to the ground. Reaching the correct legal decision depends on prayer. When studying Torah, it is necessary to articulate the words and say them aloud. Then the words themselves will illumine all the places wherever we have to repent. And in the end, we will be able to achieve perfect teshuvah, which will outbalance all our sins. This is a continuous process. With each act of teshuvah, we advance from level to level until we emerge from our own lower level and are able to comprehend the truth depths of Torah. But it is possible to receive this illumination from the words of the Torah only if we first break our pride and pretensions which give us false motives for Torah study, to acquire prestige, or to be able to boast, or to attain rabbinic office, the decree to which we succeed, and this depends on our own moral purity. When people study Torah for extraneous motives, especially the oral Torah for the Gemara and the legal codes, it gives them an opening to speak disparagingly about the true tzaddikim. This is why there is opposition to the tzaddikim from certain scholars. Before a person sits down to study, he should understand that at the very moment he is learning, the tzaddik in the Garden of Eden will be listening to his voice. He must therefore bind himself to the Tana or tzaddik who first revealed the Torah teaching and he is studying, in order that the two souls may kiss and be attached to one another. This brings great joy to the Tana, and through this the student will be able to return to God and renew all the days of his life that was spent in darkness. But this can come about only when he studies Torah for its own sake, with the intention of fulfilling God's commandment to study Torah, which is equal to all the other mitzvot put together. And to fulfill the Torah he learns, But when someone studies because he wants to be considered clever and the like, he is worse than a carcass of a dead animal, which is forbidden to be eaten unless it was ritually slaughtered, and he will certainly not be able to attach himself to the spirit of the Torah. He will never see the truth. He will turn into an enemy of the true tzaddik and cause the exile of the Shekhinah, because the oral Torah is an exile on the lips of the so-called Torah scholar. When a person learns for the right motives and studies the words of a Tanah, he restores the Tanah's soul to his Tanah's body. It is a good practice to study legal rulings in conjunction with the Be'er HaGolah in order to mention the name of the Tanah or legal authority who originated the ruling in question and to attach yourself to its spirit. The study of Torah in holiness and purity makes it possible to arouse the sinners of Israel and converts to return to God. But it is possible to achieve this only when one is absolutely humble. Whenever a person learns Torah and it applies, especially to a Torah scholar, he must aim to send light into the root of their souls, and he will be able to arouse even those who are far from God, the wicked and the converts, and draw them closer to him. He will be worthy of having a son who is learned in Torah, but when a person's learning is not on such a level, his son will not be learned in Torah. Through hitbodedut, in which one secludes himself and judges himself and all of his actions, it is possible to attain fear of God, which is the means to understand the revealed aspects of Torah and attain true humility. This is the foundation of genuine prayer, whereby a person nullifies his very being and physical existence. Then he can understand the hidden aspects of Torah, which is the light stored up to be revealed in the future. Happy is he who attains this. It is possible to understand the secrets of Torah only if you make your face black as a raven's and act just like the raven does towards its young. You must nullify your physical aspects completely as if you were simply not in this world. The secret aspects of the Torah are called holy, and any foreigner should not eat of the holy, only his holy ones, and those who are close to him. When Torah is drawn into the world, God's providence is drawn over us. The closer a person is to Torah, the more completely God's providence is drawn over him. Sometimes the way to observe the Torah is by bitul Torah, neglecting the Torah. It is impossible to be constantly occupied with Torah and devotion without interruption. At times, one has to make a break and neglect the Torah in order to go out and deal with everyday matters, the steps, the forces of the other side, from rising up with disturbances and distractions and destroying one's mind completely, God forbid. Periodic neglect of Torah is an inescapable necessity. Only when Mashiach comes will there never be any need to interrupt one's devotions. When a person wants to receive new insights into the Torah, he must first arouse himself with words hot as flaming coals. He must pour out his prayer before God, and then God's compassion will be aroused for him, and the supernal heart will be opened, and a stream of words will pour forth. By means of these words, new insights will come from the same source. In the prayer a person makes before discoursing on the Torah, he must plead with God and ask him for an undeserved gift. He should never demand anything by right as if he were entitled to something by a virtue of his own merits. He should stand before God like a poor beggar. He should also bind himself with the souls of his listeners, and then his prayers will be a joint prayer. And the prayer of the community is never spurned, and it will surely be accepted. And each of those present will then have a share in the Torah he reveals. In the merit of the Torah that you draw into the world, you can succeed in coming to the land of Israel. When a person studies Torah without gaining new insight, it is because the wisdom of the Torah is concealed from him like an embryo in the womb. He should cry out when he prays and when he learns, and then he will give birth to it, to wisdom. When someone studies Torah without understanding what he is learning or gaining any new insights, God himself has great joy from his learning. Yet even so, he should make no attempt to teach publicly. But when God bestows understanding on a person and grants him original ideas, it is right and proper that he should reveal what he has learned to others and bestow his understanding on the chosen people. He should share his own good with others. Through Torah study and prayer, one attains joy. And through joy, one attains holy boldness. Through holy boldness, one merits to come close to the true tzaddikim, will help him attain complete faith. This faith in turn will enable him to accept moral rebuke from those who are truly concerned for his welfare, and then he will be saved from expulsion and divisiveness, and peace will increase in the world. Peace will be established between Israel and their Father in heaven. This is the rectification and the seal of holiness, the concept of a seal within a seal. Be very careful not to listen to Torah lections from scholars lacking in integrity. They are Jewish demons who receive their Torah from the demons that are in possession of the fallen Torah. Their discussions may seem very remarkable, and they are usually very well received by the masses of people. Their style is florid and ornate. They give elaborate examples and seemingly profound explanations. There is nothing to be gained from them. Their Torah has no power to direct men on a good path. On the contrary, it leads people into doubts and disbelief, and they end up despising those who are truly religious. The remedy for this is to open the doors of your home to genuine Torah scholars and offer them hospitality. This is the way to develop true faith and loving kindness and to nullify yourself before God, as it is written, I am a worm and not a man. This will give you the strength to confront the opposition and banish the doubts and disbelief they foment. Then you will be able to sift out the good that is in their Torah and elevate. You have to be assertive and determined if you want to acquire Torah. You must be bold as a leopard in the service of God. Pay no attention whatsoever to those who put obstacles in your way or try to ridicule you. The quality of your boldness and determination will be reflected in the Torah you learn. One whose boldness expresses a determination to acquire genuine holiness will gain new insights and find new horizons in the Torah. But someone whose boldness is really a form of pride and arrogance stemming from the other side and who lacks genuine respect for men of piety will not gain true insights into Torah. The Torah he requires will be from the other side, and the quality of his prayer will reflect the quality of the Torah he learns. To achieve complete fulfillment, the person must be developed in his character and learned in the Torah at one and the same time. Our sages said an unlearned person cannot be pious. On the other hand, to be learned by itself is useless. It is possible to be learned and completely wicked. And when a person is unworthy, the Torah becomes a potion of death for him. But when a person is both learned in Torah and pious in his actions, he is like an angel of God of the hosts. He shapes the letters of Torah for good and brings life and goodness into the world. One who mistakenly believes that the main thing is just to be learned is like Achab, who uprooted the saplings. There are times that even a perfect tzaddik who is both learned and pious falls from his level, because it is impossible to remain on the same level constantly. When this happens, it is not good for him to try to fortify himself with the thought of great learning he still retains. He must work on his character and behavior, not his Torah intellect. He should strengthen himself in the fear of heaven and work on the good points that are still within him. The Torah and the tzaddikim are the source of peace. Peace within the Jewish people are a whole, and the peace with each individual. It is no good for a person to be at war with himself. It is no good for a person to be at war with himself. There must be a harmony between his various traits, and he must also develop a harmonious approach to life that will make it no difference in whether things are good for or seemingly bad. In everything he will find only God. Secular ideologies are darkness and fully compared to the wisdom of Torah and folly. Through fasting and giving charity to causes in the land of Israel will become worthy of the wisdom of Torah, which elevates the soul and fills it with love, light, and life. And the harsh judgments are sweetened. The world cannot endure, nor can the harsh judgments be sweetened except through the merit of the breath of little children studying Torah. Every person has a duty to search out a worthy God-fearing teacher and beg God to help him find one, in order not to let the holy breath of the children be corrupted by a bad teacher. The Torah that a person studies in spite of hardships and poverty draws a thread of kindness over him and banishes all his opponents and all the forces of impurity. Speech is rectified and elevated in its source, and he becomes worthy of expressing himself before God with words of heat and fire that flow forth in the heart and truth. When a person sharpens his mind by studying Torah, his intellect is sharpened and his awareness of the greatness of the Creator is expanded. This will make him even more ashamed of his sins, and shame is the essence of tshuva. He will be worthy of the light of tefillin, which is a ray of the light of God's countenance and a tree of life. Deficient faith causes neglect of Torah, resulting in exile and wandering. Even in learning Torah, there has to be a certain limit of level of sufficiency and contentment. One can easily become confused by wanting to learn more than he is able to. He sees how much there is to learn and wants to learn the entire Torah while standing on one foot. He may end up being so bewildered that he actually learns nothing at all. You must be content for your learning to be within the limits of what is possible for you, because you are not obligated to complete the work. Heaven and earth are created afresh when new innovations of Torah are born. This is the source of all blessings in the world, but there are certain original concepts that are purely a product of the imagination. The Torah student is more at risk from the deceptions of imagination than anyone else. His misconceptions may appear very attractive and convincing, because the whole power of his imagination is to make one thing seem like another, and therefore these misconceptions have a strong semblance of truth. Inasmuch as they are Torah, they do contain some good, but this is outweighed by the bad that is with them. An original concept like this cause famines in the world and have an adverse effect on one's livelihood. One must pray to God to be saved from them. The remedy is to be very careful, neither to speak nor listen to malicious gossip and slander. Also be sure that you are always happy, because the main reason for the fantasies and temptations created by the imagination is depression. Therefore, the way to overcome them is by being happy. Devotion to Torah brings vitality and length of days. The Torah is made up of the names of the Holy One. When we speak words of Torah, we are calling upon the life of life. Blessed be His name, and thus we draw long life and vitality from Him. That is why we have to study Torah loudly and actually the form of words. This is how we call upon God and draw long life and vitality from Him. Vitality. A person who devotes himself to Torah can give moral guidance even to those who are far from him, despite the fact that he does not know exactly what they need, and they may not even be physically present. His learning and devotion of Torah cause those who are distant to hear the voice of Torah clearly, for the Torah cries out constantly and declares, "How long, foolish ones, will you love folly?" But we do not hear her voice because godliness has become so heavily concealed as a result of our many sins. Today, God is hidden from us in a concealment within a concealment. The double hiding referred to the prophecy of "I will hide my face completely." But devotion to Torah causes that which is concealed to be revealed, and even those who are distant can then hear the voice of the Torah raised in warning, and they all return to God. Certain kinds of people are very far indeed from God and have virtually leaped away from the one who is the place of the whole world. There are other causes of people who once had a period of closeness to God but who have now forgotten about it. And then there are those who still remember God but whose strength has become too weak for them to be able to conquer the evil inclination. But the power of the Torah is so great that those who study in sincerity can cause its warning voice to be heard by all those different kinds of people, and then all will return to God. When you study Torah, you must see to it that you draw out judgments of truth from everything you learn. That is, you should try to derive practical derivatives as to how to live both for yourself and for those who are under your influence, regardless of whether they are for many. You'll be able to do this if you have faith in the Torah sages. There are many holy books in existence today, and many more are destined to be printed in the future. The world needs all of them, and it is wrong to cast aspersions on any of them. They are all firmly based on the written and oral Torah, but you must keep away from philosophical works based on speculation and false ideology, no matter who authored them. All books that are in accordance with the Holy Torah that we received on the Mount Sinai are very precious, and they're all necessary for the world. One who scoffs at them will be subject to the judgment of boiling excrement and will never succeed in gaining any practical guidance from the Torah he studies. He will never be sure about anything. He will constantly be afflicted with doubts in whatever he does until he repents and revises his views of these holy books. And when he does, the harsh judgments in the world will be sweetened by means of the Holy Torah. The very perfection of the Torah depends on the abundance of books concerned within the oral law. Even a person who introduces new and original Torah concept and those whose intention is for the sake of heaven must have faith in himself. He needs to have faith that God had great joy from his innovations. He should never feel disrupted. He should always be diligent in his studies and see to it that he is constantly developing new ideas. He should note them down and write down books about them. Then all the harsh judgments in the world will be sweetened. Studying the legal codes has the power to strike at the very roots of strife and dissension. By striking at the roots of strife, divisiveness manifested in the lower worlds is dissipated. So is the turmoil that the evil inclination stirs up in the heart. The turmoil expresses itself in the form of old doubts and problems about faith that rise persistently in the person's heart and divide him from God to the point that he finds it impossible to pray as he should. The main reason people find it hard to pray with the proper devotion is that their faith is not perfect. If a person knew and believed with all his heart that the entire world is full of God's glory and that God stands over him while he is praying and listens to his every word, he would certainly pray with tremendous fervor and make sure that he concentrated on every word he was saying. It is only because people are not entirely firm in their faith that they are not as enthusiastic as they should be about their prayers. This is because of the turmoil stirred up by the heart, by the evil inclination. The remedy is to study the legal codes, which puts the turmoil to rest and brings peace. The heart is no longer divided, and one can serve God with all his heart, with both inclinations. The gates of wisdom will be opened to him, and he will know how to respond to the atheist in his heart. He will be worthy of praying as he should with all his heart. When a person labors in Torah until he succeeds in knowing and understanding it, his soul will be healed and elevated to its source. All the harsh judgments will be sweetened, and a tree of life will be planted in the worlds above, which has the power to heal everything. Through his labors, all his words are sustained and renewed, and the glory of God is revealed to the world. This is the goal of man's work, that the glory of God should be magnified. If a person labors in Torah, even without understanding what he is studying, he is still very good. All the words rise up to the higher worlds, and God takes joy in them and makes them into willows of the brook. Without Torah, it is impossible to live. At times, a person burns with a fiery passion for God, but the passion is excessive and could engulf him completely. Torah study has the power to cool the flames and allow him to survive. There are other times that a person burns with desire for the temptations of this world. The fire of his passion could scorch his entire body, but learning Torah protects him against this. The fire within him is extinguished and he could live. Torah is therefore the source of all true life. True repentance depends on Torah. A person must labor in the study of Torah until he is able to understand one thing from another and make original contributions for the sake of heaven. This is perfect repentance, and then all the letters and combinations that fall within the person's portion and all the worlds will be restored to their true root and brought back from the scattered places to which they were banished. He will become a new person, his mind will become settled, and he will arouse God's compassion for him to the point that God himself will pray for him. That is, in his pure compassion, God will stir up his great and abundant love and send complete salvation. I think that's it for today.
That's all?
It's an hour. When a person labors in Torah until he succeeds in knowing and understanding it, his soul will be healed and elevated to its source. All the harsh judgments will be sweetened, and a tree of life will be planted in the worlds above, which has the power to heal everything. Through his labors, all the worlds are sustained and renewed, and the glory of God is revealed in the world. This is the goal of man's work, that the glory of God should be magnified. If a person labors in Torah even without understanding what he is studying, it is still very good. All the words rise up to the higher worlds, and God takes joy in them and makes them into willows of the brook. Without Torah, it is impossible to live. At times, a person burns with a fiery passion for God, but the passion is excessive and could engulf him completely. Torah study has the power to cool the flames and allow him to survive. There are other times that a person burns with desire for the temptations of this world. The fire of his passions could scorch his entire body, but learning Torah protects him against this. The fire within him is extinguished and he can live. Torah is therefore the source of all true life. True repentance depends on Torah. A person must labor in the study of Torah until he is able to understand one thing from another and make original contributions for the sake of heaven. This is perfect repentance, and then all the letters and combinations that fall within this person's portion in all the worlds will be restored to their true root and brought back from the scattered places to which they were banished. He will become a new person. His mind will become settled, and he will arouse God's compassion for him to the point that God himself will pray for him. That is, in his pure compassion, God will stir up his great abundant love and send complete salvation. While studying Torah, it is a good thing to paraphrase what one is learning in the language he understands. This is a benefit to the whole world. No matter what a person is learning, he should find himself in it. He should derive a personal lesson from what he is learning and recognize his own insignificance and lowliness. This is a sign that he wants to perform the will of God. When someone who is unworthy discusses in the Torah, he may be subjected to sexual temptations. It is a grave sin for one who is unworthy to discourse on Torah even to one other person, let alone a group. When a person is studying a Torah concept originally introduced by a Tana or a Tzaddik, he should imagine the form of the Tzaddik or the Tana standing before him. This can protect him from forgetfulness. One who experiences the sweetness of Torah will be saved from becoming a widower. A person who wants to gain new insights and to introduce new concepts in Torah must weep profusely beforehand. This prevents the forces of the other side and the kelipot from having any share in these innovations. There are people whose Torah teachings are broad below but narrow above. They are broad below because these people expound at great length, but above they are narrow, because in the upper worlds nothing remains except a mere spark. On the other hand, the Torah discourses of the true tzaddikim may seem very narrow below, but in the worlds above they are very broad. Happy are they! The same applies to their power to arouse men to return to God. Even a simple person who sits with the book and examines the letters of the Torah carefully can perceive new concepts and real wonders. But don't make a test out of this. A person has to literally steal time from his business and other activities in order to study Torah. Even someone who is burdened with many obligations and duties cannot be so pressed that it is impossible for him to snatch some period each day to devote to Torah. Every Jew must spend a portion of his time every day studying the legal codes. This applies under all circumstances. It is a very serious matter, and no one should ever miss his daily session, even in an emergency when he has no time. For example, if he is traveling, he should still learn at least one paragraph of the Shulchan Aruch, even from somewhere other than the place he has reached in his regular study routine. Do not let a single day of your life go by without studying something from the Shulchan Aruch. Under normal circumstances, when you are not under pressure, go through each of the 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch in turn until you have finished them all. Then go back to the beginning and start again. Follow this practice all your life. It is a great remedy for the damage caused by sin. The study of the legal code sifts the good from the bad. It is the ultimate tikkun. Through the study of the Shulchan Aruch, you will be worthy of becoming a master of the house and ruler over all the earth. The gates of the Garden of Eden will be raised up, and you will attain upper wisdom and lower wisdom, which comprise the delight of the Garden of Eden. When little children first go to school and commence the study of Torah, they start with the first words of the book of Leviticus. From here they receive the holy breath of their lips, which is untainted by sin, with the help of the tzaddikim of the generation. The study of legal rulings, and especially developing original insights into them, is conceptually the delight of the world to come. Giving birth is made easy, and people are saved from all their troubles. One who prevents Torah scholars from studying will be stricken with diseases of the legs. When a person teaches Torah in public and his words are heard by unworthy students, it can cause drought and imprisonment. Honor of the Torah is the source of all blessing of rain. If you want to devote yourself to Torah studying unflaggingly, be careful never to speak against a single Jew. Do your best to seek out merit and worth in every Jew. A particular individual may seem to you to be wicked, but you should still make an effort to find some good points in him, and then he will no longer be wicked. When every Jew is lovely and pleasant in your eyes, you will be able to apply yourself to Torah continuously. The study of the Torah of the Zohar can give you enthusiasm from all your sacred studies. The very language of the Zohar is precious and can arouse you to serve God. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who wrote the Zohar, invested the Aramaic language with such sanctity that even other things written in Aramaic have the power to arouse you to God. The Torah possesses a unique pleasantness. The main thing is to be worthy of tasting the pleasantness and sweetness you can attain it if you break your pride completely. Never take credit for yourself. Give credit to God alone. Although giving charity, especially charity for causes in the land of Israel, you can draw from the mentality of the land of Israel and thereby taste the sweet pleasantness of the wisdom of the Torah. One who is truly devoted to the Torah can learn the future from it. When one studies the books of the true tzaddikim, you must concentrate hard in order to understand the remarkable originality of their teachings and find their true depth and sweetness. For as soon as their words are put into the form of a book, it causes a great concealment of their light. Even the highest and most remarkable Torah teachings become obscured and hidden as soon as they are recorded in the book, and the purity of their light is covered over. The book cover alone sets up a great barrier against the light. When you study from a book, you must pay extra attention to discovering the greatness of the original ideas contained in it. When one studies the books of the true tzaddikim, you must concentrate hard in order to understand the remarkable originality of their teachings and find their true depth and sweetness. For as soon as the words are put into the form of a book, it causes a great concealment of their light. Even the highest and most remarkable Torah teachings become obscured and hidden as soon as they are recorded in a book. And the purity of their light is covered over. The book cover alone sets up a great barrier against light. When you study from a book, you must pay extra attention to discovering the greatness of the original ideas contained in it. When you study subjects connected with tragedy, such as the laws of mourning and the like, go through these sections very rapidly. The power of Torah is very great. Someone who labors in Torah study continuously will have the power to bring about miracles. It is possible to achieve this without even being familiar with mystical devotions. The main thing is to study the legal codes until you know how to make legal rulings. In previous eras, there were many leading sages who were able to bring about miracles merely by the virtue of the fact that they devoted themselves to Torah study day and night. The power of Torah is strong enough to release a person from his sins. No matter how trapped the person might be, if he simply makes it his business to set a regular time for Torah study every single day without fail, he will be able to emerge from the hold of his evil past through the great strength that comes from his holy Torah. Even if a person learns and later forgets it, is still very good. As in the future, everyone will be reminded of everything he learned. Even if he got it, still it's certainly better if one can remember all the words of his holy Torah. It is a good sign for a person to visit all the different places in the Torah during his lifetime. He should learn all the holy books of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, the books of the prophets, and the books of the writings, the Talmud, and the works of all legal authorities, all the holy books of the Zohar, all the Midrashim, the writings of the Arizal, and the other holy books. Then when he reaches the world to come, he will be able to boast that he has visited all parts of the holy Torah, including the 13 stories of Rabbi Nachman. Don't be put off and say it is too difficult to cover all this. You don't have to finish everything in a single day. If your soul loves the Torah and you make a regular habit of studying, you will be able to finish everything we have mentioned and more, and even go back over several times. This has been proved by the many Torah scholars of past ages who were authorities on the Talmud and knew all the other holy books virtually by heart. They achieved everything through their unflagging application to study. Every person of learning can achieve this if he wants, but he should still take the time to pour out his prayers before God and converse with him each day. There is a time for everything, for Torah, prayer, and all the other devotions. The most important thing is to be sure to learn all the legal codes and finish them several times over. When a person is thinking about a Torah idea and wants to find a new angle, he must go over the verse on the subject in question again and again. He must knock on the door persistently until it opens for him. Prayer. The main reason prayers are not accepted is that the words lack grace and beauty. Through studying Torah, the words of the prayers are invested with grace. Always try to pray with words that have grace and beauty, and then your prayers will be accepted. Prayer is the Jew's main weapon. Whatever battle a person has to fight, whether against his evil inclination or against those who put barriers and obstacles in his path, they should all be fought with prayer. Prayer is the source of our very life. If you want to attain the true holiness of a Jew, you must pray profusely, speak to God, and beg Him to help you in every way. Prayer is the weapon with which to win the battle. A person may have prayed profusely and secluded himself with God day after day for years and years and still feel that he is very far from God. He may even start to think that God is hiding His countenance from him, but it is a mistake to think that God does not hear his prayers. He must believe with perfect faith that God pays attention to each and every word of every single prayer, petition, and conversation. Not a single word is lost. God forbid. Each one leaves its mark on the worlds above, however faintly. Little by little they awaken God's mercy. If there seems to be no response, the reason is that as yet the holy edifice he is destined to enter is not yet complete. The main thing is not to give up and fall into despair. That would be foolish. Be firm and continue with your prayers with new determination. In the end, God's mercy will be aroused and He will turn to you and shine His radiance on you. He will fulfill your wishes and desires through the strength of the true tzaddikim. He will draw you towards Himself with compassion and abundant mercy. It is impossible to achieve perfect prayer except by observing the covenant with perfect purity. Therefore, each Jew must bind his prayers to the tzaddikim of the age, because they know how to raise every single prayer to its proper place. And that of all the prayers, they build the structure of the Shekhinah, which brings the coming of the Mashiach closer. You should give charity before you pray. Charity is a protection against the distracting thoughts that come while praying. Never feel that you are entitled to a reward for anything. All the good deeds we do are sent to us by God. At times, God may help a person in a certain way, or He may achieve a certain spiritual success. But he should not think that this is a reward for his Torah study, prayers, or good deeds, or anything else. Everything is sent by God, and were it not for his great mercy, the person would have been sunk in failure a long time ago. God forbid. Torah study and prayer reinforce one another and throw light on each other. Both of them are necessary. The greatest of the tzaddikim draw down sparks of the light of the infinite over all who are close to them and join to their name. At times it happens that a person is in the middle of his prayers and suddenly he becomes inspired and says a number of words with tremendous passion. The reason is that God in his mercy unveils the light of the infinite and shines it down upon him. Consciously, perhaps he does not see these sparks, but his guardian angel sees, and his soul is immediately kindled with a fiery passion to be bound with the light of the infinite. As long as the revelation lasts, he says all the words that shine their light to him with tremendous intensity and absolute self-surrender. Only with the help of the great tzaddikim is it possible to have experience like this, because they alone have some apprehension of the light of the infinite, and only they have the power to radiate the sweet pleasantness of this illumination in each person in accordance with the capacity of his heart. Each person should say to himself, the whole world was created for my sake. One should therefore constantly be looking for ways to improve the world in order to make up for any deficiencies, and constantly pray for the world. You must pray with all your strength. The sound of your voice will then penetrate your mind, and you will be able to concentrate on your prayers. Your heart will hear the words your lips are saying, and you will be able to straighten the crookedness of the heart and attain true joy. Your joy will be so great that you will be able to carry out all the mitzvot with a great joy derived from the mitzvah itself, and you will be able to close your prayers, and even in a story form. You will have the power to annul all harsh decrees even after the decree has already been passed. It is absolutely vital to empty your mind of all foreign ideologies and extraneous ideas. You must never allow your intellect to be infected in the least by the chametz of these fallacious beliefs, or by physical appetites and desires. They distort and sully the mind, making it impossible to concentrate while praying or to experience real joy. You should never be afraid of anything except God. All other fears are simply an obstacle to concentration on prayer and joy. The main thing is to guard the mind from fermenting by avoiding all bad thoughts and physical appetites. The chametz is rooted in the domain of death. You must do battle against these loathsome thoughts and expel them from your mind completely. Don't let them enter your mind at all as regards fear of heaven, so you should aim to combine it with love. Then you will be able to purify your mind and pray with all your might and with intense concentration to the point that your prayers will be like thunder. Then you will attain true joy. Prayer, faith, miracles, and the land of Israel are all one concept, and each depends on the other. However much one has blemished them, God forbid, so is the exile lengthened, and however much one has an effort to rectify them, so is the redemption brought closer. Prayer is the concept of faith. It has the power to improve the memory and banish forgetfulness, which is caused by an absence of faith. The fountain of the wisdom of the Torah flows from prayer. Reaching a clear decision in matters of Torah law therefore depends on prayer. Legal decision in Torah is tantamount to renewing the world. The clarification of the law is a vital part of the process of sifting the good from the bad in the four elements of the universe. Through this, the opponents of Torah are down on the earth, humiliated. Our very life force comes from prayer. You must pray with all your might and put your strength into the very letters of the words of the prayers in order to renew it. Through this, you will attain true faith. The quality of a person's prayer has an influence on his marital union and his livelihood. Perfect prayer brings a flow of life into the three divisions of the universe: the terrestrial world, the world of the stars, and the world of the angels. As soon as a person stands up to pray, he is immediately surrounded by extraneous thoughts and kilipot, which leave him in darkness and make it impossible for him to pray. The best remedy for this is to make sure that the words emerge from your lips in truth. Every word that comes from your mouth in truth and sincerity will provide you an exit from the darkness that is trapping you, and then you will be able to pray properly. This is a fundamental principle whenever you are praying or meditating. You may feel unable to say a single word because of the intense darkness and confusion that heads you in on every side. But see that whatever you do say, you say truthfully, as much as you possibly can. For example, you could say at least the words, God, send help, truthfully. You may not be able to put much enthusiasm into the words, but you can still make yourself say them sincerely and mean what you say, quite literally. The very truth of your words will send you a light, and you will be able to pray with the help of God. When you do this, it sustains and perfects all the worlds. You will be able to break open the way for others and free them from the traps they are caught in and help them return to God. A person needs great merit to be able to offer his prayers as they ascend to the gate of his tribe. Each person must therefore bind his prayers to the tzaddik of the generation, because the tzaddik understands how to reach the different gates and cause each prayer to ascend to the proper gate. You must pray so intensely that you pour out your heart like water before God. This will help bring Mashiach. The secret of the true prayer is known only to the tzaddikim of the generation. Anyone who has a problem in his household should go to the sage to appeal for mercy. God yearns for the prayers of the tzaddikim. Those self-important people who refuse to go to ask the tzaddik to pray for them and who try to stop others from going as well are preventing God from satisfying his yearning. When we occupy ourselves in Torah study to the point that we arouse the roots of the souls of Israel that are in the Torah, we can return people to God and magnify God's glory even more. Through this we merit all which leads to peace, that is inner peace. Then we can attain perfect prayer, which leads to general peace, peace in all the worlds. A person should have no wish to occupy himself with worldly pursuits at all. His whole concern should be for his soul. When he prays, his only thought should be for his spiritual welfare. Even when it comes to the prayers that seem to deal explicitly with material matters, such as the prayer for healing or for prosperity, he should have in mind the needs of the soul and the body. He should have in mind the soul's livelihood and healing, for it automatically follows that when there is a rectification in the spiritual, the physical is also rectified. But his whole thought should be for his spiritual welfare. A person should get into the habit of always praying for whatever he needs, be it livelihood, children, healing for someone who is sick at home. The main recourse should always be prayer and the faith that God is good to all. He should always put his main effort into searching for God and not go running after all kinds of other solutions. Most of them are no help at all, and the few that could be probably isn't aware and won't find in any case. But calling on God is good and helps him for everything in the world. And God can always be found. When you pray, it should be with a sense of complete self-sacrifice. You must nullify your body and your whole sense of self, and let no motive of personal gain enter your thoughts at all. Indeed, you should not think of yourself at all. You should nullify yourself as if you simply didn't exist. The way to achieve this is through judgment, through secluding yourself and speaking to God and examining and judging yourself with regard to all your actions. Through the faculty of fear is elevated to its root, which is the knowledge of God. This is the gateway to the revealed aspect of the Torah, through which one may come to pray with true devotion and surrender. When your prayers on such a level, you will be worthy of uncovering the secrets of the Torah, the light stored up for the righteous. Happy is he who is worthy of this. There is a serpent that induces people to pray for their own benefit, such as, give us life, give us food. You must be firm and try to pray without any intention of gaining something for yourself. Simply pray as if you did not exist at all in the world. Then you will be worthy of the light stored up for the righteous. The Holy One yearns for the prayers of Israel. When we pray, we are satisfying his desire and he has great joy from us. It is a great kindness of God to permit us to address him in human terms to our prayers and blessings and to answer our appeals and requests when we do so. Were it not for his kindness, it would be completely inappropriate to call upon God with names and praises made up of mere words and letters. This thought alone should move you to pray with fire and passion. When you consider the true greatness of the Creator, to the extent that you can form any conception of it at all, and how he is exalted beyond all our human praises and titles, it is a wonderful sign of his love and tender mercy that he has given us permission to address him in human terms and to pray to him in order that we should be able to bind ourselves to him. Therefore, we should at least be sincere. when we address him in this way, since it is only through his kindness that we are able to do so at all. When a sage is about to discourse on Torah, he must first pour out his prayers before God in order to arouse the supernal heart to send him words hot as fiery goals. Only then should he begin his discourse, for then illumination will flow down in abundance from the supernal heart. When he prays before his discourse, he should plead with God and beg him for an undeserved gift. He should not rely on his own merits. He should stand before God like a poor beggar and beg for his help. Whenever a person prays, he should never try to force matters and insist that God should do exactly what he wants him to do. He should make his request and entreat God's mercy if God grants it well and good. If not, then not. When the sage prays before his discourse, he should bind his soul with the souls of all his listeners. This will make his prayer into a communal prayer, which God never spurns. It will surely be accepted, and the bond between all these souls will cause a great concentration of holiness in the worlds above. No matter what level a person is standing on, it always has two aspects, the revealed and the concealed. These correspond to Torah and prayer respectively. Each individual must constantly climb from level to level and thereby transform what was previously concealed from him into something revealed. The way to achieve this is through devotion to Torah and many prayers. A person must study intensively and pray to God again and again until he reveals what was hidden from him until now. This is still will be revealed, leaving a new level of concealment even more exalted than before. He must now pray again until this is done is revealed. In the same way, he must climb from level to level, constantly pleading with God to grant an even higher perception. He must go on until he is merged with the first point of the world of emanation, the highest of the four worlds, and therefore he will be merged with the infinite. Then he will be worthy of the Torah of God, the prayer of God. This is the very way to attain joy, and it is joy that gives us strength and determination necessary to enter the gates of holiness and draw close to the genuine tzaddikim. With the help, we can attain complete faith. The basis for all these attainments is prayer. Prayer encompasses everything. In essence, prayer stems from awe, the awe that fills one with such a deep sense of shame before God, and he could never think of transgressing, God forbid. One who reaches the levels we have mentioned will have hands with to receive the guidance of the true spiritual leaders. Then the world is free of persecution and divisiveness, and peace will spread everywhere. Peace will reign between the Jewish people and their Father of heaven, and the forces of holiness will be secure under the seal within the seal. When a person prays with such intensity that he sacrifices himself completely and kills himself in his prayers, he should understand that wherever he finds extraneous thoughts entering his mind that need to be elevated, that is where he needs to put in the fiercest efforts in order to elevate the sparks of holiness. It takes great determination to deal with the extraneous thoughts that come while praying. All the foolishness and disturbances in the world and the whole medley of thoughts and ideas that are with a person all day suddenly marshal themselves and demand attention precisely at the moment he is trying to pray. This is why we have to be so firm in dealing with them when we are praying. The secret of prayer is to be bold. We have to have the audacity to ask God for everything we need, even if we need to ask him to work miracles for us. The only way to stand up and pray to God is with boldness and daring. When we consider the utter greatness of God and the Creator to the extent that we can form any conception of it at all, and think of our own smallness and worthlessness, how can we stand up and pray before God? How can we? Therefore, when we are praying, we have to cast aside our timidity and boldly ask God for whatever we need. This boldness and assertiveness are necessary in order to thwart the opposition that tries to prevent us from serving God. Then we can receive new insights in Torah and not the opposite, God forbid, and pray with concentration that comes from holy boldness. Prayer must be spoken out loud, literally. It is not enough to think the prayers. It is true that God knows what we are thinking, but the words have to be spoken, because speech is a vessel with which to receive the influx of blessing. The blessing we receive is in accordance with the words we speak. When we articulate the words on our lips and speech, it is well ordered and dignified. When we were able to receive rich blessings, this is the reason we should pray for whatever we need, whether spiritual or material in words. Then we will be able to draw the influx of blessing. The reason for clapping hands while praying is that it purifies the air of the place in which a Jew prays, and he breathes in holy land of Israel. The air of the land of Israel is a remedy to the extraneous thoughts that come while praying. All idolatrous thoughts are cast aside, and murder and destruction cease from the world. Even if a person stands up and prays in the place where a tzaddik has prayed, it is still very hard for him to pray there, because he is not accustomed to the air of that place. All the more so when a tzaddik prays, when an ordinary person prays. That is why one must set a fixed place for his prayers, as our sages taught. Through prayer, the secrets of the Torah are revealed. Extraneous thoughts are called a flood, since they confuse one's prayers. A remedy for this is giving charity for causes in the land of Israel. In this way, one becomes merged with the pure air of the land and is freed from distracting thoughts. The mind becomes clear and he achieves the restoration of the covenant. When a person who is praying feels such excitement in his very hands, he claps them together. Speech is brought into being. Then his mouth receives the words within it. Clapping our hands while praying sweetens the harsh judgments, thus protecting us against forgetfulness and putting strife and conflict to rest. When we pray with such fervor that we put all our strength into the letters of the prayers, as in all my bones will say, God, who is like you? The words of the prayer themselves are the words of the Holy One. The power of these letters give fresh strength to the 10 utterances through which the world was created. Intense prayer is a segula for having children. It saves us from conflict and opposition and strengthens the power of truth in the world. The whole world is brought to serve God with one accord, and the true teacher is the generation is revealed. Intense prayer, the land of Israel, and the mitzvah of Sukkah are all one concept, and each is dependent on the other. Prayer essentially depends on the heart. One must concentrate his whole heart in his prayers. Binding the thoughts in his heart to the words of the prayer is no good if the heart is far from the words of the mouth. In speaking, you must listen carefully to what you are saying. Then the kingship of God is revealed and exalted, and the sovereignty of evil collapses. The Jewish people are blessed with the flow of life and riches and goodness without end. The upper unification and the lower unification are completed when the hidden Torah of the Ancient One is revealed. When a person observes the covenant and purity and binds himself to the true tzaddikim, where the embodiment of the covenant, is able to taste the sweetness of the words of the prayers, and a lion waits to consume his offering, his prayer. But one who abuses the covenant and tastes the bitter waters will be unable to taste the sweetness of the words of the prayers, and a dog will come and snatch his offering, his prayer. The dogs are the brash and arrogant people who stand round waiting to divide up the spoils of the prayer of the Jew who has not taken care to observe the covenant faithfully in all its details. Not that his own failures are any excuse for the sin of these people trying to distract and confuse them. It is true that his own shortcomings have brought this opposition against him in the form of these dogs who stand about waiting to snatch his offering. But the crime of these dogs themselves is that they have torn their own souls away from their roots in the realm of holiness and sunk to the level of dogs. Their victim, on the other hand, must put all their efforts into concentrating on his prayers and praying with devotion. It may be that he still doesn't taste the sweetness of the words of the prayers, but the efforts he puts in are all themselves very precious. As for his opponents, they are literally like dogs, and their sin is too great to bear. God save them. When people find merit in the evildoer, the light of the eyes of the tzaddik is strengthened. Then the tzaddik will be able to perceive God's justice, and he can know and understand that God is in the right. Even if the wicked person is exonerated, then his heart is divested of the crookedness that it had before he saw God's justice. His faith will be strengthened and he will be able to pray. Prayer is a battle against evil, specific evil and evil in general. Specifically, the person who is praying must nullify his own coarse bodily and materialistic impulses, just like the pious men of old who divorced themselves completely from all physicality when they pray. The general evil is the prayer of the sinners of Israel. With whom he is praying, he must nullify this evil completely and transform it into a throne of holiness. He must also bind himself, both in general and particular, with one nefesh, ruach and neshama of the souls of those who lie in the dust. He must stir them up through his prayers until they are praying with him. The particular case refers to the nefesh, ruach and neshama of his own soul that have already come into the world in previous incarnations and attained perfection. The general case refers to the nefesh, ruach and neshama of all the others who lie in the dust. He must stir them up so that they would pray with him. Therefore, 3 things that a person must try to achieve through his prayers. First, he must fortify those who have fallen victim to false practices and beliefs. Through his prayer, he can raise them to the true faith, which is prayer, and plant complete faith in their hearts. Second, he must aim to achieve intense concentration when he prays. When his own heart is concentrated on his prayers, it rectifies the hearts of all the speculative philosophers who would otherwise be led astray by their wisdom. Third, the more perfect his own prayer becomes, the more immune he is to the insults and abuse that his enemies hurl against him, because he can turn them into glory. When a person prays, he stands in the palace of the king. At the moment, he must nullify himself completely so he sees nothing but the king himself. He should feel no sense of self at all while praying. When he attains this, the insults and abuse will simply disappear. When we pray with true intensity, the light of the merit of the patriarch shines, and then we can learn from the experience of the holiness of the land of Israel, even in our present exile. Through this, we become worthy of witnessing the fall of the wicked. The main thing is to judge the wicked favorably. Doing this can enable us to pray. Not everyone is able to achieve the three things mentioned above, and to humble the wicked and crush his enemies through his prayers. Only the tzaddik on the highest of levels, the Moses, can do so, and even he needs tremendous strength in order to stand up against the most powerful amongst the wicked and destroy and nullify them. Through studying the legal codes, one can achieve true prayer that emerges from the heart with complete sincerity. If a person really knew and believed wholeheartedly that the entire world is filled with God's glory and that God stands over him while he's praying and hears every word of his prayers, he would be scrupulous about saying them in the correct way and praying with total concentration and devotion. But people's hearts are divided and do not feel this reality with all their heart. Instead, their hearts are filled with questions and doubts, because it is in the heart that the evil inclination fights his battle. Now the legal code set forth the final decision of the law after the arguments between the sages. These arguments are really the source of turmoil stirred up by the evil inclination, because even that which is unholy derives its vitality from the realm of the holy. The legal codes represent the resolution of conflict, and therefore studying them revolves the turmoil in the heart at its root. If one can pray as one should, wholeheartedly and truthfully, the ultimate goal in prayer is to make the whole prayer into a single unity. When a person stands up to pray, as soon as he starts with the first word, Baruch, blessed, and the first letter of the word, the letter Beit emerges. The letter immediately begins to plead with the soul and beg her not to leave her. The letter tries to stop the soul from moving on and saying more. She holds on to the soul and clings to her in an effort not to be parted from her. And when the person completes the whole word, the word as a whole clings to the soul and holds on to her, trying to stop her from going on and saying the other words of the prayer. When a person is saying the words of the prayers, he's collecting beautiful flowers and blossoms. He gathers them one by one and makes them into one bunch. Then he goes in and gathers them until he makes its second bunch and puts it together with the first. So he goes on gathering more and more beautiful garlands. This is when he prays. He goes from letter to letter until he joins several letters together and makes up a word. Then he goes on and joins more letters together and makes a second word. The two words are joined together, then he collects more until he finishes the first blessing. He continues and passes from the first blessing of the Amidah, the blessing of the patriarchs of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to the second, which speaks about the power of God, then on to the third, which speaks of his holiness, and so on. Who can describe the beauty of these precious garlands that the person gathers as he goes through the words of the prayer? When the words emerge from his lips, they come from his very soul and are heard by his ears. The words plead with the soul not to be parted from her. As soon as the first letter comes from his lips, she clings to him, refusing to allow him to go further. All the more so when he finishes a whole word, the word gasps firmly on the soul, embracing her and trying to stop her from continuing. How can you go and leave me? Do you not see the preciousness of my beauty, my radiance and glory? Am I not the word Baruch? Listen, please listen to what you are saying. Let your ears hear what your mouth is saying. How can you go and be parted from me? But you must go on. You have to continue and gather more precious treasures. Still, how can you separate yourself from me and forget me? Well, if you must, at least see to it that whatever you get, you will never forget me. Do not be parted from me. True prayer is when we make one whole out of the entire prayer. When we reach the last word of the prayer, we are still at the very first. Even at the end of the prayer, we are still not parted from the very first letter, and then the prayer is complete and perfect. But the only way to attain this is with the help of the true tzaddik, who is the master of the supernal field. He alone can bring each one of us to its ultimate goal, which is truly good and truly one. With this help, we can make a unity of the whole prayer and achieve perfect prayer. When a person genuinely prays for the sake of God alone, with no extraneous motives of gaining anything from flesh and blood, he is able to bring the world to come into this world, and by means of this, the wicked are cast down. The greatness of the true tzaddikim and the righteous is then revealed, just as it is destined to be revealed in time to come. Speech attains perfection as the vessel for holiness, and through this, the potential can be made actual, and it is possible to accomplish all the holy tasks one yearns to complete. It is hard for someone who is dependent on other people to pray. It may be that he depends on them for livelihood, or it could be for something else. For example, if he craves their respect and admiration. Anyone who depends on other people In any of these ways can easily start lying when he prays. For example, he may start swaying or clapping his hands in order to give the impression that he is praying with great devotion, since he wants to attract the attention of certain people he depends on for his livelihood or a sense of importance. There are other cases of people who are somewhat more honest than this and cannot bring themselves to lie so blatantly, but because they are still dependent on other people, it is very hard for them to pray with perfect honesty and sincerity. They would be ashamed to try to deceive people with a show of great devotion. Indeed, they may even genuinely want to pray sincerely, but they are over sincere, so to speak, because they deceive themselves with their own sincerity. They want to make some movement like swaying or clapping their hands in order to impress someone they depend on. And so they manufacture a rationalization telling themselves they genuinely need to make this movement as part of their devotions. They hide the basic lie with a veneer of truth. But the searcher of heart knows that this is not the truth. There is only one truth, devotion to God alone with no other motive. If a person is any way dependent on flesh and blood, he will find it very hard to pray with the community, because as soon as he among other people will, all sorts of extraneous motives immediately start crowding in him, false motives that he covers with a veneer of truth. At the time he is praying, at least he should see to it that he has a sense of complete independence from other men. He should place all his hope and trust in God alone. Then he will be able to stand up even among thousands of people and pray with perfect sincerity to God alone, because he did not need other people, not for livelihood or respect or anything else. You should pray with all your heart. You must feel the words of your prayers in every bone. When a person doesn't put his heart into his prayers, his soul is separated from his thoughts. Then his soul becomes weak and his bones begin to shake. His soul and his bones lose their vitality. Prayer without the heart causes the wisdom of the elders and the wise to depart. With the help of the true tzaddikim, we can draw the cool waters that have the power to revive the soul when she is faint. Then a person can pray with his whole heart, and all his bones hear the words of his prayer in the aspect of all my bones will say, God, who is like you? He prays with all his strength, and his whole mind and the very essence are concentrated on his prayers. This is true prayer. When a person prays intently and binds his thoughts tightly to the words of the prayers, he can come to understand the inner secrets of the Torah, and his prayers will bring rich blessing into the world. God yearns for his prayers. When a person speaks words of Torah and prayer, all the fallen sparks are elevated and restored, and the fallen worlds are removed. It is to count them as if he had created heaven and earth and all the worlds anew. This is why we must speak only words of holiness and nothing else, in order to elevate the sparks and restore all the worlds. This will bring the coming of the Mashiach closer. Someone who is prepared to sacrifice himself for the sanctification of God's name can attain peace. Through this, he will be able to speak words of holiness, Torah, and prayer with full concentration, binding the thought and the words together so strong that he truly hears and understands what he is saying. His speech becomes sanctified, and God has great joy from this. When you find it hard to concentrate on your prayers properly because of irrelevant thoughts and distractions, remind yourself that you would be prepared to die for the sanctification of God's name, for even the sinners of Israel are willing to sacrifice themselves for this, as has been proved on many occasions. This sense of self-sacrifice will enable you to bind your thoughts to the words of the prayers and pray with total concentration. You should always pray in the spirit of self-sacrifice. Every Jew has the power to achieve absolute mastery through his prayer and accomplish whatever he wants. The main obstacles are arrogance, praying for extraneous motives, and being distracted by irrelevant thoughts. There are some people who are filled with a sense of pride, whether because of their family connections or because they feel they have labored hard in the service of God. But such a state of mind will make it impossible for them to achieve this mastery. They should simply forget about their pedigree or their spiritual achievements and imagine to themselves that they were created today, and that they are alone in the world with no family connections whatsoever. In the same way, they must banish all the other improper or irrelevant thoughts that creep in while they are praying. Then they will experience the true power that prayer confers. God's desire will be fulfilled, and he will have great joy from this person's prayer. Abundant blessing will be drawn into the world. If someone is in trouble, those who pray on his behalf should avoid mentioning his name in case of harsh judgments are set up with even greater force, God forbid. Everyone offers up bad praise at times, and our sages said a thief in a tunnel calls out for mercy. These prayers confuse him, and he stands up to pray good prayers. The remedy is to offer hospitality to a Torah scholar. Clapping our hands while praying makes it possible to express the praises and titles with which we address and depict God in a fitting manner. The concept of gazing at an image of God. The idea of clapping hands is also contained in the verse. The image of the hands of a man was under their wings. Clapping the hands enables the prayers to be merged with the written Torah and the oral Torah. Prayer has the power to change nature and to subdue and eradicate the atheists and non-believers. When you are saying the passage in the morning prayers that describes how the heavenly hosts bow down before you, you should pray for something you need. At that moment, the entire host of heaven comes to worship and praise God. This is the time to ask God to command them to send you whatever you need. If you are not well and you need healing, have in mind that God should instruct them to channel the necessary powers of healing into the bread you eat and the water you drink. The same applies to everything else you need. When you reach the words of praise God from the highest heavens, praise Him, all His angelic messengers, you should rouse yourself and pray with real life and enthusiasm. You are calling on all the angels, the seraphim, the ofanim, and the chayot hakodesh, and all the worlds, and commanding them to praise God. Hearing another person praying with fervor can inspire you to pray with passion yourself. In exactly the same way, you can be aroused simply by hearing the words you yourself are saying. You may feel totally unable to open your mouth or pray or meditate because of the materialism you are sunk in, or because of your troubles, physical or spiritual. This is precisely when you should make a special effort to stir yourself and call on God from the very midst of all these pressures. The truest inspiration comes when a person makes the effort to arouse himself amidst troubles and difficulties. In almost every case, you will find that the relief God sends will be so intense that you will be able to pray and meditate with true devotion and perhaps even reach the level of holy inspiration. But usually, people find it impossible to pray with real involvement and vitality and with a sense of yearning for God because of a sense of inadequacy and dissatisfaction with themselves. They are aware that their actions are far from good. Before you start praying, you should therefore put new life into yourself by searching until you find the good points in yourself. Certainly, no matter who are you, you must have done many mitzvot in the past, even if they were mixed with questionable motives and extraneous thoughts. At least they contain some good points for you to be happy about. When you gather them all together, it will give you new vitality and you will be able to pray as you should. Whoever leads the prayers of the community has to have the ability to gather together all the good points he found in each member of the congregation. All these good points will be emerged together in the prayer leader, so when he stands up to pray, he will be with all his goodness. A community that finds such a prayer leader is fortunate indeed. At present, prayer itself is in exile because of our many sins. Prayer is really something very exalted, but people treat it very lightly. When they stand up to pray, all they want is to go through it as soon as possible with the true sense of awe which results from the correction of the three basic character flaws. Prayer is released from its exile, and then it is possible to attain true prayer. The need for doctors and medicines disappears because prayer can channel healing powers into our very food and drink, and then we can be healed with bread and water alone. Prayer such as this has the radiance of the Mashiach, and it brings under its sway the entire host of heaven, the planets, the constellations, and the highest of the angels. All are sustained by this prayer. All of them are captivated by its grace and charm. Prayer such as this can bind one with the roots of the souls of Israel, with the most renowned of the true spiritual leaders and the souls that come under their wing. In the face of such prayer, the false leaders, whose influence comes from arrogantly pushing themselves forward, lose all their power. A Jew who attains this level of prayer has dominion over the very angels themselves, and this is the ultimate destiny of the Jew and the reason he was created. Three things undermine our prayers. 1, an attitude of contempt for other people. 2, inadequate faith, which is tantamount to idolatry. 3, lack of moral purity. Only when we rid ourselves of these shortcomings can we achieve genuine prayer, and then we will not need any doctors to heal us, and we will earn all the blessings mentioned above. Sometimes illness do not manifest themselves openly, they remain hidden, and no doctor can ever cure them. But a person who attains true prayer can be cured even if the disease is not manifest. He need never fall sick at all. Perfect prayer depends on the quality of truth. This we achieve through praise and acknowledgement of God and the study of Torah law. This is the main delight of the world to come. The prayer of the Jewish people give them strength and power. These prayers cause all the harsh judgments of God to be revoked, and then Israel is called by the name of God. True prayer must be filled with the quality of compassion. Prayer is a plea for God's grace and kindness. The ability to display compassion depends on understanding. When the forces of the other side sap the strength of mercy, God forbid, mercy becomes flawed. Anger and cruelty come in its place and understanding diminishes. Immoral desires become rampant. At times like this, prayer comes under the shadow of harsh judgment and the forces of the other side sap its strength. It takes a leader of tremendous strength to pray at such a time. The task is to relieve the vitality that has been captured by the forces of the other side in order to restore things to their pristine state. When this happens, it causes large numbers of people to convert, and the glory of God is exalted and magnified. The power of prophecy comes into the world. Man's creative and imaginative faculty is purified, and he is able to attain perfect faith. Then he is worthy of singing the song that is destined to be sung in the future. When one newcomer is added to a community of Jews, for example, when a number of Jews are praying and one more soul is added to them, the whole house of prayer is enhanced beyond measure. The forces of holiness are multiplied, and whole new edifices are built in the highest realms of holiness. Awesome joy spreads over the worlds above. The mouth cannot declare it, nor the heart conceive it. Sin is forgiven, and healing comes into the world. As mentioned in prayer 35, all irrelevant thoughts come into a person's mind precisely when he's praying. The main thing is to ignore them, and in the end they will go away by themselves. Even if the same thought comes again and again, simply remain firm and refuse to pay attention. Just concentrate your mind on the words of the prayer you are saying at the time. In the end, the irrelevant thought will simply go away. When a person prays, he must be so tightly bound to God that he does not notice any other person in the world. He should think that there is nothing in the world except God, and that he himself is the only creature in the world. He should hear is what he himself is saying before God. It is true that the ultimate goal is to surrender yourself so much that you do not even hear yourself. But even if you have not attained this level, you should at least not hear anyone else. Through prayer, we become attached to God. Prayer is the gate through which we enter the path to God. And it is through prayer that we can know him. It often happens that when a person is praying, he begins to have feelings of grandeur and pride. This is the exile of the Shekhinah. But intense prayer has the power to overcome these thoughts and false motives, and the Shekhinah is released from her exile and restored. The Holy One and the Shekhinah unified through this. Intense prayer also causes God's oath to the patriarchs to be renewed. It is as if he had made the oath just now. Prayer helps for everything. Even a person is unable to study Torah will be able to do it if he prays for it. Everything good can be attained through prayer. Torah, devotion, holiness, and everything good in all the worlds. Amen. May it be his will. You must really force yourself to concentrate on your prayers. I disagree with the people who say one should not try to force. It is very hard to pray, and people are usually not able to pray more than a portion of the prayers. But even if you cannot pray sometimes, the effort you put into forcing yourself to pray is also very precious to God. Even if you don't actually succeed in praying as you should, these efforts are accounted as sacrifices, and this is the meaning of the verse. For your sake we are killed each day. We are counted like sheep for the slaughter. This refers to the effort we put into our prayers, even if we find it impossible to pray. This is a general principle in serving God. Even if we do not manage to serve him in a way that is fitting, the effort we put in is still very precious in the world and is counted as a sacrifice. You should be very careful to get up and pray early in the morning. As soon as the first light of day begins to appear, you should start praying without delay. You should not study, and you should certainly not do anything else, work or business or the like, before you pray. And don't make the mistake of those who are overly concerned with evacuating their bowels and waste a lot of time on this. How much Torah and prayer are lost because of this. They can also harm themselves physically and even become ill. It is all very foolish and futile. It is one of the deceptions of the evil one who appears in the guise of extra strict devotions. In actual fact, as long as a person does not actually feel the need to relieve himself, it is permissible for him to pray. Pay no attention to the arguments of those who are overly strict in this. They have made a big mistake. Even if there is a legal source for the stricter view, the majority opinion is not to be strict. And you can be sure that the sage who takes the stricter view had no intention of legitimizing mere foolishness. All too often, the people who are unnecessarily strict in this miss their time limit for reciting the Shema and the Amidah, and even afterwards they suffer from lots of distractions while trying to pray. Pay no attention to any of it. You can rely on the majority ruling. Most of the tzaddikim in our time have advised us to pay no attention to it at all. Similarly, if a person is influenced by extraneous motives or many distracting thoughts during prayer, he should not focus on them at all. He should just do his part and attach his thoughts to the words with a strong bond, paying no attention to the distracting thoughts at all. Sometimes you may feel absolutely no enthusiasm at all for your prayers. When this happens, you have to manufacture the enthusiasm, as it were. It's the same as when a person works himself into a temper until he becomes genuinely angry. The same applies to praying. You must work yourself up until you are warm and your heart begins to burn with enthusiasm for the words of the prayers. In the end, you will genuinely feel this fire. The same applies to being happy. Even if you find it impossible to truly be happy through following the advice we have given about joy, you should pretend to be happy and eventually you will come to joy. Genuine joy. This especially applies to being happy when you are praying. You must be very careful about this. And if necessary, you should follow this idea of pretending until you feel the real thing. One should also accustom himself to sing the words of the prayers to a joyous melody. What is a true prayer? Simply to say, Baruch Atah Hashem, blessed are you God, according to the simple meaning of the words. Just concentrate on the plain meaning of the words and listen to what you are saying. You should not try to follow the Kabbalistic devotions of the Ari, even if you have started to study his writings. The only people to whom these devotions apply are those who have already attained such a level that for them these devotions are the plain meaning of the words. This is the level of the truly great tzaddikim, but all the other people should simply concentrate on the straightforward meaning of the prayers. Even if you find it totally impossible to pray, you should still force yourself to say the words with absolute simplicity, as if you were a little child at school. You should say the words just like this, without any sophistication. Say a few words and simply try to listen what you are saying and pay attention to the words. You should concentrate your thoughts intensely so the words of the prayer go through the prayers in order until in the end you will most likely be inspired and you will be able to pray with great compassion and yearning. Just do not make a test out of this. As a general rule, to achieve anything holy, you must throw all your strength into it and use whatever ingenuity you can to succeed. This applies especially to prayer, which is on a supremely high level. If you don't succeed, don't be put off. You can still try to say some psalms or any of the other prayers with sincerity. If you can't manage that, what then? You must hope for God's help, because perhaps in the fullness of time you will attain sincere prayer. Follow this path confidently and you will achieve everything good. You should be able to feel another person's trouble in your own heart. This is especially true when many are suffering. Cry out to God and pray for them. Good news can enable you to say psalms. Okay?